Chapter 1. Return to the city. At the border of China and Nepal lies the majestic Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. Since its discovery by humanity in the early 18th century, countless adventurers have attempted to reach the summit, only to find their communication devices and instruments inexplicably failing as they ascend. The temperatures plummet to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, as if an invisible force seeks to thwart mankind's quest to unveil the mysteries of this towering giant. Over the centuries, the toll of lives lost in pursuit of Everest Peak has reached the triple digits. Yet no one has succeeded in standing atop the world. Thus, the mountain remains one of the great enigmas of our time, the summit. A perpetual dance of snow and mist envelopes the landscape, where nighttime temperatures can plunge to a terrifying -100 degrees an astonishing drop even lower than the coldest recorded temperatures in Antarctica. Under such conditions, any carbon-based life form would be rendered in a solid in a particular area at the pinnacle. A vast crater spans hundreds of meters, with the surrounding ground marred by uneven terrain, as if a meteorite had struck and created shock waves upon impact. Upon closer inspection, one might discern tattered pieces of clothing and traces of blood within the crater. That moment, footsteps echoed from the snowdrifts as a group of men clad in white combat attire approached the crater, brandishing specialized equipment to survey the scene. Were this sight to be witnessed by outsiders, it would undoubtedly provoke astonishment, for it had been centuries since anyone had reached the summit of Everest. Yet here stood dozens of individuals. Shortly thereafter, a man wearing a white mask produced an object resembling a lighter, entering a sequence of numbers before addressing the device. Lord Demon Emperor, we have arrived at the designated battleground. A crater measuring hundreds of meters has been discovered, containing some fragments of clothing and bloodstains, yet the bodies of the two remain absent. On the other end of the line, a voice synthesized through electronics responded in a gravelly tone. Continue the search. We must locate them, whether alive or dead. The Holy War is to commence in 3 years, and I suspect this conflict will not only involve the Dark World, but will also attract the interest of the nations of America. This Holy War may be far more brutal than the last. The powers of the Hell King and the Holy Light are formidable enough to alter the course of the conflict. Hearing this, the masked man dismissed the concern with a relaxed tone. Boss, no matter how strong they are, their prowess lies solely in individual combat. Given the strength of our organization, we need not regard even America with trepidation. Once we emerge victorious in the Holy War, the entire world will be yours. The Demon Emperor, upon hearing his subordinate's words, erupted in anger. Damn it! The Holy Light, as the foremost assassin on the sacred list, wields unmatched swordsmanship. Yet no matter how powerful he is, he remains merely an assassin. However, the Hell King and his organization are drawing closer to rivaling our strength. Though their foundation is not as solid as ours, every individual within their ranks is a lunatic. The Emperor grants you a few more days to trace the whereabouts of those two individuals. Otherwise, your existence in this world will no longer be necessary. With that, he abruptly ended the call. The man in the white mask, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of trepidation, fully aware of that person's capabilities. A shiver ran through him as he hastily instructed his subordinates to descend the mountain and continue their pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, concealed within the snow behind them lay a young man, approximately in his 20s, who had been lying in wait. Once they departed, he emerged from the snow, watching their retreating figures with a playful smile. In a fleeting moment, he leapt from the edge of a cliff and vanished from sight. But in the city of Chang'an, China, as one of the 4 great ancient capitals of the world, Chang'an boasts a rich history, being one of the oldest cities in China. Since ancient times, it has been a city of immense economic and military strength, having served as the capital for 13 dynasties. This moment, at the entrance of Chang'an Airport, a young man sat on a step, exhaling plumes of smoke with a frivolous grin, casting his gaze upon the beautiful women passing by. This one's physique is commendable, though her looks are somewhat lacking. This one is acceptable, a solid 8 for both figure and beauty. Chen Fan mentally rated the women as they walked past, mindful not to express his judgments, knowing full well that critiquing others can be rather impolite. Suddenly, Chen Fan spotted an exquisite beauty emerging from the airport. With cascading long hair and adorned in a tailored black suit, Complemented by a form-fitting skirt and sheer black stockings, she was a vision to behold. However, her choice of footwear, a pair of white sneakers, detracted from her otherwise immaculate appearance. How splendid she would be in high heels, a veritable goddess of the workplace, Chen Fan mused. As the woman gracefully approached, he was struck by her stunning features, marveling at her beauty. Even with his extensive experiences abroad, such a captivating woman was rare. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes like clear waters, and her delicate, oval face bore a light touch of makeup, resembling a fairy emerged from a painting. Though undeniably beautiful, ranking among the top 3 he had encountered over the years, Chen Fan was not an ordinary man. He merely raised an eyebrow in surprise before returning to his cigarette. Noticing the woman's unwavering gaze upon him, he pondered, could it be that my charm resonates even in China? As such thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Fan playfully swept his bangs aside and, with a hint of arrogance, addressed her. Pardon me, beautiful lady, as a flower of our nation and a successor of socialism, my teachers have always advised against sharing contact details with strangers. Though I must admit, you are indeed stunning. Interrupting his increasingly self-absorbed monologue, Shan Xiu, with an air of exasperation, replied, when did I ever ask for your contact information? Chen Fan felt a touch of embarrassment, yet mustered the courage to say, why have you been standing in front of me for so long? I am aware of my charm, a girl. A little modesty would be appreciated after all. I am known on the streets as Chang'an Pangyuan. The line of girls pursuing me could stretch from my home to the city center. Shan Xiu, hearing Chen Fan's words, felt a mix of anger and amusement. In all these years, I have never encountered someone with such an audacious demeanor. My car is right behind you, where else would I stand? Chen Fan, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose and glanced behind him. Indeed, a white BMW 5 Series was parked just behind. He quickly stood up, making way for Shan Xiu, and alleviating the tension with a smile as he said, if you truly wish to add me, I could make an exception for you. No need. You should save your exceptions for the next unfortunate soul. Shan Xiu replied, before driving off in her BMW, leaving him in her wake. Observing her departure, Chen Fan merely shrugged it off, indifferent to the encounter. It had merely been a trivial amusement in his return to life in Huaxia. Now, he yearned for a tranquil existence in Huaxia for the remaining 3 years, knowing that even with his prowess, survival from the impending holy war was uncertain. Thus, he desired to spend these remaining years in peace within the embrace of his homeland. Although circumstances had previously forced him away from Huaxia, it remained his roots, prompting his long journey to Chang'an. Chapter 2. A fateful encounter. Chen Fan stood in place, indulging in a couple of cigarettes. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped towards him and gradually came to a halt. A man, clad in a white shirt and beach shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, hurriedly emerged from the driver's seat. Approaching Chen Fan, he wore a somewhat cheeky grin and said, Boss, my apologies. I partied a bit too hard last night and overslept. Chen Fan, slightly annoyed, kicked him playfully and replied with a smile, Seems like you're doing quite well in Huaxia. To keep me waiting like this? Qin Wudi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, shamelessly retorting, Boss, today was purely an accident, an unforeseen circumstance. Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head, not taking it to heart. He then advised, while in Huaxia, you ought to temper your overseas demeanor, refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Qin Wudi nodded vigorously and inquired, Rest assured, boss. What happened with the holy light after that battle a few days ago? Deep down, Qin Wudi pondered that even with his formidable prowess, facing the top of the sacred rankings, the holy light would hardly yield any advantage. After all, he was merely second on the list, and the very existence of the rankings underscored the holy light's strength. Each individual on the sacred rankings was a renowned assassin, and those within the top 10 posed a threat akin to that of a small nuclear weapon in any city. Although the holy light, reigning as the number 1 on the sacred rankings, was exceptionally powerful with swordsmanship perfected to an unparalleled degree, Qin Wudi harbored blind confidence in Chen Fan. Despite following him for many years, he remained oblivious to Chen Fan's depths, as he had never witnessed anyone compel Chen Fan to exert his full strength. In his eyes, Chen Fan stood at the pinnacle of the world. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan shook his head and spoke with a profound tone, It's nothing. You will come to understand in due time. Sensing that Chen Fan was not inclined to elaborate, Qin Wudi curbed his curiosity and, suddenly adopting a more serious tone, said, "Boss, let us get in the car. I have something important to discuss with you." Noticing the unusual gravity in Qin Wudi's demeanor, Chen Fan recognized the seriousness of the matter, understanding that there were few issues capable of troubling someone of Qin Wudi's stature. Once inside the car, Qin Wudi turned to Chen Fan and stated, "This morning, Number 1 called me, inquiring about you." At the mention of Number 1, Chen Fan's pupils constricted, and his expression became grave. Number 1 was the individual at the pinnacle of Huaxia, capable of effortlessly dismantling a small nation with a mere gesture. Chen Fan had deliberately concealed his whereabouts during this visit to Huaxia, and it would likely take someone of Number 1's caliber some time to uncover his presence. "What did Number 1 say on the phone?" Chen Fan asked. Qin Wudi glanced out the window to ensure it was tightly shut before whispering. "Number 1 didn't say much. He just asked me to extend his regards to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan grew increasingly perplexed. Although he held a significant position in the shadowy world, he should not pose a threat to someone of Number 1's standing. After all, Chen Fan was still a Huaxia native, and he would not resort to violence against that esteemed figure. Furthermore, Number 1 undoubtedly had a formidable protector by his side. So what was truly behind Number 1's intentions? Never mind. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Next time he calls you, just let him speak to me. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, steering the conversation away from the sensitive topic of Number 1 in Huaxia. Qin Wudi nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion as he drove towards an upscale villa community known as Tianxia Luojun. This neighborhood, situated in the heart of Chang'an City, boasts a history of several decades. With an abundance of nearby shopping malls, hospitals, and schools, it is a place where only the most prominent figures of Chang'an City reside. Qin Wudi parked the car in front of the villa and got out to open the passenger door for Chen Fan. Upon stepping out, Chen Fan surveyed the three-story, new Chinese-style villa with a terrace and nodded in satisfaction. He patted Qin Wudi on the shoulder and remarked, "You've only recently arrived in Huaxia, and you've already managed to secure such a villa. Impressive." Qin Wudi humbly waved his hand, saying, "This is all thanks to you, boss. I merely exerted a little influence from the organization." At that moment, a white BMW 5 Series drove past Chen Fan. He looked up and realized it was the same woman he had seen earlier at the airport. Shen Siyu was taken aback to see Chen Fan, but chose to remain silent and continued on her way. However, Chen Fan called out to her, "Hey, beautiful, meeting again must be fate. Why not greet me before you leave?" "I can't be bothered to greet someone as self-absorbed as you," Shen Siyu retorted, leaving him with that remark as she drove away. She had no desire to engage with someone like Chen Fan, whom she found insufferable. Seeing Shen Siyu ignore him and drive off, Chen Fan decided not to pursue the matter further and entered the villa with Qin Wudi. Meanwhile, in the car, Shen Siyu's friend, a girl with a light golden ponytail, chewed gum and inquired, "Who was that man you were talking to? He is quite handsome. This afternoon, when I want to pick you up at the airport, he was sitting right in front of the car, blocking my way." Shen Siyu exclaimed angrily, "What's worse? He thought I was asking for his contact information. Do I look like someone who needs to ask a guy for his number?" "Definitely." Zhao Shui nodded seriously. Frustrated, Shen Siyu smacked Zhao Shui's shoulder with her right hand. "Are you even still my best friend?" "Of course. We're the best of friends. Drive faster. I need a shower. I'm boiling hot." "How is it still so warm even with the air conditioning on?" Zhao Shui complained, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "All right. I know, don't rush me. We'll be home after this turn," Shen Siyu replied, feeling helpless against her friend's impatience, and increased her speed towards home. Inside the villa, Chen Fan and Qin Wudi sat at the dining table enjoying a meal that Qin Wudi had prepared in advance. Pouring a glass of red wine for Chen Fan, he asked, "Boss, what are your plans during this trip to Huaxia?" "To savor life and experience the warmth of humanity. After so many years abroad, I still find Huaxia the most comforting," Chen Fan replied, gently swirling the wine in his glass. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Qin Wudi merely nodded without further comment. Having accompanied Chen Fan since his entrance into the shadowy world, he understood better than anyone the immense effort that had forged Chen Fan's current standing. Countless times during perilous missions, Chen Fan had danced on the precipice of death, only to emerge alive through sheer willpower. The scars concealed beneath his clothing stood as a testament to his arduous journey. Chapter 3. A return to familiar grounds. Noticing Qin Wudi's silence, Chen Fan chuckled and inquired, "What are you pondering? Are you lost in thoughts of another girl?" Qin Wudi shook his head, his voice tinged with somberness. "Hearing the boss speak like that reminds me of the years we've spent together, facing life and death, which have brought us to our current position. It is a pity for the brothers we lost along the way." Chen Fan offered Qin Wudi a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well, though he did not take a puff, instead gazing thoughtfully at the smoke curling between his fingers. After a considerable time, as the cigarette's ember burned closer to his fingertips, Chen Fan roused from his reverie and stated, "Without the sacrifices of our fallen brothers, our organization would not stand as it does today. Yet, on the battlefield, sacrifice is an unavoidable reality. Each individual must rely on their own strength to mitigate the risk of death. This is why I send the brothers to Demon Island every 3 months. Only in the harshest environments can one truly unlock their potential." Upon hearing the mention of Demon Island, Qin Wudi involuntarily shivered. His current strength was not solely a product of his battlefield experiences. It was also shaped by the trials faced on Demon Island. It was there, during a pursuit of mercenaries across the Pacific, that Chen Fan stumbled upon the island. After his reconnaissance, he discovered that it was home to numerous formidable beasts, some of which had never been seen by human eyes. The island's severe climate was perfectly suited for awakening latent abilities, and Qin Wudi was the second person to brave its challenges. When Qin Wudi emerged from the island, gravely injured, he spent 3 days and nights recovering. Yet, risk often accompanies reward. He was astonished to find that his strength had significantly increased. Thus, Qin Wudi had no objection to Chen Fan's assertions. As the evening progressed, the two shared a bottle of red wine before concluding their meal. While Qin Wudi washed the dishes, Chen Fan reclined on the sofa, savoring a post-dinner cigarette. A short while later, Qin Wudi emerged from the kitchen, drying his hands, and suggested, "Boss, if you have no plans for tonight, shall I show you around?" "Sound good. Also, could you help me find a job for tomorrow? I'm getting a bit restless doing nothing all day." Chen Fan replied. Qin Wudi gestured affirmatively and asked, "What kind of position are you looking for? Chairman or general manager?" Chen Fan, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Just something more ordinary, something with a bit of freedom." "Well, never mind. Perhaps delivering food will suffice. Please send me the address for work before I go to bed tonight." After a lengthy pause without response, Chen Fan noticed Qin Wudi staring at him in astonishment, mouth agape, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Qin Wudi quickly shook his head, assuring, "No problem, no problem. I will definitely take care of it before going to bed tonight. You should rest for now, and I will call you out later." Chen Fan nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Qin Wudi, and proceeded to his room. Upon entering the spacious 100-square-meter bedroom, Chen Fan expressed his satisfaction with a nod. Although it paled in comparison to the accommodations of the base, it was still quite commendable. He intended to take a shower before resting, so he began to undress for the bathroom. Had anyone been present to witness Chen Fan's physique at that moment, they would have been left utterly astonished. In this era of peace and prosperity, it was remarkable that a person could bear so many grievous scars. Chen Fan's back was a canvas of various grotesque marks, knife wounds, gunshot scars, and among them, one deep gash had nearly penetrated his heart, missing it by a mere centimeter. Had he not instinctively dodged to the right, even a deity would have been doomed. After a brief wash, Chen Fan lay down on the bed and succumbed to sleep. He had been exceedingly fatigued in recent days, having journeyed from Mount Everest directly to Huaxia without rest for 3 consecutive days. Even someone as resilient as Chen Fan felt the weight of exhaustion. After all, even gods tire, and he was ultimately just a man. This time, Chen Fan slumbered soundly and peacefully, unlike the restless nights of his past, where the specter of death loomed over him, keeping him in a constant state of alertness. A mere whisper could rouse him from sleep. However, this time was different. He understood that he was in Huaxia, a nation reputed to be the safest in the world. with Chen Wudi vigilantly guarding downstairs. Thus, he enjoyed an unusually tranquil rest. When Chen Fan awoke, it was already 8 in the evening. After a casual tidying up, he descended the stairs and found Chen Wudi seated on the sofa, meditating. Respecting his tranquility, Chen Fan chose not to disturb him, instead sitting nearby and lighting a cigarette. Patiently awaiting his companion's return to awareness. Chen Wudi, perhaps sensing the movement, opened his eyes, stretched, and remarked, "Boss, you're awake." Chen Fan nodded, expressing a hint of nostalgia. "It's been a long time since I've slept so soundly. Do you remember when I told you about practicing the mind?" "Of course. I recall you mentioned that, given equal skill levels, the side with superior psychological resilience is more likely to triumph. Therefore, I now dedicate at least an hour each day to mental training, regardless of how busy I am." Chen Wudi responded earnestly. "Indeed, physical and mental training must progress in tandem for any substantial improvement," Chen Fan affirmed. "All right, let us freshen up and head out. After such a lengthy nap, I'm quite hungry." Chen Wudi nodded in agreement, splashed some water on his face, and together they stepped outside. As night fell, the city lights flickered to life, illuminating the streets. Chen Fan gazed at the familiar nightscape of Chang'an, feeling a tumult of emotions rise within him. When he had departed, he had promised to return within 5 years, yet now, 8 years had passed. After a casual meal, Chen Wudi took Chen Fan on a tour of the city's most renowned landmarks, including the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and the Nightless City. By the time they concluded their excursion, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Chen Fan proposed returning home to rest, considering he had worked the following day. However, Chen Wudi suggested they visit a bar for a drink, noting that Chen Fan had already taken a nap during the day. After some contemplation, Chen Fan acquiesced to the idea, driven by curiosity about how bars in the country had evolved. He figured that returning home would not afford him restful sleep anyway. Thus, the two reached a consensus and drove to the renowned local bar, Sia Bar. Upon entering, they were enveloped by an intoxicating atmosphere filled with the scent of hormones, mingled with the sounds of singing, shouting, and cheering. Women showcased their figures on stage while men below applauded enthusiastically. Chen Fan surveyed the space and discerned that the bar was structured over 3 levels. The first floor featured regular booths, but due to the bar's prestigious reputation, the minimum spending typically exceeded 4 figures. The second floor housed private rooms reserved for members only, while the third floor appeared to be the residence of the bar's owner. The establishment was designed with themes of the setting sun and the moon, suggesting that its proprietor was likely a woman. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Wudi excused himself to pursue a target, and Chen Fan, familiar with his friend's ways, allowed him to go. Chapter 4. A heroic rescue drinking alone proved somewhat tedious, prompting Chen Fan to seek a companion for his libations. Scanning the room, he spotted a young woman in her 20s, seated alone and nursing a drink. With her long, slightly curled hair and a figure-hugging white dress that accentuated her curves, she struck Chen Fan as vaguely familiar, albeit he was certain he had never met her before. As he pondered, a drunken man approached her, clutching a drink. His eyes lit up at the sight of the stunning woman, and he, despite years of experience in the bar scene, had never encountered anyone as striking. Judging by her age, she appeared to be in her early 20s, likely a university student. If he could woo her tonight, he mused, he would gladly forfeit a decade of his life. The drunken man ostentatiously revealed the keys to his Mercedes, attempting to flaunt his wealth before the woman. Having successfully employed this tactic to charm numerous women in the past, he was confident it would work again. "Beautiful lady, how about sharing a drink?" he proposed, raising his glass towards her. Shen Sishue glanced up, finally noticing the man standing before her. His garish appearance evoked a hint of disdain in her eyes. But wishing to avoid conflict, she accepted a drink with him. Seeing her comply, the drunken man assumed she was like the other women he had encountered and pressed further. "I know a place with a breathtaking night view. Why don't I take you there in my Mercedes?" "No, thank you. Please find someone else. My boyfriend will be here to pick me up shortly," Shen Sishue replied, waving her hand dismissively. "Don't be so ungrateful," the drunken man retorted, anger simmering beneath his embarrassment. "How much for the night?" Shen Sishue, known for her fiery temper, had always been the cherished jewel of her family. Since childhood, her parents and sister had indulged her as if she were a precious treasure, and never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. As these thoughts consumed her, her anger escalated, and in a fit of rage, she seized a bottle of beer and smashed it over the drunken man's head. The bottle shattered with a resounding crack, blood streaming down the man's forehead. This spectacle ignited his fury, and in a frenzied moment, he produced a dagger, lunging it directly toward Chen Fan. Frozen in terror, Chen Fan was at a loss for words. Raised in the protective embrace of her parents, she had never imagined that the scene she had seen on television would manifest in her reality. With her eyes tightly shut, she braced for the worst. Just as the dagger was about to make contact with her body, the drunken man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hand, as if something had struck it, causing the dagger to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. To his bewilderment, he glanced down to find that the object that had struck him was merely a bottle cap. Turning his gaze, he encountered a young man, Chen Fan, who was regarding him with a bemused smile. Chen Fan held a deep disdain for those who bullied the vulnerable. If the man had pursued women through genuine means, Chen Fan would have turned a blind eye. However, the fact that he had resorted to violence against a woman compelled Chen Fan to intervene. He could not bear the thought of such a beautiful girl meeting her demise before him. Rising from his seat, Chen Fan approached the drunken man and remarked with a smirk, "Engaging in intimacy requires mutual consent. If she is unwilling, there is no need for force." Though the drunken man was lecherous, he was not foolish. He recognized that someone capable of wielding a bottle cap with such force was not to be trifled with. Moreover, they were in the most renowned bar in the city. Someone of the caliber who owned such a venue surely had connections in the underworld. Realizing his earlier loss of composure had been reckless, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, fearing that causing a scene here might lead to his demise. Nodding repeatedly, the drunken man hastily produced some cash as compensation for his earlier actions. Seeing his contrite demeanor, Chen Fan allowed him to leave unscathed. "Are you really just going to let him off so easily?" Chen Fan expressed her dissatisfaction. Chen Fan turned to her, taking a seat beside her. After casually opening a bottle of beer and taking a sip, he replied nonchalantly, "If you wish for him to return, I can summon him back for a private discussion." Chen Fan immediately shook her head vigorously. Never mind, it's fine. "Thank you for today. I'll cover the cost of your drinks tonight." Chen Fan appraised her with a playful gaze and feigned curiosity. "Is that all? No other form of gratitude?" Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Chen Fan crossed her arms defensively and feigned composure. "What more do you want?" Noticing her discomfort, Chen Fan decided to cease his teasing and simply waved for a waiter. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" The waiter approached Chen Fan respectfully. "Please bring me the most expensive bottle of wine you have. This young lady will cover the bill. The pricier, the better." "She is not short on money," Chen Fan declared, deliberately gesturing towards Chen Fan. After years of experience, Chen Fan had honed his ability to discern wealth at a glance, and he recognized that this young woman was indeed affluent, hence the current scenario unfolded. Chen Fan, upon witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless, as the man before her had indeed rescued her. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Fan observed that Qin Wudi had not come to seek him out, leading him to conclude that Qin was likely preoccupied with his own pursuits. Thus, he decided it was time to take his leave. "May I inquire your name?" Chen Fan asked, wishing to know the name of the person who had saved her today. "It is merely a chance encounter. Names are inconsequential. We may never cross paths again. As you have treated me to drinks today, we are even," Chen Fan replied tersely, having no intention of entangling himself with any woman during his visit to Huaxia. Seeing Chen Fan's resolve, Chen Fan did not press further and said, "Very well. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Chen Fan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the bar. Chen Fan gazed at his retreating figure, her mind swirling with unarticulated thoughts. Upon returning home, it was already 2 in the morning. She opened her phone and discovered that Qin Wudi had sent her the work address earlier that afternoon. After a brief wash-up, she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 5. Where in life do we not encounter each other? The night passed without incident, and the following day, as the sky blushed with the first light of dawn, Chen Fan awoke from his slumber. He did not rush to freshen up. Instead, he commenced his routine of push-ups. Had there been onlookers, they would have been rendered speechless. For while an ordinary person would be exhausted after 30 repetitions, Chen Fan persisted for an entire hour. Upon completing his workout, he took a moment to catch his breath and then ran 10 kilometers in his neighborhood before finally attending to his personal hygiene. By the time he finished, the clock had struck 7. After a quick wash-up, he mounted the electric bike that Chen Wudi had prepared for him the previous day and set off towards the company. After approximately 10 minutes of riding, while savoring a freshly purchased bun, he arrived at the base of the company. Though referred to as a company, it was merely a rented residential space within an apartment building. Following the directional signs, Chen Fan approached the door of a modest abode. After knocking and receiving permission from within, he pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, Chen Fan instinctively surveyed his surroundings, noting that there were already over 20 individuals present, most of whom appeared to be of a similar age to his own. Following about an hour of training and receiving his work uniform, he embarked on his very first endeavor as a food delivery worker. Having not lived in Chang'an for quite some time, his inaugural delivery did not proceed smoothly, and he ultimately delivered it after several missteps, far exceeding the expected time. His first attempt ended in failure, leaving Chen Fan somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he took the experience as a lesson and successfully completed the remainder of his deliveries. By the time he finished his last order, it was midday, and he enjoyed a meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation with his new colleagues. "Brother Chen, your boasting has reached new heights. You claim to possess a warship, while I could just as easily assert that I own a fighter jet," remarked one of Chen Fan's colleagues, Wang Li. Chen Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. How had it come to this that no one believed a word of truth? Besides, he actually did have a fighter jet, and not just one. Midway through his meal, he discovered that the system had assigned him a delivery, prompting an exasperated curse to escape his lips. Damn it! Is there no time to eat while working? Despite his frustration, Chen Fan understood the necessity of adhering to the workplace protocols. He hastily finished his meal and hopped on his electric scooter to continue his deliveries. Following the route provided by the system, he arrived at the base of a towering skyscraper, its impressive height reaching several hundred meters. Gazing upward at the grand inscription Shin Group, he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. The building exuded an air of opulence, and Chen Fan felt a pang of envy. How many deliveries would he need to make to afford such a structure? Grumbling aside, Chen Fan remained acutely aware of his responsibilities as a deliverman. After all, he prided himself on being a man of great integrity. Upon entering the company, he dialed the customer's number, and within moments, a melodious voice answered from the other end. "Hello, is this the delivery person?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he brushed it off. "Yes, Miss Shun, I have arrived at your company's entrance. Should I leave the order at the front desk?" After a brief pause, the voice replied, "Please bring it up. I am in the second office on the right-hand side after exiting the elevator on the 16th floor." "Understood. I will be right up," Chen Fan responded, taking the elevator to the 16th floor. Stepping out, he noticed the first office was empty, and upon reaching the second office, as described by the customer, he gently knocked on the door. After receiving permission from within, he entered. Well, what a surprise. Both individuals were taken aback, staring at each other in astonishment before speaking in unison. Gradually, Chen Fan recovered from his shock. He had not anticipated that the woman he had teased the day before was the president of such a prominent company. Similarly, Shun Siyu was astounded. It was a rare occasion for her to order delivery, and with her secretary on leave, encountering this troublesome individual seemed almost surreal. Was the world truly this small that they would cross paths thrice in just 2 days? Chen Fan first checked if the system had sent any additional orders before unapologetically taking a seat on the circular sofa in the middle of the office. Pouring himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the coffee table, he savored it before speaking. "Isn't it remarkable how life brings people together? Who would have thought that the esteemed president of such a large company would enjoy eating snail noodles, and in her office, no less?" Shen Siyu felt a twinge of discomfort at his words. Just as she was about to retort, she realized she had almost fallen into his trap. Furrowing her brows, she coolly replied, "First of all, what I choose to eat in my office is my prerogative. Secondly, On what grounds do you presume to sit on my sofa without my consent? Given your decent looks, it's a pity your temper is so volatile. We've met several times now. We aren't strangers, but rather acquaintances. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Fan continued to banter. Friend, you're a ghost. Who would desire to befriend someone like you? Shen Siyu expressed her disdain, for she was the most renowned beauty and CEO in Chang'an City, and those wishing to befriend her could easily line up from within the city to the outskirts. Chen Fan shook his head in helplessness. It seemed that this female CEO had formed a rather unfavorable first impression of him. Just then, a hurried knocking echoed from outside the door, and without seeking Shen Siyu's consent, the door swung open. A girl with a light golden ponytail entered, her black-rimmed glasses perfectly showcasing her decisive demeanor. However, Chen Fan discerned from her gait and the calluses on her hands that her capabilities likely surpassed those of an average Special Forces soldier. Upon noticing Chen Fan in the office, the woman momentarily paused before shifting her gaze to Shen Siyu, exclaiming, Siyu, Long Fei is here again. Shen Siyu, feeling frustrated, rubbed her temples and replied, Did the security downstairs not stop him? They tried, but his companions swiftly overpowered the guards. While they spoke, the door suddenly burst open with a loud crash, and in strode a handsome man with slicked back hair and a glistening visage. Chen Fan observed that the man's attire was bespoke, clearly tailored, indicating a remarkable background. Siyu, how many times must I tell you before you comprehend my intentions? The man addressed Shen Siyu, while dismissing Chen Fan and Zhao Shui entirely, taking a seat directly opposite her desk with a nonchalant tone. Seeing this, Shen Siyu instinctively moved her chair back. Although she had already made it clear to Long Fei that she harbored no romantic feelings for him, he persistently sought her out. Yet, she felt utterly powerless, for Long Fei was the foremost heir of the illustrious Long family, which wielded a colossal conglomerate valued in the trillions. It was no exaggeration to say that a mere stomp of the Long family's foot could send tremors throughout all of Chang'an. Chapter 6. The Long family? I have never heard of them. Observing this scene, Chen Fan grasped the situation but had no intention of meddling. He planned to leave once the system assigned him a task. After all, idleness was merely idleness. Witnessing the unfolding drama was also entertaining. Noticing Shen Siyu's silence, Long Fei rose to open the office's floor-to-ceiling window, lit a high-end cigar, and awaited patiently. As the seconds ticked by, the office grew still, the silence palpable. Suddenly, Chen Fan broke this tranquility, saying, I say, Dear Xiao, if you do not eat soon, your meal will grow cold. Long Fei finally glanced up, his expression dripping with disdain upon seeing Chen Fan clad in a delivery uniform. To him, conversing with such a lowly individual felt beneath his dignity. In an effort to spare others from Long Fei's ire, Shen Siyu resolved to confront the issue directly, stating firmly, Young Master Long, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request. I hope you can understand. After multiple refusals, Long Fei's countenance darkened, yet he concealed his displeasure, though his tone bore a hint of anger. Does President Shen believe that I, Long, am unworthy of you? Certainly not. As the esteemed heir of Chang'an, Long Xiao is undoubtedly deserving of Siyu. Yet, matters of the heart are beyond one's control. Siyu will ultimately marry the man she truly loves. At this moment, even Long Fei could no longer restrain his emotions. He abruptly rose to his feet and threatened Shen Siyu. Do you comprehend the consequences of refusing me? Shen Siyu hesitated for a moment, but resolutely nodded, stating, I understand. If Long Xiao must vent his anger on me, then I shall accept it. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the sofa area, accompanied by an enthusiastic voice. I must say, President, I never anticipated your temper and fortitude to be so formidable. Today, you have truly impressed me. Shen Siyu, now devoid of any desire to spar with Chen Fan, shot him a series of urgent glances, hoping to divert Long Fei's ire away from him. Although she harbored a deep dislike for Chen Fan, she certainly did not wish for him to meet his demise. As the heir to the most prominent family in Chang'an, Long Fei could easily orchestrate Chen Fan's disappearance from this world. Chen Fan, of course, noticed Shen Siyu's silent plea. However, he remained unfazed by Long Fei's status. If one were to speak of rank, Who in this world could possibly surpass him? Perhaps even the leaders of nations would hesitate to make such claims. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Long Fei pointed at him with a frigid demeanor and declared, "You have 3 seconds to vacate this office, or I shall not hesitate to ensure your obliteration from this world." Seeing that Chen Fan remained seated, Shen Siyu grew anxious and urged him, "You should leave now. Hurry back to your delivery." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unperturbed, lighting a cigarette and reclining on the sofa, defiantly gazing at Long Fei. Long Fei, feeling his authority as the first son of Chang'an being challenged even by a mere delivery worker, shouted towards the door, "Long Ci, come in." In an instant, a shadow darted before Long Fei, respectfully inquiring, "Long Xiao, what is your command?" "Throw this delivery man out from the building," Long Fei ordered coldly, his eyes filled with malice. No sooner had he spoken than Long Ci, like a gust of wind, approached Chen Fan, seizing his neck in preparation to hurl him out the window. "Xiao Shui, quickly assist." Shen Siyu called out to Xiao Shui. Officially, Xiao Shui served as her assistant, but in truth, she was her personal bodyguard. Xiao Shui had been Shen Siyu's close friend during their university days. After graduation, while Shen Siyu took over the family business, Xiao Shui enlisted in the military, returning to Chang'an only yesterday. Due to recent assassination attempts from rival competitors, Shen Siyu had hired Xiao Shui for protection. Initially wishing to conceal Xiao Shui's true prowess, circumstances now necessitated her intervention. As Xiao Shui prepared to act, she was taken aback to find Chen Fan and Long Ci seemingly frozen in time. For Long Ci, who had intended to lift Chen Fan effortlessly, terror struck him when he realized that, despite exerting all his strength, he could not raise this man. It was essential to note that he could typically lift a small car with ease. Long Ci soon recognized that Chen Fan was far more formidable than he appeared and contemplated retreat. Yet who was Chen Fan? As the supreme ruler of the dark world, it would be better for him to hang himself than to be lifted by such a mere insect. Just as the thought of retreat flickered through Long Ci's mind, Chen Fan had already seized his throat. In that instant, Long Ci felt an overwhelming force constricting him, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. However, Chen Fan ultimately released his grip, not wishing to shed blood within the confines of the office. Realizing he was no match for Chen Fan, Long Ci bowed his head and approached Long Fei, prepared to accept his punishment. In a family as prominent as the Long clan, the system of rewards and penalties was exceptionally clear-cut. Completing a task could elevate one to billionaire status, yet failure could exact the ultimate price, one's life. Long Fei, surprised by Long Ci's failure, initially assumed it was due to Long Ci's lingering injuries from a previous mission. He waved his hand, instructing Long Ci to stand behind him, though his tone remained imbued with confidence. "Do you know who I am?" Chen Fan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. After all, he had interacted with various superpowers and political figures, and a mere young master from a small family hardly warranted his recognition. "Then are you aware of the foremost family in Chang'an, the Long clan?" Long Fei inquired, his gaze penetrating as he narrowed his eyes. Chen Fan shook his head again, perplexed. "The Long clan? I've never heard of it. Are they particularly impressive?" Long Fei was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone in Chang'an could be unaware of the Long clan. As the premier family in Chang'an, they not only controlled the wealthiest consortiums, but were also rumored to have an inseparable connection with the city's leaders, effectively dominating half of Chang'an sky. Upon hearing this, Long Fei laughed heartily, his amusement unabashed. He couldn't believe that after so many years in Chang'an, someone would dare to challenge his authority without knowing the heights of the world. He had no qualms about adding another life to his tally. "By noon tomorrow, you shall die," Long Fei declared, pointing at Chen Fan with the authority of an ancient emperor. In response, Chen Fan instantaneously appeared before Long Fei, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. "Since I'm to die tomorrow anyway, I might as well take someone down with me." He continued to strike, leaving Long Fei's face resembling that of a swollen pig, unrecognizable even to his own mother. At that moment, Long Ci regained his senses and raised his heavy fist to strike at Chen Fan, confident that his blow could fell a bull. After all, Chen Fan was merely a mortal, and enduring such a punch would surely lead to his demise. However, the ideal was far more appealing than reality. Chen Fan, unbothered, stood his ground and absorbed the blow, casually remarking, "What? Are you just tickling me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Fan, adhering to the principle of equality, retaliated with a punch of his own. Unexpectedly, Long Ci was sent flying, crashing into the door, which could not withstand the tremendous force and exploded upon impact. Long Ci careened down the corridor for several meters before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Chapter 7. Contracted spouses observing the scene. Chen Fan examined his fist and sighed. That was hardly even 20% of my strength. It appears this Long clan isn't as formidable as I thought. Long Fei, witnessing that Long Ci had already lost consciousness, realized that he could no longer contend with Chen Fan. He covered his face and pleaded with Chen Fan, saying, "I apologize for today's events. What must I do for you to let me go?" Chen Ciyu, taken aback by the sight of the heir of the foremost family humbling himself before a mere delivery man, felt a twinge of concern for Chen Fan. After all, to provoke the Long family in Chang'an was akin to disturbing a sleeping giant. It seemed that Chen Fan's situation was perilous indeed. Chen Ciyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she intently gazed at Chen Fan, lost in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan was contemplating the compensation he ought to demand from Long Fei. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "Immediately donate 100 million to a charitable organization." Although reluctant, Long Fei complied. Unlike other young masters, he had been raised under his father's teachings, which instilled in him a profound understanding of the virtue of patience. It was this very patience that had enabled the Long family to ascend to their current prominence in Chang'an. In the past, Long Fei's father had been captured by a rival family, who sought to humiliate him by forcing him to grovel before them, even to the extent of licking their boots and consuming their excrement. Yet his father had endured it all. The adversaries, believing that he would never recover, eventually released him. To their astonishment, after decades of enduring humiliation, he rose to annihilate his enemies and elevate the Long family to the pinnacle of power in Chang'an. Once the funds were confirmed, Chen Fan leaned closer to Long Fei's ear and whispered that 100 million was merely the price of your life. Therefore, I shall collect the life of that dog before nightfall. Now leave. Long Fei, upon hearing this, refrained from further banter, darkening his face as he exited the office. Disregarding Long Ci's fate entirely, he would remember this day. As Chen Fan observed Long Fei's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed. This man was extraordinary. Had he not crossed paths with him today, his future achievements would likely have surpassed those of Qin province. However, Chen Fan was unconcerned. Should there be a next time, he would not hesitate to ensure Long Fei's disappearance. With the spectacle concluded, Chen Fan intended to take his leave. However, upon turning, he found two women staring intently at him. Even Chen Fan, with his thick skin, felt a hint of discomfort under their gaze. After all, who could remain composed when under the scrutiny of two stunningly beautiful women, unless he were a eunuch? It was Zhao Shui who first shattered the awkward silence. Approaching Chen Fan, she circled around him before fixing her gaze on him, declaring, "You are quite formidable." Zhao Shui reflected inwardly. Even as a member of China's elite special forces, her capabilities paled in comparison to Chen Fan's. Both his speed and strength were unparalleled, qualities she had only witnessed in the most enigmatic organization within the nation. Thus, Chen Fan was certainly no mere delivery man. As Chen Fan averted Zhao Shui's gaze, preparing to depart, he was unexpectedly halted at the office door by Chen Ciyu's voice. "Wait." With a plan forming in her mind, Chen Ciyu called out to Chen Fan. He paused, turning back to regard her with a look of curiosity. "Today, you found yourself in a confrontation with Long Fei. Given his vengeful nature, you may be in grave danger. Although you possess some considerable strength, it is undeniable that two fists are no match for four hands. Thus, I propose a transaction." Chen Ciyu, regaining her composure as the CEO, spoke in a calm tone. "What transaction?" "Let us enter into a 1-year contractual marriage. After a year, I shall reward you with 5 million. This was Chen Siyu's carefully contemplated proposal. On one hand, Chen Fan had provoked Long Fei today, although they were not closely related. The trouble stemmed from her. Furthermore, having a partner might deter her suitors. On the other hand, Chen Fan had demonstrated remarkable strength. For anyone capable of being Long Fei's bodyguard could hardly be weak. Yet, he had been easily defeated by Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan simply turned and walked away, offering no response to Chen Siyu. 10 million. Chen Siyu increased her offer, seeing that Chen Fan remained unmoved. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, 20 million. Deal. Chen Fan turned back, a playful glint in his eyes. It was amusing to see the esteemed company president fall for her own scheme, which provided him with a sense of satisfaction. Realizing that Chen Fan had readily agreed, Chen Siyu also recognized that she had been outmaneuvered. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back. She could indeed come up with 20 million. Meanwhile, Zhao Shui, standing nearby, felt a tinge of concern. Although Chen Fan exhibited considerable strength, his true background remained unclear, prompting her to consider testing him further in the future. Despite agreeing, Chen Fan understood that their arrangement could not be as simple as merely pretending to be a married couple. So what must I do? He inquired. First, you shall no longer deliver takeout. Instead, you will assume the role of security director of my company. Chen Fan had no objections to this, understanding that being an ordinary deliverman while being the husband of a company president would not reflect well in public. Second, you will move into my residence. Wait, are you suggesting that I will be living with you? Upon noticing the glint in Chen Fan's eyes, Chen Siyu realized he had misinterpreted her words and quickly clarified. You need not think too much of it. You will simply reside in my house, not share a bed. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Chen Fan nodded and replied, all right. I thought I might share a bed. Chen Siyu, slightly exasperated, continued, at the company, we must keep our relationship confidential. Chen Fan agreed with this as well. He had no desire for their arrangement to become public knowledge. His primary motivation for agreeing to Chen Siyu's proposal was to solicit her assistance, as he did not wish to reveal his true identity upon returning to China. After Chen Siyu finished speaking, Chen Fan voiced his concern. Are we merely acting as contract spouses, or do we need to obtain a marriage certificate? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Siyu responded, we should get a certificate, otherwise it will be too easy to be exposed. This posed a dilemma for Chen Fan. He had initially intended to avoid entanglements with any woman during his stay in China, intending only casual encounters. Now, however, he was being asked to marry a stranger. Perhaps we need not obtain a certificate. I have a way to acquire a marriage certificate without anyone noticing, Chen Fan stated calmly. Women possess a sense of dignity, particularly when one is renowned as the beautiful president of Chang'an City. The number of men wishing to marry her is unfathomable. Thus, it came as a surprise when she was rejected after taking the initiative to propose to a man. This left Chen Siyu feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 8. The setting sun is incomparably beautiful. Yet nearing dusk, however, Chen Siyu quickly regained her composure, tacitly agreeing to Chen Fan's suggestion. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Shui approached with the freshly printed contract, first handing it to Chen Siyu. Yet, Chen Siyu appeared hesitant, uncertain if her actions were right or wrong. After a moment of internal struggle, she ultimately inscribed her name upon the document. Observing the signature adorning the contract, Chen Fan smiled and remarked, Chen Siyu, your name is quite melodious, albeit your temper leaves much to be desired. Without so much as glancing at the contract's contents, he boldly signed his name. Zhao Shui, noticing Chen Fan's nonchalance, jested, aren't you concerned this contract may harbor hidden traps? Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, choosing not to respond. To him, the contract held no more significance than a blank sheet of paper. Chen Siyu, watching the elegant strokes of Chen Fan's pen, instructed Zhao Shui, please look into Chen Fan's background for me, particularly regarding the source of his formidable strength. Zhao Shui nodded, her curiosity piqued. Even without Chen Siyu's request, she would have investigated, intrigued by whether Chen Fan had once served in that legendary organization. At that moment, the unconscious Long Ci, lying in the corridor outside, was carried away by several men dressed in black suits. Meanwhile, Chen Fan diligently continued delivering takeout. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and before long, afternoon arrived. As he prepared to tidy up and head home, a thought struck him, prompting him to call Chen Wudi. "Hello, boss, what is up?" Recognizing some indescribable commotion on the other end, Chen Fan quickly deduced what Chen Wudi was engaged in and sought to convey his message succinctly. Not wishing to disturb his enjoyment, he swiftly stated 2 matters. First, find a way to obtain a fake marriage certificate with Chen Siyu, the president of Chen Group. Before he could finish, Chen Wudi interrupted. "What the hell, boss, are you getting married? It's a sham marriage. I 1T elaborate. But it must be convincing enough that no one can discern it's fake." "Understood, boss, consider it done. What's the second matter?" With that, Chen Wudi ceased his inquiries. "By tonight, Long family of Chang'an City, Long Ci must die," Chen Fan uttered softly, signifying that Long Ci's life was now on borrowed time. He had promised Long Fei that he would take Long Ci's life, and tonight he would fulfill that vow. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Wudi on the other end of the line transformed, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from his being. In that moment, he was no longer Chen Wudi, but the very embodiment of terror in the dark underworld, a figure feared by all mercenaries and assassins. Codenamed Death, Chen Wudi pushed the woman beneath him away, and she, frightened by his terrifying aura, fled from the room. It was only then that he addressed Chen Fan, saying, "Grim Reaper, heed my command." Chen Fan ended the call, lifted his gaze to the blood-red sunset, and murmured softly, in a voice only he could hear, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches twilight. How regrettable, how lamentable." Just as Chen Fan arrived home, he received a call from Chen Siyu. "Hello, is this Chen Fan?" Her clear, icy voice resonated through the receiver. "No, I am Peng Yuyin," Chen Fan joked while sipping water. Chen Siyu, somewhat exasperated, found herself often vexed by their conversations, yet she calmed herself and said, "Gather your belongings. Move over tonight. My new residence is the second villa to the left, 300 meters in front of your house." Acknowledging her request, Chen Fan casually packed a few clothes and toiletries before setting off in the direction Chen Siyu had indicated. Upon reaching the address she provided, he found the door ajar, evidently left open for him, and thus he entered. Inside, Chen Fan observed that the villa was designed with a minimalist yet fashionable aesthetic, dominated by shades of black, white, and gray, with brown as an accent. The furniture was devoid of ostentation, featuring only essential appliances and a sofa. This simplicity accentuated the villa's functional space, prioritizing practicality over flamboyance, a reflection of Chen Siyu's appreciation for a refined, stylish lifestyle. As Chen Siyu descended from the second floor, she spotted Chen Fan in the living room. Assuming he felt awkward, she encouraged him, "Don't just stand there. Take a seat on the sofa and relax. Dinner is almost ready." Chen Fan, slightly taken aback, responded uncertainly, "Dinner? Have you already eaten?" He shook his head, confirming he had not dined yet. "Then go wash your hands. Xiao Xue will soon finish cooking, and her meals are truly delectable." In that moment, Chen Siyu transformed from the commanding CEO managing thousands to a girl eagerly anticipating a delicious feast. Chen Fan nodded, washed his hands, and took a seat at the dining table. "Chen Fan, Siyu, come help me serve the dishes." Zhao Xue's voice called from the kitchen. "Coming." Chen Siyu replied as she prepared to assist, playfully nudging Chen Fan's arm to join her. Together, the three of them brought out 6 dishes and a soup. Chen Siyu was right. Zhao Xue's cooking was exquisite, a feast for the senses that heightened one's appetite. Chen Fan, unpretentious, was about to dig into the braised pork when Zhao Xue playfully struck his chopsticks away. "Hold on. Today marks your and Siyu's wedding. So I propose we raise a glass in celebration." As Zhao Xue spoke, she was met with a swift reprimand from Chen Siyu, who glared at her fiercely. "Celebrate, you say? You're aware this is all a ruse. Even if it's a ruse, it still counts as a wedding, doesn't it, Chen Fan?" Zhao Xue, unwilling to confront Chen Siyu alone, directed the turmoil towards Chen Fan. Observing the playful banter between the two, Chen Fan felt a gentle warmth envelop his heart. Unexpectedly, after many years, He found himself reliving the cherished moments of his childhood, basking in the warmth and happiness of familial togetherness. Chapter 9. Purgatory Island. In stark contrast to Chen Fan's heartwarming scene, elsewhere, preparations were underway for an impending encounter with death. In the eastern outskirts of Chang'an City, Shaanxi Province, a secluded villa stood isolated. Upon closer inspection, a man could be seen lurking in a corner of the second-floor balcony, cautiously peering through the window's crevice. Inside the second-floor living room, several individuals donned in white coats were striving to save a man whose chest had nearly caved in, his breath fading to a whisper. Despite his dire condition, the man fought to maintain consciousness, refusing anesthesia that might hinder his reflexes. Gritting his teeth, he silently endured the agony of the surgical procedure. Qin Wudi observed the scene with quiet patience, awaiting the perfect opportunity. Although he could easily eliminate the doctors at that moment, he opted to remain concealed, intent on preserving his identity until the surgery concluded. Time slipped by, and Qin Wudi remained hidden, unwavering in his vigilance. Finally, the doctors finished their operation and addressed the nearly unconscious Long Ci, informing him of the severity of his injuries. "You are gravely wounded, even with your resilience. Recovery will take a month. For now, rest well. Someone will come to bring you food. We shall take our leave." With great effort, Long Ci nodded, refraining from further conversation, slowly closing his eyes in hopes of regaining his peak condition swiftly. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him, and upon opening his eyes, he found a man regarding him with a playful glint. Long Ci's gaze sharpened, realizing that he might meet his end today. However, the recent surgery rendered him immobile, and he could only helplessly inquire, "Are you here to kill me?" Long Ci did not question the security outside the villa. The man's silent approach indicated that any guards had been dealt with. Qin Wudi nodded calmly, acknowledging his intent. "Could you reveal your identity?" "L'on s'y preste." "Is there a need for such inquiries when death is imminent?" Nodding in resignation, Long Ci declared, as the personal bodyguard of the prestigious Long family of Chang'an, "I wish to know who possesses the audacity to attempt my assassination." Qin Wudi remained silent, slowly retrieving a mask from his pocket, a ghastly visage reminiscent of a demon's grimace. Upon donning the mask, Qin Wudi's aura shifted dramatically. A chilling wave of murderous intent radiated from him, enveloping the space in an atmosphere of dread and foreboding. In that moment, Long Ci felt as if he were engulfed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The instant he beheld Qin Wudi donning the ghastly mask, he comprehended the true identity of his adversary. In this contemporary world, the only entity that reveals itself through such a mask is the formidable organization from the shadowy realm, Purgatory Island. As far as he knew, the members of this organization were scattered across the globe, seemingly rendering even the wealthiest families mere vassals to its power. This organization's influence extended worldwide, even infiltrating the upper echelons of certain nations. Yet, he had never provoked such a terrifying organization. Why then would they seek his life? Could it be that he had made an enemy? Contemplations aside, Long Ci was acutely aware of the impending doom facing the Long family. To provoke an organization of Purgatory Island's caliber could only lead to a path of demise. Qin Wudi, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, flipped his wrist, and a terrifying, blood-red dagger materialized before him. Forged from celestial meteorite, this dagger boasted unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Etched onto its blade were razor-sharp fangs, ensuring that any wound inflicted would be exceedingly difficult to heal, ultimately resulting in a fatal loss of blood. The Blood Abyss Dagger, a weapon steeped in the blood of countless victims, now unsheathed in a humble villa. Long Ci could take pride in facing such a fate. With a gentle twist of his right hand, a crimson line appeared across Long Ci's throat. He instinctively attempted to cover his neck with both hands to slow the flow of blood, but it was all in vain. Thus, in the city of Chang'an, the Long family and Long Ci met their end. Qin Wudi proceeded to douse every corner of the villa with gasoline, orchestrating a scene that would masquerade as a tragic fire. He then approached the entrance, lit a specially crafted cigarette, and inhaled quietly. As the ember drew perilously close to his fingers, he flicked it away, and it arced gracefully before landing on the gasoline-soaked ground. Instantly, the entire villa was engulfed in a roaring inferno. By the time this fire was discovered, it was likely that Long Ci would have already been reduced to ashes. While driving, Chen Wudi sent a message to Chen Fan. Grim Reaper, the mission is accomplished. Meanwhile, within the villa of Shun Siyu, Chen Fan received Chen Wudi's message, showing no sign of concern, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Indeed, sending the second-ranked Grim Reaper to eliminate a mere bodyguard from a small family seemed a touch excessive. Chen Fan pondered whether he should dispatch a small team to assist him occasionally. As he mused, he shook his head, deciding to consider that matter later. After a satisfying meal, Shun Siyu escorted Chen Fan to the room she had prepared for him, stating, "You will reside here from now on. I will be on the second floor. Is Zhao Shui on the second floor as well?" Shun Siyu shook her head before replying, "No. She will return to her own home tonight. She has been staying with me these past few days because her parents are not in Chang'an. Tomorrow, her family will return from Modu. Don't you live with your parents?" Chen Fan inquired, noticing the villa bore no signs of her parents' presence. Shun Siyu shook her head, "No. My parents generally reside in the northern part of the city. It is just my sister and me living here." "You have a sister?" Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his adopted wife had a younger sister. Surely, her sister must be just as beautiful as she. Shun Siyu nodded affirmatively, mentioning that she was currently a sophomore at Chang'an University, residing in the school dormitory and only returning on weekends. "All right then. It seems I shall meet my sister-in-law in 2 days. I wonder if she is as lovely as you," Chen Fan remarked, stretching lazily and adopting a relaxed tone. Shun Siyu rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage further with him, and bid him farewell as she prepared to leave. "Get some rest tonight. Report to the company tomorrow." "Of course, dear wife. I shall arrive at the company on time tomorrow," he replied. Shun Siyu instinctively nodded, but then realized something was amiss. She turned to Chen Fan and said, "In the future, please do not call me wife. Just use my name. That won't do. If we are to act, we must commit fully. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through our charade. Wouldn't that render my role as your shield meaningless?" Chen Fan stated with a hint of seriousness. Shun Siyu pondered for a moment, seemingly conceding to his reasoning, yet still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She finally replied, "You may call me that in front of others, but at home, just use my name." Without waiting for Chen Fan's response, she ascended to the second floor. Chapter 10. Long Fei's Conspiracy. At this moment, under the cloak of night, in the heart of Chang'an City, stood a skyscraper nearly 500 meters tall. It was said that the construction of this edifice cost several hundred billion, thus establishing it as a landmark of the entire city. The owner of this towering structure was none other than the prestigious Long family of Chang'an City, which attests to the immense wealth they possess. To spend such a fortune on a single building, one could only speculate that the funds behind it surpassed trillions. Even though it had just passed midnight, the building remained brilliantly illuminated. Inside one of the offices on the 40th floor, Long Fei, wearing glasses, was diligently attending to business matters. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, he removed his glasses and gently pressed his temples to alleviate the strain of work. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come." A woman resembling a secretary gently pushed the door open, closed it securely behind her, and approached Long Fei from behind to provide a light massage. "What brings you to see me at this late hour?" Long Fei inquired, reclining against the soft cushion of his chair. According to reports from an informant, a villa in the outskirts had caught fire approximately 2 hours ago, resulting in the deaths of Long Ci and several security personnel within. Long Fei, upon hearing this, did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly unfazed by the news, even regarding Long Ci, who had been by his side for many years. Such mental fortitude was indeed chilling. "Is that so? Have the causes of the fire been determined?" he asked. As of now, the precise cause remains unknown. According to the informant, it was due to a malfunction in the circuit of a surgical device that led to the fire. Long Fei scoffed at the incompetence of his subordinates. These individuals are utterly useless. Chen Fan could easily fabricate an accident scene, and they could not uncover the truth. What purpose does it serve to support such ineptitude? In today's society, how audacious to claim one supports personnel of the national departments. Such arrogance was truly astounding. However, Long Fei was not entirely mistaken. The annual tax contributions of the Long family amount to an astonishing 100 billion. This figure does not even account for any tax evasion or underreporting. The female secretary slightly intensified her massage and softly inquired of her master, "What shall we do next?" Long Fei gently patted her arm to signal her to cease, then drew her into his embrace, caressing her smooth, exquisite leg. His gaze drifted towards the crescent moon outside, and with a profound tone, he remarked, "Today, Chen Fan informed me that he would take Long Si's life before nightfall. Initially, I harbored doubts, yet appears Long Si is indeed dead. This simplifies matters at dawn. Instruct someone to report to the police, alleging that Long Si was murdered by Chen Fan. Let them apprehend him first, and then we shall manipulate events to fabricate a charge against him." The secretary, her beautiful eyes glinting, agreed, comprehending her master's intent. "Since you are here, do not leave tonight," Long Fei whispered as he pressed her down. The office was instantly suffused with an intimate atmosphere. Although this secretary was ostensibly Long Fei's aide, she secretly held the position of his lover. The saying, "When there is work, she is a secretary. When there is none, she is still a secretary," was epitomized in Long Fei's situation. As dawn broke, casting its golden rays into the room, Chen Fan rose to prepare for his morning exercise. As was his routine, he performed an hour of push-ups, followed by a run of several kilometers. Only then did he feel slightly breathless. After a quick wash, Chen Siyu descended from the upper floor, rubbing her eyes. "Good morning, my dear," Chen Fan greeted her first. Chen Siyu, not wishing to engage in banter early in the day, responded curtly and asked, "What as for breakfast today? I just returned from a run and bought some steam buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. They're still warm. I'll wash up and come to eat," he replied. "No, the food from outside is unhygienic. You should make something for me," she stated with a haughty tone. She had always avoided street food, deeming it unsanitary. "Then you can go hungry," Chen Fan retorted, refusing to indulge her whims. Who dictated that street food was inherently unclean? After all, some luxurious hotels had also been exposed for their poor hygiene. Chen Siyu's expression turned slightly forlorn, leaving Chen Fan puzzled. "How did you manage to eat when I wasn't around?" he inquired curiously. "There was a maid, but she had personal matters yesterday, so I allowed her to take leave," she explained. Chen Fan nodded, helplessly suggesting, "Just try the buns I bought. They're still warm. Trust me, they're quite hygienic. If you find them unsatisfactory, I will prepare something for you." Chen Siyu appeared hesitant, but to her surprise, Chen Fan directly pulled her to the dining table, selecting a braised pork bun filled with preserved vegetables and presenting it to her. Noticing her reluctance to eat, he gently offered it to her mouth. Chen Siyu felt somewhat awkward at this gesture, despite the fact that they were officially husband and wife. Thus, Chen Siyu took the initiative to grasp the bun, delicately tasting a bite. To her surprise, it was quite delectable, and she swiftly consumed the entire bun, finding herself still yearning for more afterward. She glanced up to see Chen Fan observing her with an amused expression. A faint blush crept across Chen Siyu's cheeks. Yet she stubbornly remarked, "I was merely famished. After all, you haven't cooked for me." Chen Fan nodded in agreement, choosing not to expose her pretense, lest he be compelled to prepare more for her. He handed her 2 additional buns and a cup of soy milk, signaling her to hasten her meal as they needed to prepare for work. Approximately 10 minutes later, they concluded their breakfast. Chen Siyu suddenly realized she had not brushed her teeth before eating and hurried upstairs to freshen up. Chen Fan merely smiled at her rush and set off to wait for her in front of the villa with the car. In a matter of moments, he saw Chen Siyu emerge in her work attire, hastily opening the door and exclaiming, "Let's go, or we'll be late." Chen Fan jested, "You, the esteemed president of the company, being late?" No one would dare to say a word. Unexpectedly, Chen Siyu replied with utmost seriousness, "As the president, I must set a good example for the employees beneath me." Chen Fan gave her a thumbs up, expressing his admiration, and revved the engine toward the company. Chapter 11. director of security department, about 200 meters from the company. Chen Fan suddenly instructed Chen Fan to halt the vehicle. Confused, he turned to her, only to find Chen Fan already exiting the car and opening the driver's door. If we go to the company together, it will spark rumors. I do not wish to reveal our relationship just yet, she explained, having noticed Chen Fan's bewilderment. Understanding her intent, Chen Fan exited the car, and Chen Fan added, "Once at the company, inform the receptionist of your name. She will guide you to your workplace." Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. In no time, they reached the company entrance, only to be stopped by security, who insisted on seeing a work ID. Chen Fan was perplexed, having yet to start his job. How could he possess an ID? With no other option, he called his dear wife, realizing he could not simply walk in unannounced. After Chen Fan instructed her secretary to speak with the security guard, Chen Fan was finally granted entry. He reported his name to the receptionist, who kindly escorted him to the elevator, saying, "Mr. Chen, you may take the elevator to the 15th floor. Secretary Chen will be waiting for you by the elevator doors." Chen Fan nodded in gratitude to the receptionist before ascending to the 15th floor. As expected, upon exiting the elevator, a neatly dressed young woman wearing black-rimmed glasses awaited him at the door. "Hello, you must be Mr. Chen." The secretary approached with a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Indeed," he replied. "Very well, please follow me." Thus, the secretary led Chen Fan to the office of the Human Resources Manager. After knocking on the door and receiving a response, the secretary departed, leaving Chen Fan to confront the stern and impartial director of Human Resources alone. As he surveyed the expansive office, measuring around 70 to 80 square meters, a sense of envy washed over him, pondering whether, as the director of security, he might someday inhabit such a space. On the other hand, Wang Ruoshi had envisioned that the candidate for the security director, personally appointed by the president, would be a robust and imposing figure. To her surprise, the individual before her appeared somewhat frail. Indeed, Chen Fan's first impression on Wang Ruoshi was precisely that. Although standing at a height of 1.80 meters, he seemed to weigh no more than approximately 70 kilograms, a stark contrast to her expectations of a security director. Nevertheless, Wang Ruoshi composed herself and calmly inquired, "Are you Chen Fan?" Chen Fan, lazily stifling a yawn, replied affirmatively. "Have you ever served in the military?" "No." "Do you have any training experience?" Chen Fan considered this question, realizing that his experience likely diverged from what the Director of Human Resources was referring to. Thus he asked, "What kind of training do you mean? Such as boxing or working with punching bags, for instance?" "No." Chen Fan decisively shook his head. In truth, his training was minimal. His prowess had been forged in the crucible of conflict. He had walked through mountains of corpses, and his daily morning workouts were merely a warm-up, not genuine training. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoshi shook her head in disappointment. She found it challenging to discern any redeeming qualities in Chen Fan. His only notable attribute appeared to be his handsome appearance. Yet, mere looks were insufficient. However, as Chen Fan was the president's chosen candidate, she felt compelled to grant him another chance. Otherwise, even the president's appointment would not sway her to accept him. If the president insisted on Chen Fan's employment, she would rather resign, for she could not tolerate incompetence. Thus, Wang Ruoshi devised a plan and instructed Chen Fan to follow her. They arrived at the security department, where Chen Fan observed that most of the personnel were either smoking or engrossed in their phones. He felt perplexed. After all, the Shen Group was a prominent enterprise among the top 500 in China. How could the security staff be so lackadaisical? To call them lazy seemed an understatement. It appeared they held little regard for the company. Wang Ruoshi seemed unfazed by the scene, while the security personnel blatantly ignored her presence. How could employees in a company dare to overlook the director of human resources? It was utterly incomprehensible. Only a few security guards approached Wang Ruoshi, standing respectfully before her. Chen Fan witnessed this spectacle and understood immediately. This was likely the reason Chen Fan had appointed him as the director of security. Wang Ruoshi approached the group of idle security personnel, clapped her hands, and declared loudly, "Everyone, gather around." One particularly burly bald man, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, feigned surprise and asked with a hint of sarcasm, "What brings Director Wang here today?" Wang Ruoxi undoubtedly perceived the sarcasm emanating from Li Wei, yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she announced, "Today, I am here to declare the appointment letter for the director of the security department." Upon hearing the mention of the appointment letter, Li Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was determined to secure the position of director. As for Chen Fan, who stood beside Wang Ruoxi, he was dismissed from Li Wei's thoughts. Merely a pretty face, unworthy of competition with a champion of boxing such as himself. Thus, Li Wei halted his card game, abruptly slammed the table, and bellowed, "Enough playing around, everyone assemble. Quick!" To his surprise, the security personnel, who had previously disregarded Wang Ruoxi, now scrambled to gather, evidently fearful of incurring Li Wei's wrath for any delay. Wang Ruoxi, observing Li Wei's confidence, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. She was eager to witness Li Wei's expression upon discovering that the position of director of the security department was not destined for him. "I now announce the appointment letter for the director of the security department," she declared, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's face beamed with delight, and he even straightened his tie, turning to wave at the security personnel behind him, as if he had already received the appointment. "The new director of the security department is..." Wang Ruoxi elongated her voice, "Chen Fan." As her words fell, Li Wei's smile abruptly froze, as if he had encountered an unbelievable revelation, staring at Wang Ruoxi in disbelief. Not only was he taken aback, but the security personnel behind him also appeared bewildered. "Director Wang, did you just say the director of the security department is who?" Li Wei asked again, unwilling to accept the truth, hoping he had misheard. Wang Ruoxi took great satisfaction in witnessing Li Wei's expression of utter shock, precisely the reaction she desired. This Li Wei, who had relied on his status as the son of a shareholder to bully others within the security department, was due for a reality check. "I said, the director of the security department is this gentleman beside me, Chen Fan." Wang Ruoxi raised her voice once more, ensuring that everyone comprehended the truth, that the director was indeed not the individual they had long assumed to be Li Wei. Chapter 12. Establishing authority upon hearing this. Chen Fan stepped forward and kindly waved at those present, receiving only a smattering of responses in return. He took note of these few individuals, the very ones who had gathered when Wang Ruoxi called for assembly. Observing that some appeared discontent, Chen Fan proactively stated, "I am aware that some among you may harbor doubts." Before he could finish, Li Wei interrupted, "Just so you know, what right does a pretty boy like you have to be our director of the security department? Is it just because you're as skinny as a monkey?" With a detached gaze, Chen Fan regarded him, and in that instant, Li Wei felt as if he were staring into a chasm of dread, his very soul trembling. Though he had lived for over 30 years, he had never encountered such a terrifying stare. Yet, greed ultimately triumphed over reason. Nevertheless, he refrained from his previous arrogance, instead quietly plotting his next moves in the depths of his mind. Upon witnessing Li Wei's tranquility, Chen Fan addressed everyone, proclaiming that there was a challenge platform within the security department, inviting anyone who felt discontent to confront him, whether in a duel or a brawl. Whoever could defeat him would ascend to the position of security director. This declaration immediately stirred a significant uproar. Defeating someone who appeared to be merely a pretty boy seemed all too feasible. A security guard with shifty eyes voiced the collective skepticism, questioning whether Chen Fan's words truly represented the company. Indeed, many guards echoed his sentiments. Before Chen Fan could respond, Wang Ruoxi calmly interjected, affirming that anyone who could best Chen Fan would indeed become the security director, and she would recommend the victor to General Manager Chen. As the director of human resources, Wang Ruoxi's words carried substantial weight. Consequently, her statement ignited a fervor among the guards, casting aside even Li Wei's authority. Thus, all the guards gathered before the challenge platform. Chen Fan effortlessly leaped onto the stage, boldly asking, "Who will step up first?" "I will," Li Wei declared, taking the lead and jumping onto the platform. Wang Ruoxi ascended the steps to the center of the stage, assuming the role of referee. She emphasized that this contest prioritized camaraderie over competition. urging participants to cease at the first sign of injury to avoid unnecessary harm to both parties and the company. The rules stipulated that the first individual to fall from the platform would be deemed the loser, and any disregard for the rules would result in immediate dismissal from the company. Wang Ruoshi reiterated this point to preempt any potential trickery. No objections. The guards responded in unison, their excitement palpable as they felt invigorated by the prospect of opportunities that had previously seemed reserved for Li Wei alone. The first match commenced with Chen Fan facing off against Li Wei. After her announcement, Wang Ruoshi stepped down from the platform, observing the unfolding spectacle with indifference. For the outcome held little significance for her. However, she secretly wished for Chen Fan's victory, as Li Wei had been a source of disruption within the company. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Fan spoke languidly. "You may strike first. Otherwise, I fear you may miss your chance." Li Wei, infuriated by Chen Fan's arrogance, chuckled derisively. He had encountered pretentiousness before, but never of this magnitude. "Kid, I was the boxing champion of the city last year. I fear my punch might just end your fragile existence." The surrounding guards feigned mockery, surprised that this seemingly delicate youth dared to flaunt such bravado. Unperturbed by Li Wei's taunts, Chen Fan regarded him as one would an insignificant insect. Would an elephant heed the words of an ant? Li Wei, incensed by Chen Fan's dismissive gaze, resolved to retaliate. Since this pretty boy exhibited such arrogance, he would ensure that there were consequences. With this thought, Li Wei launched an attack. Observing Li Wei's approach, Chen Fan shook his head in disappointment. Realizing that the prowess of a city boxing champion was far from impressive, his strikes lacked both force and speed. As Li Wei's fist approached, Chen Fan merely stepped back, effortlessly evading the assault. Li Wei paid no heed, believing that Chen Fan's victory was merely a stroke of luck. With a swift sweep of his leg aimed at Chen Fan's lower body, he was taken aback when Chen Fan merely lifted his leg, rendering Li Wei's attack futile. This unexpected turn incited a flicker of irritation within him. With so many security personnel observing, he felt compelled to conclude the matter swiftly. Even if he were to win, his authority would diminish in the eyes of these onlookers if it dragged on. Therefore, he unleashed his renowned signature move, a powerful uppercut, confident that it would connect with Chen Fan. This punch, surpassing even those he had thrown in championship bouts, showcased his utmost speed and strength. Yet, he faced Chen Fan, a formidable opponent whose prowess was unparalleled, making victory over him an improbable feat. As the scene unfolded, Chen Fan ceased to evade, extending his palm gently. In an instant, Li Wei's heavy punch was halted by Chen Fan's hand, immobilized. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, Li Wei was on the verge of conceding when Chen Fan retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that knocked Li Wei off the stage, rendering him unconscious. The audience fell into a stunned silence, astonished that the typically fierce Li Wei was so effortlessly vanquished by Chen Fan, and their resolve to challenge him waned. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Chen Fan prepared to depart, only to be approached by a tall, slender figure reminiscent of a young celebrity. Puzzled, Chen Fan wondered if his earlier display of dominance was insufficient. "Director Chen, I merely wished to spar and learn from you. There are no ulterior motives. I observed your effortless victory from below and sought your guidance," the man expressed earnestly, seeing the fervor from martial arts in the man's eyes. Chen Fan readily agreed to impart some wisdom. He gestured for the man to make the first move, which the man obliged by launching a punch towards Chen Fan. Just as his fist neared, the man simultaneously unleashed a kick. Attacking with both fists and feet is no simple feat. It demands remarkable coordination, stability, and audacity, as the combined force often pales in comparison to a single attack, making it easily countered. Chen Fan was taken aback, recognizing that this man's skill was sufficient to defeat the previously vanquished Li Wei. Had he faced an opponent of equal caliber, defeat might have been imminent. Yet, martial arts often emphasize the principle of simplicity. With sheer power, one can alter the course of any confrontation. Chen Fan met the man's punch with a forceful strike, intercepting his leg with remarkable speed, seizing the opportunity to impart a crucial lesson. In martial arts, speed and strength are paramount. All other embellishments are of little consequence. Chapter 13. Chen Fan is captured. After Chen Fan thwarted the man's attack, the latter acknowledged his defeat with a hint of despondency, murmuring, "I concede." Chen Fan, observing the man's disheartened demeanor, simply nodded in acknowledgement without offering consolation. A practitioner of martial arts must possess the courage to accept their failures. If one is unable to confront their own shortcomings, their journey in martial arts shall remain stunted. "Director Chun, may I train alongside you in the future?" A man suddenly inquired with fervent eyes. Chen Fan deftly sidestepped the topic and instead asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Zhe," the man replied. Chen Fan observed Lin Zhe, noting that despite his somewhat tattered security uniform, the confidence radiating from his gaze was unmistakable. This man possessed a certain intrigue, Chen Fan mused. "Very well. We shall discuss martial arts at a later time." Lin Zhe, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Chen Fan's lack of immediate agreement, nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that matters had reached a conclusion, Wang Ruoshi announced Chen Fan's appointment as the chief security officer and summoned a few individuals to escort the unconscious Li Wei to the infirmary. Once everyone had departed, Wang Ruoshi approached Chen Fan, her tone laced with surprise. "I never expected you to be quite the fighter despite your slender frame." Chen Fan shot her a glance, dismissing her with indifference. It seemed she had summoned him merely to witness his potential embarrassment, yet it was evident she bore no ill intentions. Perhaps she simply doubted her own abilities. In the office of the Human Resources Director, Wang Ruoshi handed Chen Fan the contract she had prepared in advance. Chen Fan briefly scanned the document, which outlined his appointment as Chief Security Officer for a year, a matter he had already discussed with Shun Siyu the previous day. He readily affixed his signature. After returning the contract to Wang Ruoshi, he jested, "Now that I am a director, I wonder if the company will provide me with an office as grand as yours. You would have to inquire with Director Shin about that. Though I doubt it will be more spacious than mine," Wang Ruoshi replied, a playful tone emerging as she found amusement in Li Wei's embarrassment. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Shin Siyu has a notoriously volatile temperament, and I wish to avoid cough." Noticing Wang Ruoshi's persistent coughing, he inquired with concern, "Sister Shi, are you feeling unwell?" She shook her head vigorously, casting him a significant glance. "What was it you just mentioned you didn't want?" A chilling voice emerged from behind. Chen Fan turned slowly, and his gaze met the icy visage of Shun Siyu. In that moment, even Chen Fan felt a pang of awkwardness. Having been caught disparaging the president behind her back, he realized his days at the company might prove challenging. He stammered, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "What I meant to say was, as a member of the company, I must always consider its interests. As long as I have a place to work, I am not one to exploit communal resources." Observing Shun Siyu's silence, he continued his earnest pretense. Unexpectedly, she fixed him with a cold stare and retorted, "Are you implying that we are misusing the company's resources?" Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless, regardless of what he said. He was likely to be met with a retort from Shun Siyu. It was perhaps best to maintain silence. Observing Chen Fan, standing mute like a statue, Shun Siyu, her fingers pointing at him, said icily, "Come here now," noting Wang Ruoshi's expression, wishing him luck. Chen Fan could only shake his head with a wry smile and followed Shun Siyu to her office. The two remained silent on their way, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward and somber. In the president's office, Shun Siyu's face was frosty as she slowly addressed him. "Now, tell me, how is it that on your very first day at work, you managed to send a colleague to the infirmary?" It was inevitable to have mishaps during a competition, and Chen Fan, relieved she had bypassed that topic, replied casually, "Well, one cannot strike too hard, can one? I heard half his face is swollen. He might not show his face for over a week." As he spoke, Chen Fan approached Shun Siyu's desk, leaning on it as he fixed his gaze on her. "You asked me to be the security director yesterday. Are you not hoping I will reform the security department?" Shun Siyu, her thoughts laid bare by Chen Fan, showed no sign of embarrassment. Her tone remained calm as she responded, "That is but one aspect of my consideration. Shortly, I will have my secretary escort you to your office. You will not only be the director of the security department, but also my personal bodyguard." Upon hearing he would have an office, Chen Fan's spirits lifted. He saluted Shun Siyu awkwardly, placing his hands on his chest as he vowed, "Thank you, esteemed President. From now on, I, Chen Fan, shall endeavor for the company undeterred by peril." Seeing his positive attitude, Chen Siyu nodded approvingly. "By the way, how large is my office?" he inquired. "About the size of your bed, I presume," she teased. Noticing Chen Fan's incredulous expression, she reassured him, "Do not worry. It will be roughly the same size as that of your office in Ruashi's department." Finally relieved, Chen Fan exhaled. If the office were too small, it would render his title of security director a mere fade. After all, he deserved a modicum of respect. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed from below. Peering out, Chen Fan saw a throng of uniformed officers surrounding the entire building, and at that moment, the phone in Chen Siyu's office rang. "President, a group of inspectors has arrived at the ground floor, claiming that Chen Fan is implicated in a murder case and they intend to arrest him," the receptionist said, her voice flustered and anxious. Chen Siyu glanced at Chen Fan before replying to the receptionist, "All right, I understand. Do not attempt to stop them." After hanging up, she was about to inquire about the situation when hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door burst open, and a group of uniformed inspectors stormed in. "Excuse me, who is Chen Fan?" the lead officer asked, presenting his credentials with a composed tone. "I am Chen Fan," he replied coolly. Curiosity piqued about the reason for their visit. Was it possible that the incident involving Qin Wudi sending someone to kill Longxi had come to light? But how could that be? With the unparalleled methods of Qin, how could he possibly be detected by these ordinary inspectors? "Greetings. This morning, a report was made against you, alleging your involvement in a homicide that occurred last night. We kindly request that you accompany us for further inquiries." Chen Siyu finally stepped forward, facing the inspectors. Although her tone bore a hint of urgency, she maintained the composure befitting her status as the president of the company. "Hello, comrades of the inspection team. I am Chen Siyu, the president of the Shun Group. The Shun Group holds considerable influence in Chang'an, prompting the leader of the inspection team to proceed with utmost caution." He extended his right hand to gently shake hers. Speaking courteously, "Greetings, President Shun. I am here on orders from higher authorities to invite Chen Fan for questioning regarding a murder case. I hope you can understand." Chapter 14. The Consequences of One's Actions. "May I inquire what evidence your bureau possesses that links Chen Fan to this homicide?" Chen Siyu's beautiful eyes glimmered with cold clarity, her tone laced with authority. As a renowned local enterprise in Chang'an, the Shun Group could not afford to have one of its employees apprehended every time a case arose. Thus, Chen Siyu stood resolutely, not only because Chen Fan was her contractual husband, but also out of her responsibility as president to her employees. Chen Fan met Chen Siyu's gaze, a glimmer of admiration reflected in his eyes. This unexpected wife was quite to his liking. Yet as a man, how could he allow a woman to shield him? When faced with adversity, one must stand firm. Surely, he would not suffer misfortune in a mere city like Chang'an. Therefore, Chen Fan stepped forward, pulling Chen Siyu behind him, and spoke calmly to the inspectors. "Aren't you here to arrest me? Very well, let us proceed. However, remember, while it is easy to summon a spirit, it is far more challenging to send it away. I suggest you think this through." The leading inspector smirked disdainfully. This Chen Fan was on the brink of doom, yet remained so audacious. Did he not understand that the dragon family was hunting him? How dare he provoke them in Chang'an? Just as Chen Fan prepared to leave, he felt Chen Siyu tugging at his arm. Turning to meet her gaze, he was startled to find concern reflected in her eyes. Yet there was no time to dwell on it. Chen Fan gently patted the back of her hand, offering a reassuring glance. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Do not worry. I shall return tonight to prepare dinner for you." Without waiting for her response, he stepped towards the exit, only to be intercepted by the inspectors, who attempted to place handcuffs on him. Chen Fan did not resist. After all, to him, those handcuffs were merely toys, optional and inconsequential. Following the inspectors, Chen Siyu stepped into the corridor and, addressing the onlookers among her employees with a frosty tone, declared, "What are you staring at? If you find your workload insufficient, I can certainly assign additional tasks." Witnessing their president's fury, the employees hastily retreated to their workstations. not daring to utter a sound as they buried themselves in their tasks. Chen Xiu gazed at the police cars whizzing past outside the glass wall, then took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lawyer Lee, it's Xiu. I have a matter upon which I seek your assistance." Approximately half an hour later, Chen Fan was escorted to the interrogation room by the inspectors, his hands shackled. During this time, no one came to question him. He was left alone to confront the dark walls and the emptiness of the room. Most individuals would struggle to endure such a situation for more than a few hours. But for Chen Fan, this method of interrogation was child's play. He closed his eyes and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the inspection team leader was taken aback by the sight. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan could sleep so soundly in such an environment. Did he truly fear nothing? What he did not know was that Chen Fan had previously endured the most brutal interrogation techniques in the world. Even the harshest methods could not rattle him. This was merely an ordinary tactic that would hardly lead to his collapse. Observing that this approach was ineffective, Zhang Chong entered the interrogation room with a junior officer. Upon opening the iron door, he was greeted by the sound of snoring echoing within the room. His lips twitched involuntarily, while the junior officer struggled to suppress a laugh, astonished that anyone would dare to disregard the gravity of the interrogation room. Chen Fan, of course, was aware of the commotion but chose to ignore it, continuing his deep slumber. Suddenly, Zhang Chong switched on the bright interrogation lights, illuminating Chen Fan with blinding brightness. He instinctively squinted, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Zhang Chong demanded, raising his voice as he stood before Chen Fan. To his surprise, Chen Fan didn't even glance his way. He yawned and closed his eyes again. Zhang Chong felt slighted by the apparent dismissal and ordered the junior officer to turn off the surveillance equipment. He then picked up a book he had brought with him and pressed it against Chen Fan's chest, raising his electric baton to strike. Bang! The baton collided with Chen Fan's chest, yet he remained unmoved, eyes still shut. Bang! This strike was even more forceful, and Zhang Chong activated the baton's electric charge, sending millions of volts coursing into Chen Fan. However, the anticipated reaction did not occur. Chen Fan finally opened his eyes, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhang Chong, as if the voltage had not even grazed him. Zhang Chong, startled by the intensity of Chen Fan's gaze, instinctively recoiled. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a hellish reality within Chen Fan's eyes. Could a person truly withstand such an immense voltage without flinching? At that instant, Zhang Chong found himself questioning the knowledge he had acquired throughout his education. The human body could typically endure only 36 volts, while millions of volts were sufficient to cause muscle spasms, cardiac arrest, or even death. Seeing Chen Fan remain unharmed, Zhang Chong suspected a malfunction with the baton. He cautiously touched it to himself and pressed the switch. A crackling sound filled the air. 1,000,000 volts of electricity coursed through Zhang Chong's body, causing him to succumb to the overwhelming current and collapse to the ground. In that fleeting moment, before unconsciousness enveloped him, he regretted his decision to conduct the experiment. Observing Zhang Chong sprawled on the floor, Chen Fan could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. It seemed this individual lacked a modicum of common sense. Initially, he had contemplated teaching him a lesson in the future, but given the evident shortcomings in his intellect, perhaps it was best to let him off the hook this time. At that moment, the young officer returned, glancing at the downed Zhang Chong and then at Chen Fan, still restrained by handcuffs. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. How could Zhang Chong have fallen to the ground in such a short span of time? Was he simply asleep? Chen Fan gestured towards the unconscious Zhang Chong, stating that the latter had inadvertently been incapacitated by a police baton and urged the officer to summon a doctor quickly, warning that time was of the essence. The young officer, somewhat dazed, nodded and hastily hoisted Zhang Chong onto his back, making his way to the infirmary. Finally, Chen Fan experienced a moment of tranquility, allowing his thoughts to settle as he pondered who might be orchestrating these events against him. His visit to Huaxia had only resulted in a confrontation with Long Fei, and as this realization struck him, he instinctively squinted, sensing that Long Fei perhaps believed he was living a life too comfortable for his own good. Chapter 15. Blank files. Meanwhile, Shun Siyu and Loyally arrive at the entrance of the police station. "Hello, officer," Chen Siyu politely addressed the on-duty officer. "May I enter to see Chen Fan?" The officer, noticing her courteous demeanor, made a brief phone call for clarification. A minute later, he apologetically informed Chen Siyu, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but Chen Fan is currently in the review stage, so you cannot see him yet." Feeling somewhat frustrated, Chen Siyu inquired, "When will I be able to see him?" The officer shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot provide that information." Chen Siyu felt a sense of helplessness, despite leveraging her connections on the way here. She had been unable to ascertain any details about the situation within. A friend had hinted that the matter seemed to be under wraps by higher authorities. Realizing that remaining idle was not a viable strategy, Chen Siyu suddenly recalled her close friend Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui was the daughter of the head of the Zhao family, one of the four prominent families in Chang'an. Although the Zhao family's influence paled in comparison to the Long family, it was nonetheless one of the most significant families in Chang'an after the Longs. Thus, Chen Siyu decided to call Zhao Shui. "Hello, Zhao Shui. What is up, Siyu? Did you miss me so soon after I left?" Zhao Shui joked, her spirits evidently high, having recently reunited with her family after years of military service. "I need your help with something." Sensing the urgency in Chen Siyu's voice, Zhao Shui quickly dropped her playful tone and asked, "What is it?" "I'll help in any way I can." Chen Siyu then succinctly recounted the events. "Here's the situation. Last night, Chen Fan dined with us and remained at home without venturing out. He has surely been framed by someone." Zhao Shui recognized the gravity of the situation and assured Chen Siyu that she would investigate the matter thoroughly. With Zhao Shui's affirmation, Chen Siyu finally exhaled in relief. With Zhao Shui's involvement, the issue seemed far less daunting. Consequently, she returned to the villa with Lawyer Li, as she lacked the disposition to continue working. Chen Fan had mentioned he would return in the evening to prepare dinner for her, and she decided to wait for his arrival at home. Meanwhile, within the confines of Long's corporation, Long Fei sat languidly in his chair, exhaling wisps of smoke while gazing pensively out the window. His investigations revealed that Chen Fan's past was inexplicably blank, an astonishing revelation. Could it be that Chen Fan harbored some hidden background? Or perhaps he was a scion of a prominent family in the capital? In that moment, Long Fei's desire for vengeance against Chen Fan wavered slightly. Individuals from his lineage would never engage in an uncalculated confrontation, even if the likelihood of Chen Fan possessing a formidable background was minimal. He pondered this for a considerable time before sighing slowly and dialing a number. He decided to postpone the execution of Chen Fan's plan and instructed his associate to release him later, awaiting further instructions. "Understood," came the reply, devoid of inquiry into the rationale behind the decision, promptly acquiescing. After ending the call, Long Fei, with an icy gaze, extinguished the already spent cigarette and spoke in a chilling tone, "Chen Fan, even if you were a formidable force, what of it? A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially in Chang'an." Indeed, the Long family was acknowledged as the unchallenged monarch of Chang'an. Even the capital would think twice before antagonizing them, considering the multitude of jobs they had provided to the region. This had become a significant bargaining chip for the Long family. At that moment, Zhao Shui had leveraged her familial connections to glean information about Chen Fan, only to discover that this situation was entangled with the Long family. This was utterly astonishing. Zhao Shui's face grew solemn, and after a lengthy pause, she dialed Chen Siyu. Seated on the sofa, Chen Siyu hastily answered the call upon hearing it ring. "Hello, Siyu." Zhao Shui's voice was tinged with melancholy. "This matter involves the Long family. It is likely that my family would not dare offend them on my account." Zhao Shui felt guilty for her inability to assist. "What is the matter, Zhao Shui? What did you find out?" A silence ensued on the other end of the line, prompting Chen Siyu to realize that the situation might be unfavorable. Nevertheless, she steadied her emotions and inquired, "It's all right. Whatever the circumstances, please speak candidly. I can handle it. This issue pertains to the Long family. Did Chen Fan offend them in some way?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's name, Chen Siyu's complexion paled. It was undoubtedly related to the incident that transpired in her office the previous day, This was long phase retaliation. I'm sorry, Siyu. My family would certainly not offend the Long family because of me. Zhao Shui, noticing Shun Siyu's silence, hurriedly apologized. I understand, Shun Siyu replied, fully aware that within prestigious families, many matters were beyond one as control. Moreover, Zhao Shui had a brother and lived in a household that favored males over females. So Shun Siyu empathized with her predicament. However, even Zhao Shui now finds herself at a loss, unsure of what steps to take next. Scanning the vast expanse of Chang'an, she fears she can find no one to assist her. At this moment, she feels as though she is engulfed by an endless desert, isolated and helpless. Her heart heavy with despair and confusion. Confronted by her predicament, she feels powerless, yet uncertain of how to proceed. Initially, she had placed her hopes in Zhao Shui, but reality has dealt her a crushing blow. Is she truly to resign herself to inaction? No, she refuses to surrender so easily. Even if there remains the faintest glimmer of possibility, she will grit her teeth and persevere in search of a solution. But who could possibly aid her now? Suddenly, she recalls her encounter with Chen Fan a few days prior in the villa district. A luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom had been parked in front of his villa, alongside a well-dressed gentleman likely to be Chen Fan's acquaintance. Yes, she must seek his assistance. She cannot afford to abandon hope. Thus, Shen Siyu drove to the villa where she had met Chen Fan, knocking on the door, only to be met with silence. After increasing her knocking force, still, there was no response. Could it be that the gentleman did not reside here? If he did not live here, how could she ever locate him? Lost in thought, Shen Siyu calmed her emotions and began to reason patiently. Her first encounter with Chen Fan had been at the airport entrance, suggesting that he had returned from some journey. Moreover, the investigation Zhao Shui had conducted on Chen Fan revealed several years of blank records. Such circumstances could imply either that Chen Fan had a powerful background capable of concealing his files, which seemed unlikely, or that his identity was classified, rendering his records invisible. Regardless of the scenario, it was quite probable that the villa he had previously occupied was not his own, as it had been purchased before their encounter. Therefore, the likelihood that the villa belonged to that young man was considerably higher. With this thought in mind, Shun Siyu dialed a number associated with the property management of the villa district. Chapter 16. Sister-in-law truly cares for you. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, in the interrogation room, remained oblivious to the myriad of efforts his contract wife was making on his behalf. To him, it seemed sufficient for them to navigate the terms of their agreement with indifference for the duration of a year, after which they would part ways, each pursuing their own paths. Were he to discover all that Shen Siyu had done behind the scenes, he would surely be moved, would he not? After all, he is, at his core, a flesh-and-blood human being. Yet, as for developing feelings for her, he believed that was unlikely. After years of enduring the shadows of the underworld, his heart had grown cold, devoid of any superfluous emotions for any woman, Shen Siyu included. Time had quietly slipped into the afternoon, and Chen Fan had already spent nearly 6 hours in the interrogation room. During this period, no one offered him a meal or water, a blatant violation of the interrogation room regulations. It appears that even in the heart of Huaxia, one cannot escape the presence of parasites. Chen Fan was momentarily in a meditative state when he suddenly sensed hurried footsteps approaching from outside the door. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. He realized he was about to be released. To his surprise, the first person to enter his line of sight was Shun Siyu, followed closely by Qin Wudi, who still bore a confident smile, as if nothing could faze him. This demeanor exuded an extreme self-assurance in his own abilities. Soon after, the director entered alongside Zhang Chong, both wearing smiles. Chen Fan understood immediately. It was likely Qin Wudi who had used his connections to elicit such obsequiousness from the director. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the oversight on the part of our officers that led to this misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive us. I assure you that such elementary errors will not occur in the future. Chen Fan merely regarded him with a knowing smile, choosing not to respond verbally. At that moment, Shun Siyu approached him, circling around to examine him closely. Biting her lip, she softly inquired, "They haven't mistreated you, have they?" To be honest, Chen Fan was taken aback by her concern, A warm current surged within him. Unthinkingly, he reached out to tousle her hair, playfully assuring her, "Rest assured, I have been well cared for here, and didn't I promise I would cook for you when I return home tonight?" Chen Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a mock glare, which only added to her charm. "Ahem, boss, sister-in-law, save your affection for home. I'm still a single dog over here." Qin Wudi feigned a cough, unable to bear being subjected to such displays of affection upon his arrival. Truly, some things were tolerable, while others were not. Yet, what could he do? He was no match for Chen Fan, and could only endure it. Chen Fan kicked him lightly, irritated at his lack of awareness. His previous action was merely an instinctive response to Chen Siyu's gaze. Having spent considerable time here, Chen Fan was indeed hungry. He addressed the director. "Since this was merely a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave. I hope such incidents do not recur, for they could easily hurt the sentiments of our citizens." "Yes, yes." The director quickly concurred. As the matter at hand concluded, they all proceeded towards the exit, with Chen Fan deliberately ignoring Zhang Chong, who had followed the director in. Out of disdain, upon reaching the doorway, Chen Fan allowed Chen Siyu to enter the vehicle first, stating he had a few words to discuss with Qin Wudi. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyu entered the car to wait. Chen Fan first offered a cigarette to both Qin Wudi and the director before addressing the latter coolly. "This incident was orchestrated by Long Fei, wasn't it?" Just as the director opened his mouth to respond, Chen Fan interrupted him. "There is no need for you to rush to explain. I suspect you have occupied this position for quite some time. Have you ever considered advancing further?" After Chen Fan spoke, he gestured for him to leave. Sometimes there is no need for excessive words. A single statement suffices. He believed that this director possessed considerable intelligence. After all, one does not attain the position of director without merit. However, the matter at hand was intricately tied to allegiances. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Chen Fan had previously misjudged the situation. Qin Wudi had not disclosed his identity to the director, but had merely uncovered certain sensitive information about him. This revelation left the director visibly anxious. For one cannot help but fear when one's vulnerabilities are in another's grasp. Once the director departed, Chen Fan voiced his lingering curiosity. "How did Chen Siyu arrive with you? Were you not taken away by the police earlier this morning?" His sister-in-law had sought information about you, but due to the Dragon family's efforts to suppress news, she could not gather anything. Qin Wudi took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued, explaining that his sister-in-law recalled seeing him beside Chen Fan at the villa's entrance, prompting her to search for him there. When she discovered he was absent, she inquired with the property management for his phone number. However, as one might expect, individuals like them do not provide personal numbers, so he did not receive her call. Unexpectedly, his sister-in-law waited an entire afternoon. Had he not gone to deliver the fake marriage certificate, she would still be waiting. Qin Wudi recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath, exhaling deeply afterward. He added, somewhat unexpectedly, that it was evident his sister-in-law genuinely cared for him. Chen Fan's expression grew complex upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Chen Siyu had quietly done so much for him. It seemed he should prepare something delicious for her that evening. "What about our marriage certificate?" Chen Fan inquired. "I gave it to my sister-in-law," came the reply. "All right then. I shall take my leave. You carry on with your tasks," he said, waving goodbye. Chen Fan then approached the driver's seat of Chen Siyu's car, noticing she was leaning against the window, lost in thought. He chose not to disturb her and started the vehicle, heading toward the market. As they drove, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, prompting Chen Fan to break the silence. "What troubles you?" Chen Siyu merely shook her head, continuing to gaze out the window without a word. "I understand you have many questions. Let us discuss them over dinner at your home this evening," Chen Fan suggested softly. It seemed that one of his words had struck a chord within her. For Chen Siyu finally turned to glance at him, responding with a tone that was almost serene. "Okay, we shall talk tonight." Chapter 17. Heart to heart. After purchasing groceries from the market, the pair returned to the villa at 6 o'clock in the evening. Chen Fan entered the kitchen immediately and did not emerge, while Chen Siyu took a shower to relieve the fatigue of the day. Once she finished, and noticing Chen Fan had yet to come out, she took the opportunity to call Zhao Shui, assuring her of her safety. Just as she ended the call, Chen Fan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of minced eggplant and garlic ribs. "Miss Shun, wash your hands. Dinner is ready," he announced. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyu rose from the sofa and assisted Chen Fan in bringing the remaining dishes to the table. Seated opposite each other at the dining table, Chen Fan first poured a glass of red wine for Shen Siyu, while he himself opened a can of beer. Extending his hand for a toast, Chen Fan, with a somewhat complex expression, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for today. To be honest, I never expected you to care for me so much." Upon hearing this, Shen Siyu furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze tranquil, and in a nonchalant tone replied, "If the roles were reversed today, would you have acted differently?" "Absolutely," Chen Fan responded without hesitation. Shen Siyu merely nodded, refraining from further words, yet a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, as if only the gentle whisper of the breeze brushing against their hair could be heard, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Chen Fan then inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why you went to such lengths to save me, even waiting for Qin Wudi for an entire afternoon?" Shen Siyu, with a calm and profound gaze, downed her glass of red wine before responding, "Would you prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Chen Fan remained silent, opened the living room window, lit the first cigarette of the night, took a deep drag, and slowly articulated, "I hope our conversation tonight is filled with sincerity." Upon hearing this, Shen Siyu nodded and replied softly, "Because I am now your wife, even if it is merely a pretense." "Wife?" Chen Fan exclaimed, abruptly raising his head, bewilderment flickering in his eyes as he muttered, "Wife?" This term was almost foreign to him. He never imagined that one day a woman would utter it. For someone like Chen Fan, who constantly lived on the edge, the concept of a wife was a luxury beyond reach. Individuals of his ilk couldn't marry and wouldn't dare to, for how could someone who might face death at any moment dare to burden a woman? Thus, after years in the dark world, Chen Fan had forged his heart into a fortress of stone. Yet, unbeknownst to Shen Siyu, when he heard her utter those words, a faint ripple stirred in his long-buried heart. As she finished speaking, she handed Chen Fan the false marriage certificate that Qin Wudi had given her. Chen Fan paused, extending his hand to accept it, and as he gazed upon the smiling couple and the certificate, a warmth enveloped his heart. The striking woman in the photograph had become his wife, albeit fictitiously, yet perhaps she would be the only wife he would ever have in this lifetime. Chen Fan adeptly concealed his emotions and smiled, remarking, "I never anticipated that the little rascal would manage to capture such a charming photo of us. Oh, by the way, I have one last question. Why did you choose me to be your contract husband? After all, Long Fei is the scion of the Long family." "Because I cannot marry someone I do not love," she replied. "That seems somewhat contradictory, does it not? You do not love me, yet you are married to me. Our union is merely a facade, yet you are the one who insisted on obtaining the marriage certificate," she countered. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on Shen Siyu, seemingly unwilling to relent until he received a satisfactory answer. With a resigned sigh, Shen Siyu said, "Would you believe me if I told you I was acting out of spite? Spite? To provoke Long Fei?" Shen Siyu cast a glance at Chen Fan, exasperation evident in her voice as she remarked, "Why should I act out of spite towards him? My frustration is directed at my parents. They have been incessantly pressuring me to find a man and settle down. I can hardly bear it. Coincidentally, Long Fei has been persistently bothering me as well. So I thought I might as well acquiesce to my parents' wishes. That way, Long Fei would lose hope. It seems I'm merely a pawn in this game." Chen Fan shrugged, self-deprecatingly stating, "I've answered all your questions. Now it's my turn to inquire." With her hands placed firmly on her hips, Shen Siyu fixed her gaze on Chen Fan and commanded, "Ask away." "Who exactly are you?" he queried. "The successor of socialism," Chen Fan declared with a loud voice. Shen Siyu frowned, finding Chen Fan's flippancy during serious discussions rather irritating. Observing her displeasure, Chen Fan ceased his jesting and said, "I am an ordinary man. Also your counterfeit husband. Then why does that wealthy friend of yours seem so obedient to you?" She pressed, "Because I once saved him while on a mission abroad." Chen Fan responded candidly. Indeed, during a task in an island nation, he had fortuitously discovered Qin Wudi surrounded by a group of adversaries. Upon realizing Qin's heritage, he rescued him, and from that point onward, Qin Wudi had followed him. "Have you served in the military before?" Chen Siyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Sort of, though I am not your typical soldier," Chen Fan reflected. He considered that being a mercenary could certainly qualify as military service. Thus, he felt justified in his response. Chen Siyu released a sigh of relief. If he had belonged to a special forces unit, then his blank history would indeed be less puzzling. She had been apprehensive that Chen Fan might be a nefarious character. Little did she know, if she were to discover that he was, in fact, a heartless demon, her feelings would be utterly transformed. Once they had aired their thoughts, the atmosphere between them grew considerably more amicable. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that this pair, engaged in jovial banter at the dining table, had only known each other for a mere 3 days. The following day, Chen Fan accompanied Chen Siyu to the company. Now, he had assumed the role of her personal bodyguard, alleviating their fear of being seen by colleagues. As he entered the lobby, he cheerfully greeted the receptionist, but she merely offered a stiff smile and ignored him, leaving Chen Fan somewhat perplexed. Had his charm diminished? Turning to Chen Siyu beside him, he suddenly understood. With the company president in tow, it was likely that everyone else in the office was intimidated by this strikingly beautiful leader. Instead of proceeding to her own office, Chen Siyu led Chen Fan to an adjacent room. "This is your office. What do you think?" she inquired, leaning against the door with a casual tone. Chen Fan surveyed the space. Although not as expansive as Chen Siyu's office, it boasted ample natural light and was equipped with all necessary office supplies. It was indeed a small but complete setup. Sitting in the office chair, he savored the sensation of being a director before responding, "I suppose it's tolerable, though it feels a bit perilous." "Perilous?" Chen Siyu questioned, puzzled. "Isn't it risky to work adjacent to your office? I can hardly even flirt with anyone." "Alas, what a wretched fate." Chen Fan lamented with a sense of irony. Chen Siyu wore a frown, contemplating whether it might be prudent to consider a different individual for the position of security director. Chapter 18. Human endeavor conquers nature, by the way, my dear. Do I have the authority to appoint personnel in the security department? Chen Fan inquired once more. "Yes. I have ensured that the Human Resources Department has granted you all necessary rights concerning the security division," Chen Siyu replied, adding, "But please refrain from addressing me as my dear in the workplace. Do you trust me so readily?" Chen Fan replied with a playful grin, disregarding her latter remark. "What I ist?" Chen Fan mused, pondering how she could dictate what he wished to call her. Had he no pride as a man? "Should you continue your prattle, I might just consider appointing someone else as the security director," Chen Siyu warned, prompting Chen Fan to quiet his tongue. Satisfied with his newfound silence, she nodded approvingly and departed with her handbag in hand, having spent the entire morning gaming in the office. Chen Fan felt a pang of hunger and thus pushed open the door to the adjacent presidential office. "Could you please knock before entering the future?" Chen Siyu, who was engrossed in her work, was taken aback and responded with mild irritation. "I'll keep that in mind," Chen Fan replied casually, reclining on the sofa without a hint of remorse. "What do you want?" Chen Siyu asked, exasperated by his presence. "I'm hungry and thought I'd invite you to lunch," Chen Fan declared. "Are you not aware that we dine in different cafeterias?" Chen Siyu retorted, noting his confusion. "As the president, I have access to a designated cafeteria, while you, despite being a director, must utilize the employee cafeteria," she clarified, observing the bewilderment on Chen Fan's face. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Chen Fan protested. Why should she, as president, enjoy better meals? Isn't this a clear case of capitalist exploitation? "Regardless, I intend to accompany you to the presidential cafeteria today," he insisted, adopting a stubborn demeanor. Unable to contend with Chen Fan's obstinacy, Chen Siyu acquiesced and took him to experience the exclusive presidential dining hall. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Chen Fan lit a post-lunch cigarette and remarked contentedly, "The presidential cafeteria truly lives up to its reputation. The taste of the hairy crabs is exquisite." At that moment, Chen Siyu felt little inclination to converse with him, having just witnessed him consume an astonishing quantity of food, enough for 4 or 5 individuals. Was this truly the appetite of a human being, or was he more akin to a ravenous beast? Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, Chen Fan's energy consumption was significantly higher than that of an average person, necessitating a substantial intake of food to maintain balance. After parting ways with Chen Fan proceeded to the security department, intending to provide training for the current batch of security personnel. He feared that without proper guidance, these guards might abandon their posts in times of crisis. Upon spotting Chen Fan, Lin Zhe hurried over, his face lighting up with excitement. "Brother Chen, are you here to teach me martial arts?" Chen Fan was somewhat speechless, realizing that Lin Zhe was indeed an ardent martial arts enthusiast. Something like that. "Gather everyone together. I have some important matters to discuss," he instructed, eyeing the guards who were currently indulging in merriment. Lin Zhe nodded and called out to the others, "Come on, everyone. Cease your activities. Director Chen has summoned us for a meeting." However, only about half of the personnel responded, while the remainder continued to disregard Chen Fan's authority. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Fan slowly lit a cigarette and, with an indifferent tone, declared, "Except for those gathered here, everyone else should pack their belongings and leave." "Why should we? What gives you the authority to dismiss us?" a voice protested. "Indeed, even the HR department has not informed us," echoed the crowd. As they rallied in support, they, being loyal to Li Wei, had never encountered anyone daring enough to dismiss them, not even the president himself. "Simply because I am Chen Fan, you should hasten to gather your things and depart." Chen Fan, growing impatient, perceived this group as a malignant tumor within the company. Until they were eradicated, the organization would know no peace. "We are under the protection of Li Wei. Even the president would not dare to provoke us," a man, seemingly the leader, asserted. Turning to Lin Zhe beside him, Chen Fan inquired about the identity of this Li Wei. Lin Zhe explained, "She is Li Wei's mother, a shareholder in the group, and the wife of Long Yu." "Long Yu? Is he not the brother of the Long family patriarch?" Chen Fan sought clarification. "Indeed," Lin Zhe confirmed. Understanding dawned upon Chen Fan. It became clear why these individuals were so audacious that even Chen Fan did not dare to confront them. They had powerful backing. However, it was evident that their influence held no weight with him. After all, he had the audacity to confront Long Fei without trepidation. With this newfound knowledge, Chen Fan addressed the security personnel. "I recognize you are emboldened by your association with the Long family, yet they are unworthy of my respect. Therefore, you ought to leave. Do not compel me to take measures that could prove embarrassing for you." He turned to Lin Zhe. "If they refuse to depart, gather a few men and escort them out. I will bear the consequences." "Understood, Brother Chen." Lin Zhe, unafraid of the Long family, was solely devoted to martial arts, indifferent to other concerns, including his own life, especially after losing his parents to illness. He could be said to be one who had nothing to lose. Faced with Chen Fan's resolve, the security personnel had no choice but to reluctantly head to HR to complete their resignation procedures. Noticing Li Wei was absent from the group, Chen Fan inquired, "Why have I not seen Li Wei today? Where has he gone to slack off?" Lin Zhe, unable to suppress a smirk, replied, "Did you not incapacitate him during your competition, leaving him hospitalized?" "Ah, I forgot," Chen Fan mused, recalling the incident. Yet, to him, Li Wei was merely an insignificant insect, hardly worthy of concern. Lin Zhe, exasperated, thought to himself that Chen Fan was indeed unchanged. He seemed unfazed by having sent someone to the hospital. Not wishing to linger on idle chatter, Chen Fan clapped his hands and, adopting a serious tone, proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall personally train you daily, transforming you into true warriors. Are you willing?" "Yes." The security personnel responded in unison. The aspiration to become a true warrior was a dream cherished by every man. How could they possibly refuse? Yet, Chen Fan continued, "However, the path to becoming a true warrior is often fraught with suffering. To surpass others, one must exert efforts 100-fold. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. You may still choose to remain an ordinary security guard." Seeing that no one stepped forward, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that these individuals still had hope. "Director Chen, can our daily training truly transform us into formidable warriors?" A junior security guard voiced the collective doubt of the group. Chen Fan decisively shook his head and replied, "In this world, nothing is absolute. However, I firmly believe that human determination can conquer the heavens." The junior guards murmured in agreement. Human determination can conquer the heavens. "I understand now, Director Chen. We will undoubtedly become strong." The guard who had asked the question asserted. Chen Fan glanced at him, acknowledging him with a look of approval, unaware that this seemingly ordinary security guard would one day save his life. Chapter 19. Winning Hearts. Noticing the absence of dissent, Chen Fan led them to the training room. As he opened the door, a cloud of dust enveloped them. It was evident that these guards had not trained in quite some time, and the environment had not been cleaned in at least a year. Thus, Chen Fan instructed everyone to tidy up and took the initiative to wipe down the various equipment with a towel. The others were taken aback by Chen Fan's willingness to get his hands dirty. As their director, they had not expected him to actively engage in cleaning the training room. This gesture inspired admiration within them, prompting them to work even harder. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan considered his hands-on approach a matter of course. He had always been the first to charge into battle. This likely contributed to the unwavering loyalty of the members on Hell Island, reflecting a unique charisma he possessed. Despite the large number of guards, it took over an hour to clean, illustrating just how filthy the training room had become. Pleased with the revitalized training room, Chen Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate everyone's hard work, and I cannot merely offer verbal thanks. Tonight, dinner is on me. Long live Director Chen. Long live Director Chen." The crowd cheered, surprised by the generosity of the new security director. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand, adding, "Today, I will grant everyone a half-day off, and I will order several tables of food from the hotel next door. Enjoy your meal, and I will also arrange for each of you to receive a pair of training shoes. Tomorrow, I expect you all to be prepared for the rigorous training that lies ahead." "Understood, Director Chen." Just as he was speaking, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Chen Fan turned to see Wang Ruoshi standing at the door. He instructed the others to return to the security department and await him before approaching Wang Ruoshi. "What brings you here today, Director Wang?" he inquired. Wang Ruoshi shot him a glare, aware that he was still holding a grudge over previous matters. "I heard from the HR department that half of the security staff resigned." "Yes, I dismissed them," Chen Fan admitted. "Are you unaware of their connections to the Long family?" "Even though I maintain a stern demeanor, I cannot afford to act against those guards. Doing so could jeopardize my life. I cannot take that risk, because she has a mother to support." Initially, if she had insisted on not keeping Chen Fan, she would have only lost a job. With her qualifications, finding another position would not be difficult. Albeit the remuneration might not be as generous as that at the Shun Group, it would still be better than nothing. However, if she were to provoke those security guards, she might very well pay with her life. For the Long family would dare to do such a thing. Chen Fan responded coolly, "Are you still brave enough?" Wang Ruoshi was puzzled. Could it be that Chen Fan truly feared not death? Or did he believe that his meager skills could withstand the might of the Long family? Even if Chen Fan were extraordinarily strong, facing the vast forces of the Long family would still be a formidable challenge. Chen Fan, slightly irritated by the inquiry, retorted, "What does it matter whether I dare or not?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoshi's expression darkened. She had merely sought to express concern for him given her previous actions, only to find herself deemed bothersome. "I apologize, I may have overstepped," she said apologetically. Chen Fan recognized that his tone had been somewhat harsh. After all, she had been concerned for his well-being, yet he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. After Wang Ruoshi departed, Chen Fan gazed out the window, lighting a cigarette. Lost in thought, the Furong Grand Hotel, renowned as a five-star establishment in Chang'an City, exuded opulence to an extraordinary degree. The hotel was famous for its grand architectural facade and brilliant lighting design. The interior of the private rooms was lavishly decorated, with every detail exuding elegance and luxury. From the plush carpets to the bespoke furniture, all reflecting a pursuit of quality. From the rooftop bar of the hotel, one could overlook the splendid nightscape of the city. Beneath the starlit sky, it had become an ideal venue for affluent youths to indulge in drinks and romance. Thus, those dining here were undoubtedly the CR me de la CR me of the city. Today, however, Chen Fan allowed the security guards to experience the lifestyle of the wealthy, an experience they had never encountered before. Throughout the meal, Chen Fan displayed no airs, even sharing a drink with each of them. This act filled the guards with gratitude, as they had never dared to imagine that the director would join them in their revelry. This was also part of Chen Fan's strategy to win hearts. As a leader of one of the most powerful organizations in the world, how could Chen Fan not possess the art of persuasion? Of course, while he endeavored to win their loyalty, his feelings were genuine. Otherwise, so many would not choose to follow him. Noticing the time, Chen Fan bid farewell to the guards and departed first. After settling the bill, he messaged Qin Wudi to order some custom sports shoes before heading to the company to pick up Shin Siyu after work. He parked the car downstairs, settling into the passenger seat, quietly awaiting Shin Siyu's arrival. Soon, he noticed a somewhat fatigued Shin Siyu descending the stairs. Upon seeing Chen Fan in the passenger seat, she inquired with curiosity, "Are you not driving today?" Chen Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, President Shun. I had drinks with colleagues this afternoon, so I'll have to rely on you to drive. I heard you dismissed half of the security department." Shin Siyu didn't dwell on Chen Fan's drinking during work hours and shifted the conversation instead. Chen Fan nodded, expressing his intention to initiate a significant overhaul of the security department, promising that it would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. Shin Siyu remained silent, having already offended Long Fei. She felt there was no need for restraint. Before Chen Fan's arrival, she had harbored some reservations, but now that she felt no fear towards him, what did she have to worry about? "Do as you wish, just don't cause chaos," Shin Siyu remarked coolly. Chen Fan acknowledged her words with a nod, indicating his agreement. As they traveled, Chen Fan gradually realized that they were not headed home and inquired, "Where are we going?" "Chang'an University," Shin Siyu replied in a nonchalant tone. "What for? Are you still not graduated?" Chen Fan questioned, puzzled. Shin Siyu cast a glance at him and explained, "To pick up my sister." It then dawned on Chen Fan that Shin Siyu had mentioned having a sister a couple of days prior. Thus, on this weekend, she planned to bring her sister home and take the opportunity to discuss Chen Fan's situation, as it was a matter that would eventually need to be revealed to their parents. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of anticipation. After all, if Shin Siyu was so beautiful, her sister must surely possess similar charms. He was eager to meet her. Chapter 20. Regret is the essence of life. Chang'an University was not far from the company, and they arrived in less than 20 minutes. Leaning against the car, Chen Fan observed the youthful, exuberant university students at the school gate, momentarily lost in thought. At around 20 years of age, students were typically engaged in romance and academic pursuits, while he found himself thrust into the tumult of battle at that very age. The absence of a university experience had become one of Chen Fan's regrets. However, life rarely offers perfection. Indeed, regret is the norm of existence. "Shua, over here," Shin Siyu called, waving in a particular direction. "Sister, I missed you." A young woman with flowing hair, clad in a princess dress, suddenly leaped into Shin Siyu's embrace, playfully expressing her affection. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan marveled at the serendipity of fate. This was indeed the very girl he had saved at the bar. He had felt a sense of familiarity then, but never imagined she was Shin Siyu's sister. After the sisters shared a tender moment, they finally parted, and Shin Siyu's sister, now aware of Chen Fan's presence, exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Since that day, she had frequented the bar, hoping to encounter Chen Fan, but each day had ended in disappointment. Just as she had begun to relinquish hope, considering her previous encounter merely a fleeting dream, she unexpectedly found him at the school gate today. Chen Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. Shin Siyu, momentarily bewildered by the interaction, asked, "Do you two know each other?" Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, Shin Siyu's sister interjected, "We've met once. I was at a restaurant without my wallet, and he kindly paid for me." After saying this, she quickly shot Chen Fan a glance, silently urging him to keep her bar visits a secret from their sister. Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Shin Siyu, upon hearing her sister's explanation, did not dwell on it and instructed them to get into the car to prepare for their journey home. given the delicate nature of their relationships. The three remained relatively quiet during the ride. Upon arriving at the villa, Chen Fan was about to enter the kitchen when he discovered that a maid was already preparing a meal. This must be the housekeeper that Chen Siyu had mentioned taking leave of. Relieved from the duty of cooking, Chen Fan settled onto the sofa, quietly smoking a cigarette. Meanwhile, the sisters were in their room, engaged in hushed conversation. "Sister, why did you bring that man home? I thought you never interacted with males?" Shen Sishue inquired curiously. She had assumed that Chen Fan was merely a friend of Shen Siyu's, someone they would part ways with after picking her up. To her astonishment, her sister had brought him into their home, and it seemed he was staying there as well. This was unprecedented for Shen Siyu, hesitant to reveal the truth. Shen Siyu considered her sister's propensity for loose lips and worried that she might inadvertently disclose their secret. "We have already obtained our marriage certificate," she finally confessed. Fearing Shen Sishue's disbelief, she handed over the marriage certificate for her sister to inspect. Shen Sishue examined the certificate repeatedly before exclaiming, "What? When did this happen? Didn't nothing occur when you came home last week?" Shen Siyu replied nonchalantly, "Just a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, Shen Sishue felt a pang in her heart. Ever since Chen Fan had rescued her, she had harbored feelings for him. Although the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress was rather cliché, it still held a significant allure for a girl of her age. After all, what young woman around 20 has not fantasized about being rescued by a Prince Charming? Yet now, Chen Fan had become her brother-in-law, and Shen Sishue had no choice but to conceal her feelings, for she could not betray her sister. "Dear Siwe, come downstairs for dinner." Chen Fan's voice interrupted the tranquility between the two. "Let us go," Shen Siyu urged. Shen Sishu nodded and followed her sister downstairs. As Shen Siyu often invited the maid to join them for meals, the four of them gathered around the dining table to enjoy dinner together. During the meal, Shen Siyu suddenly addressed the maid. "Aunt Wang, please do not mention my marriage to my parents just yet. I will find a suitable time to inform them myself." Aunt Wang agreed. Chen Fan, being quite sociable, inquired while gnawing on a rib, "Aunt Wang, how do you cook these ribs? When can you teach me?" Aunt Wang smiled and nodded. With her years of experience, she could easily discern that Chen Fan was a reliable person. The young lady had made a commendable choice. As the dinner drew to a close amidst laughter and conversation, Chen Fan took on the task of cleaning up, swiftly finishing off the remaining food before heading to the sink, realizing that the sisters were not much help. Aunt Wang, having other matters to attend to, was permitted by Shen Siyu to leave early. Thus, the villa was left with only Chen Fan and the two sisters. Shen Sishue suggested they go to the movies the next day, but Chen Fan declined, citing training for security personnel. Consequently, the sisters decided to go on their own. The following day, Chen Fan rose early, prepared breakfast for the sisters, and then headed to the office. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Fan noticed a truck parked outside the company entrance, where security personnel were methodically unloading items. He recognized that the athletic shoes ordered by Qin Wudi had arrived. After instructing the guards to change into their sports shoes and assemble in the underground parking lot, he took the elevator to the upper floors. Upon his arrival upstairs, Chen Fan did not proceed to his own office. Instead, he retrieved the key to Shen Siyu's office that he had stealthily taken from home, and opened the door to the president's office. Chen Fan was not idly passing time. He had previously discovered that Shen Siyu's office was equipped with listening devices and miniature surveillance cameras. He reached up to the wall lamp and extracted several tiny electronic instruments, which he crushed effortlessly in his hand. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered deeply. It appeared that his rather unfortunate wife was in a precarious situation, and he wondered who might harbor such a grudge against her as to employ surveillance devices. Chen Fan could discern that these instruments were quite valuable and could not be acquired without substantial connections. He shook his head. It was best not to dwell on it. As long as he was by Shen Siyu's side, she would not encounter any misfortune. This was a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 21. Mediocre. Third in the world exiting the office, Chen Fan took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, where he found the security personnel already lined up, awaiting his instructions. Satisfied with the scene, he called Lin Zhe to the front and addressed the group. "Today, Lin Zhe will lead you in running the stairs. Running the stairs? The crowd murmured in confusion. Aren't we supposed to be practicing martial arts? Indeed, Chen Fan replied. Today, a few of you will stay at the company entrance while the rest follow Lin Zhe to run the stairs. You will run continuously until lunchtime, ascending to the rooftop and then descending in a repeating cycle. Remember to run in batches and prioritize safety. The personnel, having developed blind trust in Chen Fan, accepted his directives without question. Although running stairs seemed somewhat disconnected from their training, they recognized that Director Chen had his reasons and they would comply. Chen Fan had ulterior motives for this exercise. He aimed to identify individuals with potential. In the near future, he planned to bring in a small team to train these individuals, aspiring to forge them into a unit that could rival regular military forces in strength. Observing from a monitoring room, Chen Fan noted that, aside from a few individuals who appeared less fatigued, most were already panting heavily. He understood their plight. After all, the Shin Group's building boasted 50 floors, and reaching the rooftop was no small feat for ordinary people. While he was engrossed in watching the training, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his sister-in-law. "Hello, brother-in-law. You must come quickly to rescue us. My sister and I have been stopped by a group of people." Shen Sishue's voice was filled with urgency. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan inquired, "Where are you now?" "Times Square. Try to stall for time. Do not engage with them until I arrive." Chen Fan instructed before hastily ending the call and turning to leave. 10 minutes ago, at Times Square, the two sisters were eagerly queuing to purchase bubble tea before heading to the cinema. Unexpectedly, they were accosted by a group of gangsters who insisted on dragging them along for a meal. When the sisters expressed their reluctance, the thugs obstructed their path, demanding protection fees even at the square. They were unfazed by the prospect of police involvement, confident in their connections. "Beautiful ladies, come dine with us. You can leave afterward," one man, adorned with a large gold chain and smoking a cigarette, declared. "Dream on. My brother-in-law will be here soon, and he won't take kindly to this." Shen Sishue retorted angrily. "Your brother-in-law? This woman has a man?" A bald man pointed at Shen Siyu, inquiring. "Of course. My brother-in-law is a formidable figure. He could summon hundreds of people," Shen Sishue asserted, hands on her hips. "How dare you claim to be connected in front of us? Call your brother-in-law. I want to see just how connected he really is." Realizing she had achieved her goal, Shen Sishue called Chen Fan, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. As the gangsters waited impatiently for Chen Fan's arrival, they began to suspect Shen Sishue was merely toying with them. "Are you trying to play us for fools?" They jeered. "Patience, he's on his way. It takes some time," Shen Sishue replied dismissively, waving her hand. "I reckon your brother-in-law is too afraid to show up. You two should just come with us." "Is that so? Here I am." Chen Fan's voice resonated from behind them. "Brother-in-law, you finally made it," Shen Sishue exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Chen Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and softly inquired, "Tell me, have they been bullying you and your sister?" Shen Sishue honestly replied, "Not yet. They were hesitant once they heard you were coming." Nodding, Chen Fan decided it was time to teach them a lesson. "Kid, I hear you're a tough guy." The bald man approached Chen Fan, exuding arrogance. "Tough guy?" Chen Fan was puzzled, unsure of the term's implication. Shen Sishue leaned closer, whispering an explanation, which enlightened Chen Fan, prompting him to smile and affirm, "Indeed, I am quite the tough guy." Seeing Chen Fan's composure in the face of their numbers, the bald man sensed he was no ordinary individual. "So, which faction do you belong to?" "The Long family. My elder brother is Long Fei," Chen Fan proclaimed loudly. The gangsters were taken aback, realizing they had unwittingly provoked someone connected to the Long family. They feared the consequences of their actions, aware that the Long family was the most powerful in Chang'an. With no doubt about the seriousness of the situation, they quickly apologized and even offered some vouchers from local merchants to appease Chen Fan. Seeing their humble demeanor, Chen Fan allowed them to retreat with their tails between their legs. Turning his head, Chen Fan discovered that Shen Sishue was gazing at him with admiration, which greatly satisfied his sense of achievement as a man. "Brother-in-law, I never expected your few words could send them away in such disarray. That was truly impressive." Chen Fan humbly waved his hand, downplaying it, just average third in the world. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyu couldn't help but chuckle. While she could deftly navigate business battles, she was at a loss when faced with those ruffians earlier, relying solely on her younger sister's persuasive charm, which had always been effective. Thus, she had remained silent, quietly observing. After this incident, Chen Fan no longer dared to let the sisters wander alone and briefed Lin Zhe before accompanying them. The three sat through a horror film that left the sisters' legs slightly trembling as they emerged, barely able to walk. Chen Fan had to support each of them on either side. With such timid hearts, how could you dare watch a horror film? Don't you know your own limits? He teased as they walked. The sisters, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked that they had just endured what was touted as the scariest film in recent years. And it was quite an accomplishment that only the three of them had managed to finish it. Are you honestly claiming you weren't frightened at all? Shen Sishue countered. The ghosts in horror films are ultimately just actors portraying roles. As long as you recognize the fiction during viewing, fear dissipates, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Moreover, even if ghosts truly existed, what of it? With my strength, even spirits would surely retreat. For I have lost count of how many I have slain in my life. 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 50,000. It matters not. What is significant is that I have never taken an innocent life, only those deserving of it. This is the code of conduct we uphold on Hell Island. Chapter 22. I have always been here. The trio intended to find a nearby hot pot restaurant, but to their surprise, it was already packed to capacity. Disinclined to wait, they opted for a nearby Chinese restaurant. After placing their orders, Chen Fan excused himself to make a phone call. Stepping outside, he lit a cigarette and dialed Lin Zhe. Hello, Brother Chen. What is the matter? Lin Zhe inquired. How are the brothers faring in their training? From what I've observed since the underground parking lot, apart from myself and Li Qingyun, who can barely hold on, the others are essentially exhausted, Lin Zhe reported candidly. Rakaling Li Qingyun. Chen Fan felt there was something exceptional about him. He believed that with proper nurturing, Li Qingyun would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. All right, for now, keep the brothers engaged in stair climbing daily to enhance their physical conditioning. In time, I will arrange for some instructors to train you, Chen Fan instructed. Understood, Brother Chen. Lin Zhe replied affirmatively. After hanging up, Chen Fan had a faint sense that Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun might play pivotal roles in the upcoming Holy War. During the meal, Shen Siyu shed her usual aloof demeanor and engaged in lively conversation about cosmetics with Shen Sishue. Chen Fan, unable to interject into their discussion, quietly focused on his food. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the restaurant entrance, and upon looking up, he was taken aback to see the same individuals who had previously clashed with him, those resembling gangsters. Chen Fan surmised that they had come seeking revenge after realizing they had been outsmarted, yet he paid them no mind and continued eating. The bald man and his companions approached Chen Fan, forcefully slamming their hands on the table, and with a menacing tone, demanded, "How dare you toy with us?" Chen Fan leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin and replied nonchalantly, "And what if I did?" Enraged by Chen Fan's audacity, the bald man overturned the table, sending food crashing to the floor. This startling scene sent the other patrons fleeing in panic, leaving only Chen Fan, the sisters, and the gangsters in the establishment. The owner, sensing the impending danger as the bald man entered, locked himself and his employees in the kitchen, opting to remain uninvolved. After all, he was merely an ordinary restaurant proprietor. Unable to confront such desperate men, the sisters instinctively sought refuge behind Chen Fan, clinging to him for a semblance of safety. Observing their frightened expressions, Chen Fan furrowed his brow in disapproval. He abhorred the waste of food. Lighting a cigarette, he smirked and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The bald man replied with venom, "Today, you will leave these two women behind, and then hand us 100,000 yuan, and you may walk away." The mention of Shen Siyu and her sister ignited a flicker of anger within Chen Fan, yet he maintained a composed facade, responding, "What if I refuse?" The bald man retorted, "Then you shall die." He swung a chair towards Chen Fan's head with intent to harm. Realizing the bald man meant business, Chen Fan decided to retaliate decisively. He stepped forward, snatched the chair from the bald man's grasp, and with a swift motion, lifted him by the throat. bringing the chair crashing down upon his forehead. The chair splintered upon impact, leaving the bald man's face a grotesque mask of blood, with crimson droplets trickling down his forehead. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. Who is this formidable figure? They wondered, astonished at how swiftly their leader had been bested. Why are you all just standing there? Kill him. Whoever does will be rewarded with 200,000. The bald man stammered, his voice strained as Chen Fan tightened his grip. With the promise of a hefty reward, the gang members surged forward, brandishing weapons. For them, 200,000 yuan represented several years of wages. After all, the bald man had the backing of the Li family. Taking a life was not a daunting task for him, as he had already claimed more than one. As Chen Fan contemplated ending the bald man's life, he inadvertently glanced back at the two sisters and noticed their terrified expressions. As they struggled to reconcile the fierce individual before them with the companion who had just taken them shopping, Chen Fan could only let out a barely perceptible sigh as he casually tossed the bald man aside and charged towards the crowd. Like a bolt of lightning, Chen Fan swiftly approached one of the henchmen, seizing the weapon from his grasp. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the henchman's chest, sending him flying out of the shop like a kite severed from its string. Subsequently, Chen Fan's figure glided through the throng like a wraith, his movements as swift as lightning, devoid of any hesitation. Anyone who dared to approach him was effortlessly brought down with overwhelming force before they could even make a move. Within a mere minute, everyone present lay on the ground, unconscious. After the skirmish concluded, remarkably, Chen Fan's attire remained immaculate, not even a trace of blood staining his shoes. He casually retrieved a chair, lit a cigarette, and contacted Qin Wudi to explain the situation, requesting him to inform the police not to seek him for a statement later. After Qin Wudi acquiesced and hung up, Chen Fan continued to smoke calmly, observing the trembling Shen Sixue, unsure of how to address her. In contrast, Shen Siyu appeared much more composed, which was understandable. After all, Shen Sixue was still a student, unaware of the darker realities that lurked in the world. And what had been unveiled today was merely a fraction of that darkness. Moments later, the sound of sirens pierced the air as police cars arrived. Due to Chen Fan's prior notification, the officers merely apprehended the gang members before departing. Following this incident, the sisters lost their inclination to continue their outing and returned home with Chen Fan. Upon reaching the villa, Shen Siyu ascended the stairs under the pretext of work, leaving Shen Sixue and Chen Fan alone in the living room. As Chen Fan lounged on the sofa, exhaling wisps of smoke, Shen Sixue suddenly leaned closer, her tone laced with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, what did you do before? How come you're so skilled in fighting? You have no idea how terrified your gaze made me and my sister today." In response, Chen Fan chuckled. "I used to serve as a soldier abroad for a while." Shen Sixue's eyes widened in realization, and she nodded, a sparkle of admiration gleaming in her gaze. She playfully shook Chen Fan's arm, pouting, "Brother-in-law, when will you teach me some martial arts? I want to be as formidable as you were today." She punctuated her request with a few playful gestures. Chen Fan shook his head. "Why would a girl like you need to learn how to fight? Focus on your studies instead." "Oh," Shen Sixue replied, her disappointment evident. Noticing her reaction, Chen Fan gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't be disheartened. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully you." "Really? Will you always stay with us?" Shen Sixue inquired, her big eyes blinking innocently. Chen Fan fell into a moment of silence. After a year, he and Shen Siyu would no longer be bound by marriage, and they would fade from each other's lives. However, to spare Shen Sixue's feelings, he softly replied, "No, I will always be here." Chapter 23. Qin 88,888. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, a graceful figure began to descend the staircase. Clad in a delicate ice silk nightgown that shimmered as if draped in moonlight, pure and immaculate, the delicate and smooth fabric glided over her skin like flowing water, perfectly accentuating the alluring curves of her figure. Chen Fan was momentarily entranced by the sight before him. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary wife could appear so captivating without formal attire. Even a monk would struggle to resist such allure. Shun Siyu gracefully approached Chen Sishua and took a seat beside her, saying, Chen Fan, will you accompany me to a soiree tomorrow night? Chen Fan promptly shook his head, muttering to himself, forget it. I detest such gatherings, with everyone wearing forced smiles. It's exhausting. Chen Siyu sighed in resignation, replying, well then, I suppose I shall seek another companion. Chen Fan was taken aback. He had never imagined Chen Siyu possessed such a side. Where was the aloof demeanor of a CEO? Had she adopted the artifice of women? Was this a case of playing hard to get? Yet, Chen Fan was not one to be easily manipulated by a woman. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. Chen Siyu nodded in satisfaction, while Chen Sishua looked on in astonishment. She too had never witnessed her sister in this light. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Chen Fan noticed Lin Zhe diligently training the security staff and felt a swell of pride. To avoid disrupting their practice, he spent the entire day playing games in his office. As closing time approached and he was engaged in a competitive match, a sudden force swung the door open, revealing Chen Siyu. How much longer will you smoke in this office? Look at the state of it. Chen Siyu exclaimed angrily, striding to the window to open the floor-to-ceiling panes, instantly refreshing the air. Aware of his fault, Chen Fan set aside his phone, stood up, and attempted to shift the conversation. As the company president, are you unaware that one must knock before entering an office? Do you even regard the company's rules? With her arms crossed over her chest, Chen Siyu replied coolly, you must understand one thing. This office was granted to you by me. You merely possess the right to use it. Therefore, I need not knock to enter my own space. This is infringing on my privacy. Chen Fan protested. Enough with the excuses, Chen Siyu retorted coldly. Come with me to the mall to buy a garment. Thus, under Chen Siyu's insistence, Chen Fan found himself at the mall. Like many men, he harbored a common aversion to accompanying women on shopping excursions, believing that as long as a piece of clothing was wearable, there was no need for excessive deliberation. As they entered a men's clothing store, Chen Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. Was she purchasing something for her father or perhaps a male friend? He remained outside, quietly waiting. What are you dawdling at the entrance for? Come try on this outfit. It suits you well, Chen Siyu called out when she noticed he had not followed her inside. Are you buying that for me? Chen Fan inquired. Chen Siyu shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, have you forgotten I mentioned attending a soiree tonight? You cannot possibly wear this. Chen Fan instinctively glanced at his own attire. A simple white t-shirt paired with jeans. Though plain, he considered it clean, having changed into it just today. My clothes aren't dirty, he asserted. Chen Siyu directly pulled Chen Fan inside, commenting that while she did not mention his outfit was dirty, it would be best to dress formally for the gala. She urged him to try on some clothes quickly, as they were running out of time before the event began. Holding the garments up to Chen Fan, she found them quite suitable and encouraged him to head to the fitting room. When Chen Fan emerged, Chen Siyu was pleasantly surprised. He looked remarkably handsome in formal attire, almost like a natural mannequin. Approaching her, Chen Fan smiled lightly and asked how he looked. Chen Siyu nodded with a calm expression, affirming that he looked fine and decided on that outfit. She then retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to the sales assistant. Miss, your taste is impeccable. Your boyfriend looks like a star in that outfit, the sales assistant remarked with a smile. Chen Siyu smiled in return, but remained silent. By the time they exited the mall, the sky had darkened considerably. However, they had to honor their commitment to attend the gala. Despite wishing for a restful evening at home, after about half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. It was said to be the only 6-star hotel in the city, a towering structure that sparkled like a brilliant jewel against the skyline, radiating an aura of opulence and prestige. Both its grand architectural design and its exquisite interior decorations epitomized luxury, with every detail exuding unparalleled taste and quality that left one utterly captivated. As they prepared to enter the hotel, a lavish Maybach came to a halt before them. A young man in a bespoke gray and white suit, exuding an extraordinary presence, stepped out of the vehicle. Chen Fan casually glanced at the license plate, noting the striking number chain 88888. It was evident that anyone possessing such a coveted plate in Chang'an held a significant status, suggesting that this individual's background was formidable. likely rivaling that of the Long family. Those gathered at the hotel entrance paused in their tracks upon seeing the car, murmuring amongst themselves. They were astonished to discover that the rumors were indeed true. The Long family was closely affiliated with the city's top official. As the foremost family in Chang'an, it was hardly surprising that the Long family had connections to the top brass. One could only imagine the power dynamics if the Long family were to ally with the Yi family. Who could possibly stand against them in all of Chang'an? The young man paid no mind to the surrounding whispers, instead approaching Chen Siyu with a calm demeanor. "Siyu, it's been a while," he said in a deep voice. Chen Siyu inclined her head slightly, her tone respectful as she replied, "Yi Xiao, it has indeed been a while." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the man known as Yi Xiao proceeded into the hotel. The crowd, who had been lingering at the entrance, remained frozen in place until he had entered, after which they gradually followed suit. Curious, Chen Fan turned to Chen Siyu and inquired about the identity of the young man, sensing the apprehension in the air. Chen Siyu explained that Yi Xiao is the only son of the city's top official. After listening, Chen Fan nodded slightly, realizing that his life in Huaxiao would not be overly tranquil. He had a premonition that the man referred to as Yi Xiao would ultimately stand against him. Chapter 24. The banquet. Chen Siyu observed Chen Fan's nonchalance and remarked, "Yi Wutian is different from Long Fei. The Long family, no matter how formidable, is merely powerful in Qin province, while the Yi family seems to have the backing of influential figures from the capital." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression grew solemn. The capital, located in northern Huaxia, is a realm where dragons and tigers lie in wait, a brilliant jewel embedded within the vast expanse of the nation. As the epicenter of political power, the capital commands the lifeblood of Huaxia's politics, authority, and economy. At its heart lies the imperial palace, known as the Forbidden City, home to those who reside at the pinnacle of Huaxia, whether in the power struggles of the court or the fierce duels of the underworld. The maneuvers of those atop the pyramid are inextricably linked to the fate and fortune of the nation. It could be said that their every action bears a significant weight on Huaxia's destiny and prosperity. Although the Yi family might have connections to the capital, Chen Fan remained unconcerned. He had yet to encounter anyone he feared in this world. If the situation necessitated a confrontation in the capital, he could simply depart Huaxia afterward. What harm could it bring? The two entered the grand hall, guided by a waiter to the venue of the banquet. Upon entering, they were astounded by the opulence of the hall. In the spacious interior, resplendent crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting dazzling light, while priceless masterpieces adorned the walls. In the center of the hall stood a dining table stretching several dozen meters, laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, making one salivate. Alas, none of the attendees seemed inclined to indulge in the culinary offerings. A group of impeccably dressed young men and women, sporting insincere smiles, were toasting one another. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan felt a wave of nausea. He despised such gatherings precisely because of this disingenuous atmosphere, where individuals who secretly derided each other feigned camaraderie in public. The irony was palpable. When Chen Siyu and Chen Fan entered the hall, all eyes turned to Chen Siyu. While Chen Fan was naturally perceived as merely her bodyguard, they knew that Chen Siyu, as the renowned beauty and president of Chang'an, was stunning. But they were unprepared for her breathtaking beauty in person. Comparing her to their own companions made them feel as if they were worlds apart. The men in attendance were captivated by Chen Siyu's radiance, while the women felt a twinge of envy, wondering why she possessed such beauty alongside her formidable capabilities. At under 30 years of age, she managed a conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions. Although she inherited it, her leadership over the years had seen the company thrive, surpassing even its former heights. At that moment, Long Fei, the host of the banquet, approached with a profound demeanor, saying, "Siyu, it is a pleasure to see you again." Chen Siyu merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Observing her response, Long Fei's expression grew slightly colder, though he quickly masked it, adopting a gentle tone as he inquired, "Might you honor me with a dance this evening?" Chen Siyu hesitated momentarily. Long Fei's request was not unreasonable. Dancing was a commonplace occurrence at such social gatherings. However, she pondered how Chen Fan would perceive her if she acquiesced. After careful consideration, Shun Siyu resolved to decline the request, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, Long Xiao, but I'm feeling unwell today. Perhaps another time." Long Fei's expression stiffened, even with his composure. He was taken aback by Shun Siyu's audacity to reject him in front of so many people. Standing a short distance away, Yi Wutian seemed to discern Long Fei's discomfort. He clapped his hands to redirect the conversation, announcing, "Today marks a gathering hosted by my esteemed friend Long Fei. Everyone present is a luminary in their respective fields or from distinguished families. I hope you all find fruitful partnerships here. Lastly, I would like to gift each of you a complimentary pass to Yinshui Mountain Villa." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Yinshui Mountain Villa, the most enigmatic estate in Chang'an City, was accessible to only a select few. It was rumored to be the private estate of the city's top official, and Yi Wutian's words seemed to corroborate this speculation. Gaining entry into the villa could provide an opportunity to meet the official. If one were fortunate enough to garner their favor, it could lead to unparalleled success. Such an opportunity was indeed more precious than a contract worth millions. From Yi Wutian's remarks, the crowd gleaned a second piece of information. He publicly acknowledged his close friendship with Long Fei, implying that the Yi and Long families intended to elevate their relationship into the public sphere. This suggested that no one in Qin province would stand against them, not even the members of the other three prominent families of Chang'an. Notably, the representatives of the three major families were absent, sending only a delegate. While the Long family was formidable, the others were merely slightly less so. Thus, this seemingly ordinary gathering did not warrant much attention. However, with Yi Wuqian and Long Fei openly affirming their friendship, it signified a substantial representation of their families, prompting the remaining representatives to hastily return home to report this significant development. Yi Wutian's speech effectively diverted everyone's attention, allowing Long Fei to withdraw from the scene. However, Chen Fan clearly noticed a flicker of intensity in Long Fei's gaze, suggesting that this matter was far from resolved. Following this incident, Long Fei did not approach Shun Siyu again. Instead, he engaged in a quiet discussion with Yi Wutian. Meanwhile, Shun Siyu found some value in her attendance. Having reached verbal agreements for collaboration with several attendees, confident that they would uphold their commitments, as reputation held great significance for them. Casting a glance beside her, Shun Siyu observed Chen Fan devouring the food on the table with remarkable enthusiasm, smacking his lips as he ate. This sight caused her lips to twitch involuntarily. Did he consider this a buffet? Chen Fan had indeed witnessed the earlier scene, yet he remained indifferent. Whether Shun Siyu accepted Long Fei's invitation to dance did not affect his mood in the slightest, as the crowd engaged in their insincere smiles and exchanged toasts. The gathering finally concluded around 10 o'clock. Chen Fan, supporting Shun Siyu, staggered towards the car. Shun Siyu, having conversed with others about potential collaborations, inevitably consumed some alcohol. Unfortunately, her low tolerance for liquor left her in her current state. Fortunately, Chen Fan had remained sober enough to drive her home, which was likely the true reason Shun Siyu felt at ease indulging in drinks today. Chapter 25. The dark web on their way back. Shun Siyu leaned wearily against the seat, her face reflecting exhaustion. Chen Fan glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed several vehicles trailing him since leaving the hotel. Intentionally altering his route multiple times confirmed his suspicions. They were indeed following him. With a gentle touch, he pressed a certain acupoint on Shun Siyu's neck, and she let out a soft sound before drifting into a deep slumber. Chen Fan wished to shield her from the impending bloody scene, intending for her to sleep until dawn. Eventually, he drove to a dimly lit alley in the suburbs. After turning off the engine, he leaned against the car, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke as he awaited the arrival of his pursuers. Moments later, several vans appeared and individuals emerged, brandishing gleaming weapons. To Chen Fan's surprise, he had anticipated that Long Fei would send someone to teach him a lesson, but it was the bald man from before. Evidently, this bald man had an impressive background. having been released less than a day after his arrest. "Today is your end, kid. How dare you bring us to the police station?" the bald man menaced. Chen Fan shook his head in resignation. "I spared you last time. Why seek death today? Spare me your nonsense. You're undoubtedly doomed today. And once we're done with that woman in the car, we'll bury her without a second thought." A glint of crimson appeared in Chen Fan's eyes. It was one thing for the bald man to come after him, but to threaten Chen Siyu was crossing a line. Clearly, the bald man was courting death. The people Chen Fan protected were not to be harmed by mere insects. It was evident that today he could not let this go unpunished. "Brothers, charge! Kill him!" the bald man bellowed. As his words echoed, he lunged toward Chen Fan with a gleaming machete in hand. In response, Chen Fan bent down to pick up a branch. Wielding it like a sword, the surroundings began to blur, and with a swift motion, he sent a gust of wind slicing through the air toward the bald man, who soon vanished from sight. Time seemed to freeze as the bald man, rushing forward, suddenly halted, and then a crimson line appeared across his neck. 3 seconds later, his head fell to the ground, severed from his body. The once menacing subordinates were now filled with terror, instinctively retreating as they witnessed their leader's head tumble down in mere seconds. "What the hell are we fighting? He just waved a branch and killed him. Is he some kind of deity?" Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the subordinates, unwilling to meet a similar fate, suddenly heard someone shout, "Run!" This exclamation reverberated through the crowd like a clap of thunder, prompting everyone to flee in a frenzy toward the alley. Observing their panicked retreat, Chen Fan chose not to pursue them. Instead, he called Qin Wudi to manage the scene and instructed him to ensure that the individuals who had just arrived were confined and prevented from causing further harm. With that, Chen Fan departed in his vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa, Chen Fan gently cradled Chen Siyu in his arms and carefully laid her on the soft bed in her room. After removing her shoes, he did not rush to leave. He thoughtfully tucked her in with a blanket and placed a cup of warm water on the bedside table before quietly exiting the room. In his own quarters, Chen Fan powered on his computer, opened a browser, and entered a series of codes. As he entered the last line, the once ordinary web page transformed into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the screen flickered, revealing a gruesome and violent scene before him. The dark web. This platform serves as a marketplace in the shadowy realm, rife with bloodshed, brutality, and murder. Here, everything can be driven by money. With sufficient funds, one can hire others to commit any act, even the assassination of a nation as president. However, Chen Fan did not access the dark web with the intention of accepting a mission. Rather, he sought to uncover any significant events that may have transpired in the underworld during his absence. Scanning the latest updates, he discovered that the Demon Emperor had been dispatching individuals daily to search for him and the Radiance. Understanding the implications, Chen Fan realized that his days in Huaxia would not be peaceful for long. It would not be long before the Demon Emperor uncovered his whereabouts, and an inevitable bloody confrontation awaited him, as he was indeed a potential threat to the Demon Emperor. The night passed in silence. The next morning, while Chen Fan prepared breakfast in the kitchen, Chen Siyu descended the stairs, impeccably dressed. "Chen Fan, why didn't you wake me when you got home last night?" she inquired. Pausing while frying an egg, Chen Fan replied, "I noticed you were exhausted from the day and sleeping so soundly, so I refrained from waking you." Leaning softly against the door, Chen Siyu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and murmured, "Thank you." In that moment, Chen Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not pressed a pressure point on her, she would not have slept so deeply. Fortunately, he had a thick skin, and, after calming his nerves, he said, "Stop standing there. Breakfast is ready." After finishing breakfast, Chen Fan entered his office. After playing games for a while, he noticed Lin Zhe burst in, breathless. Brother Chen, he exclaimed. "What is the rush? Has something happened at the company?" Chen Fan, aware of Lin Zhe's usual composure, sensed that something significant must have occurred. "Qingyan hasn't come to work this morning," Lin Zhe explained. "I thought he might be running late, so I took the brothers for training, but he still hasn't shown up, and his phone is off. Do you think something happened that caused him to turn it off?" Lin Zhe firmly shook his head and stated with certainty that it would not happen. He had previously informed me that a group of thugs was constantly surrounding their home, coercing them into vacating their property. Isn't relocation generally considered a favorable circumstance? Chen Fan found himself perplexed. Indeed, relocation can be advantageous. However, for the Qingyun family, the compensation they were entitled to should have included a new home and approximately 500,000 yuan in cash. Instead, these thugs had only offered them a mere 100,000. Unfortunately, due to the protection these ruffians enjoyed, reporting the matter to the authorities proved futile, leaving the Qingyun family in a state of prolonged distress. Chen Fan felt a rising fury within him. It was appalling that these individuals would stoop so low for their own gain. What could 100,000 yuan possibly accomplish in contemporary Chang'an? It might not even suffice to secure a proper restroom. If Li Qingyun's family were compelled to acquiesce, they would be left homeless, relying solely on that paltry sum to rent a meager dwelling and scrape by. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to intervene, not only because Li Qingyun was an employee of their company, but also to defend countless ordinary people like Li Qingyun for being exploited and oppressed by such vile creatures. Chapter 26. Colleagues and Brothers. Guided by the navigation system, Chen Fan and Lin Zhe arrived at a dilapidated urban village where the walls bore the scars of time, and the old, dim streetlights flickered intermittently. All signs indicated that this village was on the brink of demolition. As they ventured further, they encountered several excavators and tractors, surrounded by a group of individuals engaged in a heated argument. Li Qingyun, I've given you ample time to consider. You're the last one left to sign in this village. Even if you refuse today, I will undoubtedly proceed with the demolition. Wang Ping threatened fiercely, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Either return the full amount of the relocation compensation, or you shall have to step over my corpse, Li Qingyun declared, supporting an elderly man beside him, his voice resolute despite the numerical disadvantage. Wang Ping hesitated to escalate the situation. After all, should any harm occur, the consequences would be dire. Thus, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, Wang Ping received a phone call, his tone shifting to one of servility and respect. Once he hung up, his demeanor transformed, and he coldly declared, I was initially reluctant to act against you, but now that I have backing from above, if you do not step aside, I will run you over with this excavator. Li Qingyun stood his ground, demonstrating unwavering resolve through his actions, while the elderly man beside him gently tugged at his arm, appearing somewhat swayed. Seeing that Li Qingyun remained unmoved, Wang Ping boldly approached an excavator, climbed into the driver's seat, and steered the machine directly towards him. As the excavator hurtled towards Li Qingyun, he instinctively pushed the elderly man out of harm's way. The machine grazed the old man's shoulder as it surged past, but Li Qingyun was struck forcefully to the ground. Although Wang Ping had not been traveling at great speed, the sheer weight of the excavator was sufficient to inflict severe injury or even claim a life. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Fan's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. He moved like a phantom, positioning himself before Li Qintian, his arms bulging with veins as he effortlessly held back a massive excavator weighing several thousand pounds, rendering it immobile. Wang Ping, atop the excavator, was rendered speechless, his mind akin to a computer that had crashed. How could there exist a person capable of pushing such a colossal machine with mere brute strength? This surpassed Wang Ping's comprehension. Yet, Chen Fan did not relent. He pressed his palm against the front of the machine and exerted force. His eyes bloodshot and his arm muscles gradually swelling, the veins on his forehead standing out. Wang Ping seemed to grasp Chen Fan's intentions and activated the excavator, continuing to advance toward him. At that moment, the fabric enveloping Chen Fan's arms began to tear apart under the strain of his burgeoning muscles. Lift it! Chen Fan's eyes were streaked with crimson, and with a tremendous effort, he shouted, managing to elevate the excavator slowly. The tracks beneath the excavator continued to operate, but as its center of gravity became unstable due to Chen Fan's lift, the machine toppled over. Lin Zhe, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict. He had always known Chen Fan was formidable, but had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of strength. This further solidified his resolve to follow Chen Fan in the future. Wang Ping's cohorts, upon witnessing the spectacle, were frozen in terror, unable to move. Qingyun, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. An elderly woman shook the unconscious Li Qingyun, her voice tinged with desperation. Li Qingyun, attempting to muster the strength to rise, succumbed to a coughing fit and collapsed once more. Chen Fan approached Li Qingyun, producing silver needles from his possession to administer a few swift acupuncture strikes. I have temporarily subdued your injuries with these needles. We shall take you to the hospital shortly, he assured. Thank you, Director Chen, for your assistance. I shall repay this life-saving grace in the future. Li Qingyun coughed weakly, stammering his gratitude. Let us set aside other matters for now. We must first resolve the demolition issue. Rest here for a moment, Chen Fan instructed before addressing the elderly woman. Auntie, please look after Qingyun. I will return shortly. The woman nodded repeatedly, her gratitude evident. Thank you, young man. With a smile and a shake of his head, Chen Fan moved to the driver's seat. He clenched his right fist and struck the glass window with force, causing it to shatter like raindrops, pulling the nearly unconscious Wang Ping out of the driver's seat like a lifeless pig. Smack! Smack! Chen Fan slapped Wang Ping across the face, and when he showed no signs of awakening, he delivered another blow. Stop! Please, no more. I'll die. The fainting Wang Ping could no longer withstand the pain and quickly woke up, conceding defeat. You enjoy playing tough. Go on, keep pretending. Chen Fan showed no mercy, continuing to rain slaps upon Wang Ping's face. Before long, with Wang Ping's face swollen to the size of a pig's head, Chen Fan finally ceased his assault. Brother, I have no enmity with you. Why must you do this? Wang Ping lamented, tears nearly forming in his eyes. He had no grudge against the man before him. Not only had he blocked his path, but he was now also relentlessly beating him. Could it be that Li Qingyun had summoned this helper? However, prior to the demolition of this urban village, he had meticulously investigated the backgrounds of the villagers and found no indication of any particularly formidable friends associated with Li Qingyun. Furthermore, if there were formidable friends still residing here, what would be the purpose? I simply cannot abide by your actions, so what? If you were to carry out the demolition, do so according to policy. Why must you exploit the hard-earned money of others? Your conscience must have been fed to the dogs. Chen Fan spoke with an icy and foreboding tone. Wang Ping glanced at the trembling individuals beside him, realizing their unreliability, and could only plead, Brother, I was sent here to oversee the demolition. I am powerless in this situation. Summon the people behind you. Otherwise, your existence here is rendered unnecessary. Chen Fan unleashed a wave of murderous intent toward Wang Ping, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Wang Ping felt a shiver run down his spine. Sensing the temperature around him plummeting, he understood that if he failed to comply, his survival until tomorrow was in jeopardy. He nodded repeatedly and took out his phone to make a call. It would take some time for those individuals to arrive. Chen Fan naproka Li Qingyun. While Lin Zhe laid his coat beneath him, Chen Fan inquired, Why did you not inform me of this matter? Li Qingyun's eyes glimmered with remorse as he replied, This issue is a family matter for me. I did not wish to burden Director Chen and the company with my personal affairs. Have you considered that had we not arrived today, you might have already met with a tragic fate at the hands of that beast? What would become of your mother then? Li Qingyun fell silent, an unusual quiet enveloping him. Understanding the helplessness and sorrow he felt, Chen Fan softened his tone and added, Since we are colleagues and brothers, I hope you will confide in me about any future troubles. I will find a way to assist you. Tears welled in Li Qingyun's eyes as he nodded earnestly, saying, I understand, Brother Chen. Chen Fan smiled, replying, That's the spirit. Meanwhile, Li Qingyun's mother had succumbed to tears, her sorrow cascading down her cheeks like a torrential river. Her once bright eyes were now red-rimmed, filled with an infinite sadness and anguish. She clutched Li Qingyun's hand tightly, as if fearing that loosening her grip would mean losing him. Her wrinkled hand trembled subtly, revealing her inner turmoil and dread. Chapter 27. The Bai family spokesperson. As they conversed, a cacophony of revving engines erupted, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Several black Bentleys raced toward them like a tempest, followed by a procession of sharply dressed men donning sunglasses, who respectfully opened the door of one of the vehicles. Then, a corpulent man clad in a floral shirt, adorned with gold and silver, emerged from the car, his face displaying an air of arrogance, as if he were a deity incarnate. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Well, they certainly know how to make an entrance. Wang Ping, upon seeing this man, approached him as if he were a long-lost father, trembling as he bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Mr. Run, you've finally arrived." Mr. Run stepped back with disdain, saying, "Speak. Who is hindering our demolition progress?" Wang Ping pointed towards Chen Fan and the others, exclaiming, "It is them. They're the last family resisting. Otherwise, we would have commenced the demolition long ago." Ren Fuan lit a cigar, squinted his eyes, and then approached Chen Fan and his companions. "Are you the ones hindering the progress of my demolition project?" Ren Fuan said with a voice full of rage as he stood before Chen Fan. "And if we are?" Chen Fan rose to his feet and replied calmly, "Our group operates in accordance with national policies and procedures." Chen Fan found himself somewhat amused by Ren Fuan's audacity. This fool had the nerve to claim adherence to protocol. Originally, the compensation for the demolition was supposed to be several 100,000 along with a housing unit, but now they only intended to offer a mere 100,000, attempting to hastily conclude the matter. These people were nothing short of a societal cancer. "Enough of your nonsense. Scum like you would have been drowned in a pig cage in the past." Chen Fan erupted with a fierce tirade. Ren Fuan's expression darkened to an extreme. As a representative of the Bai family from the four prominent families of Chang'an, he had never been insulted in such a manner, not even by the Long family. Yet today, he found himself berated by a mere insignificant insect. If word of this spread, how could he ever maintain his standing in society again? "Everyone attack. Break this brat's legs. I'll take the blame for whatever happens." Ren Fuan commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand, his anger palpable. "Understood." The group of suited men responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Chen Fan. Observing this scene, Ren Fuan strolled casually towards his car, seemingly anticipating the outcome. These suited men were elite bodyguards he had painstakingly trained at great expense, with annual costs exceeding tens of millions. Each one was capable of taking on 10 men, precisely for moments like this. So Ren Fuan envisioned the imminent scene of Chen Fan's legs being shattered. "Ah! Ouch! Bang!" Ren Fuan heard the cries outside his car window. Reclining comfortably in his seat, his eyes closed as he hummed a tune. Gradually, the sounds of agony outside began to subside. When he finally opened his eyes and glanced outside, he was taken aback, his pupils constricted in horror at the sight before him. What unfolded was an unforgettable scene for the rest of his life. The battle-hardened bodyguards, whom he had invested heavily in, now lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the very Chen Fan they were meant to subdue stood firmly in place, as unyielding as a mountain, exuding the presence of an emperor surveying his domain. His gaze cold and authoritative. Without hesitation, Ren Fuan started his car, intent on fleeing, but Chen Fan would not allow his escape. In an instant, Chen Fan appeared beside the car, yanked open the passenger door, and forcefully dragged Ren Fuan from the driver's seat. Tossing him onto the ground, Chen Fan looked down from his elevated position and smirked. "Weren't you going to break my legs? Planning to drive away, were you?" Ren Fuan forced a smile. "Brother, I was just joking." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Then let me share a joke with you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Fan stomped down on Ren Fuan's right leg. A distinct sound of cracking bones resonated through the air. Ren Fuan clutched his right leg with both hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you," he shouted, his eyes bloodshot and his voice a painful wail. The agony of his fractured bones had rendered his face a ghastly shade, contorted in a mask of rage. "There are countless who wish to end my life, yet without exception, they all meet their demise. Perhaps the grass atop their graves has grown as tall as you." Chen Fan replied disdainfully. As time passed, Ren Fuan gradually became numb to the excruciating pain of his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he gasped, "Do you have any idea what consequences your actions today will bring?" Chen Fan shook his head, indicating ignorance. "It matters not, for I am a spokesperson of the Bai family, one of the four great families of Chang'an." Ren Fuan declared with haughty pride. As the representative of the Bai family, he possessed the arrogance that came with such a title. And so, Chen Fan inquired perplexed. What significance does a mere spokesperson of a small family hold? What storm could you possibly stir? Even the most powerful families in the world bow before me. A trivial family from Qin province is hardly worthy of my consideration. Ren Fuan found himself momentarily frozen by Chen Fan's indifference. In the past, merely invoking the name of the Bai family would have elicited groveling respect from others. Yet today, it seemed utterly ineffective against Chen Fan. Noticing Ren Fuan's silence, Chen Fan continued, from what I gather, although the Bai family still occasionally appears in the public eye, the actual head of the family is nothing more than a puppet. The true master has plans to advance secretly with the core faction. If the head of the Bai family were to discover your underhanded antics, what do you suppose would be your fate, given his temperament? In the days leading up to this moment, Chen Fan had acquired a substantial understanding of the power dynamics in Chang'an and the Bai family. As one of the four great families, was certainly included in his inquiries. Ren Fuan was truly bewildered. Who was this man before him? How could he possibly know that the visible head of the Bai family was merely a fade? Within the family, the number of those privy to such knowledge scarcely exceeded 5, each a core member. He himself had only stumbled upon this information during a conversation among the Bai family leaders and dared not share it with anyone. For doing so could invite dire consequences for himself and his family. Even the foremost of the four great families, the Long family, would be unable to protect him. Who exactly are you? How do you know such a clandestine matter? Ren Fuan asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who I am is of little importance. But I assure you, I am not someone you can afford to provoke, Chen Fan replied calmly, his tone imbued with confidence. Upon hearing Chen Fan unveil the secrets of the Bai family, Ren Fuan realized that this man was far from ordinary. He was not someone he could contend with on his own. The depth of knowledge he possessed hinted at an unfathomable background. Ren Fuan's heart began to entertain thoughts of retreat. This man not only possessed terrifying martial prowess, but also held knowledge of secrets that could shatter families. He was not someone to be trifled with. As such, Ren Fuan set aside his original demeanor and smiled apologetically. Addressing the elder brother, let us discuss this matter amicably. How about I personally offer you $1 million as compensation? Chen Fan chuckled, intrigued. $1 million? Such a substantial amount? Ren Fuan hastily nodded, eagerly asserting, yes, yes. I will transfer it to you immediately. I hope you, as a magnanimous person, will overlook my minor transgressions and refrain from informing the Bai family about this incident. Chen Fan shook his head, responding, that will not suffice. Seeing Chen Fan unwavering, Ren Fuan presumed that his offer was inadequate. Gritting his teeth, he declared $5 million. Chen Fan continued to shake his head, remaining silent. Ren Fuan felt a sense of despair. He was not foolish and could clearly discern that Chen Fan was toying with him. Yet he found himself at a loss and could only helplessly say, then please, just tell me what I should do. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, first, ensure that the compensation for the villagers' relocation and resettlement is properly arranged. Second, since your people have injured my brother, you will cover all his medical expenses at the hospital. He added, of course, you could choose not to comply, but the consequences will be yours to bear. Ren Fuan weighed his options as he observed Chen Fan's calm demeanor. After all, adhering to Chen Fan's demands would leave him with little profit from this venture, yet failing to comply could lead to dire repercussions. As Chen Fan's cigarette burned down, Ren Fuan sighed and finally conceded, I agree, but I hope you will keep your promise and not inform the Bai family about this matter. Chen Fan smiled and replied, you have made the right choice. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of an ambulance echoed nearby. After assisting Li Qingyun into the vehicle and instructing Lin Zhe to take good care of both her and her child, he paid no further attention to Ren Fuan and departed for his company. Upon returning to his office, before he could even settle into his chair, Shen Siyu hurriedly approached him, speaking swiftly, Chen Fan, Siju is on summer break today. Please take a larger vehicle to pick her up from school. I've already informed Ruashi. Consider this a half-day off for you. I must rush to sign a very important contract now. Without waiting for Chen Fan's response, Shen Siyu hastened towards the exit. Chen Fan could easily discern the significance of the contract to the company, as evidenced by Chen Siyu's urgent demeanor. Arriving at the procurement department, Chen Fan inquired about a larger vehicle. A colleague informed him that all the trucks had been dispatched for purchasing supplies, leaving only an electric tricycle typically used for transporting bottled water. Chen Fan chuckled. A tricycle would suffice, as long as it could carry something. He wondered how the esteemed young lady of the Chen family would react upon seeing him arrive in such a vehicle. After changing into a loose outfit, Chen Fan rode the tricycle toward Chang'an University. Approximately 40 minutes later, he arrived at the university entrance, an ice pop in his mouth, scanning the area. "Brother-in-law, over here." Chen Siju waved her hand from short distance, calling out loudly. Chen Fan smiled and approached her, saying, "Let us go. I am curious to see what university life is like." Chen Siju, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you attended university before?" Chen Fan shook his head, replying, "No, I have not." "Well, why did you only buy yourself an ice cream and not one for me?" Chen Siyu exclaimed, hands on her hips, indignantly. This was a gesture of gratitude from an elderly lady for helping her with some recyclables on my way here, Chen Fan explained. Chen Sishu nodded. "All right. I shall forgive you. Let us go." With that, Chen Sishu grasped Chen Fan's arm, and they strolled into the campus together. Chang'an University, recognized as the most prestigious institution in Chang'an City, has historically been the aspiration of countless students since time immemorial. Those who manage to gain admission are invariably individuals of remarkable academic prowess. As it is exceedingly challenging to secure a place in such a distinguished university solely through personal effort. Previously, Shin Siyu had mentioned that her sister was not particularly diligent in her studies. One might even say she was rather lackadaisical. Yet, whenever examinations approached, a mere cursory review of her textbooks would suffice for her to consistently rank among the top, often surpassing even those who toiled relentlessly. In that moment, diligence seemed trivial in the face of innate talent. Though the truth may sting, it remains a reality. After wandering around the campus and sampling the culinary offerings of university life, Chen Fan, feeling content, accompanied Chen Sishue to the dormitory. At that moment, the dormitory was deserted, save for a few neatly packed bags and a couple of worn-out slippers scattered on the floor. Observing this scene, Chen Fan chuckled. How is it that a distinguished young lady from the Shun family cannot bring herself to replace a pair of worn slippers? What do you know? Shun Sishue retorted, puffing out her cheeks. This is about being frugal when necessary and spending when required. Haven't you noticed that our slippers are practically all in disrepair? Chen Fan nodded in agreement, lifting 4 bags of luggage. Come on, grab that last bag. It's time to head home. Thus, the two of them, burdened with their belongings, made their way to the school gate. Shin Sishu had glanced around, puzzled. Did you not drive here? Of course I did. Chen Fan replied confidently. Then where's your car? Isn't it parked right there? Chen Fan placed the luggage down and pointed to the roadside. Shin Sishu followed his gaze, her eyes widening in disbelief. You cannot be referring to that tricycle. Chen Fan, with a playful smirk, replied, Indeed. This is my meticulously chosen BMW tricycle, featuring a panoramic view with no blind spots and ample space for your luggage. Shen Sishue recognized his jest, yet she was not one to be swayed by superficiality. Without hesitation, she approached the tricycle, swung her long legs over it, and provocatively gazed at Chen Fan. Surprised by her boldness, Chen Fan had expected her to resist, yet she was surprisingly agreeable. After securing the luggage, he instructed Shun Sishue to hold on tight and set off towards home. The students at the school gate, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. How could it be that the goddess they had pursued for so long was now showing such intimate familiarity with a man riding a tricycle? Indeed, they had begun to view Chen Fan as a rival. After all, who else would a girl whimsically allow a man on a tricycle to pick her up? If glances could kill, it is likely that Chen Fan would have been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths at this very moment. However, Chen Fan was blissfully unaware of their thoughts. Even if he were, he would remain indifferent, for it was entirely commonplace for a girl like Shen Sishue to be pursued by many suitors. Chapter 29. A fragment of the past beneath the setting sun. The twilight enveloped the city, casting a warm glow over its streets and alleys. The silhouettes of the two figures lengthened in the evening light, resembling a picturesque scene from a poem, leaving behind traces of joy and harmony. Yet, after a short while of riding, Chen Fan noticed that their speed began to diminish. Realizing that the tricycle was running low on power, he pulled over to the roadside and turned to Shun Sishua, stating, "It seems the tricycle has run out of battery." What should we do?" she replied, her brow furrowing in concern. With a smile, Chen Fan reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. Just go buy me a bottle of water for the journey back. I can pedal all the way home." Shin Sishua nodded obediently and went to a convenience store by the street, returning with 2 bottles of water. She handed one to Chen Fan and asked, "It's quite a distance home. Are you sure you want to pedal back?" After taking a sip, Chen Fan nodded confidently and said, "Rest assured, this is a trivial matter for me. Hold on tight. Prepare for takeoff." With that, he pedaled with such swiftness that his speed rivaled the nearby electric bicycles. Shin Sishua watched in astonishment, though by the time they arrived home, the sky had darkened considerably. After charging the tricycle, they entered the villa only to find that Shun Siyu had not yet returned. Only the housekeeper was busy in the kitchen. They settled on the sofa, facing each other, and Shun Sishua broke the silence. "Brother-in-law, could you tell me how you met my sister?" Taking a moment to ponder, Chen Fan replied, "I met your sister by chance at the airport, and we encountered each other several times afterward, gradually becoming acquainted." Shin Sishua, puzzled, asked, "But based on what I know of my sister, how could she possibly marry a man so easily?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan lowered his gaze in contemplation. Truth be told, he was also uncertain about Shun Siyu's true intentions. Was there some undisclosed reason behind her choice? While he pondered, he did not dwell on it too heavily, for ultimately, their relationship was merely a transaction, and all he needed was to navigate through this year with stability. "It may be due to my overwhelming charm," he jested, attempting to divert the conversation, aware that the truth of the matter was fabricated. An excessive discussion might reveal an oddity to Shun Sishua. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "You are the most narcissistic person I have ever met." "Coincidentally, your sister has said the same," Chen Fan quipped, extinguishing his cigarette and stretching lazily, preparing to wash his hands for dinner. After the evening meal, the moon hung high in the sky, its luminous rays filtering through the curtains, bringing a refreshing ambience that uplifted the spirits. In such a comfortable setting, Chen Fan lit a cigarette and inhaled quietly, while Shin Sishua reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a game with her headphones on. Everything felt so serene. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a ringing phone. Chen Fan glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Qin Wudi calling. He retreated to his room to answer the call. "My dear leader, there has been no progress regarding Chen Shuang, as we are severely lacking personnel domestically. Should we consider sending some individuals over? For the moment, let us refrain from doing so. We can reassess the situation after some time. A large-scale deployment might incite panic among those in power and draw the attention of the Demon Emperor. I prefer to enjoy a few tranquil days for now." On the other end of the line, Qin Wudi fell silent for a moment before responding. "True enough, but who exactly is this Chen Shuang? You seem quite concerned." "My younger sister," Chen Fan replied. "Goodness, I had no idea you had a sister," Qin Wudi exclaimed, astonished. "In the past, I was too weak to allow anyone to know about her existence. Now, with my strength, I am no longer afraid of certain threats," Chen Fan said, pausing to light a cigarette, reminiscing about a past event. 8 years prior, Chen Fan's parents were merely ordinary freight drivers among the masses. One fateful day, while delivering goods, they encountered the worst snowstorm in the history of Chang'an. Their vehicle met with an accident due to the treacherous, snow-covered roads, resulting in the tragic loss of both parents, leaving young Chen Fan and Chen Shuang to rely on one another for survival. In order to support his sister, Chen Fan resolutely dropped out of school to work. Yet, in his youth, who was not brimming with ambition, during his time working, he inadvertently attracted the attention of a local criminal organization. To avoid endangering his sister, he fled to another city, sending most of his earnings home for her living expenses, keeping only a small portion for himself. He intended to return once the storm had passed, but to his dismay, the gang found him. When confronted with the specter of death, the instinct to survive reigned supreme. And Chen Fan was no exception. In the course of his escape, he accidentally killed a man, provoking the wrath of the gang. To save his life, he called his sister to inform her he would be going abroad for work, promising to return in 5 years. Innocent Chen Shuang thought little of it, merely urging him to stay safe and return soon. Thus, Chen Fan embarked on his journey overseas, initially taking on humble jobs such as dishwashing and car repairs. However, he was unwilling to let his life remain mundane. By a stroke of fate, he found his way into the dark underworld. Is a golden-scaled fish merely a creature of the pond? When faced with a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Alone with a blade, Chen Fan stirred the winds of the world. 5 years later, under the name of Inferno, he ascended to power in the Dark Realm, joining the ranks of those who wield dominion over the world. Yet, as fate would have it, just as he prepared to step back from his hard-won success, he lost contact with his sister, igniting a sense of urgency within him to return to China at the fastest pace possible. However, destiny had other plans, as the Second Holy War erupted at that very moment. Torn between his sister and the brothers who fought alongside him, Chen Fan found himself in a precarious predicament. Ultimately, he resolved to send a small team back to China to search for his sister while he led his organization in battle. The Holy War commenced, lasting 3 years, with a continuous series of conflicts that kept Chen Fan from liberating himself from struggle. During this period, Chen Fan had not received any news regarding Chen Shuang, leading him to believe that she might have encountered some misfortune, filling him with profound sorrow. It was only a few days ago that an operative embedded in Huaxia fortuitously uncovered the information that his sister was still alive. The organization, having matured over time, no longer required his direct leadership, prompting him to travel to Huaxia. Upon hearing Chen Fan recount these memories, Qin Wudi, usually loquacious, fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he inquired, "Boss, since we've learned of our sister's whereabouts, why not seek her out immediately? Given our current influence, locating her should not pose a challenge." Chen Fan sighed deeply, his tone laden with complexity as he replied, "I fear that upon seeing her, I will be at a loss for how to confront her. She might blame me. After all, I promised her I would return in 5 years." Lighting a cigarette, he continued, "Moreover, my hands are stained with blood. If she were to discover that her brother is a heartless mercenary, I cannot fathom her reaction." Chapter 30. The Revelation. After ending the call, Chen Fan stepped onto the balcony, igniting another cigarette. As the smoke curled around his fingers, he found himself lost in thought, the world around him seemingly frozen, save for the cigarette that continued to burn. After a considerable time, as the ash grazed his fingertips, he emerged from his reverie with a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, "Shuang, I promised to return after 5 years. Yet here we are, 8 years later. I hope you do not hold it against me. I wonder how you have fared. By now, you should be attending university, right?" As he pondered, a look of anguish crossed Chen Fan's face. He couldn't help but wonder how his sister had endured all those years alone. It likely was not easier than his own life abroad, given that she had to attend school during the week and work on weekends to support herself. Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming from upstairs, belonging to Shun Xixue, shattered the fragile tranquility, pulling Chen Fan from his despair and into contemplation of a perplexing question that had long troubled him. Why had his sister inexplicably vanished 3 years ago, never to be heard from again? Although he had merely dispatched a small team to Huaxia to gather information, Chen Shuang was an ordinary person. How could she possibly evade their search? Recently, she had unexpectedly reappeared within their sights, albeit briefly, only to vanish once more. Nevertheless, the team members had precisely tracked her movements, but just as they were about to pursue and inquire, unforeseen circumstances ensnared them, seemingly orchestrated by unseen hands. In that moment, Chen Fan sensed an invisible force manipulating events behind the scenes, which only deepened his unease. It appeared that the time had come to confront Shun Siyu. As the night deepened, Chen Fan sat in the living room, chain-smoking, the air thick with the acrid scent of tobacco. At that moment, the grand door of the villa slowly creaked open, revealing Shun Siyu, her expression weary as she stepped inside. The acrid smell of smoke engulfed the living room, prompting her to instinctively cover her nose. She furrowed her brows and, with an air of displeasure, inquired about the excessive smoking at such a late hour. especially without opening a window. Is open, Chen Fan replied. Shen Siyu instinctively glanced towards the window, confirming it was indeed ajar. She continued, "Why are you smoking at this hour when you should be resting?" "I was waiting for your return," Chen Fan responded calmly, his gaze fixed on her. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyu's expression softened slightly. She then moderated her tone, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I had a late engagement outside, which is why I'm back now. You should go to bed." "Thank you?" Chen Fan was momentarily perplexed by her unexpected gratitude. "What is the matter? Is there something else?" he asked, noticing her curious expression. Chen Fan hesitated momentarily. "If you don't speak, I shall take my leave to shower," Shen Siyu declared, rising to ascend the stairs. "I would like your assistance in inquiring about someone," Chen Fan finally stated. "Who do you wish to inquire about?" "Chen Shuang. I will send you her detailed information shortly. By the sound of it, she appears to be female. My younger sister. She vanished 3 years ago, and I initially feared she had met with an accident. However, I recently learned she is alive, which is why I'm seeking your help. My resources are rather limited." Chen Fan explained. "Why not ask your good friend for assistance?" Shen Siyu questioned, puzzled. Chen Fan merely shook his head, signaling his reluctance to elaborate. Shen Siyu, sensing his reticence, nodded in agreement and proceeded upstairs to shower. With his objective achieved, Chen Fan exhaled in relief. After all, his promise to marry her had been driven by this very purpose, as his foundations were not firmly established in Huaxia. Having Shen Siyu, a renowned local businesswoman, assist him was indeed the most fitting choice. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Lin Zhe entered, reporting, "Chenggu, Qingyun's condition has stabilized. Due to his regular exercise, he will likely be discharged within a month." Chen Fan nodded, smiling. "That is good to hear. By the way, did those individuals settle the compensation for his family?" "Yesterday afternoon, they delivered the promised house and demolition compensation to the villagers without fail, even covering Qingyun's daily care and lost wages. It seems they are somewhat reasonable," Chen Fan observed. Noticing Lin Zhe's hesitance, "Is there something else on your mind?" Lin Zhe paused before speaking. "Today, I saw Li Wei at the company. His demeanor seemed rather off. You should be cautious." Chen Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing to worry about. Amir Li Wei poses no threat." Seeing Chen Fan unfazed, Lin Zhe could only shrug in resignation, having come to understand Chen Fan's capabilities through their recent interactions. As the days swiftly passed, Chen Fan gathered his belongings and approached the adjacent office to call Shen Siyu for the end of the workday. Just as he was about to push open the door, he overheard Shen Siyu's furious voice emanating from within. "You might as well give up on that notion. Even if I were to die, I would never hand over the company to you people." Outside the door, Chen Fan heard the words spoken by Shen Siyu, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He had never anticipated that the usually composed Shen Siyu would be so riled up. He wondered who possessed the audacity to provoke her. After lingering outside for a while, he noticed the office had fallen silent, prompting him to push the door open and enter. To his astonishment, he found Shen Siyu with reddened eyes, dabbing at the tears at the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Witnessing her tear-streaked visage, Chen Fan finally set aside his usual nonchalance and gently inquired about what had transpired. Shen Siyu shook her head, remaining silent. Chen Fan continued, recalling how she had once declared herself his wife. Despite the charade of their relationship, she had fulfilled her duties as a spouse. He believed this sentiment should apply to him as well. A fleeting glimmer of hesitation crossed Shen Siyu's eyes, though it was but a moment. Chen Fan caught it with precision. Seizing the opportunity, he urged her, reminding her that regardless of her identity as an IC CEO or any other role, at her core, she was merely a woman in need of protection from a man. Thus, she could confide in him during times of trouble. He would assist her to the best of his abilities. Shen Siyu's delicate frame trembled slightly as she finally raised her gaze. Her expression a complex blend of emotions as she looked at Chen Fan. He refrained from pressing further, instead approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette, and gazing down at the myriad lights lining the streets. As he watched the shimmering glow of the neon lights, his attention drifted along with their flickers. He understood that Shun Siyu needed some solitude to collect her thoughts, so he chose not to intrude. Chapter 31. Rising Up. The night deepened into darkness, resembling a colossal canvas steeped in ink. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning split the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that seemed to tear the heavens apart. Drenching the streets below, passers-by were caught off guard by the sudden deluge, frantically seeking nearby shelters. In contrast to the panic surrounding him, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. While others were weighed down by their emotions, he found that rain rejuvenated his spirit, washing his soul anew. At last, the gentle voice of Shun Siyu broke through the din, and Chen Fan knew that after grappling with her thoughts, she was prepared to divulge the details of the situation. He turned to listen intently. Taking a deep breath, Shun Siyu slowly articulated that in recent days, Li Wei's mother and Long Fei had joined forces to launch a fierce assault on the company, and the group's financial resources were perilously close to depletion. Logically, given the Long family's vast wealth, they would presumably look down upon their company, even though it ranked among the top 500 in Huaxia. Chen Fan's words, though blunt, held merit. The Long family's conglomerate had surpassed $1 trillion in market value, dwarfing the Shen family's enterprise by a significant margin. Moreover, the core businesses of the Shun family were in stark contrast to those of the Long family. Was it possible that their past conflicts had ignited this animosity? Upon hearing this, Shun Siyu pursed her lips, hesitating slightly as she responded, "It may be due to your previous conflicts with them." Chen Fan's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on Shun Siyu's gaze. He was acutely aware that she had not spoken the truth, yet he held no resentment. After all, they had only known each other for a mere few days. Noticing Shun Siyu's reluctance to divulge further, Chen Fan resignedly shrugged, deciding not to pry any further. He handed her the sole umbrella in the office, and together they made their way to the car, embarking on the journey home. Upon arriving at the villa, the rain began to subside, and the air carried a refreshing scent characteristic of the surrounding flora. After dining with the sisters, Chen Fan excused himself and retreated to his bedroom, only to discover signs suggesting his belongings had been rummaged through. Frowning, he surveyed the room and noticed a shadowy figure seemingly concealed behind the curtains. Although the individual left no overt trace, Chen Fan's keen instincts sensed an unsettling presence. He locked the bedroom door and approached the window with deliberate calmness, reaching out to draw back the curtains. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel, a silver dagger, brimming with lethal intent, slashed toward Chen Fan's neck. Instinctively, he recoiled, narrowly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist and aimed a blow at the assailant's abdomen. A pained gasp echoed from behind the curtains, prompting Chen Fan to yank them aside, revealing a one-eyed man, approximately 30 years of age. The man hunched over, his face contorted in agony, as the seemingly casual punch had rendered him incapacitated. After struggling for a moment, he lifted his head and, upon recognizing Chen Fan, exclaimed, "Baka, you are not Shen Siyu?" Chen Fan regarded him with surprise, realizing that an assassin from the islands had infiltrated China. It appeared that even amidst China's rigorous defenses, vulnerabilities remained. I am Jiro Inoue, a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi. If you wish to avoid incurring the wrath of our organization, I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, the Yamaguchi-gumi will descend upon you, slaughtering your people." Inoue threatened coldly. He was confident that merely uttering the name of his organization would deter Chen Fan from harming him, for the Yamaguchi-gumi held a prominent position in the underworld. Chen Fan scoffed dismissively. A mere insignificant organization presuming to stir up trouble in China? Do not flatter yourselves. Even your entire nation would be reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Bakayuru, you think these Chinese pigs can resist our soldiers? Do not forget, decades ago, our armies traversed your entire land. Inoue spat, his teeth clenched, recalling the tumultuous years of war. At these words, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. This one-eyed man had inadvertently struck a nerve that resonated deeply within every Chinese person. Decades prior, the islanders had audaciously instigated the war of aggression against China, defying global condemnation and opposition. They trampled upon the land of Huaxia with their advanced weaponry and brutal tactics, committing unspeakable atrocities against the people. Countless innocent lives fell victim to their merciless blades, and both cities and villages were left in ruins, unrecognizable amidst the devastation of war. To this day, whenever this heart-wrenching chapter of history is recalled, every descendant of Huaxia cannot help but remember the humiliation and sorrow it brought. Ultimately, it was the courage and sacrifice of millions of Huaxia people that led to a hard-won victory against the enemy. However, the aftermath of such conflict is beyond imagination, with countless heroes having lost their precious lives in the struggle. Yet today, Chen Fan was appalled to hear such reckless words from the enemy, igniting a fire of indignation within him. His gaze was as cold as ice, akin to that of one gazing upon a dying man. With a tone of detached calmness, he proclaimed, "Our Huaxia civilization has endured for thousands of years and has always been a pinnacle power. It merely slumbered for a time, allowing you wretches to exploit a moment of weakness. But make no mistake, like a dragon, we shall ultimately soar high above the heavens." Huaxia has risen once more. Without inquiring further about the mastermind behind the attack, Chen Fan delivered what would be the last words heard by the one-eyed man. "One day, I shall point my sword at your island nation to avenge the bloodshed of the past." As soon as the words left his lips, he grasped the man's neck. And with a sharp crack, the life of this foreign assassin came to an abrupt end. Even in death, Jiro Inoue's eyes reflected disbelief. He could not fathom why, after revealing the name of his organization, anyone would dare to kill him. Yet, it was evident that he would never have the chance to uncover the answer. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan retrieved a vial of liquid and poured it over Jiro's lifeless body. The moment the liquid made contact, it emitted a repugnant odor that elicited a wave of nausea. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained composed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire corpse disintegrated into nothingness. All that remained was a pool of blood, the sole testament to his existence. Thus, Jiro in no way vanished completely from this world, leaving no trace behind, truly a case of bones and remains obliterated. Chen Fan then took a few minutes to meticulously cleanse the entire room, ensuring that Shun Siyu and the others would suspect nothing amiss before he approached the bedside. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed out at the luminous moonlight, inhaling quietly. From the one-eyed man's earlier revelations, he learned that the assassin was sent to kill Shun Siyu. However, the fact that a killer could misjudge the location of their target's room was a disgrace to the profession. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan contemplated the possibility that Shun Siyu had previously occupied this very room. Had she foreseen an assassination attempt and deliberately switched rooms with him? Or did she merely feel it inappropriate for a man and woman to share a floor? Regardless of the scenario, it was clear that Shun Siyu harbored numerous secrets, enough to warrant the attention of the Yamaguchi-gumi for her assassination. Although the Yamaguchi-gumi held little significance before Chen Fan, their ability to carve out a place in the vast underworld spoke volumes of their formidable strength. Chapter 32, 10 Trillion. The following morning, Chen Fan awoke promptly at 6, pulling back the curtains to gaze at the overcast sky outside, feeling a slight sense of oppression and an ominous premonition stirring within him. After an hour of exercise, he returned to the villa, where Aunt Wang was just setting the freshly prepared breakfast on the dining table. Noticing Chen Fan's return, she inquired, "Young master, did you go out to exercise?" Chen Fan, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, replied with a smile, "Yes, I just went for a run. Now, I will head upstairs to call Siyu and the others for breakfast." Ascending to the second floor, he first knocked on Shun Si Shue's door, only to be met with silence. She was still indulging in her slumber. Resigned, he moved on to the adjacent room, knocking on Shun Siyu's door. Moments later, she emerged, looking resplendent. Even Chen Fan was momentarily entranced by her appearance. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, while a sky-blue dress clung to her every curve, merging her with the azure heavens above, accentuating her stunning silhouette. Her legs, elegantly enveloped in black stockings, evoked a sense of allure and daydreams. The exquisite, almond-shaped face, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of a divine artist, bore no makeup yet radiated an ethereal beauty. befitting the title of the most beautiful female CEO in Chang'an, Chen Fan. As they enjoyed their breakfast, Chen Fan casually peeled an egg and inquired, "I believe I saw a hairpin in the room yesterday. Did you previously stay downstairs?" As he spoke, he discreetly observed Chen Fan's every move. Any hint of concealment would prompt him to sever their contractual relationship. Although his influence in Huaxiao was still limited and he required local support to search for his sister, he was well aware that Chen Fan was not irreplaceable. Many would eagerly assist him if he so desired. Chen Fan, without hesitation, replied, "I used to stay downstairs while Si Shui was above. Now that you have moved in, it was deemed appropriate for you to occupy my former room. So I relocated upstairs to stay with Si Shui." Upon confirming in her eyes that she spoke the truth, Chen Fan responded, "All right, I will return that hairpin to you later." Upon arriving at the company, Chen Fan ascended the stairs ahead of him, while Chen Fan parked his car in the underground garage. Just as he closed the door and prepared to leave, he spotted Li Wei approaching, someone he had not seen for a week. Curious about Li Wei's intentions, Chen Fan lingered, lighting a cigarette and watching him with interest. Moments later, Li Wei reached Chen Fan, revealing that although the bandages had been removed from his face, the swelling had not completely subsided. Chen Fan smirked, feigning mockery. "Well, what brings Director Li here today? On vacation these past few days? Why the absence from work?" Li Wei's lips twitched involuntarily, internally cursing, "You fool. If it weren't for you slapping me before, would I have been hospitalized for an entire week?" Though he recognized Chen Fan's intent to provoke him, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that he was no match for Chen Fan. Li Wei took a deep breath, calming his mind, and smiled as he said, "Thanks to you, I shall soon be the director of security." Chen Fan gazed at Li Wei as if he were a fool and retorted, "Have you been struck senseless by me? Are you not aware?" Li Wei feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Encountering a fool first thing in the morning." Chen Fan, growing increasingly impatient, cursed under his breath and prepared to turn away. The Long and Li families had pooled a staggering 100 billion yuan to launch a massive assault on the shares of the Shen Group, and soon, the ownership of the Shen Group would change hands. Li Wei's voice, brimming with schadenfreude, echoed through the basement, resonating behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan's steps merely faltered for a moment. He said nothing further and took the elevator upstairs. Upon arriving at his office, Chen Fan lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke while gazing pensively out of the window. He had already heard Li Wei's word from Chen Fan just yesterday, yet he was puzzled. Was the joint acquisition by the Long and Li families merely a consequence of his conflict with them, or was there a deeper underlying motive? After contemplating for some time, Chen Fan finally sighed and dialed a number comprising 20 digits. "Hello, who is this?" A melodious voice emanated from the phone, and from the sound alone, one could ascertain that a breathtakingly beautiful woman was on the other end. "It's me," Chen Fan replied coolly. "Boss," the woman on the line suddenly exclaimed. Chen Fan instinctively covered his ears and replied irritably, "Could you possibly lower your voice? You're nearly deafening me." "My apologies, boss. I was just too excited," Alyssa said bashfully. If this scene were witnessed by those entrenched in the dark underworld, they would surely be left agape. This ruthless femme fatale displayed a surprisingly adorable side. All right, Chen Fan said, shaking his head in resignation. He inquired slowly, "Can our organization currently mobilize 100 billion? Silence fell on the other end of the line. Chen Fan cautiously reduced his request. "If 100 billion is not feasible, then 800 million will suffice." "Boss, have you been struck senseless by the holy light a few days ago?" Alyssa asked incredulously. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "Our organization currently has a movable capital exceeding 14 digits, not including fixed assets like planes, ships, properties, and so forth." Chen Fan felt a bit confused and interrupted her. "So, you're saying that 100 billion can be made available? Piece of cake. Just a drop in the bucket." Alyssa replied nonchalantly, as if 100 billion were no more significant than a mere 1,000. "All right, then transfer 100 billion to my account right now," Chen Fan instructed. "Understood, boss." Alyssa agreed without hesitation. After all, the current achievements of Purgatory Island were largely due to Chen Fan. In other words, all assets on the island belonged to him, and they merely acted as custodians. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Chen Fan ended the call. Just as he lit another cigarette, he noticed a text message arriving. Account 0001, Kyoto time, July 1st, 2024, Citibank. Your available account has received a transfer of 1 trillion yuan. Now the account balance is 2,306 yuan. 110 billion trillion. Astonished, Chen Fan thought he had miscounted and confirmed it again, only to find that Elisa indeed transferred him 1 trillion. What a prodigal. Chen Fan couldn't help but comment, then blissfully continued to smoke his cigarette, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been the one to request the transfer. Chapter 33. Counterattack. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Fan gazed at the string of numbers on the computer screen, his expression somewhat complex. Given his former character, he would not have meddled in others' affairs, especially since Shen Siyu hadn't revealed the truth to him yesterday. However, after hearing from Li Wei about the company's current predicament, Chen Fan found himself unexpectedly concerned for that woman, who was sometimes cold and sometimes gentle. This left him momentarily perplexed. Was it merely because of her stunning beauty? Yet, at this stage in his life, with his accomplishments and status, he had encountered all manner of women. So what was the reason? Chen Fan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further, believing that with the passage of time, the answer would eventually reveal itself. In the conference room of the Shun Group, Shen Siyu was engaged in a meeting with several high-level shareholders, discussing strategies to overcome the current crisis. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone shattered the tense atmosphere. The charming secretary, Jing Yin, cast an apologetic glance at the others, stood up to excuse herself, and stepped out to take the call. After several minutes, Jing Yin re-entered the room, her expression filled with astonishment, and approached Shen Siyu, whispering a few words. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Shen Siyu stood up abruptly. She then waved her hand to the attendees, signaling them to leave, and soon the spacious conference room was left with only Shen Siyu and Jing Yin. Jing Yin, what he just said is true, Shen Siyu asked, her delicate face serious. Jing Yin nodded affirmatively, her expression one of disbelief as she replied, I just received news that a staggering sum of 200 billion has been suddenly transferred to the Group S account. Before Jing Yin could finish her sentence, Shen Siyu anxiously interrupted her. Which company or individual made this transfer? Shen Siyu inquired, her eyes deep and penetrating. After all, the market value of the Shun Group was merely in the hundreds of billions. Such a sudden influx of funds prompted her to suspect the ulterior motives of those behind it. After all, one does not simply receive a windfall from the heavens. The source of the funds lacks any information. It seems to have appeared out of thin air, Jing Yin said helplessly. When she received the news, she immediately ordered a trace on the origins of the funds, but despite her best efforts, she had found nothing. Should we utilize this fund, General Manager? Jing Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued softly. Shen Siyu looked out the window, contemplating for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled with confident determination as she declared, Utilize it. Why not? Regardless of the other party's intentions, we shall first execute a splendid counterattack. The rest can be discussed later. Jing Yan, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly before turning to exit the conference room, issuing directives for the forthcoming strategy. Meanwhile, Shen Siyu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze cast upon the bustling traffic below, her heart heavy with trepidation. She was acutely aware that her audacious use of this mysterious funding could potentially bring her unimaginable troubles in the future. Yet, she felt compelled to act. She could not bear the thought of relinquishing her parents' hard-earned company to others, nor could she allow that object to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Thus, she had no choice but to proceed. On the other hand, Chen Fan, the instigator of this turmoil, was obliviously engrossed in a video game, exhaling clouds of smoke, completely unaware of the magnitude of the upheaval he had caused. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, as his assistance to Shen Siyu stemmed merely from his duty as her faux husband. At noon, within the Shun Group's conference room, Shen Siyu and several senior executives fixated intently on the colossal screen mounted on the wall, which displayed the fluctuating stock market graphs for all to observe. The atmosphere in the room was steeped in a solemn gravity, as the fate of the company hung precariously in the balance. Suddenly, an incongruous yawn disrupted the tense silence. Everyone turned to see Chen Fan, the president's bodyguard, reclining with his hand as a pillow, eyes closed in slumber. Confusion rippled through the room, as they wondered why a mere bodyguard was present at such a pivotal occasion. Though he held the title of head of security, he was still the lowest ranked among the executives, and it seemed the president had turned a blind eye to his indiscretions. If Chen Fan had been privy to their thoughts, he would have been incensed, as he had been forcibly pulled from his lunch by Shen Siyu. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? Shen Siyu, discerning the unspoken sentiments of those around her, felt no need to provide any explanations. As the president, she was not obliged to justify her choices to others. Besides, she herself was uncertain about why she had summoned Chen Fan, merely convincing herself it was for her own protection. Suddenly, the stock market experienced a tremendous upheaval as a company named Feihe Group launched a sudden assault with an investment of several hundred billion. This company was a short-selling venture co-founded by Li Wei's mother and Long Fei, specifically aimed at undermining the Shen Group. This substantial sum nearly equated to the market value of the Shen Group. Consequently, the funds swept through the Shen Group's stocks like a tempest, and within moments, 10% of the shares had been acquired. If this continued until the markets close in the afternoon, all would be lost. As the senior executives wore expressions of despair, a slight smile graced Shen Siyu's lips. With a decisive flourish of her hand, she commanded with an air of regal authority, "Relay my orders. We shall immediately initiate a counteroffensive." Meanwhile, Chen Fan, inopportunely lighting a cigarette, regarded Shen Siyu with an intrigued gaze, silently admiring her queenly demeanor. At that moment, Ren Jundong, the director of the investment department, and Yang Ruoxue, the director of the finance department, rose solemnly, responding, "Understood, we shall act at once." The remaining attendees were perplexed and about to speak when Shen Siyu raised her hand to interrupt, stating, "I understand that you may have some doubts. I will explain everything after this matter concludes." Thus, the crowd subdued their curiosity, their eyes fixed on the stock market chart as they awaited the unfolding events in silence. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in an inconspicuous high-rise, Long Fei and Li Wei's mother, among others, were seated in an exquisitely luxurious office, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Long Fei gazed at the computer screen on the desk, his tone unexpectedly profound as he remarked, "Aunt, rest assured, this acquisition is as good as secured. By the end of today, Shen Group will have a new owner." It was hard to believe that Long Fei, known as the foremost young master of Chang'an, had abandoned his usual flamboyance, his tone bearing an unusual hint of respect. Such news, if it were to leak, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Liu Ying, seated on a circular sofa, exhaled a wisp of smoke, an expression of control gracing her features as she coldly asserted, "Since Shen Siyu is so ungrateful, then her company is no longer necessary." Just as Long Fei was about to nod in agreement, his gaze flicked to the screen, and the cigarette but slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground and scorching a hole in the expensive carpet. Yet, he could hardly dwell on that, for he realized that the stock market graph was surging upward with ferocity, nearing its previous zenith. The influx of capital into Shen Group resembled an unrelenting flood, swiftly surpassing the trillion mark. A trillion? One must understand that Shen Group's market value was merely in the hundreds of billions. Where did such a staggering sum originate? Moreover, even the Long family would find it challenging to amass 1,000 billion in liquid assets. As Li Hongying, still shrouded in smoke, beheld Long Fei's reaction, she inquired with intrigue, "What is wrong? Has Shen Group already been acquired?" Long Fei stared blankly at her, momentarily speechless. Li Hongying, sensing something amiss, quickly rose and approached him. A mere glance at the screen left her as motionless as a statue, for she beheld a sight she thought she would never witness in her lifetime. The stock market graph displayed Shen Group's capital surging like a torrential downpour, swiftly reclaiming all the shares that had been previously acquired at a premium, and in an instant, Shen Group's market value soared to an unprecedented high. Yet, The shares she held had been forcibly acquired by Chen Fan at a premium. Li Hongying could not fathom such an outcome. Her expression twisted in rage as she demanded, "Spare no expense to increase the funding. Within 3 days, I must see Shun Group change hands." At that moment, Long Fei had regained his composure, his countenance remarkably serene and profound, as if the extraordinary events that had transpired barely stirred the waters of his mind, despite their unexpected nature. However, the slight tremor of his fingertips at the hem of his trousers betrayed that he was not as tranquil as he appeared. Long Fei rose from his desk and retrieved 2 exquisite cigars from the drawer. After offering a seat to Li Hongying, he handed one of the cigars to her, lighting one for himself as well. "Aunt," he urged, "we must refrain from recklessly engaging in a financial war." "Why? With our 2 families united in Chang'an, who could possibly stand against us?" Li Hongying inhaled deeply from the cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke that gradually calmed her nerves. She understood that her nephew, who had exhibited cunning intelligence since childhood, had everything under his control, and this situation would be no exception. Noticing that Li Hongying had regained her composure, Long Fei continued, "It is well known that the Shun Group is valued at merely a few hundred billion. Yet today, they have unleashed a financial battle worth over $1 trillion. Do you truly believe that Shun Fan, that wretched girl, has allies?" Long Fei nodded subtly, his tone imbued with an enigmatic depth. "Indeed, and it is likely that her resources and backing are not inferior to our 4 prominent families. After all, those who can casually wield $1 trillion in funds are scarcely more than a handful in the entirety of Qin province." Li Hongying finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Furrowing her brow, after a long silence, she inquired, "What shall we do next? Are we simply to let her go?" A glint of cold determination flickered in Long Fei's eyes, his voice chillingly resolute. "Since a financial battle is unfeasible, we shall pursue a different course." "What?" Long Fei exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning closer to whisper a few words into Li Hongying's ear. After a moment, they exchanged glances and nodded, a smirk of triumph gracing their lips, one that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who might witness it. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was preparing to leave the office, remained blissfully unaware of the impending conspiracy brewing between Long Fei and Li Hongying. He stood by the window, leisurely smoking as he savored the last moments of the workday. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door interrupted the stillness. "Come in." Chen Fan glanced over and called out. Chen Fan entered with a smile, announcing, "Let us go. It's time to clock out." Chen Fan nodded, and the 2 descended the elevator together. On their way home, as Chen Fan prepared to turn the car around towards his residence, he was halted by Chen Fan. "We're not going home just yet. I'd like to treat you to dinner," she insisted, pressing her lips together. Startled by the proposition, Chen Fan replied incredulously, "Have you lost your mind?" Chen Fan frowned, her tone turning irritable. "If you don't want to eat out, then let us head home. Why are you so chatty today?" "Eat, eat, eat," Chen Fan exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, revealing his eagerness to seize the opportunity for a free meal. Who would pass up such a chance? He certainly wasn't foolish, and it was no small feat to have Chen Fan invite him to dinner. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at a Michelin-starred restaurant in the city center. After handing the car keys to the attendant, they approached the entrance only to be intercepted by a staff member. "Excuse me, we cannot allow entry to those who are poorly dressed," the male attendant stated coldly. Just as Chen Fan was about to protest, Chen Fan stopped her, casting a bemused glance at the attendant. With a playful smirk, he pointed to himself and quipped, "Are you referring to me?" "Of course. Who else will I be talking about?" The male attendant retorted arrogantly. As Chen Fan stepped into the restaurant, he was immediately branded with the label of a pauper. As a waiter in a Michelin 3-star establishment, he had encountered countless aristocrats in his daily life. This, however, had rendered him myopic, forgetting that when one reaches a certain echelon, they transcend the mundane and are indifferent to such superficialities. Chen Fan, being of humble origin, was hardly concerned with these empty titles. Listening to the waiter's derision, he chose not to engage, merely shaking his head in resignation as he grasped Chen Fan's arm, preparing to force their way into the restaurant. "Security, there's a disturbance at the entrance." The waiter barked into his walkie-talkie, his face contorted with rage. Chen Fan, growing increasingly impatient with the waiter's obstinacy, repressed his anger and icily advised, "I suggest you reconsider your actions." In response, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, and soon, a line of stern security personnel brandishing batons stood before him. "Is this how you treat your guests at Michelin?" Chen Fan remarked with a sardonic smile, observing the scene unfold. "Our service ethos is designed for guests, not for rural bumpkins like you," the male waiter retorted with scorn. Very well," Chen Fan muttered to himself, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. Yet at that moment, he felt a gentle tug at his garment. Turning around, he saw Shun Siyu shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from violence as she intended to handle the situation. With a faint sigh, Chen Fan composed himself, stepping aside to watch her manage the affair. Seeing him retreat, Shun Siyu exhaled in relief, fearing that Chen Fan's impulsiveness would lead to further conflict. Ignoring the restaurant's no-smoking policy, he lit a cigarette, his gaze indifferent. Shun Siyu slowly retrieved a golden card from her handbag and presented it to the waiter, her tone as frosty as winter. "Open your eyes and see what this is." The male waiter took the card, scrutinizing it closely, and suddenly his body trembled. Looking up in disbelief, he stammered, "The Supreme Membership card?" As a waiter in a Michelin 3-star restaurant, how could he not recognize such a card? It is no exaggeration to say that anyone possessing this card would receive unconditional premium service from the restaurant, provided they did not vandalize the establishment. Shun Siyu nodded slightly and inquired, "So, are you still going to stop us?" The waiter shook his head fervently, saying, "I wouldn't dare." With the waiter and security retreating, Chen Fan finally voiced his frustration. "Hey, Shun Siyu, why didn't you present the membership card sooner? I wasted so much time." Shun Siyu maintained her calm demeanor, replying coolly, "You were the one who obstructed me from handling it earlier." Noticing Chen Fan's embarrassment, she added, "So, can you please dress appropriately in the future? Just look at how you appear. It's no wonder they stopped you." Chen Fan instinctively glanced at himself and noticed that the buttons of his white shirt were completely undone, exposing his chest without reserve. The sneakers he wore, already faded from washing, had their laces untied, presenting a decidedly unrefined appearance. Chapter 35. Dining and dashing Chen Fan touched his nose and offered a harmless smile in response. Shun Siyu could only shake her head in resignation, realizing that Chen Fan had not heeded her words. Although they had only spent a few days together, she could discern that there was an inherent rebelliousness in his character. They found a table by the window, and a sweet-looking waitress approached, respectfully presenting a menu. "Hello. May I assist you with your selections?" Chen Fan picked up the menu first and discovered it was entirely in English. Shun Siyu, noticing this, intended to take over and order for him, but was taken aback when Chen Fan fluently spoke, "Hello," as he perused the English menu. He confidently ordered several exquisite dishes and, without hesitation, requested a bottle of red wine. Listening to his eloquent English, Shun Siyu found herself momentarily stunned. Despite her own experience studying abroad, her spoken English was no match for his. Once the waitress departed, Shun Siyu gazed at Chen Fan with intrigue and asked, "Have you studied English before?" Chen Fan looked at her as if she were naive and replied, "Didn't I mention that I served in the military abroad? How could I communicate without knowing English?" Shun Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled awkwardly, having momentarily forgotten about his military background. Little did she know, Chen Fan was not only proficient in English, but also fluent in over 30 languages worldwide, which made him a top-tier mercenary in the underworld. After approximately 15 minutes, an array of exquisite, luxurious dishes was elegantly presented on the table. The visual appeal of the food was undoubtedly worthy of a Michelin 3-star rating, igniting Chen Fan's appetite. Just as he was about to dig in, he suddenly remembered something and quickly called the departing waitress back. "Excuse me, could you please bring me a pair of chopsticks?" "Thank you," Chen Fan said with a smile. The waitress paused momentarily, took a while to respond, and then hurriedly replied, "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." Chen Fan nodded and sat quietly, awaiting her return. "Don't you use a knife and fork for Western cuisine?" Shun Siyu asked with curiosity. Chen Fan shook his head, his tone unembarrassed as he smiled casually. No, I'm not accustomed to it. I find chopsticks more comfortable. Chen Siyu nodded gently, a sudden curiosity about Chen Fan stirring within her. This was the first time she had seen someone eat Western food with chopsticks. In China, Western cuisine was considered a symbol of status among the upper class, so most people adhered to Western dining etiquette when enjoying it. Conversely, using chopsticks for Western food would often be perceived as rude. However, witnessing the scene today was undeniably shocking, as Chen Fan not only used chopsticks, but also, through his actions, challenged the pretentiousness of those who considered themselves part of high society. In a moment, the waiter approached Chen Fan with a pair of disposable chopsticks. Speaking respectfully, "Hello, sir, here are the chopsticks you requested." Chen Fan nodded with a smile and took them in hand, equipped with suitable utensils. He began to devour the meat and drink heartily, treating the Western cuisine as if it were street food. Indeed, for Chen Fan, Western cuisine paled in comparison to the delights found at roadside stalls in Huaxia. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Fan contentedly patted his belly, holding a toothpick in his mouth, and said with a grin, "Mr. Shun, thank you for today as hospitality. Let us settle the bill." Shen Siyu rolled her eyes, half smiling, and replied, "What if I refuse to pay?" This left Chen Fan in a state of panic, causing him to bite the toothpick in half. The meal, along with that bottle of red wine, must have cost in the five-figure range. The thought of paying it himself made him wince. After all, he had intended to trick Shen Siyu into footing the bill. At that moment, he completely forgot about the cold numbers resting in his bank account. "Shen Siyu, as the president, you must not be untrustworthy." Chen Fan protested indignantly. Shen Siyu blinked her beautiful eyes playfully, saying, "But it's after working hours. I'm not the president now." Chen Fan found himself at a loss against Shen Siyu. He certainly could not resort to violence. However, he could tell that she was in a particularly good mood today, even joking, especially since the market value of the Shun Group had not only remained stable, but had actually increased, with even Li Wei's shares being reacquired by Shen Siyu. It could be said that Shen Siyu had profited immensely today. Seeing Chen Fan's flustered expression, Shen Siyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Realizing her lapse in decorum, she composed herself and gracefully exited the restaurant. Chen Fan, however, did not call out to her. Instead, he suddenly transformed, his face flushed, clutching his abdomen, and urgently asked a nearby waiter, "Where is your restroom?" The waiter pointed towards a corner at 3 o'clock. Chen Fan nodded and hurriedly dashed toward the restroom. A minute later, behind the Michelin-starred restaurant, a young man was stealthily surveying his surroundings, seemingly afraid of being discovered. Moments later, he approached a BMW 5 Series, pulled out a branch he had just picked up from the roadside, inserted it into the keyhole, and casually fiddled with it, causing the car door to open as if by magic. The young man slowly closed the door and moved to the back seat, masking his presence as if he had merged with the air, seemingly waiting for something. After about 5 minutes, the sound of high heels clicking against the pavement pierced the silence, causing the young man to smirk. With a creak, the front passenger door opened, and Shen Siyu elegantly settled into the seat, her legs gracefully crossed as she gazed out the window, seemingly unaware of the presence of another person in the car. Suddenly, Shen Siyu felt something resting on her shoulder. She struggled to turn her head, only to find a massive hand resting there. "Ah!" Shen Siyu's voice, steeped in terror, seemed to pierce the heavens, awakening the birds perched upon the treetops in alarm. The one who suffered most was undoubtedly Chen Fan. The proximity of her voice, a staggering 190 decibels, threatened to rupture his eardrums. "Stop, stop, stop, Shen Siyu, it's me." Chen Fan exclaimed urgently, covering his ears. If he did not intervene, he feared he might not see his 24th birthday. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shen Siyu appeared to grasp the situation, turning to find Chen Fan's playful grin. In that moment, even her naivety could not shield her from the realization she had been outsmarted by Chen Fan. The frost of anger enveloped her countenance, her exquisite eyes, akin to twinkling stars, glimmering with fury as she seized his arm. "Ouch!" Chen Fan gasped, the sharp pain causing him to inhale sharply. "It hurts, it hurts," he pleaded, his voice a desperate whimper. Shen Siyu, however, remained unyielding, her tone icy as she demanded, "You better explain how you got in here." With a branch in hand, Chen Fan's voice trembled from the intense agony. "I, managed to sneak in through the restroom. You think I'm going to pay? Not a chance." Shen Siyu's expression darkened, her frustration palpable as she retorted, "This restaurant operates on a membership system. The expenses are automatically deducted from a member's card." "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Chen Fan exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. "I can't believe I crawled out of the restroom. I've never been so humiliated." His lament echoed. If word of this reached the underworld, it would surely provoke uproarious laughter to think that the King of Purgatory would resort to sneaking out to avoid paying for a meal. Chapter 36. The Threat Emerges. Shen Siyu's face with a mask of frost, her voice cool as she remarked, "Did I instruct you to sneak out? If you had informed me of the membership system, I wouldn't have needed to flee." Chen Fan, indignant, countered, "If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have had to sneak out." Losing patience with Chen Fan's excuses, Shen Siyu coldly commanded, "Enough chit-chat, drive us home." With a resigned pout, Chen Fan rolled into the driver's seat, starting the car on setting off towards home. As the night deepened, the BMW 5 sped along the road. Suddenly, it seemed Chen Fan had a revelation. He opened the sunroof, tilted his head back, and gazed at the vast, boundless sky above, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, however, a dense shroud of dark clouds enveloped the sky, plunging the world into an overwhelming darkness. High above, thousands of meters in the air, the clouds thickened, and a fleet of stealth drones spiraled rapidly through the heavens. Their flight paths appeared chaotic, yet a discerning eye might detect that these drones were silently tailing the BMW 5, gliding just a few thousand meters below. Chen Fan slowly ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply before turning to Shen Siyu beside him, urging her to brace herself. No sooner had he spoken than his expression turned grave and profound, his grip tightening on the steering wheel as he expertly engaged the clutch and shifted gears. Shen Siyu's delicate features momentarily froze, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was thrust back against her seat by a powerful surge. As the vehicle roared to life with an exhilarating roar, it surged forward like a ferocious beast unleashing a torrent of raw power. Inside the BMW 5, the tachometer soared to an astonishing 250 kilometers per hour. This was the absolute limit of the car's capabilities. The entire vehicle trembled violently, contorting under the strain of such speed. Yet, Chen Fan remained composed, calmly navigating the steering wheel with one hand, a cigarette perched nonchalantly at the corner of his mouth, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. As if this were merely a game. In stark contrast, Shen Siyu sat beside him, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, lips quivering on the verge of fainting. Several kilometers away, within a luxurious, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, Long Fei reclined in opulent comfort, savoring a glass of red wine while intently observing a live feed on the screen before him, captured by a drone. The footage revealed a BMW 5 hurtling down a bustling highway at a terrifying speed of 250 kilometers per hour. Witnessing this scene, Long Fei's expression hardened, and he turned to his beautiful secretary, inquiring about the altitude of the drone. After checking the data on her phone, the secretary respectfully replied, "Sir, the drone is approximately 10,000 meters in the air." Long Fei then asked, "Do you think anyone could possibly see the drone with the naked eye from such a height?" The secretary paused momentarily, contemplating, before responding, "No, that is utterly impossible. But why is it suddenly traveling at such an alarming speed?" Long Fei pointed at the screen, his countenance grave and profound. The secretary glanced at the screen, her body trembling as she realized something, her face reflecting shock and fear. Even Long Fei, with his current stature, felt turmoil within. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, his expression twisted into one of fierce determination as he commanded, "Initiate the plan." The secretary's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, replying, "Understood, sir." Back on the highway, after several minutes of exhilarating speed, Shen Siyu had gradually acclimated to the pace. While she could not maintain the same calmness as Chen Fan, her multitude of questions allowed her to suppress her fear. Do you even realize what you are doing? We are nearing the city center. What if we accidentally hit someone? She exclaimed, struggling to contain her terror and scolding him. Chen Fan, undeterred, remained focused on avoiding pedestrians, responding coolly, "There are people who want to kill us." "What did you say? Someone wants to kill us?" Chen Xiu, unable to believe her ears, asked in disbelief. Chen Fan nodded slightly, affirming the gravity of the situation. Chen Xiu's delicate frame trembled, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly from fear, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she asked, "What should we do next?" As soon as she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "All right, call the police." With that, she fumbled to retrieve her phone from her handbag. However, Chen Fan halted her actions at that moment. Chen Xiu looked at him in confusion, her lovely face reflecting her uncertainty. Chen Fan explained, "Given that they dare to brazenly attack us, it is clear that the forces behind them are not afraid of the police. Therefore, calling the police would be futile. Do not worry, I am here." After saying this, he offered her a reassuring glance. For reasons unknown, Chen Xiu felt her previously restless heart begin to calm, as if she was experiencing a long-lost sense of security in Chen Fan's presence, an assurance she had only felt with her father. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, ruthlessly buffeting the entire city. At that moment, vehicles that had been driving normally along the roadside abruptly veered and charged directly toward Chen Fan and Chen Xiu. Chen Fan's expression sharpened, and he slammed the brakes. The car swerved violently to the side due to the immense inertia. Yet, even in this perilous situation, Chen Fan maintained an air of calm, showing no signs of concern. In stark contrast, the fear within Chen Xiu was palpable. Her teeth clenched. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, cascading down her neck and onto the seat. Chen Fan noticed her distress, but said nothing. Instead, he gently took her delicate hand in his, hoping to provide her with a semblance of comfort. He then pressed the accelerator firmly, his left hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to spin like a top. The tires screeched against the pavement, sending sparks flying in the pitch-black night, creating a dazzling display. The entire motion was executed with fluidity. Even the cigarette, but in Chen Fan's mouth, remained steadfast. Unfortunately, the two vehicles were not so fortunate. Having missed their target, they collided at a staggering speed of 200 kilometers per hour. At such a terrifying velocity, even divine beings would have been reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 37. Above the law, Chen Fan calmly glanced in the rearview mirror, his heart untouched by any turmoil. The moment these assassins dared to confront him, they had already sealed their fate. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned the steering wheel toward the outskirts. He understood that the adversary had not merely dispatched these two minions. There would surely be more to come. If they acted recklessly in the city center, it could endanger innocent lives. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to deal with them in the desolate outskirts. However, the opponents clearly had other plans. And just as Chen Fan was about to make a turn, a colossal earth-moving vehicle, weighing several tons, surged forth from the blind curve like a prehistoric beast, its unstoppable momentum threatening to obliterate Chen Fan and his companion. When Chen Fan caught sight of the approaching vehicle, his expression hardened and a grave concern settled over him. The proximity rendered avoidance futile. He could only strive to mitigate the impending damage. With deft precision, he cranked the steering wheel to its limit and slammed the accelerator, causing the entire car to pivot sharply in an instant. As evasion proved impossible, he attempted to angle the rear of the vehicle to absorb the impact. However, Chen Fan had underestimated the might of the earth mover. When it collided with the car, the force was so tremendous that it crushed the vehicle against the roadside barrier, reducing it to a mangled heap of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Long Fei gazed impassively at the high-definition live feed before him, as he witnessed the earth mover reduce the BMW to ruins. The stillness of his eyes momentarily rippled with intrigue. "Enlarge this image," he commanded, pointing at the screen to his stunningly beautiful secretary. She nodded slightly, deftly manipulating the display until the image magnified several-fold. The footage revealed a scene of eerie silence. The roadway lay tranquil, save for the wreckage of a BMW 5 Series, which had been violently slammed into the wall by the earth mover. The wall bore the scars of the immense force, cracking under the impact, while clouds of dust mingled with debris cascaded like a blizzard. Strangely, there were no cries of anguish from within the vehicle, as if its occupants had been utterly annihilated. Long Fei furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling ease in the unfolding events, a premonition gnawing at him. After a moment, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. "Initiate the plan. It must be executed flawlessly," he commanded coldly. The secretary hesitated briefly before responding. "Sir, the scope of the plan is too vast. It may attract unwanted attention." In response, Long Fei drew her closer, caressing her silky hair, his tone indifferent. "The Long family has dominated this city for decades. We are not to be trifled with by mere ants. Moreover, the law is merely a tool to restrain the ordinary, while my family exists above it." Hearing his audacious proclamation, the secretary felt a jolt of realization, finally conceding. "Understood, sir. I was overthinking it." Long Fei nodded slightly and instructed, "Relay my orders. Send a team to the scene in 10 minutes to clean up the aftermath. Remember, discretion is paramount." As she gazed into his near visage, her mind churned with tumult. Even in such dire circumstances, her master remained unfazed, exhibiting a chillingly formidable mindset. On the highway, after the catastrophic collision between the Earth Mover and the BMW 5 Series, the scene lay shrouded within a blind spot. Chen Fan held Shen Siyu tightly in his arms as they huddled together in a state of disarray. Despite their faces being smeared with grime, Chen Fan discerned a glimmer of relief in Shen Siyu's eyes, indicative of their narrow escape from peril. Just moments ago, as the earth-moving vehicle bore down on the BMW, Chen Fan had swiftly vaulted from the car with Shen Siyu in tow, narrowly evading the impending catastrophe. The BMW's door, though deformed, had fortuitously collapsed upon them, shielding them from the watchful gaze of the drones hovering above. As Chen Fan rose and pushed the mangled door aside, he stretched his limbs and cursed under his breath about the near-fatal incident, vowing vengeance upon whoever was responsible. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, for a strangely familiar scent wafted through the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In the next instant, he seized Shen Siyu and bolted forward like a flash of lightning. With a deafening roar, the earth-moving vehicle erupted behind them without warning. A colossal fireball ascended skyward, and thick plumes of smoke engulfed the atmosphere, evoking a sense of suffocation. The explosion shattered the vehicle into countless pieces, sending debris and remnants flying in all directions. The scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, chilling to the bone. The shockwave from the blast hurled Chen Fan a short distance away, where he landed on the ground. Shards of explosive remnants embedded in his back. Blood trickled from his wounds, staining his clothing and eliciting a visceral reaction. In that fleeting moment of detonation, Chen Fan had braced himself against the blast, shielding Shen Siyu from its wrath. Had it not been for his sacrifice, she would have surely perished in the enveloping darkness. In his embrace, Shen Siyu was already in tears, fully aware that Chen Fan had safeguarded her with his sturdy back against the shockwave, allowing her to emerge unscathed despite being mere meters from the epicenter of the explosion. All of this was solely due to Chen Fan's valor. Seeing the tear-streaked visage of Shen Siyu, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Why are you crying, beautiful Sil? Look, we're still in one piece. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you won't come to harm." He gently wiped away her tears with his hand, speaking in a soothing tone. At that very moment, a blazing projectile shot through the air towards Shen Siyu with the swiftness of lightning, imbued with a terrifying force that seemed poised to pierce her directly. The air trembled in the bullet's wake, threatening to breach her skull. In this critical instant, Chen Fan extended his fingers and astonishingly intercepted the incoming sniper bullet, the sheer power nearly shattering his digits. Even now, his fingers trembled violently from the force of the impact. Chen Fan cast a glance at the bullet pinched between his fingers, his gaze icy as he coldly remarked on the Barrett-heavy sniper rifle, a truly grand display. As his words faded, he lifted his eyes toward a distant skyscraper several kilometers away. His sight pierced through layers of obstacles, striking directly at the rooftop of that towering edifice. Meanwhile, at another skyscraper, several kilometers from the scene, a sniper lay prone behind a billboard. Although the dim night had gradually shrouded his features, it could not conceal the shock and disbelief reflected in his pupils. He had just witnessed through his infrared scope that the man had effortlessly caught his Barrett bullet with merely 2 fingers. It is well known that the Barrett sniper rifle is a superlative heavy weapon developed in the United States, capable of obliterating any carbon-based life form with a single shot. Yet today, he had seen someone intercept it with just 2 fingers, which shattered the very foundations of the assassin's understanding. As a top-tier sniper, he was acutely aware that each assassination afforded only one opportunity to fire, and thus he knew he must retreat immediately. However, how could Chen Fan allow him to escape unscathed? A slight smirk played on his lips as he directed his gaze toward the distant skyscraper, slowly flexing his wrist. In the next instant, he flicked his fingers, and the bullet in his hand shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the sniper's position. Due to its incredible speed, the friction of the bullet against the air produced a series of sonic booms that echoed through the atmosphere. At that moment, the sniper on the rooftop was cautiously disassembling his Barrett when suddenly his movements paused. He sensed something hurtling swiftly in his direction. He slowly raised his head and peered toward the distant skyline. Above, he spotted a glimmering point racing through the sky toward him. In the vastness of the night, that small light seemed insignificant, yet the force it carried sent chills down the spine of this seasoned sniper. A second later, he finally discerned the nature of the light. It was a silver Barrett sniper bullet. Only he could recognize its model, for it was the very bullet just expelled from his own weapon's chamber. Yet, unlike Chen Fan, how could he possibly evade the bullet's assault? With no time for any response, the silver projectile, imbued with unparalleled might, pierced through the center of his forehead. Thus, this battle-hardened sniper met his end at the hands of his own bullet. On the road, Chen Fan's eyes seemed to transcend the clouds, fixated on the skyscraper kilometers away. Upon witnessing the bullet enter the assassin's forehead, he finally withdrew his gaze. He gently lifted the incapacitated Chen Siyu from the ground, brushing her hair aside, and softly reassured her that all was well and she could rise. Yet unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Siyu stood, she collapsed back to the ground. Chen Fan understood that her tears were a result of overwhelming fright. Thus he refrained from uttering further words. Instead, he gently seated himself on the ground, embracing Chen Siyu in hopes of bestowing upon her a modicum of solace. After approximately 5 minutes, Chen Siyu felt she had regained her composure and gently struggled to free herself from Chen Fan's embrace. Her hair was disheveled, and her delicate face flushed as she stammered an apology. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "It's nothing. After all, I am your faux husband. A mere embrace is trivial," he quipped, casting her a playful wink that incited in Chen Siyu a desire to kick him in exasperation. Suddenly, she covered her red lips with both hands, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. This left Chen Fan perplexed. Why was she crying once more? Were women truly made of water? "Why are you crying again?" he asked, lacking any sensitivity to the moment. Chen Siyu gently brushed her hand against Chen Fan's back, which was now stained with blood. His once pristine white shirt was now thoroughly soaked in crimson, a sight that was both alarming and distressing. Instinctively, she reached to lift his shirt, but he halted her. "May I inquire, President Chen, why the sudden eagerness to glimpse your husband's physique today?" Chen Fan jested. Who wants to see your physique?" Chen Siyu retorted angrily, turning away to make a call by the roadside. Chen Fan remained where he stood, lighting a cigarette, his gaze lingering on her exquisite silhouette, and he sighed in resignation. Thankfully, this diversion had shifted the topic. Otherwise, had Chen Siyu seen the extent of his injuries, she might have been rendered speechless in terror. Once Chen Siyu concluded her call, she suddenly posed a question to Chen Fan. "Who do you think is the mastermind behind today's incident?" Chen Fan pondered briefly, shaking his head to indicate his ignorance. After all, he had only been in Chang'an for a few days and was unaware of anyone holding such a deep-seated grudge against Chen Siyu to resort to employing forbidden weapons like the Barrett and explosives. Suddenly, Chen Fan lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds, searching for a specific point in the sky, a smile curving his lips. Several kilometers away, on a high overpass, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped through the night. Inside, Long Fei wore a grim expression as he observed a high-definition live feed before him. Neither the secretary nor the driver dared to breathe, fearful of incurring their young master's wrath at such a tense moment. At that moment, the perspective displayed on the screen resembled Chen Fan standing directly opposite them. Though he wore a smile, in their eyes, he appeared as a demon, sending chills down their spines. This was due to the unforgettable scene they had just witnessed. A lone individual had intercepted a Barrett sniper shot with sheer human capability. With a mere flick of his hand, he had obliterated a sniper located several kilometers away. This had utterly shattered their understanding of reality. Suddenly, Long Fei's expression turned grave as he noticed Chen Fan on the screen subtly gesture across his throat. Long Fei felt a surge of fury. This was an overt threat. In Chang'an City, how could anyone dare to threaten the Long family so recklessly? This had crossed Long Fei's threshold of tolerance. However, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he calmly inquired whether the contingency plan had been executed. The female secretary, steadying her own emotions, respectfully nodded and replied that everything was proceeding according to the young master's plan. Long Fei cast a disappointed glance at her, shaking his head slightly, and remarked that her mind seemed a bit unsettled. The secretary trembled slightly, lowering her head in silence. Lighting a cigar, Long Fei gazed out into the dark night, and after a long pause, he spoke in a profound tone, instructing that the drone be destroyed on site without leaving any trace. Since this is a performance, it must be executed thoroughly. Understood, my lord, replied his subordinate. Chapter 39. Self-Medication. The two waited in place for another 10 minutes until a fiery red Audi A6 sped towards them. Chen Fan squinted. If his guess was correct, the approaching individual should be Jing Yin, secretary to Shen Siyu. Sure enough, when the vehicle came to a halt before them, a young woman clad in blue pajamas hurriedly emerged and rushed to Shen Siyu's side, anxiously asking, President Shen, are you all right? Shen Siyu shook her head. Her voice melodic as she replied, I am fine, all thanks to Chen Fan. With that, Shen Siyu cast a complex glance at Chen Fan. At that moment, Jing Yin seemed to notice Chen Fan's presence for the first time, as he had been standing in the corner by the roadside, his silhouette obscured by the night. It was indeed difficult to spot him without careful observation. Jing Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and approached Chen Fan. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Fan took the initiative to greet her. Hello, beautiful secretary. How do you do? He said with a playful smile. Hello, Jing Yin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Could you kindly have someone take care of this matter? And there's no need to involve the police, Chen Fan grinned. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Jing Yin shot him a puzzled glance before turning to Shen Siyu, who nodded in affirmation. Reluctantly suppressing her curiosity, she replied, All right, I understand. At that moment, a faint explosion echoed from the sky. If it weren't for the late hour and the surrounding silence, the group might not have heard it at all. Shen Siyu pointed to the sky and asked, Did something just make a sound up there? Chen Fan shook his head, saying, No, perhaps you misheard. Shen Siyu looked at Jing Yin and inquired, Jing Yin, did you hear anything just now? Jing Yin initially nodded, but then shook her head, confused, and said, I'm not quite sure. All right, it's quite late. You both should head back to rest. We can discuss the rest tomorrow, Chen Fan hastily suggested. Are you not coming back with us? You also need to go to the hospital for your back injury, Shen Siyu asked, her delicate face reflecting concern. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment and said, I will return later. I have a friend who is a doctor. I can seek his assistance for treatment. Shen Siyu gently nodded and replied, All right then, come back early. I will be waiting at home for you. Meanwhile, Jing Yin was somewhat bewildered, pondering if the CEO and her bodyguard had, in fact, moved in together. Chen Fan gave a faint nod and, after watching them depart, gazed deeply at the sky. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the mastermind would be so meticulous, even detonating the stealth drones in the sky. Initially, he intended to investigate the sniper for any clues, but now it seemed unnecessary, Given the mastermind's caution, even if he discovered something, it would likely be a deliberate fabrication. Lost in thought, Chen Fan suddenly vanished into the night. Upon returning to the villa, he found the entire house still brilliantly lit, and the door merely closed slowly as if awaiting someone. A smile crept upon Chen Fan's lips, and a warm sensation flowed through him. However, he did not wish to disturb Shinsiyu. Instead, he approached the outer wall of the villa and, with a slight exertion, sprang over it like a coiled spring. Stealthily, he made his way to the back of the villa and effortlessly climbed through the rear window into his room. He softly tiptoed to the door, locked it, and cautiously retrieved a medical kit from the wardrobe. He slowly removed his blood-soaked white shirt, revealing a terrifyingly grotesque back. New wounds combined with old. A network of scars, slightly protruding, intertwined across his skin. Embedded within were gruesome fragments of shrapnel, a sight that was undeniably shocking. Yet, upon seeing this reflection in the mirror, Chen Fan's expression remained unfazed. He poured a bottle of alcohol directly onto his back. As the alcohol soaked in, an intense, burning pain surged through him, as if his entire body were being torn apart. Nevertheless, his countenance remained stoic, as though the agonizing back was not his own, albeit a bead of cold sweat silently trickled down his forehead. Once the alcohol had disinfected the wounds, Chen Fan retrieved a pair of medical gloves and tweezers from the kit. Utilizing the mirror's reflection, he meticulously extracted the shrapnel from his back and bandaged the wounds. By the time he finished tending to his injuries, 20 minutes had elapsed. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he climbed out the window once more, this time opting for the front door. Calmly pushing it open with a cigarette between his lips, he appeared utterly composed, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Inside, the two sisters heard the door open and quickly glanced towards the entrance. Why are you still awake? Chen Fan inquired curiously, surprised to find both sisters present. He had assumed only Shinsiyu was awake, not realizing Shinsiyu was also waiting for him. Brother-in-law. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Shinsi유's eyes reddened, subtly filled with moisture. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan affectionately inquired, "What troubles you, Siyu? I just heard from my sister that you were injured while protecting her." Shinsiyu softly asked. Chen Fan, with a playful stretch of his arms, replied nonchalantly, "Do I look like someone who has been hurt?" Shinsiyu looked around curiously before shaking her head and saying, "Not at all." "Exactly. You know your brother-in-law is quite skilled," she added. "Yet, her sister mentioned that you went to see your doctor friend?" Shinsiyu blinked her large eyes, seemingly puzzled. "I merely had a slight scrape on my back. It was nothing a little bandaging couldn't fix," Chen Fan patiently explained. "All right." Shinsiyu nodded obediently, her cuteness evident. After their conversation, she left the couple to their privacy and returned to her room to continue her gaming. "How is your back?" Shinsiyu asked, pressing her lips together. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. A bit of disinfectant and a bandage did the trick." Observing the calm demeanor of Chen Fan, Shinsiyu opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately her thoughts condensed into a long sigh as she said, "Then you should rest early. Consider this a few days off." Chen Fan smiled and nodded, replying, "You should also take care to rest." Chapter 40. Returning the favor in kind, a night passed without incident, and as darkness receded, a ray of sunlight slowly ascended the horizon, heralding the dawn with a gentle glow. The sky transformed into a soft hue, bathing the city in a golden radiance reminiscent of a resplendent robe. Despite sustaining a minor injury the previous night, Chen Fan was awakened promptly by his robust biological clock. After stretching his back, he felt nearly restored and nonchalantly commenced his push-up routine. After about an hour of exercise, Chen Fan completed his workout, took a refreshing cold shower to wash away the sweat, and casually selected an outfit before stepping out of his room. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Aunt Wang had already prepared breakfast, and he sat down to indulge in the meal. "Xiao Chun, did you know that Master and Madam are coming over tonight?" Aunt Wang gently placed a cup of soy milk in front of Chen Fan. "Master?" Chen Fan queried, puzzled by the unexpected mention of Master. "That refers to Miss S. parents." Aunt Wang explained with a smile. "Goodness!" Chen Fan exclaimed, startled enough to drop his sandwich onto the floor. Why didn't Shan Siyu inform me in advance? Perhaps she wanted to surprise you. Aunt Wang replied uncertainly. I think it's more of a shock than a surprise, Chen Fan said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, putting on a brave face. Aunt Wang could only chuckle awkwardly before turning to tidy up the kitchen. Once Chen Fan finished his breakfast, Shan Siyu descended the stairs, dressed impeccably. Didn't I say you could take a break these days? Why are you up so early? She asked, her delicate features reflecting confusion. Chen Fan gestured for her to take a seat. Shan Siyu scrutinized him for a moment, uncertain of his intentions, but eventually sat down across from him. As Chen Fan observed Shan Siyu take her seat, he fixed her with a serious gaze and inquired, Is there something you're hiding from me? Shan Siyu blinked in surprise, her delicate features momentarily frozen in confusion as she pointed to herself and asked uncertainly, Are you suggesting I am concealing something? Chen Fan nodded, his eyes unwaveringly locked on hers. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shan Siyu's expression shifted to one of realization. You must be referring to the fact that my parents are coming to our home tonight, right? Of course. Chen Fan shot her a look of exasperation. I intended to tell you last night, but after that incident occurred, it slipped my mind. Shan Siyu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she explained. Very well, I shall forgive you. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, adopting a magnanimous tone. Shan Siyu chose not to hold it against him, recognizing that had it not been for Chen Fan's intervention last night, the outcome could have been dire for her. By the way, I suspect last night's incident may be linked to the Long family, Shan Siyu remarked casually while nibbling on her sandwich. How so? Chen Fan inquired, lighting a cigarette. Recently, the Shen group achieved a significant victory in the capital war, did it not? Therefore, I suspect this is retaliation orchestrated by the Long and Li families in collusion. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Shan Siyu's eyes as she spoke resolutely. This matter can be discussed later. After all, we currently lack substantial evidence, Chen Fan replied, exhaling a plume of smoke nonchalantly. Shan Siyu let out a slow sigh, resignedly stating, It seems we have no choice. Besides, even if we know they are behind this, we are powerless against them. Chen Fan remained silent, calmly drawing on his cigarette, though unbeknownst to Shan Siyu, a flicker of intensity glimmered in his eyes. After Shan Siyu finished her breakfast, Chen Fan retrieved a black Bentley from the garage. The BMW 5, having endured the previous day's turmoil, was now beyond repair, necessitating a replacement, and the Bentley was the most understated vehicle in his collection. After ensuring Shan Siyu reach her office safely, Chen Fan excused himself, citing urgent matters. The black Bentley sped down the highway, Chen Fan's countenance icy as he stared ahead. In truth, even without Shan Siyu's disclosure, he had surmised the incident was connected to the Long family, given that since his return, he had encountered conflicts with them. As he pondered, a smirk crept onto Chen Fan's lips. If the Long family dared not reveal their identities, he would respond in kind. Approximately 20 minutes later, the black Bentley halted before a skyscraper in the city center. Moments later, a young man clad in a white shirt emerged from the vehicle, casually smoking a cigarette as he lounged at the roadside, his gaze scanning the imposing edifice as if searching for something. When the cigarette burned down to its end, the young man rose and entered the back seat of the car, carefully retrieving a black box from beneath the seat. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of several timed explosives. Who else but Chen Fan would have the audacity to brandish explosives in front of the Long group? Yet, despite the imminent danger posed by the bombs, Chen Fan's expression remained unfazed, as if he were merely toying with a trivial plaything. After securely connecting the bomb's wires, Chen Fan carelessly tucked the timed explosive into his pocket, exited the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and surveyed his surroundings before striding towards the southeast direction of the towering building. He observed that this side of the edifice appeared devoid of any office activity. It seemed that the rooms in this area were merely storage spaces and electrical rooms, uninhabited by personnel. Gazing at the skyscraper before him, Chen Fan inhaled deeply, slightly bent his legs, and with a powerful thrust, he astonishingly leapt several dozen meters into the air. Subsequently, he adeptly maneuvered along the narrow crevice and protrusions outside the glass windows. scaling the structure with the agility reminiscent of a cinematic Spider-Man. Within mere seconds, he approached the exterior of the 40th floor, where, to his knowledge, Long Fei's office was situated. Securing his hands in the window's crevice to anchor his body against the wall, Chen Fan peered into the office. He noticed Long Fei, oblivious to the figure scaling the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, was engrossed in his official duties. Coincidentally, the window was ajar, presumably to allow fresh air into the office. Unbeknownst to Long Fei, this careless act provided Chen Fan with the perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, he quietly leapt, stealthily positioning himself behind Long Fei without making a sound, even suppressing the sound of his breathing. At that moment, the phone on Long Fei's desk rang unexpectedly, prompting Chen Fan to quickly retreat behind the curtains. Holding his breath and listening intently, as if he were invisible. Chapter 41. Acting on behalf of justice. Long Fei remained completely unaware of the shadow lurking behind him. His gaze was fixed intently on the ringing phone, hesitating to answer as his hand reached for a concealed button beneath his desk. In an instant, an invisible barrier enveloped the office, severing all signals within, rendering any listening devices ineffective in capturing the conversation. This precaution underscored Long Fei's meticulous nature at his level. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Having executed this precautionary measure, Long Fei finally picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, this is Long Fei." He took a sip of the hot tea on his desk, his tone unruffled. On the other end, a woman's voice resonated, "Xiao Fei, it's your Aunt Li Hong." It was hard to fathom that, despite their close kinship, they had not saved each other's numbers. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a hint of respect flickered in Long Fei's eyes. "What is it, Aunt? Is there something urgent this early?" "That wretched Shan Siyu has returned to work today, which means last night's plan has failed." Although Li Hong's tone was somewhat indifferent, Long Fei detected a subtle undertone of reproach within her words. This caused him to furrow his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to recall something and remarked nonchalantly that last night's plans had been disrupted by Chen Fan. "Chen Fan? The very same who had assaulted my son?" Li Hong's furious voice echoed in Long Fei's ears, striking a dissonant chord. Long Fei distanced the phone from his ear and affirmed, indeed, that this individual possessed an extraordinary level of martial prowess, far exceeding my expectations. It seems this matter must be postponed for another time. Can any martial prowess surpass that of the personal bodyguards of our two families? L'on fait lit à cigare, inaligne gently, and remarked casually that Long Ci could not withstand a single strike from him. A silence fell over the line, and, after a lengthy pause, Li Hong inquired if this was truly the case. Indeed, just a few days ago, Long Ci had met his demise. Long Fei, now slightly impatient, continued, "Aunt, this matter can only be deliberated upon later. What is paramount now is to swiftly acquire that item." Li Hong sighed softly, taking a long moment before asking, "What do you propose as our next move?" "When the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman profits." Long Fei uttered these words with indifference. Just as he was about to elaborate further, he suddenly halted. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to have inadvertently caught sight of someone. Instinctively, Long Fei turned to look and found Chen Fan casually seated on the circular sofa beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Reflexively, Long Fei rose, disconnected the call, and his gaze turned chillingly cold as he spoke. "How dare you come here? Do you not recognize that this is my Long group?" Chen Fan, swinging his legs nonchalantly, laughed without restraint. "The world is vast. Where is there a place I cannot go? Especially a mere small company like yours?" Long Fei managed to compose himself and replied coolly, "Speak, what brings you to such great lengths to visit today?" Though he posed the question, he already had an inkling of Chen Fan's intentions, especially considering he might have overheard the content of the previous call. Chen Fan reclined against the sofa, lighting a cigarette as he coldly remarked, "A Barrett heavy sniper rifle, a time bomb. Young Master Long, you truly are ambitious. Does your family dare to trample upon the laws of this city without fear?" Long Fei smiled enigmatically, offering no denial. "In this city, my Long family is paramount. Furthermore, these are merely some conventional weapons." Chen Fan nodded, speaking for himself. If that is the case, then today I shall enact divine justice and eliminate both you and Li Hong." With that, Chen Fan slowly rose, dusting off non-existent lint from his sleeves, and began to stride towards Long Fei. In that moment, even as a scion of the Long family, Long Fei felt a tinge of panic. For the impact of Chen Fan's martial prowess displayed the previous day had been too profound, and his family's personal bodyguards were not by his side. Could it be that he was to fall in his own stronghold today? Suddenly, with a bang, the office door was forcefully swung open. Following this, a cadre of men clad in black suits, armed with firearms, rushed in, encircling the entire office, poised and ready for their next command. As Long Fei observed the arrival of reinforcements, a sigh of relief escaped him. He gradually rose to his feet and smiled at Chen Fan, saying, "Do you still think you possess the capability to kill me?" Indifferently, Chen Fan shrugged and replied, "If your trump card consists of this group of worthless individuals, then by all means give it a try." The bodyguards surrounding him, incensed by Chen Fan's words, prepared to draw their weapons. "Stop! Stand down!" Long Fei intervened, halting his bodyguards. He turned to Chen Fan and continued, "We may not know each other well, but if you are willing to follow me in the future, I can assure you a life of endless wealth and splendor. What do you say?" It was evident that Long Fei intended to win Chen Fan over. After all, the prowess Chen Fan had displayed was unmatched, even within the Long family. He had never heard of anyone who could withstand a bullet from a Barrett rifle. Gaining an ally of Chen Fan's caliber, even at a cost, would be worthwhile. Chen Fan, however, scoffed dismissively. "What are you? Do you think you are worthy of my allegiance? Indeed, in the vast world, who would dare to claim the allegiance of the Lord of the Abyss, the Sovereign of Perdition?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Long Fei's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "So you have chosen to be an enemy of the Long family?" Impatiently, Chen Fan waved his hand and replied, "Come now, spare me the pleasantries. Let us settle this with a few blows. I have work to return to." Seeing his attempt at persuasion fail, Long Fei decisively gestured for his bodyguards to take action. In an instant, they armed their weapons, aiming them squarely at the encircled Chen Fan. In that moment, Chen Fan's solitary figure appeared diminutive amidst the throng, yet Long Fei felt a sense of trepidation. He had an inkling that none of the marksmen could contend with the man before them. Though such a notion seemed absurd, for he could not fathom anyone escaping unscathed from a barrage of so many firearms, he nonetheless considered retreating, if only for the slightest glimmer of hope. Chapter 42. Passing through the blossoms. Not a leaf stained despite having resolved to leave, Long Fei maintained an air of nonchalance, even lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, as if he were entirely composed. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent aimed directly at Chen Fan. Even in such peril, Chen Fan's demeanor remained unruffled. In the split second before the bullets reached him, he stepped aside, vanishing from sight, causing the barrage to strike the wall behind him instead. In an instant, the wall was riddled with holes, as if on the verge of collapse. Long Fei's pupils constricted. Chen Fan's speed had been astonishing. He had not even caught a glimpse of Chen Fan's figure. The bodyguards, as if witnessing a miracle, looked around in disbelief, searching for Chen Fan's whereabouts. "Are you looking for me?" Chen Fan leaned casually against an office chair several meters away, chuckling softly. Upon hearing his words, the bodyguards turned without hesitation and opened fire once more. The torrent of bullets surged toward Chen Fan. Like an expansive spider's web, the scene unfolded before Chen Fan. He gazed indifferently at this spectacle, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, his figure surged forward with a speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, a blurred afterimage darted past the bullet-ridden line of defense, materializing before a bodyguard. At that moment, the bodyguard was clearly still in disbelief. As he came to realize Chen Fan's presence, he hastily reached for the trigger of his firearm, but it was already too late. A pair of frigid hands seized his neck with astonishing swiftness, and with a slight exertion, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The bodyguard had no chance to plead for mercy. A vibrant life was extinguished in an instant. The first, Chen Fan's voice resonated like a haunting echo from the depths of the abyss. sending chills down the spines of the remaining bodyguards. Amidst the crowd, a rather diminutive bodyguard watched in horror as his companion was suddenly slain before his eyes, sending him into a frenzy of terror, his sanity nearly unraveling. He screamed wildly while desperately pulling the trigger of his weapon. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Chen Fan like a torrential downpour. With a mere shift of his footing, every single bullet whistled past him, hurtling away into the distance without so much as grazing his form. In the very next moment, Chen Fan's wrist flicked sharply, and a black pen shot forth from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the pen, propelled with immense force, pierced through the bodyguard's chest. Staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in his torso, he collapsed to the ground. The second, Chen Fan was already dismissive of any further delay, swiftly darting towards another bodyguard. The third, the fourth. With each utterance of his words, another bodyguard's life was claimed. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards present lay lifeless, while Chen Fan's shirt remained untouched by dust. A glance around revealed that Long Fei had quietly departed at some point. Very well, Chen Fan sighed lightly, speaking to himself. I shall allow you to live a few more days. No sooner had the words left his lips than he retrieved a timed explosive from his pocket, adjusted the timer, and placed it within the desk drawer. Then he stepped boldly through the floor-to-ceiling window, and, as the ground level dropped away, he seized the moment, executing a backflip that dissipated most of his momentum, landing deftly at the entrance of the Long Corporation. Straightening his collar, he disregarded the terrified gazes of onlookers and drove away in his black Bentley, unfazed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent office of the Long Corporation, Long Fei stood before the window, watching the speeding Bentley below with a face as cold as ice. The esteemed heir of Chang'an, he found it unfathomable to be cornered by such a mere insect. As the black Bentley vanished from his sight, Long Fei finally exhaled, loosening his collar slightly. He turned to his beautiful secretary beside him and instructed, ensure that today's events are completely sealed off, especially from reaching the family. The secretary nodded with a slight bow, hesitated for a moment, and then added, what about that young master and those bodyguards? Long Fei waved his hand dismissively, saying, they are merely a bunch of useless fools. Take care of them. The secretary shivered imperceptibly, instinctively biting her lip as she replied, understood. Once the secretary exited the office, Long Fei's gaze flickered as he pondered for a long while before striding toward the adjacent office. Upon opening the door, his expression turned grotesquely fierce. Before him lay the once pristine white walls now riddled with countless holes, the smooth floor saturated with blood, and the bodies of bodyguards piled like a mountain. At the sight of this hellish scene, a chill rushed to Long Fei's head, and an involuntary cold sweat broke out on his back. Even he could not help but feel a pang of horror. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath to calm himself, and cautiously stepped over the blood and corpses to reach a bookshelf. He extended his hand to retrieve a copy of the Old Testament from the bottom shelf, placing it at the center of the third tier. With a resounding click, the office door automatically locked, and the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows were drawn, isolating the office from the outside world. Next, Long Fei pulled out an old financial magazine from the second-to-last shelf, placing it in the position previously occupied by the Old Testament. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, soon 20 seconds passed, yet Long Fei stood there like a statue, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Finally, after 30 seconds, the bookshelf in front of Long Fei began to tremble violently, and moments later, it slowly shifted to the side. The white wall behind it gradually parted, revealing a passage large enough for a person to enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Fei stepped toward the opening in the wall. Just as he took a step forward, the entire office erupted as if struck by a shell, shattering into fragments. The bodies of the bodyguards were nearly obliterated. But since Long Fei was not at the epicenter of the explosion, he was merely propelled into the passage by the residual shockwave. Looking at the devastated office, he no longer cared that his body was drenched in blood. His face contorted in fury as he gritted his teeth and cursed Chen Fan. In that instant, he had sworn to annihilate Chen Fan and his entire clan, believing that only then could he alleviate the hatred in his heart. Chapter 43. Meeting the parents at the entrance of the Shun group, a black Bentley raced from the distance, billowing thick smoke as it halted at the group's doorstep. "Brother Chun, you're here," greeted the small security guard on duty upon seeing the approaching figure. Chen Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "Are the brothers still training?" The young security guard replied that aside from himself, there were a few other patrolling brothers, while the rest were occupied with climbing the stairs. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and made his way into the company. After taking the elevator to the 16th floor, Chen Fan glanced at his wristwatch. The bomb placed in Long Fei's office should have detonated by now. He could only wonder if that fellow had met his demise. Just as he was about to enter the office, Chen Fan seemed to recall something and turned instead towards the adjacent president's office. Without knocking, he pushed the door open, finding Shen Siyu stirring her coffee while gazing intently at the computer screen. Upon hearing the noise, Shen Siyu instinctively looked up, only to be taken aback by Chen Fan's unexpected appearance, despite his supposed day off. "Next time you enter, remember to knock first," she said, her brows slightly furrowing. "Also, weren't you supposed to be on leave today? What brings you here?" Chen Fan, opting to overlook the first comment, shrugged helplessly and replied, "Alas, what can I say? I was born to be a busybody." Shen Siyu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "You call this a busy life? You spend all day in the office playing games." Chen Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his nose and shifted the topic. "By the way, what time are your parents arriving tonight? Do I need to be present?" "Of course. I'm confronting my parents tonight. Are you suggesting I find another man to accompany me in your absence?" Shen Siyu retorted coldly, pouring himself a cup of tea and downing it in one go. Chen Fan inquired, "So what time should I be there?" Shen Siyu tilted her head in thought and replied, "Around 8. Chen Fan nodded, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Shen Siyu called out hurriedly, instructing, "You don't need to buy any gifts. I've already prepared something for you." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, jesting, "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful." Shen Siyu chose to ignore his comment, redirecting her focus back to the computer screen. Not wishing to prolong the banter, Chen Fan headed to his own office, where he lit a cigarette, booted up his computer, and seamlessly commenced his daily tasks. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was evening. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue, draping the city in a golden veil, with the afterglow shimmering on the ground like the surface of the sea. After finishing another game, Chen Fan stretched wearily, realizing it was time to clock out. He then approached Shen Siyu's office and, in a symbolic gesture, knocked lightly on the door before entering without waiting for a response. "I say, President Shen, the workday has come to an end." Shen Siyu, deeply engrossed in organizing files, glanced up before returning to her task, saying, "Please wait 10 more minutes. I just have the final section left to sort." Chen Fan nodded and, with no reservations, reclined on the circular sofa in the center of the office, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke languidly. Observing this, Shen Siyu furrowed her brow, contemplating saying something but ultimately refrained. After about 10 minutes, Shen Siyu finished organizing the documents, stood up, tidied her desk, and said to Chen Fan, who was still lounging on the sofa, "Let's go." Chen Fan nodded, and the two of them walked towards the company entrance, with Chen Fan not having parked his car in the underground garage today, allowing them to drive away swiftly. In the heart of Chang'an City, before a colossal commercial complex, a sleek black Bentley sped into view. Soon after, a woman of ethereal beauty gracefully emerged from the vehicle, captivating the passers-by who were momentarily entranced by her enchanting visage, as if each was searching for a reason to engage her in conversation. However, this reverie was abruptly interrupted as a nonchalant man emerged from the driver's seat, wearing a smirk that reeked of insouciance, a cigarette dangling from his lips like a rogue from the streets. The crowd, witnessing this scene, sighed in disappointment, abandoning their intentions to approach her, thinking it a pity that such a lovely flower was wasted on a pile of refuse. Fortunately, Chen Fan remained oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to enlighten them on the allure of the flower. As Chen Fan approached Shen Siyu, he extinguished his cigarette before inquiring about her intentions for the day. "Vegetables," Shen Siyu replied succinctly. "Vegetables? ISNT Aunt Wang at home?" After a moment of hesitation, Chen Siyu slowly confessed, I've given Aunt Wang the day off, so tonight I'll have to see how you perform. Chen Fan was momentarily speechless, realizing he was expected to prepare an elaborate feast. Chen Siyu nodded, her gaze filled with anticipation. After a brief silence, Chen Fan tentatively asked, Am I allowed to refuse? Absolutely not. Chen Siyu retorted coldly, her icy demeanor revealing the full extent of the Ice Queen's authority, causing Chen Fan to shiver involuntarily. Resigned, he shrugged and replied, Well then, let us go buy some vegetables. Chen Siyu finally smiled and followed Chen Fan into the mall. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and without hesitation, Chen Fan headed straight to the kitchen. There was no time to waste, as Chen Siyu hadn't informed him sooner, leaving him with only about an hour to prepare the meal. He certainly didn't expect the two sisters to assist him. Not causing him trouble was already a blessing. In the living room of the villa, Chen Siyu, cradling a dog-shaped pillow, quietly asked, Sister, have you really made up your mind? A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Siyu's eyes, but she ultimately nodded. Our parents have long wanted me to marry, so this could work out. I just wonder if Chen Fan can pass their test. Chen Siyu nodded, choosing not to say more, knowing her sister's temperament. Instead, she cast a glance at the figure bustling in the kitchen, her expression a mix of emotions. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, interrupting their whispered conversation. That must be our parents, Chen Siyu exclaimed, slipping on her slippers and rushing to open the door. Simultaneously, Chen Siyu stood up, exhaling slowly and calmly gazing towards the entrance. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much, Chen Siyu exclaimed, enveloping her parents in a warm embrace as soon as they entered. Oh, my dear, you're not too old to be so affectionate, her parents chuckled, affectionately ruffling Chen Siyu's hair. Chen Siyu playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. In a way, I am your precious daughter, aren't I? Today, dear sister has a delightful surprise for you. Chapter 44. Parting ways, unhappily. Oh, could it be that your sister has found herself a boyfriend? Shen's parents teased. It's a secret. Chen Siyu grinned widely. Exchanging knowing glances, Shen Songda, the father, was the first to stride into the house. Dad, Mom. Chen Siyu greeted them with a slight bow and a smile. Shen Songda nodded with a cheerful expression and inquired, I just heard your sister say you have a surprise for us? Chen Siyu's expression stiffened for a moment as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Siyu. Hesitating, she finally replied, Yes. What kind of surprise? Share it with us so your mother and I can also partake in the joy, Chen Songda said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He never expected his typically aloof daughter would one day bring them a surprise. After pondering for a moment, Chen Siyu gestured towards the kitchen. At that very instant, both parents turned their gazes toward the kitchen simultaneously. A jolt of disbelief coursed through them as they regarded Chen Siyu. Siyu, is this your boyfriend? Her mother, Shi Yuyin, asked, her eyes fixed on the busy figure in the kitchen. Chen Siyu pressed her lips together and nodded. Mom, Dad, don't just stand there. Take a seat and wait for dinner. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Chen Siyu hurriedly sought to alleviate the tension. Thus, the four of them settled on the sofa. Though Chen Songda and Shi Yuyin's eyes remained glued to Chen Fan, seemingly intrigued by how this ordinary young man had captured their daughter's affection. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Fan was blissfully unaware of Chen Siyu's parents' arrival, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the dishes before him. At last, with the final soup completed, he surveyed the table adorned with 8 dishes and a soup, nodding in satisfaction. Siyu, come in and help with the dishes. Chen Fan bellowed. Coming. The two responded in unison as they rose to their feet. As they approached Chen Fan, he promptly lifted 2 plates, but upon turning around, he was taken aback to find 2 unfamiliar middle-aged individuals seated on the sofa. The man wore a well-tailored shirt, his deep-set eyes seemingly containing boundless depth. Although subtle lines marked his forehead, it was evident from his features that he must have been quite the handsome young man in his youth. The woman, elegantly dressed, had gracefully entered middle age yet retained a striking beauty, her demeanor composed, showing no signs of the passage of time. A closer look revealed faint traces of resemblance to Chen Siyu and her sister. In an instant, Chen Fan realized that the couple before him were likely Chen Siyu's parents. He first placed the dishes on the dining table before approaching them, maintaining a respectful yet confident demeanor. "Uncle Andy." The couple did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized him carefully, exchanging glances. "Young man, are you Siyu's boyfriend?" Chen Sona finally asked. Chen Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging the inquiry. At this moment, Chen Siyu approached Chen Fan, gently linking her arm with his, and in a soft voice said, "Mom and Dad, this evening I would like to formally introduce him. His name is Chen Fan, and he is now my husband. We have already registered our marriage." With that, Chen Siyu presented the crimson marriage certificate to Chen Songda. The couple, upon seeing the certificate, immediately lost their composure, rising hastily to take it and examining it closely. Their eyes filled with disbelief. "Siyu, we support you in finding a boyfriend, but you cannot simply marry someone without our consent," Shi Yin exclaimed, sorrow evident in her eyes. "Indeed, such a significant matter should have been discussed with us as parents," Chen Songda added, his fingers trembling as he clutched the marriage certificate. Witnessing this scene stirred a tumult within Chen Siyu, yet she forcibly steadied her heart and softly replied, "Dad, Mom, I am no longer a child." This decision was made after considerable contemplation. A sigh escaped Chen Songda as he staggered back to the sofa. In that moment, Chen Fan finally grasped Chen Siyu's hand and addressed her parents earnestly. "Uncle, Aunt, please rest assured that I will take good care of Siyu from now on." Chen Siyu quickly echoed her agreement. "At this juncture, no matter what we say, it cannot alter the outcome. I simply hope you remember the words you have spoken today. If you dare to hurt my daughter, I shall hold you accountable," Chen Songda warned, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded solemnly in response. "Let us go home, my dear," Chen Songda said, assisting the somewhat weakened Shi Yuyan. She chose not to say anything further, nor did she linger for dinner. What should have been a joyous family reunion was now marred by Chen Fan's presence, leading to an unceremonious end. Chen Siyu observed the retreating figures on either side of her, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes, suppressing the urge to call them back. In the living room, a man and two women sat around the dining table, with Chen Siyu and her sister devoid of any appetite for the feast laid before them, despite its delightful colors and aromas. Meanwhile, Chen Fan feasted as if nothing had transpired, quickly devouring half of the dishes. "Brother-in-law, how can you still be in the mood to eat?" Chen Siyu inquired with a puzzled expression. Chen Fan paused mid-bite, replying, "Why shouldn't I be? It was evident that my parents disapproved of your relationship with my sister. Aren't you upset?" "I am indeed sad." "Look," Chen Fan put on a dramatically sorrowful face. Observing this, Chen Siyu rolled her eyes, realizing that her brother-in-law was utterly indifferent to their parents' opinions. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy with silence, Chen Fan broke it. "Why is everyone just staring blankly? Let's eat. Otherwise, all this cooking will be for naught." At his words, Chen Siyu decided not to dwell further on the situation. Recognizing it was as she had anticipated. Although she had mentally prepared herself, a feeling of frustration lingered. Regaining her composure, she encouraged her sister to eat and began to enjoy a chicken wing herself. Meanwhile, having nearly finished his meal, Chen Fan set down his chopsticks and turned to retreat into the bedroom. In the dead of night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, tranquility reigned supreme. Just as Chen Fan was drifting into slumber, he was abruptly awakened. He sat up and glanced at the window, obscured by curtains, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Yet, feigning ignorance, he closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 45. The coming storm. The summer sun blazed fiercely in August, scorching the earth as if transforming the world into a molten furnace. Waves of oppressive heat surged forward, accompanied by a gentle breeze that sent a shiver through one's heart. This marked Chen Fan's second month in Chang'an. Ever since he had obliterated Long Fei's office, he seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving behind a few rare days of leisure. In the office of the security director at the Shen Group, Lin Zhe, while pouring tea for Chen Fan, cautiously broached the subject. "Brother Chen, you previously mentioned helping us find a coach to teach us martial arts." With a resigned shrug, Chen Fan replied, "I've been rather busy lately, but rest assured it won't be long now." Lindsay regarded Chen Fan with a hint of skepticism, yet refrained from exposing the truth, knowing he would need to learn martial arts from him in the future. By the way, Lindsay, gather a few trustworthy brothers and keep a close watch on the company's security, Chen Fan instructed. Lindsay's brow furrowed as he asked, "Is something about to happen at the company?" Chen Fan nodded slightly, stating, "I have a premonition. With long-phase temperament, it is unlikely that everything will remain peaceful. I suspect something will unfold in the coming days." Lindsay understood and replied, "I will take care of it immediately." Once Lindsay departed, Chen Fan lit a cigarette, drew the curtains, and made a phone call. When the call connected, an eerie silence enveloped the line, as if reaching an empty number. "Certification successful. Please state your code name." "I am Purgatory," Chen Fan replied coolly. A buzzing sound followed, and a deep, resonant voice responded, "Boss? It's me." Chen Fan answered, I knew it, boss. You are invincible. That kid from the Holy Light, even if he ranks first on the sacred list, cannot contend with you." Chen Fan's lips twitched involuntarily as he retorted, "Enough with the small talk. Quickly send a team to Huaxia, Chang'an City." Alex, sensing the gravity, dropped the jest, asking seriously, "Boss, is there a mission? I can handle it personally." "No need. I just require some training for a few individuals, and Qin Wudi is also with me." "Oh, right. I nearly forgot that kid is in Huaxia too." Alex's tone shifted slightly, tinged with envy. "Boss, you are really biased." Chen Fan, exasperated, snapped, "No more chatter. Hurry and send a team over. If I don't see them by tomorrow, you'll regret it when I return." Alex involuntarily shivered, replying, "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Chen Fan finally relaxed, knowing that with this team, he could afford to be hands-off. Although a mere 10 men comprised the team, they would be more than sufficient to operate with impunity in Chang'an. Thus, the days slipped away, the setting sun painting the horizon in hues of crimson. As Chen Fan leisurely drove Shun Siyu home, an unexpected frown crossed his brow. Not far ahead, a stunning woman adorned with a silver hairpin and clad in a flowing red robe gracefully emerged from the throng of retreating pedestrians. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to traverse the void, arriving before Chen Fan's vehicle, standing with an air of disdain in her eyes. Observing this, Shun Siyu gazed at Chen Fan in confusion and inquired, "Is she looking for you?" Chen Fan shook his head and replied cryptically, "No, she is seeking you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the woman, without warning, swept her jade hand, unleashing a flash of silver light aimed directly at the passenger seat where Shun Siyu sat. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan decisively yanked Shun Siyu from her seat, and the seat belt, as if made of mere paper, surrendered to the overwhelming force and was torn asunder. In the next instant, both Chen Fan and Shun Siyu found themselves outside the vehicle, while the once mighty black Bentley was cleaved in two by that terrifying silver beam, rendered utterly to scrap. Intriguing, Chen Fan mused with a playful smile, entirely unconcerned with Shun Siyu's reaction. "Oh, you actually managed to evade it?" the woman in red remarked with slight surprise, astonished that anyone in this modest Chang'an could escape her lethal strike. "Hey, which wretch sent you?" Chen Fan, positioning Shun Siyu protectively behind him, asked the crimson-clad beauty with a calm demeanor. The woman in red offered no reply. Instead, she swung her right hand once more, delivering a downward slash. This strike was even more ferocious than the last. The silver blade of light, accompanied by a fierce gust of icy wind, hurtled towards Chen Fan with the swiftness of an arrow, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of space, reaching him in an instant. Chen Fan regarded the impending blow with a hint of disdain, merely shifting his footing slightly to evade the menacing blade of light. With the woman unwilling to divulge her true master, Chen Fan had no intention of sparing her. In his realm, there was no room for pity. There were only foes and allies, irrespective of gender. Chen Fan's gaze remained steady upon the enchanting woman before him, devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were observing a mere sow. In the next moment, Chen Fan sprang into action. An ethereal afterimage, akin to a bolt of lightning, surged towards the woman in red. Upon witnessing this, her pupils constricted in alarm. The speed was overwhelming, so rapid that even her current level of prowess could not discern Chen Fan's figure. Yet, she did not resign herself to defeat. Instead, she produced an unknown vial from her sleeve and hurled it into the air. Boom! The vial shattered in midair, unleashing a dense cloud of smoke that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Child's play. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, dismissing such rudimentary tactics as utterly ineffective against him. From within the smoke, he reached out, grasping the exquisite red figure firmly in his grip. Calmly, he pried open her mouth to extract the poison concealed within her gums and inquired now. "Tell me, who sent you?" The woman in red clenched her teeth, glaring at Chen Fan with indignation, resolute in her silence. "Struggling before me is futile." Chen Fan spoke coldly, exerting greater force in his hand. The woman in the red robe immediately felt an overwhelming power surge towards her, a sense of suffocation washing over her. Despite her flushed face, she remained silent. Observing this, Chen Fan tossed the woman to the ground, shaking his head as if in regret. The woman felt no relief at being released. Instead, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. Chen Fan lightly tapped a pressure point on the woman's body, and she was instantly assailed by the sensation of countless ants crawling and biting her. An excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. In mere moments, the woman was writhing on the ground and soon collapsed in a sweat-soaked faint. Chapter 46. Luring the tiger from its mountain. Alas, how dull. Chen Fan observed the unconscious woman on the ground with no intention of showing her any mercy. Delivering another sharp slap. Crack! A crimson mark instantly appeared on the woman's face, the intense pain jolting her awake. The first sight that met her eyes was Chen Fan's devilish, eerie smile, causing her to tremble. "You are a demon," the woman gasped, her face pale with terror. "You might as well try to resist a little longer." Chen Fan chuckled lightly. As he spoke, he extended his index finger, preparing to strike another pressure point. "Stop. I will speak." The woman finally set aside her pride and capitulated. "If I had known this would be the case, why bother from start?" Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. "Go on, but know that if you lie, you understand the consequences." Seeing Chen Fan relent, the woman exhaled a sigh of relief, beginning. "I am Huang Bang." It seemed she had uttered some unspeakable taboo, and her entire body exploded like a balloon, instantly disintegrating into a fine powder, leaving only patches of blood and scattered limbs on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan had already moved to the roadside. Unconcerned about the fate of the woman in red, he lit a cigarette and pondered deeply. Huang. In just a month, no fewer than 3 factions were already targeting Shen Siyu. And what did this Huang signify? A family? Or an individual? Unable to decipher the meaning, Chen Fan waved to the trembling Shen Siyu nearby. As she approached, he asked, "Are you all right?" Shen Siyu's face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, yet she stubbornly shook her head. "As long as you're fine." Then Chen Fan pointed to the bloodstains on the ground, his tone serious. "Since you hired me as your bodyguard, no less than 3 factions have targeted you. If you continue to conceal the truth as before, I may have to reconsider our contractual relationship. After all, I do not wish to die." Upon hearing Chen Fan's solemn words, Shen Siyu opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and unconsciously bit her lip as if making a choice. Just as Shen Siyu hesitated, Chen Fan's phone rang at an inopportune moment, sounding like a demonic voice from hell. Upon answering, a grave expression soon crossed Chen Fan's face. "Shen Group, outside the main entrance, all is peaceful." Due to Shen Siyu's long-standing opposition to overtime work, only a handful of employees remained in the company at this hour. Lindsay, keeping in mind Chen Fan's earlier advice, was diligently leading a few trusted brothers to conduct a meticulous inspection of the company's security. Just then, several unregistered Audi A6 vehicles, resembling a dragon in formation, approached with an imposing presence. With a sudden screech of brakes, the convoy came to a halt at the entrance of the Shen Group. As a middle-aged man stepped out from the lead vehicle, a cadre of sharply dressed men in sunglasses swiftly disembarked, forming an orderly line in mere moments. Awaiting commands, there were easily hundreds of them. Lindsay, witnessing the spectacle, felt a tempest of emotions within, yet he maintained an air of composure. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Shen Group? If it pertains to business, I kindly request that you return tomorrow. As we have concluded our day's work," he stated calmly. The middle-aged man paused for a brief moment, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I fear we shan't wait until tomorrow," he replied, and without further ado, he gestured with his right hand. Instantly, this highly trained group surged forward with lethal intent towards Lin Zhe's position. Though outnumbered, Lin Zhe exhibited no trepidation. He discreetly slipped his hand behind him to make a phone call. Then, he charged ahead, leading the group of security guards, who had only recently begun their training, into the fray. However, they were ultimately no match for the well-trained bodyguards. In a matter of minutes, all but Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun lay incapacitated on the ground, the once pristine floor now stained with crimson. Li Qingyun struggled to rise, each movement sending waves of pain through his myriad of injuries, his face contorted in agony. Lin Zhe, too, attempted to stand, but as the leader of the charge, he had sustained even greater injuries and found himself too weak to rise. "What a bunch of deluded ants," the middle-aged man scoffed, observing the two defeated figures. "Today, you shall witness the destruction of the Shen Group firsthand. To extinguish the Shen Group, you must first step over my body," Li Qingyun declared, despite being at the brink of collapse. Suddenly, he seemed to grow taller, as if drawing strength from the very earth itself. Lin Zhe echoed his resolve, managing to stand, albeit unsteadily, yet he was undeniably upright. At that moment, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. He was bewildered as to why mere security guards would risk their lives to impede their advance. Was there some form of indoctrination at play within the Shen Group? Little did he know, for some men, the weight of responsibility and commitment surpasses all else. Exchanging a resolute glance, Li Qingyun and Lin Zhe recognized the unwavering resolve reflected in each other's eyes, devoid of any hint of fear. "Fight," they silently affirmed, nodding at one another, straightening their bent backs, standing firm like two mountains before the entrance of the Shen Group, resolute and unyielding. "Since that is the case, you may as well perish," commanded the middle-aged man, his face contorted with malevolence. Although their intent was to annihilate the Shen Group, they merely incapacitated the security personnel, refraining from murder. The rationale was simple. They regarded these individuals as mere ants, whose demise would only sully their hands. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to unleash a massacre. "Proceed swiftly. We have little time left," he gestured dismissively before retreating amidst the throng. In the next moment, the bodyguards unleashed their murderous intent, drawing forth an array of cold weapons as they charged toward the two men. Upon witnessing the oncoming horde, the two could only lament their fate, regretting that they had not acquired the martial prowess for Brother Chen. It appeared they would have to await a next life for such skills. The distance between the two parties was mere meters, yet in an instant, the sharp glint of blades, infused with a chilling light, surged toward Lin Zhe and his companion, as if they were about to be cleaved in twain. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Edict. At this critical juncture, a resounding echo of a blade sang from the distant heavens. Instinctively, the crowd looked up, witnessing a blood-red dagger seemingly piercing through the void. The barbed fangs of the dagger sliced through the air with such swiftness that an eerie semblance of a demonic roar could be discerned, reminiscent of a hellish apparition. The moment the crowd heard this sound, expressions of agony spread across their faces, prompting them to discard their weapons and cover their ears. Yet, the sound seemed to transcend barriers, effortlessly invading their minds. In the next heartbeat, the crimson light of the blade whisked past them, tracing a parabolic arc before returning to the grasp of a young man not far away. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, where even a pin drop could be heard. Bewilderment filled the air as the crowd struggled to comprehend what had transpired, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. As the man approached, they discerned that he was merely in his 20s, clad in a tank top and shorts, his feet adorned with simple flip-flops. Yet his demeanor radiated an air of effortless confidence, as if there existed no task beyond his capability. Though his attire was unassuming, it could not conceal the striking handsomeness etched upon his features, With a touch of refinement, he would surpass the most popular male stars of the moment. As Chen Wudi stepped before them, their bodies remained immobile, as though frozen in time. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a wisp of smoke. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted. Hundreds of bodyguards collapsed to the ground, their heads rolling. The scene took on a nightmarish quality, evoking sheer terror. Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun, witnessing the carnage, felt their pupils constrict in shock. They then realized that a crimson line had inexplicably appeared around the necks of the bodyguards. The two were thrown into a tempest of disbelief. Could it be that a single stroke had dispatched these 100 men? Such a feat was utterly extraordinary. Observing the astonishment in their eyes, Chen Wudi smiled lightly and inquired, "I presume you must be Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun?" The two men unconsciously nodded in agreement, although the man before them was of similar age. His strength was a chasm apart from theirs. "My name is Chen Wudi," he introduced himself, "and I have been sent by your director to assist you. He encountered a minor issue with his vehicle and is unable to come himself." The two men bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving our lives today. We would not hesitate to face any peril in the future." Chen Wudi waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to your director. I am merely fulfilling his request. Now, please hurry and get these injured brothers onto the ambulance." He gestured towards the security personnel who had collapsed on the ground and pointed to a few ambulances nearby. His expression hardened as he stated coldly, "As for these individuals, let them simply vanish from this world." Though perplexed, the two men wisely refrained from asking further questions and began to carry their fallen comrades to the waiting ambulances. Just as they were about to leave, Li Qingyun glanced at Chen Wudi's retreating figure and finally asked, "Brother Chen, what is your relationship with Brother Chen?" Without turning back, Chen Wudi casually replied, "He is my boss," a statement that left them utterly stunned. A superhuman capable of slaying hundreds was merely a subordinate to Brother Chen? How formidable must Brother Chen himself be? The two exchanged wide-eyed looks of astonishment. As the moon shone brightly and the night grew quiet, within the Chen family villa's living room, Chen Fan reclined on a spacious circular sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he cast a predatory gaze at Shen Siyu. She, in turn, sat upright, enveloped in a profound silence, weighing the trustworthiness of Chen Fan. After what felt like an eternity, despite the windows being open, the living room remained thick with smoke. Chen Fan was unhurried, continuing to smoke one cigarette after another. Shen Siyu finally could not endure the stench any longer. Covering her nose, she spoke in a sultry tone. "I possess a decree from my predecessor." As Chen Fan casually drew on his cigarette, he suddenly shook off the ash, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "Is this true?" he inquired. Shen Siyu nodded lightly, affirming, "Indeed, this was granted by my grandfather's generation. For a century, in any matter, the upper echelons of Huaxia will provide assistance unconditionally." Chen Fan stroked his chin, pondering the validity of her words. If it were indeed the emperor's decree, then why did these individuals go to such lengths to acquire it? Was it possible that the high-ranking officials of Huaxia only recognized decrees and not individuals? He mused. Shen Siyu, with a hint of exasperation, nodded in agreement, saying, "That is indeed the case. After all, a decree is not a royal edict, so it does not announce itself to the world. Therefore, whoever possesses this decree can have one wish fulfilled by the upper echelons of Huaxia. Since it does not announce itself, how did they come to know you possess such a decree? Furthermore, how did your grandfather acquire the emperor's decree? Could it be that your Shun family has ties to royalty?" Chen Fan posed all his questions at once. Shen Siyu shot him a disbelieving glance, retorting, "If I were related to royalty, would I still be here in Chang'an? As for how they found out, that is." Shen Siyu bowed her head in contemplation and mused that the news must have originated from someone in the capital. Although it was not publicly announced at the time, it is not surprising that it has been whispered about among a select few. There have been attempts on my life before, but the frequency of these incidents has become rather excessive of late. As for how my grandfather obtained this decree, I am utterly in the dark. Shen Siyu addressed Chen Fan's inquiries one by one, then coolly asked if he had any further questions, to which he shook his head, indicating he did not. Then I shall freshen up. We have a meeting early tomorrow, Shen Siyu declared as she rose, stretching her lithe form, her alluring curves igniting the imagination. By the way, I trust you will keep this matter confidential, as even my sister is unaware, Shen Siyu cautioned before departing. Chen Fan nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Chen Fan drove Shen Siyu to work as usual. In just a month, he had totaled 2 cars. Fortunately, Shen Siyu's family was affluent, or the situation might have been untenable. After dropping Shen Siyu at her company, Chen Fan turned his vehicle towards the suburbs. Although Qin Wudi had arrived in time yesterday, many of his comrades had sustained injuries, and, as the director, it was his duty to check on them. Chapter 48. The Infernal Demon Army. In Chang'an, at a private hospital, Chen Fan took the elevator to the 6th floor of the inpatient department. Upon entering one of the patient rooms, he was immediately hit by a strong medicinal smell. Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun lay pallidly on their beds, appearing gravely injured. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to the door and, upon recognizing Chen Fan, a smile unexpectedly graced their faces. Chen Fan found their reaction somewhat bewildering, but he did not dwell on it and asked how they felt physically. The two, unwilling to appear too feeble in front of him, straightened their backs and proclaimed that they felt they were recovering well and would be back to work in no more than 3 days. Chen Fan smiled slightly and advised them to focus on their recuperation. He had already been briefed on the events of the previous day and praised their efforts. However, he cautioned that in situations where there is a significant disparity in strength, it may be prudent to avoid confrontation. After all, preserving one's life takes precedence above all else. Lin Zhe and Li Qingyun exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood, Chen Ge. We will be more cautious next time." Chen Fan nodded in approval and added that the coach he had arranged for them would arrive today, ready to begin their training as soon as they were discharged. So rest well and prepare for the upcoming rigorous training. Upon hearing the word training, their eyes widened with excitement, and they exclaimed, "Yes, Chen Ge. All right, rest up. I will check on the other brothers," Chen Fan said, and the two nodded respectfully as they watched his retreating figure. After visiting each of his comrades, it was already noon when a series of phone notifications interrupted Chen Fan as he was about to have lunch. "Hello, who is this?" he asked, scratching his nose. "Lord of the Purgatory, we have arrived at Chang'an Airport. Where shall we find you?" A voice laced with respect emanated from the phone. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan realized that his team had arrived and replied, "Make your way to the Shun Group. I will await you at the entrance." "Understood," came the response from the other end, though the caller did not hang up immediately. Aware of the reason, Chen Fan ended the call himself and drove towards the Shun Group. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chen Fan reached the entrance of the Shun Group. Munching on a boxed meal he had purchased en route, the duty security guard, noticing the director standing at the entrance, asked with curiosity, "Brother Chen, are you waiting for someone?" Chen Fan nodded and smiled, saying, "I am awaiting your instructor." Upon hearing this, the young guard was filled with excitement, yearning to become a formidable individual himself. Chen Fan merely smiled in response, choosing to focus on finishing his meal. After his lunch, Chen Fan lit a cigarette and stood casually, exhaling smoke as he mentally calculated the time. If all went according to plan, the arrival of his team should coincide with the end of his smoke. Indeed, as the last ember of his cigarette burned out, 10 individuals had inexplicably appeared at the entrance, their presence commanding. This group was not solely composed of individuals from Huaxia. Their varied complexions and distinct attire suggested a rich tapestry of backgrounds. Yet, they all bore solemn expressions, as if awaiting the audience of a superior. Though they stood silently, their unintentional aura of menace caused the nearby young guard to tremble uncontrollably. Observing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Rein in your murderous intent. Do you think we are still overseas?" Upon hearing their leader's admonition, the group quickly composed themselves, kneeling on one knee in salute. The 15th Squad of the Purgatory Demon Army pays respect to the Lord of Purgatory, stated a brown-haired man at the forefront with reverence. "Enough, enough, rise. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Those who do not know might mistake me for an emperor. As the group stood, they awaited further instructions. Let us proceed. Report to the company, Chen Fan said, lighting another cigarette. He patted the young guard on the shoulder, tossing him the remainder of his cigarette before leading the way into the building. The procession moved through the company's lobby, where the employees observed the foreigners with curiosity, though their professionalism prevented any commotion. Chen Fan and his entourage took the elevator to the 15th floor, intending to greet Wang Ruoshi. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door before entering uninvited. Hello, Sister Shi. Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Recalling that the last time he spoke with Wang Ruoshi was on the day he appointed the head of security, nearly a month ago. Wang Ruoshi, initially engrossed in paperwork, looked up in surprise to find it was Chen Fan, the director of security. She had intended to express her concern for him, but instead faced the consequences of her own misplaced sentiments. This caused Wang Ruoshi to cool her demeanor, inquiring about Director Chen's purpose for visiting her today. Chen Fan, perceptive of the sarcasm in Wang Ruoshi's tone, remained unfazed and replied with a smile, Sister Shi, please don't be upset. I've come specifically to apologize for the incident last time. How about I treat you to dinner this evening? Upon hearing Chen Fan's apology, Wang Ruoshi's initially frosty expression softened slightly. There's no need for dinner. Just state your business directly, she said. Chen Fan, undeterred by her response, sighed. It seems, Sister, she is still unwilling to forgive me. He then theatrically wiped away an imaginary tear, giving the impression of genuine sorrow. Wang Ruoshi, inherently kind-hearted, noticed Chen Fan's amicable demeanor, which prompted her to soften her tone further. I accept your apology, but really, dinner is unnecessary. Acknowledging Wang Ruoshi's resolute stance, Chen Fan refrained from pressing the issue. All right then, Sister Shi, I shall come to find you another time. Chen Fan departed briskly, choosing not to mention the security personnel's employment status, as doing so could imply ulterior motives. After all, they did not require salaries. Their presence was sufficient. Had he not sought Wang Ruoshi today, he would have likely forgotten the matter entirely. Nonetheless, it was ultimately Wang Ruoshi's concern for him that warranted an apology, which was certainly justified. He led his team to the training room, gathering all personnel except for the security guard stationed at the entrance. Standing still, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before addressing the members of the Inferno squad loudly. Do you see this group beside me? For the time being, they will be your trainers. Starting tomorrow, aside from those on duty, everyone else will take the company bus to the outskirts for training. I will send the address to your phone shortly, and the necessary equipment is already prepared. Tomorrow, all you need to bring is your complete selves. Is that clear? Understood. The guards responded in unison, their voices resonating through the air, seemingly shaking the very clouds above. Chapter 49. The Apology Excellent. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. After the previous upheaval regarding resignations, every face among the security personnel now radiated vitality, a stark contrast to their earlier despondency. Once the announcement was made, Chen Fan gestured for dismissal, leaving only himself and the members of the Inferno squad present. Randy, Chen Fan called casually, prompting the brown-haired man at the forefront to step forward. He was the leader of the 15th squad of the Inferno Legion, codenamed Viper. Present, Randy responded robustly. Although he was American, his fluency in Mandarin was indistinguishable from that of a native speaker. In the presence of others, there's no need for formalities. We must keep our identities concealed, Chen Fan advised. Without hesitation, Randy replied, understood. Now then, your next task is to find Qin Wudi and arrange accommodations. Tomorrow, select 3 individuals to accompany these trainees for their training. Remember, no fatalities allowed. After some contemplation, Chen Fan instructed the remaining 7 individuals to establish a network of connections and intelligence in Chang'an, ensuring that it encompassed the entirety of the city and even the province of Qin. He emphasized that they should await his directives. Once he dismissed the members of the Purgatory Squad, Chen Fan relished a rare moment of leisure and prepared to return to his office. Just as he was about to push open the door, he overheard voices from the adjacent president's office. Unperturbed, He stood at the entrance, straining to listen. "Mr. Run, our company's financial chain has been restored, and we must devise a plan to repay that sum promptly. Otherwise, I fear unforeseen complications may arise," Chen Siyu stated. Her lips pressed together in a subtle frown. Ren Jundong, the financial director, nodded in acknowledgement, responding that his subordinates understood, yet the source of those funds remained elusive. As if the company's account had inexplicably gained a substantial amount of money. Beside him, the astute Secretary Jing Yin concurred, affirming the situation. Chen Siyu, feeling a sense of unease, rubbed her temples. The lingering debt troubled her mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan initially thought it trivial, merely smiling faintly as he casually operated his phone, transferring 200 billion from the Shen Group's account. Naturally, he added a bit more, considering it as interest. Chen Fan was not one to suffer losses. Since the Shen Group's financial chain had been restored, he intended to reclaim his funds. Suddenly, the phone in the president's office rang, interrupting the atmosphere. Ren Jundong gestured an apology to Chen Siyu before answering. Moments later, he turned to Chen Siyu, stating, "President Shen, a sum of 200 billion has been unexpectedly transferred from the Group's account. It appears to be from the same account as before." Initially relieved, Chen Siyu's expression shifted to concern as she instructed, "Notify the network department to immediately enhance our cybersecurity measures. If someone can manipulate our company's account at will, the consequences could be dire." Jing Yin and Ren Jundong exchanged glances, both rising in understanding. Time passed swiftly, and even in the evening heat of August in Chang'an, Chen Fan, after a lengthy gaming session, realized it was time to leave. He shut down his computer and proceeded to the president's office, entering as casually as if it were his own home, plopping down on the circular sofa and declaring, "It's time to clock out, President Shen." Having grown accustomed to Chen Fan's lack of formality, Chen Siyu tidied her desk and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, replied, "Let us go." The two made their way to the building's entrance, where Chen Siyu paused while Chen Fan went to retrieve his car from the parking lot. Coincidentally, he encountered Wang Ruoxi, who was preparing to leave. "Hello, Sister Shi," Chen Fan greeted with a beaming smile, as if nothing had transpired. Wang Ruoxi, about to open her car door, acknowledged him with a calm nod but offered no further words, ready to depart. Chen Fan quickly stepped in front of her car, blocking the door, and urged, "Sister Shi, I've made a reservation at a restaurant tonight. Do come and grace us with your presence, or it would be a waste." Before Wang Ruoxi could refuse, Chen Fan continued, "I will first take the president back, and then come and find you. The location is at 37 Taibai South Road, that restaurant." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan dashed towards a Maybach, driving away with haste, leaving Wang Ruoxi in a state of bewilderment amidst the evening breeze. After dropping Chen Siyu back at the villa, Chen Fan found an excuse to step out, and Chen Siyu, too apathetic to inquire further, let him be. Driving to the restaurant on Taibai South Road, the uneven ground at the entrance forced Chen Fan to park his car in a flatter area. Upon exiting the vehicle, familiar sights of the restaurant triggered a fleeting memory in his mind. He vividly recalled that in the past, every time he wished to indulge in a hearty meal there, he had to achieve commendable grades for his parents to take him out for dinner. Although the restaurant did not boast the glitz of a star-rated establishment and appeared somewhat worn, the flavors were exceptional and the portions generous, drawing in a multitude of local workers eager to dine there. Entering the restaurant, Chen Fan located the table he had reserved in advance, but found that Wang Ruoxi had yet to arrive. He sat alone, lost in thought as he smoked. After an indeterminate number of cigarettes, even the owner, seemingly unable to watch any longer, remarked, "Young man, is the person you're waiting for still not here?" Chen Fan nodded, then shook his head, opting not to respond verbally. Instead, he casually marked a few dishes on the menu, stating, "Let us go with these." The owner appeared to hesitate, as if wanting to say more, but ultimately kept silent and retreated to the kitchen. Approximately 20 minutes later, an array of fragrant and visually appealing dishes was brought to the table by the owner, instantly igniting Chen Fan's appetite. There were shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised pork, stir-fried kidneys, braised beef tendons, and a plate of greens. Among the 5 dishes, only one was vegetarian, all of which were Chen Fan's favorites. In truth, he had no intention of ordering a vegetable dish, but recalling his parents' reminders from childhood to include some greens in his diet. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to order the vegetables. Dining alone inevitably felt somewhat lonely at that moment. It seemed as though he was the only patron in the restaurant. The others gathered in small groups, laughing and savoring their meals together. Fortunately, Chen Fan was unbothered. He had endured far lonelier experiences, and dining alone was a trivial matter he did not wish to lament. With each puff of smoke, sip of drink, and bite of food, he swiftly devoured half of his meal within a mere 15 minutes. Just as he was about to refill his bowl, an exceptionally beautiful woman sat down across from him, placing her bag down and softly saying, "I'm sorry for being late. I thought you might not come." Chen Fan replied with a smile, looking at Wang Ruoxi. A hint of guilt crossed her face as she apologized. "I'm sorry. I had some matters at home that delayed me. Today, I'll be treating for this meal." Chen Fan casually waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary, and added, "Why don't you order some dishes you like? I thought you and T come, so I chose all my favorites." Wang Ruoxi glanced at the food on the table, unfazed, and replied, "It's fine. This is good enough. If we order more, we won't be able to finish it." "All right then," Chen Fan conceded without further insistence. He then picked up a can of beer and said to Wang Ruoxi, "I acknowledge my poor attitude that day, and I sincerely apologize now. I'll drink to that. You do as you wish." With a carefree smile, Chen Fan finished the beer in one gulp, letting out a satisfied belch. Wang Ruoxi, not one to be petty, felt a bit awkward as a woman, but since Chen Fan had genuinely apologized, she decided to let the matter slide. Thus, she also took a can of beer and downed it in one go. Observing this, Chen Fan could not help but give her a thumbs up, declaring her a heroine among women. The meal flowed with laughter and banter, and by the time they finished, it was nearing 9 o'clock. Due to Chen Fan's unique metabolism, several cans of beer felt as light as water to him. Even a breathalyzer would not detect a trace of alcohol in his system. However, Wang Ruoxi, being an ordinary person, could not drive under the influence, so Chen Fan offered to drive her home in her car. Wang Ruoxi quickly interjected, "We've both been drinking. You shouldn't drive. What if something happens? Don't worry, beer is like water to me. Even if the traffic police tested me, nothing would show up. Still, it's unsafe. Let us just call a designated driver," Wang Ruoxi insisted. Chen Fan, not wanting to argue further, helped her into the passenger seat and took the driver's position, speeding off. Upon reaching a traffic light, they noticed several police officers conducting sobriety checks ahead. Wang Ruoxi's heart raced, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the seatbelt, thinking, "What should I do now? You want to get locked up, will you?" Chen Fan found her reaction amusing. He never expected the usually serious supervisor to appear somewhat adorable at this moment. As he approached the officers, he took a deep breath and exhaled into the breathalyzer, while Wang Ruoxi, in the passenger seat, felt her heart leap into her throat, fearing she might be caught for drunk driving. To her surprise, the device showed no signs of activity, and the officer waved them through. Wang Ruoxi, wide-eyed, looked at Chen Fan in confusion. He merely raised an eyebrow, reveling in his triumph. Gradually relaxing, a smile crept onto Wang Ruoxi's lips. Even though it was already 10 o'clock at night, Chang'an City remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. However, guided by Wang Ruoxi, Chen Fan eventually drove to a less populated area within the city. This surprised him. Given Wang Ruoxi's status as a supervisor and her substantial salary, certainly in the hundreds of thousands, he wondered why she resided in such a place. Wang Ruoxi seemed to perceive Chen Fan's confusion. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly explained, "My father left when I was very young. It has always been my mother who single-handedly raised my younger brother and me. Around May of this year, my mother was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia." As she spoke, Wang Ruoxi's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, yet she valiantly stifled her emotions and choked out, "I thought our family's life would gradually improve. But little did I expect that fate would play such a cruel joke on us. Even now, my brother remains unaware of my mother's true condition. He believes she is merely suffering from a minor illness, as she does not wish to distract him from his impending college entrance examination." At this point, Chen Fan had gleaned the gravity of the situation. It was evident that most of Wang Ruoxi's financial resources had likely been allocated for her mother's treatment. The reason for her tardiness this evening was undoubtedly tied to her mother's care. Chen Fan opened the car window, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a wisp of smoke before asking, "Do you think we can consider ourselves friends now?" Wang Ruoxi did not quite understand the sudden inquiry, but nodded nonetheless. With her affirmation, Chen Fan merely smiled and pulled out his phone to show her his WeChat QR code, indicating that she should add him. Wang Ruoxi hesitated momentarily, but eventually took out her phone to add Chen Fan as a friend. Upon receiving her acceptance, Chen Fan promptly transferred 200,000 yuan to her. This amount was chosen not only due to WeChat's transfer limit, but also to prevent Wang Ruoxi from feeling excessively embarrassed about receiving too large a sum. Wang Ruoxi, sitting in the passenger seat, clearly noticed the transfer and inquired, "What is this for?" Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "You said we are friends, right? Now that you're in need, I cannot simply stand by idly." He intentionally adopted a relaxed tone to alleviate the pressure of accepting the money. Wang Ruoxi quickly shook her head, refusing, "I really can't accept this. Besides, I have some savings." Chen Fan persisted, "Take it. If I recall correctly, treating acute myeloid leukemia often requires a bone marrow transplant, and the expenses are substantial. Even if you have savings, a little extra money can never hurt. If it turns out to be unnecessary, you can repay me later." His calm insistence was intended to convey that the sum meant little to him. It could be a lifeline for Wang Ruoxi. After a considerable moment of hesitation, Wang Ruoxi finally conceded, "Thank you. I will write you an IOU." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. After navigating a few more turns, Wang Ruoxi gestured towards a building, prompting Chen Fan to stop the car and exit first. "Here we are. You can head upstairs now." "Good night," Chen Fan said, handing her the car keys. "Are you not coming in for a drink?" Wang Ruoxi inquired, not accepting the keys. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan shook his head. "It's getting late. Perhaps another time." Wang Ruoxi did not press the issue, softly suggesting, "It is quite late. You should drive home. I can take a taxi to work tomorrow." Chen Fan insisted on thrusting the car keys into her hand, saying, "Don't worry. I am a grown man and can easily catch a cab. See you tomorrow." As his words faded, Chen Fan sauntered away with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ruoxi stood behind him, her beautiful eyes fixated on him with a complex expression, lost in her own thoughts. Following the trail of his memories, Chen Fan meandered out of the village and eventually hailed a taxi to the restaurant where he had just dined. It was not that he was unwilling to drive Wang Ruoxi's car. Rather, the prospect of explaining why he had taken it to Shen Siyu's place seemed daunting. How could he possibly tell Shen Siyu that they were merely friends sharing a meal? Who could predict whether she would believe him? What if she became jealous? Such narcissistic musings occupied his mind. Thus, he opted for the path of least resistance. While it might complicate matters slightly, it was devoid of risk. Chapter 51. The Banquet of Hades. Upon returning to the villa, the hour was nearing midnight. The silvery moonlight streamed through the branches, casting a glow upon the earth, as though it were adorned with a white carpet. Chen Fan stealthily approached the door, refraining from entering immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door to discern any sounds. Hearing none, he surmised that Shen Siyu had likely retired for the night, and thus he retrieved his key and entered. Indeed, the living room was enveloped in silence, and as he stepped inside, darkness greeted him. Not bothering to turn on the lights, he closed the door behind him and made his way to his room. The atmosphere was tranquil and hushed. What mischief was he up to? Just as Chen Fan passed by the sofa, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him, nearly startling him to death. Turning to investigate, he discovered Shen Siyu clad in a delicate blue nightgown, her legs crossed on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on him, resembling a specter in meditation. "What are you doing here this hour?" Chen Fan remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone, while he instinctively patted his chest as if genuinely startled. "Where have you been? Why are you returning so late?" Shen Siyu disregarded his question, redirecting her inquiry toward him. At her words, Chen Fan stroked his chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he teasingly replied, Is this your way of checking up on me? Checking up on you? Chen Siyu momentarily paused, then adopted a frosty demeanor. She retorted, I'm merely concerned that you might bring some contagious disease back home. Checking up? How conceited. With that, she huffed in annoyance and ascended the stairs to her room. Chen Fan shrugged, concluding that his unsuspecting wife might very well be falling for him. For what other reason would she linger alone in the living room at such a late hour? Was she practicing immortality? He sighed in resignation. It seemed his irresistible charm was to blame. The night passed in silence, and, as usual, Chen Fan awoke at the behest of his disciplined biological clock. The first order of business was to draw back the curtains. Through the window, a gossamer layer of mist lingered in the air, and the sunlight pierced through, illuminating the room in a golden radiance. After performing 1,000 push-ups and jogging a few laps around the villa complex, Chen Fan returned to the villa for a refreshing cold shower. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Fan discovered that Aunt Wong had already prepared breakfast and set it on the dining table. Without hesitation, he picked up a bun and began to eat heartily. Young master, is this morning's breakfast to your liking? Aunt Wong, who was wiping the table, casually inquired. Chen Fan nodded in response, saying, Aunt Wong, your culinary skills surpass even those of the chefs in five-star hotels. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong couldn't help but smile widely, recognizing Chen Fan's compliment, albeit as flattery. Chen Fan merely smiled faintly and continued to enjoy his meal. After finishing a bowl of millet porridge, Chen Siyu finally made her way downstairs, with demeanor still icy, seemingly affected by the events of the previous night. Chen Fan merely shrugged, choosing not to engage with her. Once Chen Siyu had completed her breakfast, the two hastily drove to the company. On the way, Chen Fan suddenly asked, When will Siyu be back? Chen Siyu glanced at him and replied coolly, Tonight. Chen Fan nodded, refraining from further conversation. Since the departure of Shen Tsongda and his wife, Shen Siyu had taken it upon herself to stay at Shen Tsongda's residence, both to soothe their emotions and to gather information. Upon arriving at the company, Shen Siyu continued to ignore Chen Fan, who was indifferent to her silence. He entered his office and took out his phone to make a call. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Abyss, Randy greeted respectfully on the other end. How's it going? Have you started training yet? Chen Fan inquired. Yes, we have commenced. However, a few individuals still bear injuries from this morning's assembly training. Injuries? Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated the situation, then sighed. Let it be. Focus on training them well. I just wanted to check in. Understood. After ending the call, Chen Fan lowered his head in contemplation. Having spent a month in Chang'an, he surmised that the Demon Emperor would soon discover his whereabouts. Compared to the trifles he had encountered thus far, the Demon Emperor was a formidable presence in the dark world, capable of standing toe-to-toe with him. The organization he led had once dominated the entire Dark Realm, and after decades of development, its scale was now comparable to that of medium-sized nations. Even large countries would likely hesitate to provoke such an organization. Gazing out the window, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with determination and his expression hardened. If someone must shatter my tranquil life, then let it come, he mused. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, his words echoing in the office like a devil's whisper. Time flowed like water, and today, Chen Fan refrained from gaming, instead sitting upright in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, silently strategizing. At that moment, the office door swung open, and upon seeing Chen Siyu, he realized it was time to leave work. He hastily tidied up and descended the stairs. The two entered the car, and as Chen Fan started the engine, Chen Siyu instructed, First, take me to the Qingtsong Grand Hotel. There's an unavoidable banquet tonight. Chen Fan simply nodded and turned the car towards the hotel. After about 15 minutes, a sleek black Maybach came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the Qingtsong Grand Hotel. As the two alighted from the vehicle, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings and noticed several snipers lying in a concealed area on the rooftop terrace of the hotel. Meanwhile, the security guard stationed at the entrance wore fierce expressions, exuding an undeniable aura of menace, clearly seasoned fighters. How intriguing, Chen Fan chuckled softly. What? Beside him, Chen Siyu misheard, thinking he was addressing her. It's nothing, he replied with a gentle shake of his head, subtly inching closer to her. "How ridiculous!" Chen Siyu exclaimed, but paused for a moment before entering the banquet hall, ultimately deciding to link her arm with Chen Fan's. He felt a warmth enveloping his arm, momentarily taken aback. Yet adhering to a philosophy of equality, he discreetly caressed her arm in return. To his surprise, the sensation was rather pleasant. At the entrance of the banquet hall, dozens of armed bodyguards stood vigilant, their expressions grave and icy. They extended their right hands to halt Chen Siyu and Chen Fan. "Greetings, please present your invitation." Since the invitation explicitly permitted the bearer to bring a guest, Chen Siyu calmly retrieved the invitation from her bag and handed it to the guard. The bodyguard merely glanced at the document, then cast an inexplicable look at the two, confirming their identities before returning the invitation to Chen Siyu. Stepping aside, the bodyguard gestured for them to enter. "Ms. Shun, please proceed." Chen Siyu nodded slightly, though she sensed something peculiar in the guard's gaze. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she led Chen Fan into the banquet hall. Chapter 52. He is my husband. Throughout the entire encounter, Chen Fan remained silent, relying on his extensive experience to conclude that Chen Siyu was likely walking into a treacherous situation. However, it mattered little with him present. These insignificant beings would hardly stir any significant waves, such as the confidence in one's own strength. Following the usher's guidance, they arrived at the magnificent and opulent Hall 1, the most prestigious venue within the hotel. The hall resembled a resplendent palace, suffused with an air of opulence, with a grand crystal chandelier on the ceiling casting dreamlike reflections throughout every corner. Inside the hall, the city's most illustrious figures had gathered, ranging from tycoons of the business world to notable politicians. Yet curiously, despite the convivial atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanged toasts, all eyes subtly gravitated towards a group of young individuals at the center of the hall. These young figures represented a significant faction of Chang'an's elite. The son of the city's paramount leader, Yi Zhengrong, was none other than Yi Wutian. The impeccably dressed young man beside him was Long Fei, the heir apparent of the prestigious Long family. The identities of the other three were equally unmistakable. Zhao Jingdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of Chang'an's four great clans, Bai Qiming, the young master of the Bai family, and Li Yiran, the young lady of the Li family. Today, the offspring of the four great families have convened alongside the son of the city's leader. It is difficult to fathom what event could possibly unite these formidable figures. Thus, the esteemed guests present all harbored ulterior motives, yet maintained a facade of calm, raising their glasses and indulging in jovial conversations with those beside them. The atmosphere brimmed with unspoken tension. The newcomers bear ill intentions, Chen Fan quietly remarked to Chen Siyu. Observing the grand scale of the gathering, Chen Siyu felt a tumult of emotions. She had initially assumed it would be just another ordinary banquet, only to discover that the prominent four families of Chang'an had all convened here today. "Let's take it one step at a time," Chen Siyu whispered back, seeking an empty seat to await the commencement of the festivities. In the center of the banquet hall, amidst laughter and banter, Long Fei's expression suddenly sharpened as he spotted an old friend. He nudged Yi Wutian and gestured towards Chen Siyu. Yi Wutian turned to see Chen Siyu and Chen Fan animatedly enjoying the desserts laid out before them. Their eyes met, and they nodded in unison, approaching Chen Siyu together. As they passed, both business magnates and political elites alike made every effort to distance themselves, eager to avoid incurring the ire of these two influential figures. "Siyu, it has been a while. You have grown even more beautiful." Yi Wutian greeted Chen Siyu with a gentlemanly smile, exuding charm. The women present were immediately captivated by his poise. Not only was he handsome, but he was also the son of a high-ranking official. Who could resist such a lure? Unfortunately, Chen Siyu was an exception. Upon receiving Yi Wutian's greeting, Chen Siyu felt compelled to respond with utmost respect, slightly bowing as she said, "Siyu has the honor of meeting young Master Yi." Yi Wutian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for such formalities. That would be overly courteous." Chen Siyu merely offered a faint smile, refraining from further conversation. Meanwhile, Long Fei, standing beside Yi Wutian, was seething with anger, for it was this very woman who had repeatedly spurned his advances. Even more infuriating was the fact that the man beside her, had it not been for sheer luck, could have caused his downfall. Although a tempest of frustration raged within him, Long Fei maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, greeting Shen Siyu with a smile, as if their past encounters had never transpired. Shen Siyu reciprocated with a polite smile and a slight bow, affording Long Fei the respect he craved. Throughout this exchange, Chen Fan remained oblivious to Long Fei and Yi Wuqian, contentedly indulging in the culinary delights before him. Yi Wuqian feigned ignorance of Chen Fan, cheerfully inquiring, "May I ask who this gentleman is beside you, Siyu?" At the mention of his name, Chen Fan turned around, casting a disdainful glance before disregarding the question entirely. Shen Siyu, noticing the tension, hesitated briefly before finally stating, "He is my husband." With that pronouncement, the revelation struck the banquet hall like a thunderclap. The most beautiful and esteemed CEO of Chang'an was, astonishingly, already taken. Instantly, the hall fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Long Fei's right hand trembled imperceptibly as he exchanged incredulous glances with Yi Wuqian, both stunned by the news, which had eluded their extensive networks. Regaining his composure, Long Fei forced a smile and said, "Siyu, surely you need not fabricate an excuse to reject me." Shen Siyu, however, maintained a calm expression and remarked coolly, "The authenticity is indisputable. The two young masters can ascertain the truth with a mere inquiry." Long Fei's demeanor darkened considerably, and fearing that he might lose control, Yi Wuqian hastily interjected, "Since Siyu is already taken, we can only extend our best wishes to you both." Shen Siyu expressed her gratitude with a nod and delicately sipped from her glass of red wine. After Long Fei and his companion departed, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Aren't you concerned that they might actually investigate after your declaration? After all, we possess only a counterfeit marriage certificate." Shen Siyu responded with a confident smile, "Given their nature, I doubt they will." Chen Fan simply nodded and lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "What are you doing? Smoking is prohibited in the banquet hall," Shen Siyu exclaimed, quickly attempting to intervene upon noticing Chen Fan's actions. "It's fine," Chen Fan replied with a smile, explaining, "I need to give them a pretext for confrontation. Individuals, like them, relish finding lofty justifications before resorting to violence. Even if I refrain from smoking, they will seek a reason to provoke us." He exhaled another plume of smoke and continued, "This banquet is essentially a trap, targeting the two of us." Shen Siyu looked at Chen Fan in surprise, puzzled as to why he hadn't warned her earlier if he was aware of the potential danger. Sensing her confusion, Chen Fan assured her with unwavering confidence, "As long as I am here, your safety is guaranteed." Hearing such audacious words from him sent her heart racing. As anticipated, Chen Fan had barely taken a few puffs when a corpulent middle-aged man approached, his face twisted in anger, and coldly declared, "Mr. Shen, kindly manage your companion. This is not some shabby restaurant. If he wishes to smoke, he should step outside. After all, everyone present here is of distinguished lineage." The middle-aged man assumed a moral high ground, judging Chen Fan while attempting to rally the attendees to his side. Chen Fan merely smiled with resignation, having expected a direct confrontation from Long Fei, yet finding himself faced with a pompous fool instead. Just as Shen Siyu was about to retort, Chen Fan restrained her. Giving her a reassuring glance while apathetically regarding the rotund man, he stated, "And if I choose to smoke, what of it?" The corpulent man, incensed by Chen Fan's indifference, shouted, "Someone, throw him out." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded. The assembled bodyguards remained unmoved, turning to look towards Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian said nothing but subtly nodded, prompting the bodyguards to receive their directive, and they swiftly surrounded Chen Fan and Shen Siyu. Finally taking action, Chen Fan observed the scene, yet remained unfazed. While these bodyguards posed a threat to ordinary individuals, to him, they were no more significant than ants. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, his expression as frigid as ice, and asked, "Will you leave on your own accord, or shall we force you out?" Chen Fan regarded them with indifference, raising a glass of red wine and downing it in one go. Chen Siyu tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, unsure of what to do. "It's all right, relax." Chen Fan gently reassured her, patting the back of her hand. Chen Fan rose from his seat with an air of calm, his piercing gaze sweeping across the bodyguard before him. With just a single glance, the bodyguard trembled as if struck by lightning, for within Chen Fan's eyes, he perceived the haunting visions of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, a veritable hell on earth. Overwhelmed, the bodyguard felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers were perplexed. Was he not there to drive them away? Why had he suddenly fallen? Long Fei and Yi Wuqian, equally bewildered, observed the unfolding situation from a distance, pondering their next move. Well, why are you lying on the ground? If you're tired, just go home and rest." Chen Fan teased. "You seek death." The bodyguards collectively advanced, their threats laced with malice. "How tiresome," Chen Fan remarked, his impatience evident as he furrowed his brow, his tone dripping with displeasure. "Get lost." At this declaration, the bodyguards' expressions turned ferocious. As protectors of the Yi family, they were accustomed to being treated as esteemed guests, even among the other 4 great families. Yet, this individual dared to insult them with reckless abandon. Exchanging glances, the bodyguards drew nightsticks from their belts, advancing towards Chen Fan with lethal intent. One of the bodyguards swung his baton menacingly towards Chen Fan's head. Utterly foolish, Chen Fan scoffed with disdain, lifting his right leg to deliver a swift kick. Instantly, the bodyguard was propelled backward by an immense force, colliding with several others before crashing against a sturdy wall, which crumbled like paper under the impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The fallen bodyguard lay motionless upon the luxurious red carpet, devoid of life. With a single kick, he had claimed a life. The room fell into silence, all eyes fixed upon Chen Fan and his companion, astonished expressions reflecting their understanding of the gravity of the situation. These were the bodyguards of the Yi family. To kill one was tantamount to disturbing the very ground beneath the powerful. From afar, Yi Wuqian, who had been observing, felt a chill run through him and strode purposefully toward Chen Fan. The sound of his polished shoes striking the floor resonated in the ears of the guests, akin to the tolling of a death knell. As Yi Wuqian approached, the bodyguards retreated, their vigilance unwavering as they kept their eyes trained on Chen Fan. "Are you looking for death?" Yi Wuqian stood before Chen Fan, his demeanor cold and filled with hostility, as though he were gazing at a doomed individual. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, remaining silent as he casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke in Yi Wuqian's direction, a blatant provocation. The crowd was utterly stunned. Who had the audacity to behave so insolently before Yi Wuqian? Surely, even a deity would meet their demise today. "Very well," Yi Wuqian said, dispersing the smoke with a wave of his hand, his tone inscrutable. "Young Master Yi, Siyu apologizes on behalf of Chen Fan, and I am willing to compensate you for your losses." As Chen Siyu observed the escalating situation, her delicate face began to pale, realizing that today, as events had utterly spiraled beyond her control. In a flurry, she offered her apologies. "Loss." Yi Wuqian's voice was as frigid as ice, his expression contorted with rage as he coldly declared that the price would be paid with a life. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, causing the grand doors of the banquet hall to slam shut. Armed bodyguards swiftly surrounded the entire venue, each brandishing firearms. The brazen display of prohibited weapons in front of so many indicated that the Yi family could operate with impunity in Chang'an. "Is this all there is?" Chen Fan shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Logically, Long Fei and Yi Wuqian, being in collusion, should have understood that firearms posed no threat to him, especially since he had frequently traversed Yi Wuqian's office. As the bodyguards aimed their weapons at Chen Fan, the crowd collectively believed him to be a corpse. For who could possibly escape such a barrage of firepower? At that moment, Shen Siyu felt her heart leap in her throat. She never anticipated that attending a mere banquet could place her life in jeopardy. Chen Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Siyu, causing the bodyguards to retreat as if faced with a formidable adversary. "Mere clowns," Chen Fan scoffed at the bodyguards before turning to Yi Wuqian, declaring, I will give you one last chance, leave. Yi Wuqian's face contorted with fury, veins bulging as he could scarcely contain his rage. To be publicly humiliated by an insignificant creature. His eyes bloodshot, he slowly drew a handgun from his sleeve, chambering a round and aiming directly at Chen Fan. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, the security personnel seemed to receive a signal, simultaneously opening fire on Chen Fan. The sharp crack of gunfire reverberated throughout the hall, bullets raining down upon him like a deadly web. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed. He swiftly pulled Shen Siyu into his embrace and shifted his stance, allowing the bullets to whiz past him without so much as grazing his skin. The relentless barrage of bullets found no mark, instead riddling the walls behind him with gaping holes. The onlookers gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. Shen Siyu, too, opened her eyes, realizing only that in the instant the bullets threatened to strike her, Chen Fan had shielded her, somehow evading the onslaught. Even now, disbelief lingered in her heart. A staunch materialist, she had always believed in the power of science, knowing that within the known limits of human speed, it was impossible to dodge bullets. Yet, what had transpired today profoundly shook her very core. Chapter 54. The Death of Yi Wuqian. It was none other than Yi Wuqian, the one who had fired the gun, who felt the greatest shock. As the son of the leader of Chang'an City, he had encountered countless top-tier experts, yet he had never witnessed anyone evade bullets with sheer speed. A sense of retreat began to blossom within him, but as a scion of the Yi family, he could not allow this sentiment to surface. Thus, he maintained a facade of calmness and gestured for the heirs of the four prominent families nearby to approach. Chen Fan did not intervene. Since Yi Wuqian dared to take a shot at him today, he was already a doomed man, rendering any further actions from Yi inconsequential. As he had nothing better to do, Long Fei, observing the scene, displayed no sign of emotion and slowly advanced. The other three followed closely, their expressions betraying their immense tension and disbelief. As the quartet reached Yi Wuqian's side, Li Ran swayed gracefully, addressing Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I kindly ask you to leave for my sake. Chen Fan cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, What are you to demand such courtesy from me? The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. The events of the evening had already left them in a state of shock. Yet this man had not only offended Yi Wuqian, but seemed intent on antagonizing all four prominent families. Li Ran, witnessing Chen Fan's audacity, glared at him with a mix of resentment and silence. Meanwhile, Shen Siyu collected her thoughts and quietly urged, Let us depart. It is getting late. Chen Fan nodded lightly. Let us wait a minute. Uncertain of Chen Fan's intentions, Shen Siyu chose not to leave prematurely, remaining by his side to observe the unfolding situation. Yi Wuqian, is it? Chen Fan casually grasped a knife and fork from the table. Since you have fired upon me today, I shall return the favor. If you can miraculously evade my strike, I shall spare your life. As his words echoed, Chen Fan swung his right hand, sending the silver fork and knife slicing through the air towards Yi Wuqian. In mere milliseconds, the cutlery pierced Yi Wuqian's neck, blood gushing forth and staining Li Ran's pristine evening gown a deep crimson, reminiscent of a devil's wedding attire. As he collapsed to the ground, Yi Wuqian's eyes were wide with shock and confusion. He could not comprehend how this insignificant being dared to take his life. The surrounding bodyguards were frozen in astonishment, akin to statues. Guests felt a chill of dread run down their spines, unable to fathom that the illustrious Yi Wuqian had met his demise here today. Should the higher-ups become aware, the heavens of Chang'an City would surely shift. At that moment, Shen Siyu's face turned pale, her body trembling, nearly succumbing to faintness. The death of Yi Wuqian would inevitably lead to an irrevocable feud with the Yi family. Yet, the orchestrator of this chaos, Chen Fan, remained unfazed, finishing the remaining wine on the table with indifference before calmly addressing Shen Siyu. Let us go. A minute has passed. Shen Siyu, dazed, mechanically nodded her head and followed Chen Fan as they departed. In the vast banquet hall, not a single soul dared to impede their exit. Neither the bodyguards present nor the members of the other prominent families made any move to stop them. There was no way to contend with such a terrifying method. capable of ending a life with nothing more than a fork. Before Chen Fan exited the banquet hall, he cast a meaningful smile at Long Fei and turned to leave, leaving the crowd in a state of near petrification. Upon stepping out of the hotel, Shen Siyu found herself still troubled, her emotions tumultuous. "You were too impulsive tonight," she remarked. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, dismissively replying, "Impulsive? Ultimately, it was either his death or ours. What difference does it make?" Hearing this, Shen Siyu hesitated briefly before exhaling a resigned sigh. Indeed, had it not been for Chen Fan tonight, she might have met her demise long ago. However, the death of Yi Wutian today would undoubtedly plunge the two of them into the abyss. They could only take one step at a time. At midnight, the city of Chang'an had just succumbed to tranquility when a piece of news swept through like a tempest. Yi Wutian, the eldest son of the Yi family, had unexpectedly fallen. In an instant, disbelief spread among the rulers of the underworld and the giants of the hidden families throughout Chang'an. The once dominant young hero of Chang'an had been slain by an insignificant nobody. It was uncertain how the one in power would respond upon learning this. The entire city would surely bear the brunt of his wrath. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness in Chang'an. The following day, as Shen Siyu arrived at the office, she was greeted by her assistant and close friend, Zhao Shui, who rushed in with urgency. "Siyu, I just woke up this morning and heard my brother say that Chen Fan killed Yi Wutian last night." Zhao Shui's tone was fraught with anxiety. Even now, she found it hard to believe. Shen Siyu nodded wearily, affirming the news. Zhao Shui was momentarily speechless. Does Chen Fan not know who Yi Wutian is? He is the son of the one in power. Shen Siyu sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. He knows, but at this point, there is nothing to be done. We can only proceed step by step. Zhao Shui sank into her chair, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. She understood that even if Shen Siyu was not the one who killed Yi Wutian, the wrath of the powerful would certainly extend to her. Given the circumstances, she could only return home and seek advice from her family. "Siyu, I won't be going to work today. I'm going home to ask my family if they have any solutions," Zhao Shui declared resolutely as she rose from her seat. Shen Siyu nodded, recognizing that they could only cling to a thread of hope. To the west of Chang'an, in a suburban area, stood a private estate. The entrance bore a plaque intricately carved with the robust characters Yinshui Mountain Villa. This was the private estate of the city's most powerful figure, a retreat where he would come to cultivate his mind and spirit during moments of leisure. Curiously, despite the existence of such a structure, its geographical location was not visible on navigation systems, and no pedestrians ever passed by, rendering it akin to a ghostly edifice. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the vicinity was teeming with snipers. Should any intruder dare to trespass, they would likely be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Within Yinshui Mountain Villa, in one of the rooms, the entire room is furnished with exquisite mahogany, and even a mere carpet on the floor could fetch a fortune at auction. At this moment, Yi Zhengrong, the paramount leader of Chang'an City, gradually awakens from his slumber. The female companion beside him hastily rises, disregarding her attire, to assist Yi Zhengrong with his bathing and dressing. Minutes later, once Yi Zhengrong has completed his morning routine, he finally powers on a mobile phone resting on the bedside table. He has a steadfast habit. Nothing must disturb his slumber, no matter the circumstances, not even if the sky were to fall. In the past, when someone had attempted to rouse him by knocking on the door, that individual was never seen again. Chapter 55, Using a Knife to Kill. Upon powering on the phone, a barrage of messages and missed calls greets his eyes. An ominous premonition begins to stir within Yi Zhengrong. The volume of notifications today far exceeds that of his usual busy days. He casually opens a text message, and his expression instantly contorts into one of monstrous rage, bloodshot veins creeping into his eyes, revealing the imposing aura of Chang'an's leader. Yi Zhengrong strides briskly to the door, intent on verifying the veracity of the message. However, as he steps outside, he is confronted by dozens of trembling individuals kneeling on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the floor. Their trousers are already stained with dust, and some bear the marks of rips from the abrasive surface beneath them. Upon witnessing this, Yi Zhengrong's heart plummets. Just as he prepares to speak, he suddenly notices a stretcher covered with a white sheet in the foreground, under which a human form seems to be discernible. At this moment, Yi Zhengrong begins to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet he still struggles to believe it. Trembling, he reaches out to lift the white cloth. With a swift motion, as his eyes land upon the scene, he feels as though struck by lightning, freezing in place. His most cherished son lies lifeless on the stretcher, cold to the touch, devoid of breath, with a gaping, bloodied wound in his neck, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. Who dares to take my son's life? Yi Zhengrong's foot shifts, and he instantly appears before one of the bodyguards, seizing him by the throat with fierce intensity. Roaring in rage, the bodyguard nearly suffocates under the tremendous force, his face turning a shade of blue, stammering out the name of Chen Fan, the man associated with the Shun Group, Shun Siyu. With a sudden surge of strength, Yi Zhengrong snaps the bodyguard's neck and discards him onto the ground. Yet his fury remains unabated, his face contorted with wrath, veins bulging ominously. Shun Siyu, Chen Fan, I shall annihilate your entire family to avenge my son's spirit in the heavens. Yi Zhengrong bellows to the sky, causing the nearby mountains and forests to tremble in response. In the heart of Chang'an City, at the Long Group's office on the 40th floor, Long Fei stands by the window, gazing down upon the sprawling cityscape, the pedestrians on the streets appearing as mere ants in his line of sight. At this moment, he is not preoccupied with the affairs of work, for he awaits news that could invigorate his spirit. Growing increasingly impatient, Long Fei retrieves a cigar, lights it, and takes a few leisurely puffs to calm his nerves. Knock, knock. At that moment, a series of persistent knocks echoed through the air. To Long Fei, the sound was as melodious as the most exquisite piano piece. He exhaled a wisp of smoke and called out, "Come in." The female secretary entered, holding a confidential document with both hands, and softly conveyed, "Young master, as you predicted, Yi Zhengrong has learned of Yi Wutian's demise and is currently seething with rage, preparing to take action against Shen Siyu and her companion." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played on Long Fei's lips, a smile that signified his mastery of the situation. Even the foremost figure in this city was merely a pawn in his grand scheme. Days prior, Long Fei had inadvertently disclosed the enmity between Chen Fan and himself, prompting Yi Wutian, as a loyal friend, to seek retribution. After all, they belonged to the upper echelons of Chang'an, and if even an insignificant insect dared to challenge them, what would become of their dignity? Sensing Yi Wutian's eagerness to retaliate, Long Fei feigned concern, cautioning him to reconsider, for Chen Fan possessed formidable strength. A confrontation could lead to Yi Wutian's downfall, and their honor would be trampled under Chen Fan's feet. As the son of the city's leader, Yi Wutian was inherently proud. With just a simple provocation, Long Fei manipulated this proud scion with ease. Thus, he orchestrated a gathering the previous day, inviting members of the four prominent families to bolster his position and intimidate Shen Siyu and her companion. Though Yi Wutian was arrogant, he was not foolish. He had prepared for the worst, hence the presence of numerous armed men at the scene. Regrettably, Long Fei had never mentioned that firearms were futile against Chen Fan. Only with Yi Wutian's demise could Long Fei truly wield him as a weapon of assassination. Naturally, everything proceeded according to Long Fei's meticulously crafted plan, and he reveled in the exhilaration of controlling everything. He regarded the female secretary, appraising her from head to toe, extinguished his cigar, and mused, "I wonder if Chen Fan can withstand that person's wrath. Regardless of who prevails, it will ultimately benefit my Long family. It's high time for a reshuffle in Chang'an." Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Chen Fan, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had stirred in Chang'an, engrossed in his game. Knock, knock. Chen Fan abruptly slammed his headphones down, glaring at the screen where his teammate had just been slain, cursing loudly. Thud, thud, thud. A knock resounded at that moment. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and irritably replied, "Come in." Wang Ruoshi gently pushed the door open, peering around before hesitating to enter. Chen Fan shot her an exasperated glance and remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Come in already." Only then did Wang Ruoshi gracefully stride in, holding a piece of paper. "This is the IOU for the money I borrowed," she said, bending slightly to hand it to Chen Fan, her voice melodic. Chen Fan accepted it without hesitation and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Wang Ruoshi hesitated, biting her lip before responding, "When are you free? I would like to treat you to a meal." Chen Fan stroked his chin, contemplating before speaking. "It seems unlikely in the coming days. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer." Wang Ruoshi nodded in response and turned to leave. Chen Fan observed her retreating figure, scrutinizing it closely. He had not previously noticed that Wang Ruoshi's physique was arguably comparable to that of Shen Siyu. It was not that he wished to avoid dining together. After all, he had killed Yi Wutian in broad daylight the previous day, and retribution was inevitable. Should others discover his association with Wang Ruoshi, it might bring her unnecessary trouble. However, after some consideration, Chen Fan decided to call Randy, requesting that someone discreetly protect the parents of Wang Ruoshi and Shen Siyu to prevent them from being implicated due to his actions. Having accomplished this, he leaned back in his seat, patiently awaiting the end of the workday, preparing himself for the anticipated vengeance from the so-called figurehead. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Shen Siyu, burdened by a busy day of official duties, had only just descended the stairs, when a tempestuous wind began to stir, gradually shrouding the sky in ominous gray clouds. In an instant, the entire city seemed to succumb to darkness, as if the sun had been blotted out. Chapter 56, A Feast of Blood. As the vehicles set in motion, the world appeared engulfed in a blanket of gloom. Witnessing this foreboding sky, Shen Siyu felt an unsettling premonition. A prelude to a devastating attack was about to unfold. With less than 3 kilometers remaining to the villa, Chen Fan sped along the road in his Maybach, a cigarette perched casually between his lips, inhaling with nonchalance, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence, piercing the front windshield of the black Maybach, leaving a gaping hole as the glass cascaded like rain onto the street. The pedestrians, caught off guard by the sound, panicked and fled the scene in disarray. The shops lining the street hastily shuttered their doors, for no amount of profit was worth risking one's life. In a heartbeat, the street was deserted, save for the solitary black Maybach continuing its course. Strangely, amidst such chaos, the first instinct of the citizens was to call the police. However, the lines were either busy or unreachable, as if the entire city's patrol system had been monopolized by an unseen force. Such was the true power of the figurehead of Chang'an City. Following the gunfire, the Maybach was rendered inoperable, lacking bulletproof glass. Chen Fan swiftly tossed Shen Siyu into the back seat, instructing her, "Stay down and do not move. Just wait for a few minutes." After saying this, he adjusted his collar and exited the vehicle, boldly positioning himself within their line of sight. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Fan noted at least 7 snipers stationed atop the surrounding high-rises. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, counting the remaining quantity, and mused to himself, "This should suffice." Bang! 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 The concealed snipers, seeing Chen Fan come into view, took aim and swiftly squeezed the triggers. A torrent of 7 sniper bullets rushed towards Chen Fan with astonishing speed, their terrifying force enough to send chills down one's spine even from a distance. Observing this scene, Chen Fan remained calm and composed. He retrieved a cigarette from his pack, and in the next moment, he stepped forward and vanished into the night. The sniper bullets, having lost their target, struck the ground, sparking bright flashes and sending clouds of dust into the air, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. "Where is he?" One of the snipers, peering through his scope, searched in vain for the elusive figure. "Wolf, be careful. The target seems to have noticed you." Suddenly, the urgent voice of the captain crackled through the sniper's earpiece. What? Wolf had yet to process the warning when he lifted his gaze, only to have an unlit cigarette but pierce through his skull. He died without ever seeing where Chen Fan had been. Damn it! Several kilometers away, on a rooftop, the assassin leader pounded his fist into the ground in frustration. He hadn't anticipated losing a formidable ally so early in the mission. Even he could not discern how Chen Fan had eliminated Wolf so swiftly. Just a moment ago, he had seen Chen Fan cast a glance at Wolf, and the next second, Wolf collapsed lifelessly onto the rooftop. Attention everyone. The target's danger level has increased to level 1. The snipers in hiding were taken aback by the captain's announcement, astonished that a lone individual posed such a significant threat. It was worth noting that the last level 1 threat they had encountered had been a powerful figure in the provincial city, protected by 5 vehicles of bodyguards. Received. The snipers responded in unison, their focus sharpening as they scanned through their scopes for the elusive target. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Fan chuckled softly. At that moment, a grand spectacle of death uniquely his had just begun. He surveyed his surroundings and fixed his gaze on the furthest assassin. For the nearby snipers posed no threat to him. A mere cigarette, but was sufficient to eliminate one. The farthest sniper, however, was beyond the reach of his cigarette toss. Its lightweight nature rendered it ineffective, regardless of his strength. A lighter could work, but considering it was a gift from Eliza, using it against a mere ant seemed unnecessary. Thus, under the cover of night, Chen Fan dashed towards the assassin leader's direction. In mere moments, a phantom-like figure arrived at the base of the building. After flexing his wrists, he climbed nimbly to the rooftop using both hands and feet. Within seconds, Chen Fan executed a flawless somersault onto the rooftop, making no sound. Like a specter in the night, the seasoned assassin leader, oblivious to the impending danger, remained fixated through his scope, surveying for the target. Seeing this, Chen Fan merely shook his head. These individuals lacked even the most basic military discipline of a sniper. He had approached them from behind without detection, revealing that the leadership of Chang'an City was not as formidable as it appeared. Chen Fan gently patted his shoulder, causing the captain of the assassins to instinctively turn around. To his shock, he found Chen Fan standing before him, sending a shiver down his spine and making his sniper rifle clatter to the ground. "Are you a man or a ghost?" The captain's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out all over him. With a playful smile, Chen Fan replied, "Does it matter? You are destined to die." The captain, realizing his fate was sealed, reached for his communicator to warn his subordinates to flee. This man was not someone they could contend with. Chen Fan, perceiving his intentions, swiftly grasped his neck, lifting him up like a lifeless dog. "Strive to be a good person in your next life," Chen Fan sighed, shaking his head. With a sudden exertion of force, the battle-hardened captain's neck was crushed, erasing him from existence. Chen Fan removed the earpiece from the assassin's ear, pressed the switch, and spoke softly, "Now, it is your turn." His devilish voice echoed through the earpiece, reaching the remaining 5 snipers. "Who are you? What have you done to our captain?" One of the snipers demanded sternly. "Me? Aren't you looking for me?" Chen Fan chuckled lightly. In the next moment, he crushed the earpiece in his hand and set out to locate the remaining snipers. Upon hearing his earlier words, the remaining 5 snipers felt their pupils constrict in shock. They had not anticipated that their captain had already fallen. What were they to do now? The vice-captain's face displayed hesitation before he gritted his teeth and commanded everyone, "Retreat." Understood. The snipers prepared to gather their weapons and withdraw, realizing that today had resulted in devastating losses. For now, they could only bide their time for a better opportunity to strike. Chapter 57. A Smoke to Kill a Man. Yet, how could Chen Fan allow them to escape? One sniper, skilled in disassembling his rifle into parts, suddenly detected an unfamiliar scent of smoke in the air. He furrowed his brow and looked around, only to see a burning cigarette but hurtling through the air towards him. Just as he prepared to dodge, the cigarette accurately pierced through his eye socket. "Ah!" The sniper let out a pained whimper, abandoning his weapon to grasp at his eye in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Blood streamed through his fingers, painting his face crimson, transforming him into a ghastly sight. His body trembled from the intense agony, yet it was in vain, for another cigarette, but, carried by a fierce wind, was already targeting his neck. Bang! In the next instant, the sniper collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, his face etched with torment. Alas! I missed the mark the first time. Not far from a certain building, Chen Fan shook his head and sighed in the night, seemingly regarding the assassins as less valuable than a single cigarette. Subsequently, Chen Fan continued his methodical approach, eliminating the remaining assassins. After assessing that this wave of attacks had concluded, he returned to the Maybach and called out to the trembling Shun Siyu, "Hey, it's all taken care of. You can come out now. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Siu quickly turned, her face devoid of color. Chen Fan could easily discern that she had been suppressing her fear and jested. What's the matter? Isn't your man formidable? It should have taken no more than 5 minutes, right? Chen Siu's beautiful eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as she glanced at her phone for the time, shook her head, and replied in a soft voice, "No, it only took 3 minutes." Not bad, a bit quicker than I anticipated. Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly, entirely unfazed by the assassination attempt. However, as he observed Chen Fan's playful smile, Chen Siu's heart remained in turmoil. The more she interacted with him, the deeper her astonishment grew. It was hard to believe that, in the face of the Yi family's lethal ambush, Chen Fan remained so composed, resolving the situation in a mere 3 minutes. Though she did not grasp how Chen Fan had dealt with the assassins, it was likely far beyond her imagination. Was it wise to keep such a terrifying figure close? Chen Siu found herself uncertain of the rightness of her decision. Taking a deep breath, she cast her gaze out the window and softly suggested, "Shall we head back?" Chen Fan nodded, assuming Chen Siu was merely shaken and paying little attention to her state. Perhaps it was due to Yi Zhengrong's assassination attempt that the vast streets were now deserted, not a single vehicle passing by. With no other option, the two left the car behind and walked back, the distance not being too far. They reached the villa in approximately 20 minutes. Upon opening the door, Chen Fan spotted Chen Siu, clad in pajamas, curled up on the sofa with a cushion in her embrace, engrossed in a Korean drama. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're back." Chen Siu greeted them cheerfully upon their return. Chen Siu, wishing to shield her sister from the night's harrowing events, maintained a calm demeanor and nodded with a smile. Following the day's tumultuous incidents, Chen Siu felt a whirlwind of emotions and excused herself, claiming fatigue, heading upstairs. Chen Siu, ever carefree, failed to notice anything amiss with her sister and cheerfully remarked to Chen Fan, "Oh, by the way, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you last night. Can you guess what our parents' attitude is like now?" Chen Fan, not particularly invested in the matter, playfully responded, "With my handsome appearance. Your parents are bound to reconsider and agree." Chen Siu scoffed, retorting, "You think that as handsome? Am I not handsome enough?" Chen Fan feigned indignation, preparing to leave. "Sigh, I initially thought to clear out someone's shopping cart for her, but never mind." Wait. Brother-in-law, I wasn't joking. You're the most handsome in my eyes." Chen Siu quickly linked her arm with Chen Fan's, her face brimming with sincerity. "Really?" Chen Siu blinked her large eyes and, with a pang of conscience, nodded slightly. "That's more like it." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, moving to the corner of the living room to empty the shopping cart filled with snacks. With an air of resignation, he exclaimed, "Well, I've cleared out." Frustrated, Chen Siu tugged at her hair, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed at Chen Fan, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you're being unreasonable." Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head, deciding to cease his teasing. He returned to sit beside Chen Siu, affectionately ruffling her hair before handing her his phone. With grandiosity, he declared, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Just transfer the amount equal to the value of the items in your cart using my phone. The password is 050911. That's more acceptable." Chen Siu haughtily flicked her ponytail and took Chen Fan's phone. He, uninterested in the opinions of her parents, after all, they were merely collaborators, rose to leave the living room and headed for a shower. Meanwhile, Chen Siu was calculating the worth of the items in her cart when a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her to chuckle mischievously. She opened Chen Fan's WeChat wallet, curious about his private funds, only to find it password protected. She first attempted the number Chen Fan had just mentioned, but failed, then tried her sister's birthday, which also proved unsuccessful. Frustrated, Chen Siu had no choice but to abandon her inquiry. Instead, she opened their chat interface and impulsively transferred 200,000. Initially, she intended to verify whether Chen Fan possessed such a sum in private funds, but upon entering the password, the transaction unexpectedly succeeded. This left Chen Siu momentarily bewildered. Would her brother-in-law be angry? Lowering her head, she hesitated in contemplation. Just then, Chen Fan emerged from a shower, noticing her lost expression. "What is wrong? Did you complete the transfer?" he inquired. Feeling like a child who had committed a misdeed, Chen Fan nervously returned the phone to Chen Fan, cautiously observing his reaction. To her surprise, upon seeing the 200,000, Chen Fan didn't even blink and casually asked, "Is 200,000 sufficient? Should I transfer you some more?" Chen Fan shook her head like a bobblehead, tentatively asking, "Brother-in-law, won't you be angry that I transferred such a large sum?" Chen Fan paused, finally understanding the source of her apprehension, and replied with a smile, "I'm your brother-in-law. Spending on you is only proper." "Really? Then may I make another request?" Chen Fan propped her chin on her hands, pressing further. Chen Fan nodded without hesitation. To him, Chen Fan was akin to a younger sister. Chapter 58, WeChat Favorites. "I noticed you have no pin chats on your phone. You should pin both my sister and me." Chen Fan gazed at Chen Fan with eager anticipation. At this moment, Chen Fan hesitated but ultimately handed the phone to Chen Fan, as he himself was unsure how to operate the feature. Seeing Chen Fan's acquiescence brought immense joy to Chen Fan. She promptly pinned both her and her sister's WeChat accounts, and, taking the liberty to mark them as starred friends, returned the phone to Chen Fan with satisfaction. Once everything was settled, Chen Fan, with a tone of indulgence, asked, "Are there any other requests? If not, I shall retire for the night." Chen Fan chuckled and shook her head, swaying her legs as she continued to watch her idol drama. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chang'an City remained aglow with lights. The once dark sky illuminated by the dazzling neon lights lining the streets. At this moment, within the confines of Yinshui Mountain Villa, Yi Zhengrong, the city's top authority, reclined languidly on the sofa, eyes closed in relaxation as he savored the exquisite service of the maid. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, seemingly interrupting his tranquility. Yi Zhengrong furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Come in." Soon, a sharply dressed man stepped into the room. Noticing Yi Zhengrong's displeasure, he quickly bowed and reported, "Sir, tonight's assassination plan has failed." "Really? Does Chen Fan have any accomplices?" Yi Zhengrong inquired, puzzled. The man shook his head and replied, "There should be none. He was likely alone. When our people attempted to reach the sniper team, there was no response at all." As if, he hesitated, glancing at Yi Zhengrong's expression before gritting his teeth and declaring, "The entire team has been wiped out." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhengrong lifted his gaze to fixate on the man, his tone frigid. "Are you implying that he single-handedly dealt with our 7 elite snipers?" Terrified by Yi Zhengrong's fury, the man trembled and quickly fell to his knees, stammering, "According to what we know, yes." Yi Zhengrong abruptly pushed aside the maid who was massaging him, his countenance shifting between stormy and contemplative. He resolutely declared, "If that is the case, then we shall dispatch the Special Assassination Unit tomorrow." The man, still kneeling, shot his head up, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The Special Assassination Unit, the Yi family's most fearsome killing force, each member capable of facing 100 foes. Historically, every mission undertaken by the Special Unit has ended in success. It can be said that once the unit is deployed, Chen Fan will have no chance of survival. As dawn broke, the sun gradually rose above the eastern horizon, breathing life into the city as a new day was set to commence. Chen Fan remained oblivious to the impending threat from Yi Zhengrong. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. In this world, there were but a handful of individuals who posed a challenge to him, and Chang'an was evidently not among them. Casually selecting a Mustang from the garage, he drove Shin Siyu towards the company. "Siyu, don't you think it's time to consider getting a bulletproof car? At the very least, you should install bulletproof glass. Otherwise, with the frequency of your accidents, no amount of money will suffice," Chen Fan remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Having recuperated from yesterday's events, Chen Siyu's emotions had settled, and through their time together, she had come to believe that Chen Fan was not a villain. Should she misjudge him, she would simply have to accept it, for she currently possessed no other means to counter the wrath of the Yi family. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Siyu nodded. "I'll start making arrangements." The journey continued in silence, and soon they arrived at the company, each heading to their respective offices. Upon entering her office, Shen Siyu spotted Zhao Shui sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, clearly waiting for her. What's the matter, Xiao Xue? Did you need something this early? Shen Siyu inquired. Puzzled. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Shui promptly lifted her head, set aside her phone, and joyfully exclaimed, Yesterday, I discussed with my family, and ultimately my parents agreed to send some bodyguards to protect you. Shen Siyu pondered for a moment, but shook her head and replied, Let it be, Xiao Xue. After all, the Yi family is not an ordinary clan. Their wrath cannot be quelled by mere ordinary bodyguards, and this would likely lead to unnecessary casualties. After a brief pause, Shen Siyu continued, You may not be aware, but last night, the Yi family dispatched several snipers to assassinate us. Zhao Shui gasped in shock, quickly turning to Shen Siyu with concern. Are you all right? Shen Siyu smiled and shook her head, reassuring her, Chen Fan dealt with them, so you need not worry. With him around, everything should be fine. What? Zhao Shui appeared incredulous, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is Chen Fan truly so powerful that even snipers cannot handle him? Shen Siyu shrugged her shoulders helplessly. I'm not certain of his exact strength, but he managed to eliminate those individuals in the end. Zhao Shui's heart surged with astonishment. As a former Special Forces soldier from Huaxia, she understood the significance of multiple snipers, yet Chen Fan had still managed to turn the tables. Just how formidable could his strength be? Siyu, I think I should stay at your house from now on. That way, I can protect you on the way. Zhao Shui suggested with her bright, sparkling eyes. Shen Siyu hesitated for a moment before responding. Perhaps you should come a little later. It is too dangerous lately, and I wouldn't want you to get involved. Zhao Shui promptly shook her head, not allowing Shen Siyu the opportunity to decline. It settled then. With that, she bounced out of the office, leaving Shen Siyu with a warm feeling in her heart as she watched Zhao Shui's retreating figure. Just past noon, Chen Fan had just finished his meal at the executive dining hall and aimlessly wandered through various departments. After some contemplation, he took the elevator to the 15th floor to the office of the HR director. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and found Wang Ruoxi examining a stack of job applications. So he refrained from disturbing her and made himself comfortable on the sofa. What is up? Do you need something? Wang Ruoxi asked, puzzled as she put down the resumes. Can't I visit you without a reason? Chen Fan nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Wang Ruoxi could only smile helplessly and continued to peruse the resumes without further comment. An hour later, after finishing her review, she looked up to find Chen Fan fast asleep on the sofa, occasionally accompanied by soft snores that elicited a smile from her. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ruoxi draped her usual napping blanket over Chen Fan. Just as she approached, he opened his eyes. What is the matter? He asked. I was worried you might catch a chill while sleeping, so I thought to cover you with a blanket, Wang Ruoxi explained, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Chen Fan glanced at the blanket in her hands, smiled, and said, Then I thank you for your kindness, Sister Shi. Chapter 59, 1 against 100. Chen Fan accepted the blanket from Wang Ruoxi and draped it over himself. Yet he did not return to slumber. Instead, he inquired, How is your mother faring now? Wang Ruoxi shook her head despondently, stating, The situation is rather grim. The doctor said it was too late by the time they discovered it. She probably has less than a year left. It seemed that Wang Ruoxi had already reconciled herself to the worst possible outcome, for her expression revealed no trace of distress, as if she were merely discussing an unrelated individual. However, Chen Fan understood that this was merely a fade. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the office. Frowning, Chen Fan rose and opened the door, casually seizing a staff member and asking, What is happening? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? The employee, having recognized Chen Fan's identity, hastily explained, A group of aggressive individuals has suddenly arrived downstairs, clamoring to see Director Chen. They are threatening to smash our company. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down to see dozens of vans parked outside the company. A crowd of ominous figures gathered at the entrance. They come with ill intent, he sighed. Wang Ruoxi followed Chen Fan's gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, What are they here for? Chen Fan's demeanor remained calm as he replied, To kill me. Excuse me? Wang Ruoshi gasped, her face a mask of bewilderment. Do these people dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Chen Fan shrugged. They do, for they are sent by the top brass of Chang'an City. At this revelation, Wang Ruoshi stood frozen, utterly petrified. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. It was Chen Siyu. He answered the call. Hello, Chen Fan. Have you seen what is happening downstairs? Chen Siyu's voice was fraught with urgency. I have, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. What should we do next? Chen Siyu was at a loss, placing her hopes in Chen Fan. Leave it to me. Notify everyone to remain inside the company. Chen Fan instructed before ending the call. He turned back to Wang Ruoshi, smiling. You should stay in the office and not venture out. Wait for me to resolve this. Wang Ruoshi was about to inquire how he intended to do so when she witnessed Chen Fan step off the window ledge and leap down. Ah, she exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly leaned out to watch. Just as Chen Fan was about to hit the ground, he executed a backflip, dissipating most of the force and landing precisely at the entrance of the company, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At the entrance of the Shun Group, members of the elite assassination squad confronted the security personnel with fierce determination. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A man clad in a white shirt emerged slowly from the dust, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His gaze deep and unfathomable as he regarded the sea of people before him, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Stand down, Chen Fan said, patting the security guard on the shoulder. The young guards, having witnessed the earlier spectacle of him jumping from the building, were left bewildered, nodding stiffly before stepping back. You are Chen Fan? The leader of the elite assassination team cast a disappointed glance at Chen Fan, shaking his head. He had anticipated encountering a formidable adversary, but was met with a rather underwhelming sight. Chen Fan remained remarkably composed, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the onlooking employees of the corporation were engulfed in terror, bewildered as to why the company had provoked such formidable figures. They regarded the menacing group with dread, their imposing presence overwhelming the atmosphere. It seemed that Director Chen was in grave peril today. Indeed, the number of adversaries appeared to be no fewer than several hundred. Would they too be caught in the crossfire? The employees whispered fervently among themselves, inadvertently intensifying the already somber ambience. The cohort of men clad in black suddenly advanced in unison, exuding a palpable aura of menace that momentarily shook the very ground beneath them. With a decisive wave of his right hand, the assassination team leader signaled his comrades to ready their weapons, each member gripping their cold steel with a determination to strike. This scene left the observing employees in a state of shock, with many of the more timid ones collapsing to the ground in fear. Hundreds of black-clad assassins aimed their weapons squarely at Chen Fan, a sight that rivaled the most dramatic moments of cinema. At that moment, Chen Siyu, watching from above, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Could Chen Fan truly withstand such overwhelming odds alone? Wang Ruoshi also witnessed the unfolding events, her heart racing and her eyes reddening. Her fingers instinctively clutching her collar in an attempt to ease her mounting anxiety. Chen Fan surveyed the sea of dark figures before him, a smile gracing his lips as he flexed his wrist. In the next instant, he lunged forward with ferocity, charging straight into the throng. Attack! The assassination team leader bellowed, issuing his command. Instantly, the dark mass surged forward, encircling Chen Fan and trapping him within their ranks. A killer wielding an iron rod stealthily approached from behind, raising his weapon to strike Chen Fan's head. Bang! It was as if Chen Fan possessed a sixth sense, for he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch, sending the assailant flying and colliding into others. After a long absence from such visceral exhilaration, a thrill of excitement coursed through Chen Fan. Like a phoenix in flight, he darted through the crowd with the swiftness of lightning, evading every strike aimed at him. In less than 2 minutes, only 10 members of the assassination team remained standing. The rest lay scattered on the ground, blood pooling around them. The assassination team leader felt his heart sink at this sight. Even if they had intended to eliminate this group, it would have required considerable effort. Yet Chen Fan had dispatched them in mere moments. The employees observing the scene stood in stunned silence. Was he a deity, single-handedly confronting hundreds? Having vanquished the minions, Chen Fan remained pristine in his white shirt. Lighting a cigarette, he squinted and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you not going to join the fray?" The members of the assassination team, the strongest trump cards of the Yi family, were filled with arrogance, their expressions twisted with rage as they snarled, "Merely ants. Watch as we dispatch you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight arc. "Very well. Let it all remain here." With that, he gently shifted his stance, and in a mere flash, he stood before the member of the assassination team who had just spoken. With 2 fingers, he deftly grazed the man's neck, and in the next moment, this unparalleled powerhouse representing the Yi family's utmost combat prowess collapsed onto the ground, his head rolling away as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Chapter 60. The head of the Long family, Long Tian. The remaining members of the assassination team were left utterly astounded by the sudden death of their comrade. Their faces were grave. To be slain by merely 2 fingers was an unprecedented horror that even they had never encountered. Next, Chen Fan's voice echoed in their ears like that of a demon. With each number he uttered, a member of the assassination team fell, and soon, only the leader remained. This once invincible warrior of Chong and now trembled violently, his complexion pale. No one could discern the turmoil within his heart. As the strongest lethal force of the Yi family, they had once been so confident that their prowess stood at the pinnacle of the world. Yet today, Chen Fan's emergence dealt a severe blow to their pride, rendering each of them incapable of withstanding even a single strike from him. Judging by the serene smile on Chen Fan's face, it was evident that he had not even exerted himself fully. Bang! At last, this battle-hardened super-assassin, once deemed invincible in Chang'an, could no longer endure the collapse of his spirit. Before the gathered crowd, he knelt before Chen Fan, pleading for mercy. The scene left the employees of the entire building in a state of shock. The hundreds of fierce assassins from the Yi family, who had come seeking trouble, were not only subdued by their security director, but their leader also knelt on the ground, bowing and admitting his faults. As a man, one should behave thus. The male colleagues present were overwhelmed with excitement, fervently shouting, "Director Chen is mighty. Director Chen is the best in the world." In an instant, the entire building reverberated with this chant, causing Wang Ruoshi, who had been worried, to smile involuntarily. "This man is truly formidable," Wang Ruoshi murmured to herself as she watched the scene unfold below. At the foot of the Shun group, Chen Fan looked down at the kneeling man before him and coldly remarked, "Go back and convey a message to your master. If there is a next time, he should prepare to have his neck cleaned for the guillotine." Seeing a chance to survive, the leader of the assassination team nodded vigorously, preparing to leave. Death can be evaded, but living with shame is inescapable. Chen Fan's voice was as frigid as ice. In the next instant, he seized the man's arms and exerted a slight force. Crack! The bone shattered with a resounding snap, reduced to mere fragments, ensuring that even if he lived, his existence would be a torment. The leader of the assassination team let out a wretched scream, his features contorted in agony, perspiration beading on his forehead, a testament to the excruciating pain of broken bones. A fate worse than death. Get lost. Disappear from my sight in 3 seconds, or face death. Chen Fan was somewhat irritated by the cacophony and coldly remarked. The leader of the assassination team could only grit his teeth and stagger away in haste, fearing that Chen Fan might change his mind and eliminate him effortlessly. The scene fell into a chilling silence, marred only by the patches of crimson blood and scattered remnants of corpses, which were undeniably shocking to behold. Chen Fan, upon concluding the matter at hand, Shen Siyu descended the stairs with the intention of checking on Chen Fan. As she stepped outside, she was immediately assaulted by a pungent stench of blood that made her nauseous. Yet, she persevered through her revulsion and approached Chen Fan, biting her lip as she softly inquired, "You're not injured, are you?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Fan jested, "Are you still unaware of your man's prowess?" "Merely a swarm of ants." Shen Siyu let out a sigh of relief, scanning the area around her, suppressing her urge to vomit, and asked, What should we do about this scene now? Should we call the police? Chen Fan shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, and added, their bodies will be handled by their own people. Even as the head, I wouldn't allow my weaknesses to be seized by others. Shen Siyu contemplated for a moment and tacitly agreed with Chen Fan's reasoning. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several large trucks hurriedly approached the Shen group, swiftly processing the bodies and bloodstains before departing. News of the assassination team's failure spread like wildfire among various factions, catching both the underground world's rulers and hidden families by surprise. Not to mention the initial assassination attempt's failure, they were already aware of the assassination team's formidable reputation. As the Yi family's most potent weapon, they had resolved countless troublesome matters over the years, yet they had not anticipated being vanquished by that man. In no time, the prominent families began to observe, curious about whether Yi Zhengrong had any further strategies up his sleeve. The most astonished among them was Long Fei. Upon learning of the initial assassination's failure, he exhibited no signs of disturbance, for he understood that no firearms could pose any threat to Chen Fan. However, the failure of the assassination team truly shocked him. Although the Yi family's assassination team comprised only a few dozen members, Yi Zhengrong had previously utilized their strength to decisively eliminate his rivals and ascend to the pinnacle of Chang'an City. While this event was already common knowledge among the city's elite, Yi Zhengrong had ultimately suppressed the chaos through his ruthless tactics, becoming the de facto king of Chang'an City. Deep in thought, Long Fei suddenly chuckled softly and pulled out his phone to call his father. "Hello." A deep and commanding voice resonated from the other end. "It's me, father." Long Fei's tone was unusually respectful. Though he was regarded as the foremost young master of Chang'an, he still felt insignificant before his father, a legendary figure who once commanded great respect. "What is it, Fei?" Long Tian, aware of his son's temperament, knew he wouldn't call without significant reason. Long Fei recounted the events of the past few days in detail, even though these matters were no longer secrets among the upper echelons of society. The father, deeply engrossed in martial arts, regarded the trivialities of the outside world as mere fleeting whispers, inconsequential in the grand scheme of his current pursuits. However, this matter pertained to the leader of Chang'an City. If he could seize the opportunity to absorb the influence of the Yi family, the Long family would solidify its dominance in Chang'an. "Fei, you have grown." Long Tian did not immediately address the pressing issue, but instead offered sincere praise to Long Fei. "You flatter me, father," Long Fei humbly replied, devoid of the usual arrogance. "Is that Chen Fan truly so formidable?" Long Tian inquired, his tone devoid of emotion, merely indifferent. Indeed, he once caught a bear bullet between two fingers. He even decimated the Yi family's assassination team. Long Tian mused, "Interesting. I did not anticipate that this city would give rise to another young hero after all these years." His tone bore no hint of surprise, despite Chen Fan's strength. As the head of the foremost family in Chang'an, he possessed intricate connections and resources, rendering a mere youth inconsequential in his eyes. Chapter 61. The Disappearance of Chen Siyu. "Have we infiltrated the Yi family?" Long Tian inquired. Long Fei nodded lightly, responding that arrangements had long been made. "In that case, let our Long family remain at arm's length. Yi Zhengrong is no easy adversary, and I suspect his supporters will soon take action." As the patriarch of the Long family, Long Tian swiftly assessed the impending situation based on Long Fei's brief comments. However, he shifted his tone, lacing it with an enigmatic amusement. "Perhaps you should stir the waters a bit more. Do you know what to do next?" Long Tian endeavored to guide Long Fei's thinking, gradually leading his son toward his own current realm of understanding. After all, a century hence, the vast Long family would require its heir to lead personally. Long Fei contemplated deeply, suddenly struck by inspiration. "I understand now." Long Tian nodded approvingly, imparting one final instruction. "Remember, do not reveal our Long family's identity. Everything must remain clandestine." As soon as he finished speaking, a beep signaled the end of the call. Long Fei put away his phone and gazed at a distant skyscraper, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following his line of sight, one would notice he was fixated on the Shun group, When the employees of the Chen Group finished their workday, the bloody battleground outside the company had long been cleared, yet a faint scent of iron lingered in the air. Chen Fan parked his car below. After Shen Siyu and Zhao Shui entered the vehicle, he gently suggested, "Perhaps we should offer the Yi family some compensation. This situation cannot persist." Chen Fan instinctively raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you afraid?" Shen Siyu bit her lip, hesitating before responding. "What if next time the Yi family sends someone you cannot contend with?" Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head, nonchalantly retorting, "If there's a next time, there will be no need for the Yi family to exist." Hearing Chen Fan's audacious words, Shen Siyu and Zhao Shui's hearts raced. Who exactly is the Yi family? As the uncrowned king of Chang'an City, the forces behind him are intricately intertwined, with rumors suggesting connections to a certain family in the imperial capital. In the entire Qin province, who would dare to disregard the Yi family so brazenly? Perhaps only Chen Fan dares to do so. Throughout their journey, the Yi family refrained from sending further assailants. Upon returning to the villa, they discovered the living room's LCD television was currently displaying a variety show, with several open snack packages on the coffee table. Strangely, however, there was no sign of Shen Sixue. Sixue? Shen Siyu called out towards the bathroom, presuming her sister had gone there. "No need to call. She has already been captured," Chen Fan remarked, surveying the living room with a furrowed brow. Shen Siyu and Zhao Shui exchanged puzzled glances at Chen Fan's words. Everything in the living room appeared tidy and orderly, devoid of any signs of intrusion. Chen Fan lit a cigarette, gazing at the exquisite faces of the two women, and stated calmly, "It's quite simple. If your sister were home, the sofa would not be so neatly arranged. Clearly, this was done with intent. If you doubt me, feel free to call her now. Her phone will undoubtedly be off." Upon hearing Chen Fan's assertion, Shen Siyu contemplated, realizing it was indeed true. Her sister adored lounging on the sofa while watching television, leaving it in disarray after every session. She had scolded her sister countless times for this habit. Yet, clinging to a glimmer of hope, she hastily dialed her sister's number. "Beep. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later." "Beep. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later." Undeterred, Shen Siyu called once more, but the response remained the same. Her sister's phone was off. At this moment, Shen Siyu felt her head spinning, her body slumping onto the sofa as her complexion turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. However, she fought back the urge to cry and softly inquired of Chen Fan, "What should we do next?" Zhao Shui quickly embraced Shen Siyu, her gaze shifting to Chen Fan, who had now become their pillar of strength. Chen Fan extinguished his cigarette, observing Shen Siyu's tear-streaked visage, and replied softly, "You two stay here and wait. I assure you that I will return Shen Sixue in perfect condition before dawn." With his promise lingering in the air, Chen Fan turned and strode towards the door. Stepping outside the villa, Chen Fan gazed at the blood-red sunset, retrieved his phone, and dialed Randy, his expression colder than ever. "Viper. Viper here," Randy responded, sensing the fury in his leader's voice. "Do whatever it takes to trace Shen Sixue's whereabouts. I need results within 5 minutes." Chen Fan commanded sternly. "Understood," Randy replied without hesitation or rebuttal. When the boss demands 5 minutes, it is 5 minutes. Otherwise, he would be summoned to meet his end in merely 2 minutes. Randy reported back, "Boss, based on the surveillance from the villa area and its surroundings, I deduced that Shen Sixue was last taken to a villa on Yinshui 3rd Road. I will send the exact address to your phone immediately." "Good," Chen Fan replied absent-mindedly, not praising Randy's efficiency. For such diligence was simply a fundamental requirement for members of the Infernal Legion. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan drove his Mustang, roaring with power, and in the blink of an eye, his speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. Half an hour later, he arrived at Yinshui 3rd Road, which lay more than 50 kilometers from the city center, nearing the outskirts of Chang'an City. Chen Fan gradually brought his vehicle to a halt in front of a villa, rumored to be the residence where Yi Wuqian kept his mistresses during his lifetime. After parking, Chen Fan, with one hand in his pocket, approached the villa's entrance. With a slight exertion of his right hand, The door shattered into fragments as if struck by an explosive. With a calm gaze, Chen Fan stepped into the villa, where he observed several impeccably dressed men gathered around a coffee table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon noticing the sudden intrusion, these well-suited men immediately rose to their feet, drawing pistols from their waists and aiming them directly at Chen Fan's forehead. "Who are you to dare enter here?" demanded one corpulent man with a fierce expression. Chen Fan regarded them with indifference, scanning the living room until his eyes fell upon Chen Sishua, who lay unconscious, bound by ropes. Her clothing was violently torn in several places, and faint red marks marred her face, hinting at the slap of a hand. "Who did this?" Chen Fan's voice betrayed no emotion, his tone chillingly detached. "Stop your theatrics." The group of trained men, feeling dismissed by Chen Fan's demeanor, suddenly pulled the triggers of their firearms. Hot, 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 hot. Countless tongues of flame surged toward Chen Fan, as if ready to reduce him to mere fragments in the next instant. Chapter 62. Flattening the Yi Family. With tranquil eyes, as the bullets were about to strike him, Chen Fan swiftly scooped Chen Sishue into his arms and deftly evaded the onslaught. He did not afford them a second chance to fire. In a swift motion, he closed the distance to the group, delivering a powerful punch to each man, dispatching them with remarkable ease. Looking down at the unconscious Chen Sishue, his face filled with concern, he instinctively brushed her hair aside. He laid her in the passenger seat and retrieved his phone, dialing Qin Wudi. "Hello, boss," came Qin Wudi's voice from the other end, tinged with confusion. "Reaper at your command." Chen Fan's expression turned icy, the temperature around him seemingly plummeting to freezing levels. Even through the phone, Qin Wudi sensed Chen Fan's emotion and involuntarily shivered. The Yi family dared to lay hands on Chen Sishue, crossing a line that struck at Chen Fan's very core. To him, she was as dear as a sister, and these men were undoubtedly playing with fire. "The Reaper is here," Qin Wudi shouted. "I command you to lead 3 members of the Hellfire Legion and flatten the Yi family in Chang'an by midnight. Any objections?" "None. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Qin Wudi responded promptly. "Very well," Chen Fan acknowledged, feeling assured with Qin Wudi in charge. Just as he was about to start the vehicle, he noticed that the previously unconscious Chen Sishue seemed to be stirring awake. Chen Sishue's delicate face appeared dazed, her eyes filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Fan in the driver's seat, she suddenly burst into tears. In an instant, Chen Sishue's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn, tears cascading down her cheeks like a dam that had burst. Her eyes reddened to an extreme that evoked a profound sense of pity. Chen Fan gently draped his shoulder around Chen Sishue, whispering soothingly, "It's all right. There's nothing to fear. Your brother-in-law is here." Upon hearing Chen Fan's reassuring words, Chen Sishue's emotions gradually began to settle, yet she remained a mere 19-year-old university student. And such an event inevitably cast a shadow over her heart, having traversed the dark underbelly of the world for 8 years. Chen Fan had encountered a myriad of individuals and was acutely aware of Chen Sishue's psychological state at that moment. Thus, he refrained from broaching the subject further and instead changed the topic, inquiring, "By the way, tomorrow is the weekend. If you have no plans, shall we accompany your sister for a little excursion?" Indeed, Chen Fan's words proved effective, successfully diverting Chen Sishue's attention. She wiped away her tears with fervor and replied excitedly, Sure. I'll choose the place." "No problem." Chen Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and drove the Mustang towards the villa. After approximately half an hour, Chen Fan brought the Mustang to a gentle halt at the Shun family villa. As they pushed open the door, they were met with the sight of Shun Siyu, who stood in the living room, startled, rising to her feet upon realizing Shun Sishue had returned. Shun Siyu hurriedly ran to Shun Sishue, embracing her tightly, exclaiming, "Sishue, where have you been? You nearly scare me to death." Shun Sishue, her face marked with hesitation, was about to respond when Shun Siyu patted her back gently, murmuring, it's all right. Just being back is enough." Chen Fan, standing to the side, simply smiled while smoking a cigarette, observing the scene. He felt a wave of contentment wash over him and suddenly thought of his own sister, Chen Fan. He pondered what that little girl might be doing at that very moment. A premonition stirred within him, whispering that he would soon be reunited with her. To the west of Chang'an City, in a small grove outside Yinshui Villa, the clock had struck 10. Due to its suburban location, street lights were scarce, leaving only the distant manor ablaze with light, while the surrounding areas were engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. Within the grove, Qin Wudi surveyed the three men of varying complexions before him and commanded in a stern voice, "Within 10 minutes, flatten the entire Yi family. Remember, only 10 minutes. Understood?" The trio, led by a figure known as the Serpent, wore solemn expressions, standing tall and resolute, their gazes sharp and their tones low yet serious. "Move!" Qin Wudi gestured grandly, slowly retrieving a ghostly mask from his pocket and donning it. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of malice surged forth, as if it could tear the heavens asunder. The Serpent and his companions swiftly adorned their own ghostly masks as well. In the next heartbeat, their figures darted towards Yinshui Villa like phantoms, moving with a speed that left no sound in their wake, like apparitions in the night. Outside the grand entrance of Yinshui Villa, several fully armed bodyguards stood leisurely at the gate, exchanging light-hearted banter. After all, this was the private estate of the highest authority in Chang'an City. Who would dare to make an ill-fated attempt on their lives here? Thus, their demeanor was exceedingly relaxed, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. A flash of cold steel emerged abruptly from the darkness, as Randy, wielding a silver blade, glided past the unsuspecting bodyguards engaged in jovial chatter. Before they could even register the presence of a shadow, crimson lines appeared upon their throats, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, three members of the Infernal Legion, like phantoms, silently reaped the lives of the security personnel outside, while Qin Wudi had already entered the estate, casting his gaze about as if searching for the chamber of Yi Zhongrong. "I have found you." Qin Wudi seemed to sense something, arriving at the last room at the end of the courtyard. At first glance, this room appeared no different from the others, but upon closer inspection, one would notice the absence of light in the adjacent rooms. In contrast, all other chambers were brilliantly illuminated. It was evident that Yi Zhongrong had arranged such a setting to conceal his clandestine activities from his subordinates. With an air of confidence, Qin Wudi pushed open the door, revealing Yi Zhongrong unclothed and engaged in eye exercises with a young woman. The sudden intrusion startled the girl, causing her to gasp and hastily cover herself with a blanket. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Zhongrong, as the head of Chang'an, possessed a composure far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Although initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and began to dress methodically. Qin Wudi made no attempt to intervene. After all, Yi Zhongrong was destined for death that very night, and it would be fitting for him to dress with dignity. At last, fully attired, Yi Zhongrong scrutinized the man before him, whose face was obscured by a ghostly mask, and inquired with a frown, "Who are you?" "Death," Qin Wudi replied coolly. "Death?" Yi Zhongrong scoffed at the title, retorting, "Whether you are Death or the King of Hell, if you dare intrude upon my domain, be prepared to meet your end." "Guards!" At his command, a throng of bodyguards surged into the room, brandishing firearms aimed directly at Qin Wudi. Unfazed by this display, Qin Wudi shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "If this is all the force you can muster," he paused intentionally, gesturing for Yi Zhongrong to look outside. In the next instant, three figures, also donning ghostly masks, materialized around the bodyguards, their movements swift and spectral. In a heartbeat, the trio struck with lethal precision, leaving the bodyguards lifeless on the ground, unable to even pull the triggers of their weapons. In an instant, no one remained standing. Yi Zhongrong's pupils dilated in terror. He was all too aware of the capabilities of his own guards. Even within a military camp teeming with formidable warriors, one would undoubtedly be considered a master. Yet, before these few, even the slightest resistance was rendered futile. They were swiftly dispatched. At this moment, a flicker of panic finally crossed Yi Zhongrong's countenance, and feigning calmness, he implored, "Name your terms. What must I do to secure my release?" The trio, known as the Serpents, remained silent, standing like specters of judgment, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent that caused Yi Zhengrong to tremble. Qin Wudi paid no heed to Yi Zhengrong's desperate plea, stating coldly, "The moment you dared to lay a hand on Shen Sixue, you sealed your own fate." Shen Sixue? Yi Zhengrong's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing he had been ensnared in a plot. Just as he prepared to voice his defense, Qin Wudi gestured with his right hand, and the black heart he held sliced through Yi Zhengrong's throat like a drawn sword. He attempted to staunch the flow of blood, but it was ultimately in vain. Thus, this once mighty figure who commanded Chang'an now lay lifeless in a pool of his own blood. Regardless of Yi Zhengrong's past, Qin Wudi gently closed his unblinking eyes, a gesture of respect for the deceased. Of course, with the exception of the young woman, Qin Wudi turned to the trembling figure on the bed, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. To kill her seemed justified, as she appeared to have no connection to the matter. Yet, sparing her was fraught with peril. She had witnessed the entire ordeal, and should her knowledge be divulged, her identity would be compromised. This dilemma left Qin Wudi at a loss. "Please do not kill me. I swear I saw nothing," the young woman pleaded, mistaking his gaze for a death warrant, and hastily prostrated herself in supplication. Seeing her distress, Qin Wudi chuckled softly. "You are quite astute, my dear. Very well. Dress quickly and depart. Consider tonight's events as if they never transpired." Otherwise, Qin Wudi feigned a sinister grin, sending the woman into further tremors. Understand, she exclaimed, hastily donning her clothes, suppressing her terror, and bolting towards the exit of the estate without a backward glance. She resolved to flee Chang'an, a city rife with peril, lest these individuals change their minds and silence her forever. After the woman departed, Qin Wudi turned to the serpents beside him and stated, "Well, since the matter is resolved, let us return." The trio nodded in unison, each stepping forward and vanishing into the night. As dawn broke, breathing life back into the city, a news flash akin to lightning struck the intelligence departments of various families across Chang'an. Yi Zhengrong, the paramount leader of Chang'an, had met a gruesome end within his own estate. Alarmingly, all security personnel had been slaughtered as well, who possessed the audacity and might to discreetly eliminate a behemoth like the Yi family. In an instant, the elite of Chang'an trembled, fearful of the shadows, realizing that if even such a colossal entity could be annihilated, what hope did their smaller clans possess? Consequently, the elders of these families began to counsel their offspring to exercise utmost caution in their dealings, urging them to avoid recklessness at all costs. As the elite of Chang'an speculated about the perpetrator behind the annihilation of the Yi family, within the confines of the Dragon Group's executive office, Long Fei was engaged in a phone call with his father. "Father, I never anticipated that mere hours after initiating arrangements, the Yi family would be eradicated." Long Fei's gaze was profoundly deep. He too was taken aback by Chen Fan's swift actions, as the Yi family vanished from existence overnight. "Quite intriguing," Long Tian remarked coolly, adding, "It seems the tides in Chang'an are shifting." At this juncture, Chen Fan may indeed be a true dragon. Listening to his father's high regard for Chen Fan, Long Fei dared not exhibit any discontent, maintaining a placid demeanor as he absorbed his father's words. "However, it matters not, for I suspect that the capital will soon dispatch someone to Chang'an. After all, even in a realm bustling with formidable individuals, the position of leader in Chang'an is undoubtedly coveted. Father, if this continues, when will the position of leader ever belong to our dragon family?" Long Fei voiced his concerns. "At our current standing, the leadership role is of little consequence to us. Regardless of who occupies that position, our dragon family will continue to stand atop Chang'an, surveying all beneath us. Thus, our next objective is the capital." Hearing his father's audacious proclamations stirred a tumult of emotions within Long Fei. To one day lead the dragon family to prominence in the vast capital would enshrine his name in the family annals, securing his legacy for posterity. "I understand, father," Long Fei said, suppressing his excitement and responding with composure. "Indeed," Long Tian replied nonchalantly, continuing to ascend smoothly and establish our foothold in the capital. "Our dragon family must enhance our influence and martial prowess. The fate of the Yi family serves as a cautionary tale, without sufficient strength as a foundation. Possessing wealth is merely a means of adorning others. Thus, I shall retreat for a period to seek a breakthrough to a higher realm. Father, have you truly reached the threshold of breakthrough? Long Fei inquired, his eyes alight with fervor. Precisely, Long Tian nodded. You too must commence preparations to recruit a cadre of exceptional warriors, whether they be assassins or mercenaries, as only such forces can fortify our family strength. Feel free to utilize our resources. Though our dragon family may lack in certain areas, we are not wanting in wealth. Long Tian granted his son substantial authority. Understood, father. Long Fei slightly bowed, humbly acquiescing to his father's directives. As soon as he concluded, Long Tian hung up the phone. Long Fei gazed at the now silent device, a fierce smile emerging as he murmured, Chen Fan, your time is drawing near. I wonder if you're prepared to endure the wrath of the dragon family. Chapter 64. A man has always been a youth. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was enjoying breakfast at the table, remained blissfully unaware of Long Fei's intentions. Had he known, he might have found it amusing enough to lose his appetite. In Long Fei's eyes, the dragon family had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Yet to Chen Fan, they remained mere ants. Today marks the weekend, and due to a promise made last night to take Shen Sixue on an outing, a few of us set off early in the morning, driving towards Hohai. Contrary to its name, Hohai is not a true sea, but rather an artificial river, lined with lush trees that fill the air with the scent of verdant foliage. The water is crystal clear, revealing a myriad of fish frolicking beneath the surface. The number of picnickers here is considerable, for such fresh air is a rarity in Chang'an, with birds chirping and flowers blooming under a brilliantly blue sky. Where clouds drift swiftly overhead, it has become the quintessential choice for local residents seeking a day out. After parking the car, Chen Fan stepped out first, clad in comfortable beachwear consisting of a simple tank top and shorts, a large pair of sunglasses perched on his nose. The relaxed atmosphere elicited an involuntary smile of contentment upon his face. Following him were three stunning women, each possessing a distinct style. The woman who emerged from the passenger seat wore a sun hat, her flowing hair cascading down like a waterfall. She donned a delicate white gown that showcased her fair legs, and though she wore no makeup, her exquisite oval face resembled that of a celestial being. Next came Shen Sixue, a youthful embodiment of vitality, exuding an irresistible charm reminiscent of her sister, Shen Siyu, yet distinctly more vibrant. Lastly, Zhao Shui stepped out with a light golden ponytail, complemented by a pale pink t-shirt and denim shorts. Her delicate oval face bore no trace of makeup, and perhaps due to her past military training, her physique was even more defined than that of the Shen sisters. In summary, each of these three women was a paragon of beauty, and, as the sole man present, Chen Fan felt a surge of vanity as he basked in the envious gazes of nearby men. If looks could kill, he might have perished countless times over. This was not the end of it. He affectionately wrapped his arms around both Shen Sixue and Shen Siu, casting a provocative glance at the onlookers. Shen Sixue, unfazed by her brother-in-law's sudden embrace, willingly linked her arm with his. However, Shen Siu was less inclined to comply, just as she was about to resist. Chen Fan leaned down and whispered, "Stay still for my sake. They're all watching." Understanding his intentions, Shen Siu surveyed the surroundings and, with a resigned shake of her head, ceased her struggle, thereby appeasing Chen Fan's vanity. Zhao Shui, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that such a formidable man could appear so childlike. No wonder it is said that men are eternally youthful. Indeed, the adage proved true. As the days swiftly passed, the sun began to set, and the group relished the opportunity to release the pressures they had been carrying in the joyous ambience of their picnic. Three women busily gathered the remnants of their picnic, while Chen Fan languidly reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight. Zhao Shui, however, was unwilling to let this pass. "Chen Fan, how can you lie there while we three beautiful women clean up?" she remarked indignantly. Chen Fan removed his sunglasses to roll his eyes at her, retorting, "And you have the audacity to say that? Who do you think prepared every morsel we consume today? You three have been lounging all day. Is it so wrong for me to take a brief rest? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui's cheeks flushed, and she ceased her complaints, turning to attend to the litter. Once they returned to the villa, Shan Xiyu and Zhao Shui, feeling somewhat fatigued, retreated to their rooms for rest. Thus, the living room was left with only Shan Xiyu and Chen Fan. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Chen Fan turned on the television, channel surfing, and unexpectedly stumbled upon a broadcast of Ultraman Tiga, which he began to watch with keen interest while smoking a cigarette. Shan Xiyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Fan, now in his 20s, would still find amusement in such children's programming. With nothing to do herself, being an exemplary university student who steadfastly refused to sleep before midnight, she too succumbed to the allure of Ultraman and soon became engrossed. After one episode concluded, a lengthy commercial break ensued, prompting Chen Fan to exclaim, "Goodness, after all these years, why are domestic TV ads still so interminable?" Well, they need to make money somehow. Shan Xiyu shrugged, clearly accustomed to this reality. By the way, brother-in-law, she seemed to recall something. Why do you and my sister sleep in separate rooms, even though you're married? Shan Xiyu had been puzzled by this for quite some time, but had never voiced her curiosity. Caught off guard, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before responding. Your sister claims she isn't psychologically prepared yet, and, as a good man, I certainly wouldn't force her. Oh, is that so? Shan Xiyu blinked her bright eyes and replied. What else could it be? Chen Fan shot her a sidelong glance and returned his attention to the television. Just as the commercials wrapped up and a familiar childhood melody began to play. As the sun pierces the night, dawn quietly breaks the horizon, whose shadow flits through the cycles of time. Chen Fan hummed along softly, this song having accompanied him throughout his entire childhood. Although the creators of such shows may not be commendable, it was still quite surprising that they produced something as remarkable as Tiga. At 1 o'clock in the morning, while Shan Xiyu lay in bed immersed in a novel on a highway in Chang'an City, an Audi A6 with a white license plate sped along the road, flanked by several Volkswagen Phaetons. Ahead, a Hongqi vehicle led the way. In the back seat of the Audi A6, a handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses reclined, eyes closed in repose. How much longer until we arrive? He suddenly opened his eyes and asked his female secretary beside him. The female secretary, clad in a uniform skirt and adorned with black-framed glasses, glanced at the navigation device in her hand and softly reported, My lord, we shall arrive at our destination in approximately 20 minutes. Convey my orders to accelerate our progress. We must strive to reach within 10 minutes. Commanded the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Though he possessed an elegant countenance reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman, his tone exuded an undeniable firmness. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement, seizing the walkie-talkie to relay the command. This dashing figure was none other than Li Qingjie, the newly appointed head of Chang'an Dispatch from the capital. Chapter 65, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The next day, Chen Fan, as was his custom, completed his morning exercises and, after sharing breakfast with Shan Xiyu, proceeded to the company. Despite it being Sunday, Shan Xiyu was required to attend to some urgent documents that necessitated her personal review, compelling Chen Fan to accompany her. As he was the personal bodyguard of the female CEO, alas, such was the cruel hand of fate. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Chen Fan noticed that the security guard on duty had been replaced by Li Qingyun. He gestured for Shan Xiyu to ascend first while he lingered to ask a few questions. As Shan Xiyu gracefully entered the building, Chen Fan offered Li Qingyun a cigarette and inquired, How is the training with the instructor going? I haven't had the chance to check in lately. Li Qingyun accepted the cigarette, lit it for Chen Fan, but instead of smoking, he tucked it into his pocket and replied, Quite well. Though the instructor seems to be rather harsh, most of the trainees are nearing their breaking point. Chen Fan could easily imagine the severity of their ordeal. A smirk of schadenfreude creeping across his lips as he remarked, It must be tough. To become a master, one must pay a price. Li Qingyun's lips wisha. Yet he refrained from contradicting Chen Fan, as he harbored similar sentiments. All right then, let us focus on our work. I'll head upstairs, Chen Fan said, patting Li Qingyun on the shoulder. As soon as Chen Fan settled into his office chair, barely having found his comfort, Shen Xiu burst through the door in a flurry. Chen Fan, the Yi family was exterminated the night before last, she proclaimed, standing before him, her tone fraught with complexity as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, seemingly searching for answers. Huh? Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise as he feigned astonishment. How could they be wiped out so suddenly? You're not suspecting me, are you? He raised his hands in surrender, adding, don't forget, that night I was with Siwa the entire time. After rescuing her, we returned directly. She can vouch for me. Besides, I lack the capability to pull off such a feat. Shen Xiu's expressive eyes flickered as she tilted her head in contemplation. Deep down, she harbored doubts about Chen Fan being capable of single-handedly dismantling the Yi family. Perhaps they had other enemies. Shaking her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts, she said, just now, I received an invitation from the newly appointed head. There is a meeting at the city government tonight, and it is said that all prominent figures in Chang'an will be in attendance. Then let us go. What is there to fear with me by your side? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Shen Xiu nodded slightly, refraining from further words. All she sought was a definitive response from Chen Fan. Perhaps only then could she feel at ease attending the meeting. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan drove Shen Xiu to a particular building in the heart of Chang'an City. This was the municipal government, the very workplace of the city's foremost leader. Even before entering the premises, one could sense the exceptional demeanor of the security personnel stationed at the entrance, clearly veterans from the military, equipped with firearms. They stood tall and erect, their presence attracting the attention of passers-by, almost forming a striking tableau. Chen Fan and Shen Xiu believed they had arrived early, with nearly an hour to spare before the meeting commenced. However, upon stepping into the reception area, they were met with a scene teeming with attendees. These people certainly know how to ingratiate themselves, Chen Fan remarked, unable to suppress a sigh. Shen Xiu chuckled lightly in response, acknowledging that the newly appointed leader's presence was paramount for the businessmen gathered, who relied on him for their livelihoods. Any sudden policy shift could spell disaster for them. Suppressing her urge to elaborate on the subject, sensitive as it was, and prone to inciting unnecessary complications, Shen Xiu was aware that Chen Fan had grasped her implication. Just then, a man of refined demeanor and striking appearance approached them. You must be the renowned beauty and president, Ms. Shen, he said with a gentlemanly smile, extending his right hand in greeting, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a true gentleman. And you are? Shen Xiu politely responded, voicing her curiosity. By all accounts, she should have encountered most notable figures in Chang'an, yet this man was unfamiliar to her, appearing to be around 30 years of age. My apologies, Ms. Shen, I neglected to introduce myself, he said, lightly tapping his forehead. I am Li Chengjia, the newly appointed leader of Chang'an. Upon hearing his introduction, Shen Xiu's heart raced. She was astonished to discover that this new leader was so youthful and that he had taken the time to greet her personally. She quickly bowed in respect, expressing, I am sorry, Mr. Li. I was unaware of your esteemed position. If I have been remiss, I hope you will forgive me. Li Chengjia waved his hand with a smile, saying, no harm done. Ignorance is no crime. Please, Miss Shen, take a moment to rest while I attend to my duties. Shen Xiu nodded gently, watching as the new leader departed. He seems quite the gentleman, she remarked to Chen Fan, observing Li Chengjie's retreating figure. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow unconsciously, commenting, he is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. What do you mean by that? Shen Xiu asked, slightly taken aback. Quite simply, if he were truly a cultured gentleman, he would have acknowledged me, even if I were merely your driver. Yet he did not spare me a glance, Chen Fan stated, calmly articulating the basis of his assessment. Shen Xiu furrowed her delicate brows slightly, nodding in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning presented. It appeared that the newly appointed leader was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Suddenly, a series of microphone tests echoed throughout the reception hall, causing the attendees to abruptly cease their conversations in a show of respect. In the ensuing silence, a man adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined and amiable demeanor, and possessing strikingly handsome features, gracefully entered the forefront of the hall. Approaching the microphone, Li Qingjie solemnly adjusted his tie before expressing his gratitude for everyone's attendance at his inaugural meeting, introducing himself succinctly. My surname is Li, my given name is Chengjie, and I am the newly appointed head of Chang'an. As Li Qingjie concluded his trivial introductory remarks, whispers erupted among the crowd, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated that this newcomer would be so remarkably youthful. He appeared to be merely in his 30s. Particularly, the representatives from the four prominent families displayed a variety of reactions, each harboring their own inscrutable thoughts. Chapter 66. A New Official S. 3 Fires of Determination. Li Qingjie surveyed the room, taking in each individual present, and gestured with both hands to calm the air before him, signaling for silence. Once the reception hall returned to a tranquil state, he adjusted his glasses and resolutely declared, beginning tomorrow, I will commence a thorough cleansing of Chang'an. Any companies found guilty of tax evasion, colluding with nefarious forces to suppress their competitors, or similar offenses will not be spared. Furthermore, Li Qingjie articulated his work commitments and visions for the future, concluding the meeting with additional irrelevant remarks. After the gathering dispersed, Chen Fan smiled at Shen Siyu, remarking on whether the new leader would indeed act upon his solemn declarations during the speech. He then mimicked Li Qingjie's serious expression with exaggerated flair. Shen Siyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, replying, after all, it is customary for a new official to demonstrate their resolve. Chen Fan merely chuckled lightly, lighting a cigarette as they drove towards the villa. As it was Monday, the beginning of a new week, the city seemed to awaken anew. Chen Fan leisurely drove along the road with Shen Siyu and Zhao Shui. However, due to the typical Monday congestion, they found themselves delayed by 15 minutes upon reaching the company. Yet, this was of little concern. After all, one was the company president, another was the president's close friend, and he himself was the president's husband, albeit a fictitious one. Nonetheless, Chen Fan believed Shen Siyu would not be overly harsh. Chang'an had recently settled into a rare tranquility, with the Long family exhibiting no immediate activity. Bored in his office, Chen Fan sought something to occupy his time. He contemplated playing a few rounds of games, but reconsidered, fearing the potential frustration of encountering incompetent teammates. As his gaze wandered, he suddenly thought of Wang Ruoshi, lit a cigarette, and descended the stairs. Symbolically knocking on the door, he pushed it open without hesitation. What are you up to? Chen Fan approached Wang Ruoshi's desk and inquired softly. Wang Ruoshi merely glanced up, recognized him, and returned to her work with a dismissive look. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Chen Fan, with a fortitude thicker than a city wall, unfazed, retorted, Who's idle? I'm here to inspect your working environment, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from intruding. Do you understand? The corners of Wang Ruoshi's mouth twitched involuntarily as she exclaimed a classic line from a television show. I have never seen such a shameless person as you. Chen Fan, somewhat speechless, realized how deeply ingrained the biases of the company's employees were. Having been at work for over a month, more than one person had remarked on how leisurely his days were. Yet, they failed to comprehend that the monotony of idleness could be quite taxing. Was playing games every day not exhausting? Indeed, the prejudices residing in people's hearts are like insurmountable mountains. Noticing Chen Fan lost in thought, Wang Ruoshi asked, What are you pondering? Nothing much. Chen Fan shook his head, naturally reluctant to divulge his innermost thoughts to her. By the way, didn't you mention treating me to a meal? How about tonight? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoshi instinctively pressed her lips together, her face displaying hesitation. If it's inconvenient, forget it. I was merely asking. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I can't. I just need to return early to prepare dinner for my family and deliver some to my mother. If you don't mind, I could join you after I finish my chores tonight. Wang Ruoshi proposed tentatively. Oh, I thought it was a bigger deal. It's simple. I'll just accompany you to your house after work for a meal, Chen Fan said without any reservation. All right then. Wang Ruoshi hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. After boasting for a while in Wang Ruoshi's office, Chen Fan began to feel drowsy, but persisted until lunch was finished. Just as he was about to retreat to his office for a brief nap, he recalled there might be a bedroom in Shen Siyu's office. Thus, He redirected his path to the adjacent office. What brings you here? Chen Siyu, busy with paperwork, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan and replied curtly. Each time Chen Fan visited, he would take something, sometimes fruit, other times tea. He never left empty-handed. Chen Fan seemed to understand Chen Siyu's thoughts and smiled brightly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I won't take anything from you today." Really? Chen Siyu's gaze was filled with skepticism. Of course, you don't doubt me, do you? Chen Fan placed his hand on his chest, speaking earnestly. Suit yourself. Chen Siyu, uninterested in further conversation, returned to her work. Chen Fan initially pretended to sit on the sofa, feigning sleep, though his eyes occasionally opened to glance at her. Noticing that Chen Siyu was not paying attention to him, he stealthily approached the bedroom door, gingerly opening it without making a sound. As I entered the room, a unique fragrance, distinctly belonging to Chen Siyu, enveloped me, prompting Chen Fan to involuntarily inhale deeply. Feeling somewhat intrusive, he turned to observe the small bedroom, which measured approximately 20 square meters. It was adorned with a pink bed and a bookshelf, exuding a youthful charm, while remaining otherwise sparsely furnished. Without hesitation, Chen Fan removed his shoes and clothes, reclining on the bed and pulling the covers over himself before drifting into a satisfied slumber. Chen Fan, could you please fetch me a glass of water? Chen Siyu, deeply engrossed in her work, seemed to feel a hint of thirst, speaking to Chen Fan without lifting her gaze. Chen Fan, did you not hear me? Noticing the lack of response, Chen Siyu glanced up only to find that Chen Fan, who had been seated on the sofa, had vanished. How peculiar. He left without a word. With a soft sigh, Chen Siyu resigned herself to fetching a glass of water. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound reached her ears. How strange. Where could such a sound come from on such a high floor? A frown creased her brow in confusion. Abruptly, a thought struck her, and she hastily placed her cup on the table and dashed toward her bedroom. Sure enough, upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Chen Fan sprawled across her bed, accompanied by loud snores, his clothes carelessly strewn on the floor. Chen Siyu's face flushed crimson as disbelief washed over her. Was he truly sleeping naked on her bed? For a moment, she stood frozen in shock, forgetting to rouse him. Gradually, Chen Siyu managed to compose herself, preparing to awaken Chen Fan, but just as she was about to speak, she hesitated. He has been through so much lately, shielding me from numerous attacks. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, perhaps I should make an exception this once. Yet, she reminded herself, but he shouldn't be sleeping in my bed. After all, we are merely pretend spouses, caught in a fierce internal struggle. She sighed deeply and ultimately abandoned the idea of waking him, turning to exit the room. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan, who had been sleeping soundly, opened his eyes just as she turned away, watching her retreating figure with a genuine smile before succumbing once more to slumber. When Chen Fan finally awoke, it was already afternoon. He stretched lazily before donning his clothes and stepping out of the bedroom. Upon seeing him awake, Chen Siyu cast a glance in his direction, her expression betraying her displeasure as she remained silent. Leaning back on the sofa with a cigarette in hand, Chen Fan chuckled. Look at you, why the long face? It's just a nap on your bed. Don't be so uptight. You. Chen Siyu, incensed, patted her chest to steady her emotions before frowning and retorting. You, a grown man, decided to sleep on my bed without my consent, and you dare blame me? As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, an inexplicable sense of grievance washing over her. Chen Fan unconsciously softened his tone as he approached Chen Siyu from behind her seat. While giving her a massage, he remarked, I had to tell you in advance. I knew you would certainly disagree. Chen Siyu quickly shook her body to resist his touch, yet, being merely a woman, she could hardly match Chen Fan's strength. All right, stop fidgeting. You've been sitting all day. Let me help you relax a bit to prevent you from suffering from cervical spondylosis at such a young age. Upon hearing Chen Fan's rare words of concern, Chen Siyu ceased her struggles and closed her eyes to indulge in the moment. A soft moan unintentionally escaped her lips as Chen Fan's massage proved to be exceedingly pleasurable. Startled by her sound, Chen Fan gasped, feeling overwhelmed. Since arriving in Chang'an, he had been living like a monk for over a month. and Chen Siyu's moan nearly captivated his very soul. Realizing what she had just done, Chen Siyu's face flushed crimson as she hastily stood, preventing Chen Fan from continuing. Understanding her shyness, Chen Fan refrained from pressing the matter further and shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, after work today, you and Zhao Shui should head back first. I have dinner plans with a friend." Chen Siyu nodded in acknowledgement, opting to ignore him as she turned back to her documents. Feeling too embarrassed to face Chen Fan after her earlier reaction. Recognizing her temperament, Chen Fan offered a brief farewell before departing. Upon returning to his office, he tidied up his belongings and made his way directly to Wang Ruoshi's office, feeling as comfortable as if he were returning home. He pushed the door open without knocking, and Wang Ruoshi, without looking up, recognized it was Chen Fan. After all, he was the only one in the company who entered her office unannounced, something she had grown accustomed to. "Just a moment. I still have a few documents to finish," she said softly, her head still down. "That's fine. Take your time." "I'll just sit here," Chen Fan replied, settling onto the sofa while engrossed in his phone. Recently, he had stumbled upon an online novel of the modern urban genre, which he found quite captivating and decided to read it during his leisure time. "What are you so absorbed in?" Wang Ruoshi inquired after completing her paperwork and noticing Chen Fan's keen interest in his device. "Oh, it's a web novel titled Waiting for You in the Blooming Flowers and Snowy Moon," he answered without looking up. "Is the author that tank?" Wang Ruoshi adjusted her hair and inquired with a melodic tone. Chen Fan returned to the homepage, glancing at the author's name, surprise flickering in his eyes as he asked, "How did you know? Have you read it too?" Wang Ruoshi nodded noncommittally, replying, "I've read most of his novels, though the endings tend to be quite tragic." Unfamiliar with certain internet lingo, Chen Fan asked in confusion, "Does that mean the protagonist ends up killing someone in the end?" Wang Ruoshi burst into laughter, explaining, "When I say tragic, I mean the endings are rather sorrowful, leaving one feeling empty inside." "All right, then I truly must see for myself how it unfolds," Chen Fan remarked. Chen Fan was not easily swayed. There were few things in this world that could truly affect him. He remained skeptical that a mere novel could touch his heart, which had long since grown cold. "Well, you can read it later. For now, come home with me for dinner," Wang Ruoshi softly suggested as she picked up her handbag. Chen Fan nodded, following her down the stairs. As fate would have it, just as they reached the elevator, he was greeted by the striking visage of Chen Sishu, her exquisite oval face captivating. Chen Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet Wang Ruoshi, oblivious to the situation, greeted Chen Sishu with a polite hello, "General Manager Chen." Chen Sishu cast a brief glance at Chen Fan and Wang Ruoshi, acknowledging them with a stoic nod. During the descent of the elevator, Chen Fan sensed an unsettling gaze directed at him from behind, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Finally, the elevator arrived at the ground floor, and he hastily stepped out, inhaling deeply to fill his lungs with fresh air. Wang Ruoshi noticed and inquired, "Are you feeling hot? Why are you sweating so much?" Chen Fan wiped his brow with his arm, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "It is indeed a bit warm." Wang Ruoshi, observing the cold air wafting from the elevator doors, fell into a moment of contemplation. The group exited the company together, and Wang Ruoshi went ahead to retrieve her car. Due to her tardiness that day, she had parked in an open lot next to the company rather than the underground parking garage. Consequently, only Chen Sishu and Chen Fan remained as the crowd dispersed. "Is a friend you mentioned today Ruoshi?" Chen Sishu inquired with an expressionless face. Chen Fan nodded candidly, showing no intention to deny it. "That's good," Chen Sishu unexpectedly remarked, leaving Chen Fan somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Shui arrived at the company entrance, and Chen Sishu chose not to engage further with Chen Fan, instead taking her seat in the passenger side. However, before departing, Zhao Shui waved goodbye to Chen Fan, calling out, "Chen Fan, come back early tonight." Chen Fan smiled and nodded, watching as the two women drove away. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Ruoshi finally arrived, driving her red Audi A3. As Chen Fan settled into the passenger's seat, he noticed the interior was devoid of extravagant decorations, save for a simple safety talisman hanging from the rearview mirror. Chapter 68. The Considerate Wang Yihua. Why is your car's interior so minimalistic for a girl? I'm a bit surprised. Chen Fan expressed his curiosity. Wang Ruoxi merely smiled faintly, starting the engine while keeping her eyes on the road. I prefer simplicity in everything I do, so I'm not fond of those little trinkets, she replied. Chen Fan nodded, turning his gaze to the window, choosing not to pursue the topic further. In the midst of their silence, Wang Ruoxi suddenly asked, "Haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" Chen Fan was taken aback by the question and turned to look at her, shaking his head as he responded, "No, I'm not suited for romance." "Why not?" she pressed. Chen Fan shrugged, feigning jest as he said, "Because the women who date me might find themselves entangled in my troubles, even risking their lives." Wang Ruoxi scoffed, her expression dismissive. "Do you think you're like the president? Is there a risk of assassination?" Chen Fan nodded earnestly. Wang Ruoxi shot him a bemused glance and chose to ignore him thereafter. Upon reaching the foot of Wang Ruoxi's building, Chen Fan retrieved the vegetables he had just purchased from the market and ascended the stairs alongside her. As they climbed the dimly lit staircase to the third floor, just as Wang Ruoxi was about to unlock the door, Chen Fan caught a faint sound of a woman's scolding voice from the neighboring apartment, seemingly upset over her child's reluctance to complete homework. Amused, Chen Fan merely chuckled to himself, extinguishing the remaining half of his cigarette before stepping into the apartment with Wang Ruoxi. To his surprise, the interior exceeded his expectations. The room spanned approximately 80 square meters, featuring a layout of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, with the kitchen tucked away in a corner of the living area behind a partition. The apartment was furnished with a sofa, television, air conditioning, and other essentials. Though it lacked the comfort of a community residence, it was quite satisfactory. As Wang Ruoxi changed into slippers, she called out, "Iwa." Shortly after, a somewhat weary-looking boy emerged from the bedroom. Chen Fan estimated him to be around 175 centimeters tall and weighing approximately 120 pounds, perhaps due to the strong genes in Wang Ruoxi's family. Despite the boy's fatigue, he still appeared to be quite handsome. Upon noticing a guest in the house, Wang Yihua offered a shy smile, instinctively clutching at his collar. Wang Ruoxi, seeing her brother, affectionately wrapped an arm around his shoulders and gently introduced, "Yihua, this is my colleague Chen Fan from work. You can call him Chen Ge." Wang Yihua, blushing slightly, returned the greeting with a timid, "Hello, Chen Ge." Chen Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, Yihua, why don't you sit with Chen Ge on the sofa and chat for a bit? I'll prepare dinner for you both," Wang Ruoxi said, embodying the quintessential caring sister. "Okay." Wang Yihua nodded obediently, gesturing for Chen Fan to take a seat on the sofa while also offering him a cup of warm water. Observing this bashful young man, Chen Fan felt a pang of curiosity. Typically, children of this age radiated energy, so why was he so reserved? "Yihua, do you have any hobbies?" Chen Fan inquired with a smile, deliberately avoiding a direct question about his academic performance. After all, he had once been in that stage of life himself. Despite dropping out early, he understood that an abrupt inquiry into a child's grades could evoke dissatisfaction. Even if unspoken, Wang Yihua seemed taken aback by the question, his cheeks flushing as he stammered, I usually enjoy drinking a bit of beer." "Really?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He would never have guessed that this shy young man had a penchant for beer. "How much can you drink at once?" With a hint of embarrassment, Wang Yihua hesitantly held up 5 fingers, "About 5 bottles, I guess." "Impressive. At your age, I couldn't even finish 2. Chen Fan gently patted Wang Yihua on the shoulder, his voice inadvertently rising. "Sure." Wang Yihua quickly silenced Chen Fan, his gaze unconsciously darting towards his sister Wang Ruoxi, who was focused on cooking. Chen Fan readily perceived his implication and cautiously inquired, "Surely your sister is unaware of your drinking habits?" To his confirmation, Wang Yihua subtly nodded. "Very well then. In the future, I shall discreetly take you for a drink without mentioning it to your sister." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. "Absolutely." Wang Yihua responded with a secret gesture, and in that moment, the two men, meeting for the first time, conversed as if they were longtime friends, sharing laughter and camaraderie. The previously introverted and shy Wang Yihua began to open up under Chen Fan's guidance, even cracking a few jokes. As the 4 dishes and a soup were completed, Wang Ruoshi was about to serve the meal when she noticed that Chen Fan had already struck up a rapport with her brother. She was well aware of her brother's personality, knowing that he typically spoke only a few words before turning red and stammering. Yet now, he conversed with the ease of a normal person. A smile involuntarily graced Wang Ruoshi's face as she placed the dishes on the table and said to the two, "All right, let us pause the chatter and wash our hand for dinner." Thus, Chen Fan and Wang Yihua ceased their conversation, washed their hands, and took their seats at the dining table. Wang Ruoshi's culinary skills were commendable, with a delightful array of colors and flavors that made one's mouth water, igniting Chen Fan's appetite. This time, instead of serving himself first, Chen Fan placed a piece of rib on Wang Yihua's plate before he began to eat. "Eat more meat. You look too thin." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Wang Yihua quietly expressed his gratitude, savoring the rib Chen Fan had offered. Seeing this, a warm sensation surged within Wang Ruoshi, and she softly told the two, "You both enjoy your meal. I will take food to Mom." Wang Yihua's expression momentarily shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, as if everything was merely an illusion. Observant as ever, Chen Fan noticed Wang Yihua's brief change in demeanor but merely smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will take good care of your brother." Wang Ruoshi smiled gently before taking the lunchbox and exiting the room. Once Wang Ruoshi had left, Chen Fan turned to Wang Yihua, saying, "Yihua, after we finish eating, why don't you accompany me for a stroll downstairs?" Wang Yihua paused momentarily, then nodded, hastening his eating pace. Before long, the two finished their meal, tidied the dining area, and packed the remaining dishes into a thermal container so that Wang Ruoshi would not need to reheat them upon her return. They then made their way downstairs to a shop. Chen Fan instructed Wang Yihua to wait outside for a moment while he purchased 2 cans of beer and a pack of cigarettes before emerging from a store. Chapter 69. The Inner Thoughts of Wang Ruoshi. Unscrewing a can of beer, Chen Fan handed it to Wang Yihua while opening one for himself, signaling a toast. Although Wang Yihua did not fully grasp Chen Fan's intentions, he clinked his can with Chen Fan's and took a hearty gulp. Refreshing. Chen Fan, satisfied, lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. As he watched the smoke ascend and dissipate into the air, he remarked, "You must have figured it out by now, right?" "What?" Wang Yihua was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. Observing his perplexed gaze, Chen Fan merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. He took a generous swig of beer, his demeanor remaining unperturbed as he regarded him. "Are you referring to my mother's illness?" Wang Yihua tentatively inquired, as if grasping the situation. Chen Fan non-committally nodded in response. Wang Yihua's expression became exceedingly complex. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally admitted, "Indeed, I have come to know that my mother is afflicted with leukemia." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes betrayed no emotion, for he had anticipated this revelation. For a child of Wang Yihua's age, despite the meticulous efforts of Wang Ruoshi and her mother to conceal the truth, it was impossible to avoid leaving some trace. In the course of their everyday lives, any discrepancies in actions or shifts in speech could easily capture Wang Yihua's attention. Chen Fan extinguished his cigarette, poised to speak, when Wang Yihua continued, "But I cannot let my sister discover my distress. She has already endured enough hardship caring for our mother. I cannot burden her further. Moreover, my mother and sister are keeping this from me to spare me the worry. Thus, I shall pretend to be unaware. However, Chen Ge, every time I think of my mother lying in a hospital bed, my heart aches." At this moment, Wang Yihua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. It was only natural. After all, he was still but a child, and the prolonged suppression of his feelings had finally erupted. Chen Fan gently embraced him, patting his shoulder while softly reassuring him, "Do not worry, nor be afraid. Everything will eventually be all right." Wang Yihua lifted his tear-streaked face and asked, "Chen Ge, will everything truly be fine?" "Yes, it absolutely will," Chen Fan affirmed with unwavering conviction. Yet he added, "However, I secretly sent my mother's medical records to a doctor online, and that person claimed the chances of recovery are slim." Chen Fan, unwilling to shatter the boy's fragile hope, responded with a smile, "The internet is rife with misinformation. Once When I felt unwell, I looked up my symptoms online and nearly frightened myself to death, as it suggested I had a terminal illness. Yet, upon visiting the hospital, guess what? It turned out to be nothing more than a common cold. Can you believe my misfortune? Wang Yihua found solace in Chen Fan's words, breaking into a smile as a flicker of hope reignited in his dark eyes. He nodded earnestly, replying, I understand now, Chen Ge. Thank you. Chen Fan looked at the thoughtful child before him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he embraced Wang Yihua's shoulder, leading him back indoors. Not long after they settled, Wang Ruoxi hurriedly returned from the hospital, anxious that Chen Fan might be growing impatient. There is no need to rush, Chen Fan said, offering her a tissue to wipe the perspiration from her forehead. Thank you. Wang Ruoxi replied softly, expressing her gratitude. Chen Fan gently patted Wang Yihua's shoulder, instructing, Please assist your sister by retrieving the meals I packed earlier. Obediently, Wang Yihua nodded and rose to fetch a lunchbox and chopsticks from the kitchen, presenting them to his sister. Upon opening the lunchbox, Wang Ruoxi immediately recognized that the dishes were not leftovers. As 4 neatly arranged dishes revealed, they had been prepared specifically for this occasion. Thank you, Wang Ruoxi said, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she expressed her gratitude once more to both Chen Fan and Wang Yihua. Enough. Stop just saying thank you and eat your meal. Otherwise, it will get cold. Chen Fan waved his hand and said. After Wang Ruoxi finished dinner, Chen Fan lingered for a while before remarking, All right, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Naturally, Wang Ruoxi did not insist on keeping him, glancing up at the clock on the wall and nodding in agreement. Just before departing, Chen Fan greeted Wang Yihua and made a gesture of drinking with a clenched fist before he left. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Ruoxi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and inquired with a magnetic tone, What did you talk about with my brother today? He looked rather reluctant to part with you. Chen Fan, narcissistically brushing aside his bangs, joked, What can I say? I possess a certain charm. I appeal to both genders. You're insufferable, Wang Ruoxi exclaimed, unable to tolerate Chen Fan's boldness. All right, there's no need to see me off. Let's stop here. As they reached a well-lit spot at the village entrance, Chen Fan halted her attempt to accompany him further. It's fine. I just finished eating and need to digest. Wang Ruoxi replied nonchalantly. You aren't developing feelings for me, are you? Chen Fan stroked his chin, adopting a detective-like demeanor. To his surprise, Wang Ruoxi's face flushed crimson, filled with embarrassment and indignation as she retorted, Who would like you? You narcissist. Even if I did like you, that 200,000 must be repaid. Chen Fan continued to tease her with another jest. Please, who would covet your money? Wang Ruoxi stomped her foot in frustration before turning away in a huff. After she departed, Chen Fan took out his phone and called Chen Wudi. Hello, Wudi? Chen Fan said casually. Upon hearing Chen Fan address him, Chen Wudi knew it wasn't a major issue and replied lightly. What is up, boss? I have a friend whose mother has been diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. The doctor mentioned that time is running short. Do you know any specialists in that field? If not, I'll arrange for her to be sent back to the island. Chen Wudi pondered for a moment before responding, No problem. Well, I don't know anyone personally. I'm sure someone in my network does. I'll take care of it and get back to you by tomorrow noon. Chen Fan acknowledged softly and ended the call. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoxi leaned against a wall, her cheeks still flushed, gently caressing her warm face as she murmured to herself. Oh no, could it be that I truly have feelings for Chen Fan? No, that can't be. But if not, why do I feel so joyous when I see him and a little reluctant to leave? Despite being 25, Wang Ruoxi had never experienced romance, always regarded as the model student by her teachers. Now, having encountered Chen Fan, her heart had been unknowingly stirred by him, leaving her momentarily bewildered about her feelings. Sighing softly, a gentle exhale echoed through the silent alley, reverberating in the moonlight. Chapter 70. An Argument. Chen Fan returned to the villa in the early hours of the morning. He had opted not to take a taxi tonight, instead ambling back with his size 44 feet. If one were to inquire about the reason, even Chen Fan himself couldn't articulate it. Perhaps he simply desired a leisurely walk. Gently pushing open the door, an expanse of unending darkness greeted him. Chen Siyu was not in the living room waiting for him today. But Chen Fan paid no mind as he strode firmly back to his room. Just as he closed the door, the previously bright light in an upstairs bedroom suddenly dimmed. The next day, Chen Fan descended the stairs with renewed vigor, only to find Chen Siyu already seated at the dining table. "What brings you up so early today?" he casually inquired. Chen Siyu's expression was as frigid as ice, and she showed no inclination to speak, fixating intently on her phone. Was she still upset about yesterday's events? Chen Fan thought, attempting a conciliatory smile. He was somewhat perplexed himself. Hadn't he already forewarned Chen Siyu in advance? What could she possibly be angry about? Chen Siyu shot him a glacial glance. Her cheeks flushed like frost, before returning her attention to her phone, seemingly unwilling to exchange a single word with him. Chen Fan, feeling a surge of frustration, cursed inwardly. Despite his earnest attempts to appease her, Chen Siyu remained obstinate. Who in the world dared to treat him with such disdain? Skipping breakfast entirely, he stormed out, leaving Chen Siyu alone in the living room. At that moment, tears began to fall unbidden from Chen Siyu's eyes as she quietly sobbed at the table. Ever since witnessing Wang Ruoshi and Chen Fan together yesterday, her emotions had been in disarray, particularly after Chen Fan returned home in the early hours of the morning, leading her thoughts into a chaotic spiral. This morning, Chen Siyu feigned indifference towards Chen Fan, hoping he would comfort her, but to her dismay, he had grown impatient instead. At that moment, Aunt Wang entered with breakfast, only to notice her young mistress's red-rimmed eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Miss, what has caused you to cry?" Aunt Wang asked softly. "Did the young master upset you?" Chen Siyu stubbornly shook her head, wiping her tears and forcing a smile. "It's nothing, Aunt Wang. Just something got in my eye." Aunt Wang, being of mature age, could easily discern that this was a quarrel between the young couple. Yet, as a caretaker, she refrained from prying further, merely sighing as she retreated. Meanwhile, Chen Fan walked along the road with his hands tucked into his pockets. Today, he had no desire to go to work. Whether he was absent or not mattered little to him, for he was not lacking in finances. He casually found a step by the roadside to sit upon, indifferent to the dust that might cling to him. Such was Chen Fan's character. He always followed his heart, regardless of the circumstances. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the intermittent chirping of cicadas mingled with the distant sound of car horns, echoing in Chen Fan's ears. He squinted against the brightness, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and igniting it, exhaling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. Glancing at the screen, he asked, "Is there any news?" "Yes." Qin Wudi responded affirmatively and continued, "Boss, our organization has an affiliated member, a retired expert from the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences. It could be said that in the realm of leukemia, if he claims second place, no one would dare to claim first." Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, "Arrange for a private plane to bring him over. If he successfully treats the condition, inform him that he can retire on the island." Qin Wudi nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, I will make the arrangements." After ending the call, Chen Fan immersed himself in thought before rising to dial Zhao Shui's number. "Hello, what is it?" Zhao Shui replied curtly. As a close confidant of Chen Siyu, she had just come downstairs that morning to see Chen Siyu staring blankly at the table, her eyes red and puffy, a clear sign that she had been crying. Chen Fan had not been at home that morning, and with a little deduction, it was evident that the two had quarreled. Ignoring Zhao Shui's tone, Chen Fan inquired, "Have you both arrived at the company?" "Yes." "All right, then there's nothing to worry about." Chen Fan hung up the phone decisively once he confirmed their safety at the company. He dusted off his trousers and set off towards the outskirts. In the Shen Group's presidential office, Zhao Shui encouraged, See, Chen Fan genuinely cares about you. He even called to ask about you." She pointed her phone screen towards Chen Siyu, speaking softly. "Humph." Chen Siyu turned her head in anger, paying no heed to her friend's advice. "Could it be that you truly have feelings for Chen Fan?" Zhao Shui asked incredulously. "Bah, how could I possibly like that scoundrel?" Chen Siyu retorted defiantly. "Then why are you so upset?" Zhao Shui pressed. "Chen Fan informed you about dinner beforehand, and even if he returned at dawn, that is his prerogative. After all, You both are merely in a contractual relationship, unless you both willingly choose to tear up that agreement. Zhao Shui pointedly highlighted the issue without indulging her friend's petty temperament. Chen Siyu hesitated, wanting to argue but not knowing where to begin, for Zhao Shui's words held a grain of truth. If you truly have feelings for Chen Fan, just tell him directly. It's not a big deal. Zhao Shui shrugged casually. You wouldn't think it was trivial if you were in my shoes. Chen Siyu retorted indignantly. Does this mean you are admitting it? Zhao Shui seemed to have discovered something profound, her eyes widening with curiosity. Admit what? I haven't said anything. Chen Siyu blushed, naturally unwilling to concede. Oh, look who's getting shy. Zhao Shui teased, playfully rubbing Chen Siyu's exquisite face, laughing heartily. You little rascal, dare to laugh at me? Just you wait. Chen Siyu exclaimed, reaching out to tickle Zhao Shui. In an instant, the office was filled with their joyous laughter. Half an hour later, as Chen Fan arrived at the training base in the suburbs, he noticed that the previously carefree security guards now bore serious expressions, emanating an inexplicable aura. This was the result of their training under the instructors of the infernal demon army. If they were to endure the crucible of battle, these individuals would undoubtedly transform into competent warriors in the future. Chen Fan merely observed from a distance, refraining from interrupting the training of those individuals. In his perspective, although they had undoubtedly improved significantly compared to before, they remained inadequate. To the seasoned experts, they would still falter with a single strike. Based on Chen Fan's calculations, after 3 months of grueling training, it was likely that fewer than 10 would remain, and these 10 would subsequently become the cornerstone of the Shen Group. Chapter 71. Air Dong Chun, the Ordinary Fan. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a warm glow across the streets and alleys of the city. Walking had become an unavoidable task for Chen Fan today. He opted not to use any form of transportation, relying solely on his own 2 legs to traverse the city he had called home for many years. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the entrance of a bar. If memory served him correctly, he had visited this place on his very first day in Chang'an with Qin Wudi. Since destiny had guided him here, Chen Fan decided to indulge in a drink. He casually selected a booth, and a waiter promptly approached, speaking with utmost respect. Good evening. Sir, what would you like to drink? Chen Fan lit a cigarette, waving his hand flamboyantly like a wealthy heir, and declared, Bring me several bottles of your finest wine. The waiter scrutinized Chen Fan for a moment, his expression wavering as he hesitated. Sir, are you certain you wish to order our most expensive wine? Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan replied, Do I appear to be someone who cannot afford it? By the way, how much is it? The waiter calmly stated, 580,000. As Chen Fan prepared to nod in agreement, he suddenly felt as though something had lodged in his throat, causing his voice to rise involuntarily as he mechanically inquired. Did you just say how much? 580,000. The waiter confirmed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Fan rubbed his nose and chuckled. In that case, just bring me your cheapest option. Upon hearing this, a hint of exasperation flickered across the waiter's face, yet his professionalism prevented any outward display of it. Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment. The waiter bowed respectfully and retreated. Lighting another cigarette, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings and exhaled a plume of smoke. Just then, a striking figure caught his eye, a woman with flowing ash-gray hair, cascading effortlessly behind her, her exquisitely sculpted face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Dressed in a purple gown, resembling a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. In Chen Fan's eyes, this woman could rival even Chen Siyu, who was renowned as the most beautiful CEO in Chang'an. However, something was peculiar. One would expect such a captivating woman in a bar to attract the attention of ravenous men. Yet the men present today remained utterly still, not daring to even glance her way. Puzzled, Chen Fan shook his head, dismissing the thought. He extinguished his cigarette and approached the enchanting lady, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Hello, beautiful. Would you care to share a drink with me? He said with a smile, disregarding the nearby patrons as he sat down beside her. Chen Fan's audacious maneuver left everyone present utterly astounded. However, the majority bore expressions of schadenfreude, as this man, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dared to approach the woman. He must be unaware of the peril he has invited upon himself. The bodyguard beside her appeared unable to tolerate this affront and prepared to intervene. Wait. Chen Yin waved her hand lightly, signaling the bodyguard a halt. She turned to Chen Fan with an intriguing gaze and inquired, "Aren't you afraid of me? You're not a ghost, so why should I fear you? Moreover, you're quite beautiful." Chen Fan retorted, rolling his eyes unapologetically as he extracted a cigarette from the table and lit it, his gaze unabashedly appraising Chen Yan's figure. "Impudent," the bodyguard bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. "I dare wager this pretty boy will not walk out of here alive today," the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. "Interesting. It appears you do not know who I am." Chen Yin smiled coyly, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Does it matter who you are?" Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, replying, "Their fear of you does not equate to my own. Just tell me if you will accompany me for a drink." Chen Fan was no fool. He could discern from the crowd's demeanor that this woman held a position of significance. Upon hearing his words, a subtle smile graced Chen Yan's lips as she clapped her hands lightly, summoning the waiter to bring forth several bottles of wine. In a moment, a respectful waiter approached, carefully placing a few bottles of exquisite red wine on the table before bowing and retreating. "Come, you wanted a drink, didn't you? I shall join you," Chen Yin said with a gentle smile, filling 2 glasses before raising one in toast. Chen Fan clinked his glass with hers and downed the contents in one go, remarking that it possessed a delicate richness, declaring it a fine wine. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yin responded, "That sip you just took is worth nearly 100,000. Is that so?" Chen Fan's expression remained unfazed, as if he had merely consumed a glass of plain water. "You are the first man in many years to dare invite me for a drink." Chen Yin elegantly drew a cigarette from her case, taking a delicate puff as she spoke. "Then I am honored," Chen Fan jested in return. The spectators, witnessing this man now conversing and laughing with Chen Yin over drinks, were filled with envy and indignation, regretting their own hesitance to be bolder. If only they could win Chen Yan's favor, their status in Chang'an would surely soar. Yet, in reality, even if they were to attempt an approach, they would find themselves paralyzed by fear, mere blusterers at best. In just half an hour, Chen Fan and Chen Yin had nearly polished off the bottles of red wine before them. Chen Fan stood, brushing off his trousers, and addressed Chen Yin. "Thank you for today's hospitality, beautiful. I shall take my leave now." Chen Yin's eyes sparkled as she smiled softly. "No need for thanks. It was just a few bottles of wine." "Your name is Chen Yin, correct?" Chen Fan inquired, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he prepared to depart. "Yes." Chen Yin nodded in acknowledgement. "Remember my name? Chen, from the east, with the character for ordinary." Chen Fan lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin wisp of smoke. "Because the next time we meet, you will belong to me," he declared with a nonchalant shrug. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin's expression shifted, her face a mask of uncertainty as she retorted coldly, "Are you courting death? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Chen Fan casually remarked, "Suit yourself," before strolling out with his hands tucked into his pockets. As Chen Yin watched his retreating figure, her demeanor turned icy, as though the very air around her had plummeted to freezing temperatures. "Instruct the team to investigate this man's identity. Leave no stone unturned," she commanded her bodyguard. "Understood." When the bodyguard departed, Chen Yin murmured to herself, pondering for a long while before lifting her head with a charming smile. "I am quite curious to see how you intend to make me your woman. Should you fail, be prepared to face the consequences." Chapter 72. Dissolution of the Contract. Exiting the bar, Chen Fan inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Perhaps due to his advancing years, the intoxicating atmosphere of the bar had begun to feel somewhat overwhelming. Strolling under the moonlight, he dismissed the earlier conversation with Chen Yin from his mind. It is only natural to admire beauty, and having spent a considerable time in Chang'an, he found himself nostalgically yearning for his former hedonistic lifestyle. Today, encountering such a stunning woman had become his newfound objective. For Chen Fan, he generally preferred not to indulge overly virtuous women, as it often left him with a sense of guilt. Like with Shen Siyu, and Wang Ruashi. However, with Qian Yuyin from a bar, he felt no such burden. Simply put, in his view, women who frequent bars are typically in search of excitement. And Qian Yuyin was likely no different. Even if her background was extraordinary, it was inconsequential to him. After all, he was a man who had even shared a bed with a royal princess. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Fan gently pushed the door open, only to find Chen Siyu sitting dazedly on the sofa, evidently waiting for him. "Were you waiting for me?" he inquired, a touch of masculine nonchalance in his tone. Despite their earlier friction that morning, Chen Fan had nearly forgotten about it. Chen Siyu nodded slightly, surprisingly acknowledging his question. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the usually stubborn Chen Siyu to concede today. "What is it that you were waiting for?" he asked, settling beside her and idly picking up an apple from the coffee table. Just as Chen Siyu was about to speak, she caught a whiff of perfume and alcohol lingering on him, frowning as she asked, "Did you just drink with a woman?" "Indeed," Chen Fan replied candidly, showing no intention of denying it. "You." Chen Siyu's expression shifted dramatically, her mood darkening as she fell silent for a moment. "Why the sudden silence?" Chen Fan queried, puzzled by her unexpected quietness. Chen Siyu's face reflected a whirlwind of emotions as she hesitated to voice her thoughts, ultimately shaking her head and rising. "Never mind. It's nothing. What on earth is wrong with you today?" Chen Fan, feeling helpless, let out a complaint and seized the wrist of Chen Siyu, who was about to leave. Startled by his sudden action, Chen Siyu lost her balance and fell directly into his embrace. Chen Fan sat on the sofa, holding Chen Siyu, gazing at her exquisite, oval face. "Go ahead and speak," he said lightly. "If you choose to remain silent today, then you may continue resting in my arms." Chen Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson. She attempted to struggle and rise, but Chen Fan firmly restrained her, preventing any movement. "Stop trying so hard to escape. If you manage to break free, I might as well walk outside and let a car run me over," he remarked casually. To his surprise, Chen Siyu reacted even more intensely, covering his mouth with her right hand and admonishing him, "Could you refrain from uttering such ominous words?" Chen Fan's expression mirrored his astonishment. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her to a mere offhand comment. Nevertheless, he nodded and slightly relaxed his hold, allowing her to lie more comfortably in his embrace. "Now can we talk? What is it that you wish to wait for?" Chen Siyu instinctively bit her lip, her face tinged with a deeper blush. "Just don't tell me that you've actually developed feelings for me," Chen Fan jested, attempting to lighten the mood. To his dismay, Chen Siyu remained silent, offering no denial. "Wait a moment. Are you serious, Chen Siyu?" Chen Fan gasped, nearly dropping her in shock. She shot him a glare, her cheeks still rosy, and replied coolly, "What? Am I not presentable enough?" Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chen Fan's expression grew complex as he replied, "It's not a matter of being presentable. I simply do not believe I am suited for such matters." Chen Siyu sat up from his embrace, locking eyes with him, her voice soft yet firm. "Not suited for what? For a romantic relationship?" After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Chen Siyu bit her lip, her complexion paling slightly as she forced a smile. "I understand. I'm not feeling well, so I'll head upstairs." Chen Fan refrained from urging her to stay or offering words of comfort. Having made the decision to decline, he resolved to do so decisively, without hesitation. Yet, once Chen Siyu departed, a sharp pang of pain pierced his heart, only to dissipate almost instantly. The following day, as Chen Fan sat at the dining table, savoring his breakfast, he noticed Chen Siyu and Zhao Shui descending the stairs together. He attempted to gauge Chen Siyu's expression, but, regrettably, gleaned nothing. Shaking his head, he returned his focus to his meal. "Oof." Zhao Shui sat down across from him, suddenly letting out a cold snort. Chen Fan felt perplexed, glancing at both Zhao Shui and Chen Siyu before continuing with his breakfast. "Chen Fan," Chen Siyu called out softly, biting her lip and hesitating slightly. "I think we should dissolve our contract." Taken aback, Chen Fan paused mid-motion, looking up in surprise. "Have you made up your mind?" he asked quietly. Chen Siyu's expression was complex, yet she nodded. "All right," he replied softly, hastening his breakfast. "Once I finish eating, I will move out." The response was a profound silence. The atmosphere in the living room heavy, as if a pin could be heard dropping, with no one uttering a word. At last, it was Zhao Shui who shattered the fragile tranquility. "You ought to reconsider," she urged. Chen Siyu stubbornly shook her head, attempting to rise. But at the very moment she stood, she felt as if her entire being had been drained, on the brink of collapsing. This was the conclusion she had reached after much contemplation the previous night. She acknowledged that during her time with Chen Fan, he had unknowingly nestled himself into her heart. Yet, after she had laid bare her feelings, he had rejected her. This left the typically proud Chen Siyu struggling to accept the reality. If they could not be lovers in this lifetime, then they must become strangers. What was the purpose of a contractual marriage? Since she had allowed herself to become emotionally invested, she could only accept the consequences with tears in her eyes. Just as Chen Siyu prepared to depart, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she softly addressed Chen Fan. "I will ensure the penalty fee is transferred to you as stipulated in the contract, and I will continue to inquire about your sister's whereabouts." Chen Fan nodded calmly in response. Observing her friend leaving, Zhao Shui cast a glance at Chen Fan and hurried to follow her. Chapter 73. Diverging Paths. Regarding the look Zhao Shui had just given, Chen Fan had no desire to delve into its meaning, for all past grievances would dissipate with that contract. Once they had both departed, Chen Fan leisurely entered his room, intending to gather his belongings and prepare for departure. Packing his suitcase merely involved a few articles of clothing and a charger. Within 2 or 3 minutes, he had everything arranged. As he gazed at the bedroom, where he had spent nearly 2 months, a sense of wistfulness washed over him. Since leaving Chang'an years ago, this place had likely been where he had stayed the longest, apart from his island. Shaking his head, he dismissed his thoughts, gently closed the door, and readied himself to leave. Just before his departure, a thought of the girl upstairs, peacefully slumbering, crossed his mind. He set down his backpack and quietly ascended the stairs. Outside Chen Siyu's room, he gently pushed the door open and found her restlessly sprawled across the bed, her body contorted like a large letter, limbs akimbo, occasionally emitting soft snores. A genuine smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he gazed at her affectionately. He tucked her exposed limbs back under the covers and discreetly placed a black card beside her pillow before tiptoeing out. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and a cigarette between his lips, Chen Fan walked along the gravel path of the villa complex, which widened as he progressed, harmonizing with the blue sky above. He halted, took out his phone, and added Chen Siyu and Zhao Shui's contact information to his blacklist before resolutely stepping outside. In the Shun Group's presidential office, Chen Siyu was sprawled over her desk, weeping uncontrollably, her body shaking incessantly. Zhao Shui's attempts at consolation proved futile. Ultimately, the one who tied the knot must also untie it, and this matter could only be resolved by the two of them. For no amount of advice from others could alter the situation. It seemed that Chen Siyu had cried herself weary, and her sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her arm. With reddened eyes, she softly said to Zhao Shui, "You go ahead and attend to your matters. I'm fine. How can I possibly relax knowing you're in this state?" Zhao Shui replied, her voice rising in urgency. "Really? I'm okay." Chen Siyu stubbornly shook her head and choked out, "I just need a moment of solitude." "Very well, but do let me know if you need anything. I'll be outside waiting," Zhao Shui instructed with concern as she departed. "Okay." Chen Siyu smiled and acquiesced to her friend's request. After Zhao Shui left, Chen Siyu quietly entered the adjacent bedroom, removed her shoes, and sat on the bed. She couldn't help but inhale deeply, sensing a lingering trace of tobacco that seemed to belong solely to Chen Fan on the blanket. A smile graced her lips as she tightly embraced the blanket, lying down and drifting into slumber. Perhaps she dreamt of delightful escapades, for a gentle curve appeared on her sleeping visage, reminiscent of a slumbering beauty. "Young man, your heart appears quite troubled," an elderly gentleman clad in a military coat remarked, holding a few used chess pieces in his hand, speaking earnestly to the young man before him. Chen Fan, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality and quickly realized he was in the midst of a chess game. Apologizing, he moved his cannon to the position of his opponent's knight. Alas, the old man sighed, capturing Chen Fan's recently moved cannon with his rook. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Since we began this game, you've been in a daze no less than 5 times. Your focus is elsewhere. You should take your leave." With a wry smile, Chen Fan slung his bag over his shoulder and departed from the park. Since leaving the villa, Shun Siyu's image had continuously haunted his mind, preventing him from concentrating on the game. A bitter expression crossed his face as he realized that in the vast city of Chang'an, he had nowhere to call home at this moment, a rather ironic predicament, considering he had been in the industry for 8 years and had never before been dismissed by an employer. Suddenly, his phone rang, its tone ringing out inopportunely. It was Wang Ruoshi. Chen Fan answered the call. "Hello, Chen Fan." Wang Ruoshi's melodious voice resonated from the other end, suggesting that something good had transpired. "What is up?" Chen Fan asked, lighting a cigarette. "The hospital just called. The most authoritative hematology expert in the country is coming to oversee my mother's leukemia treatment," Wang Ruoshi exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. "Really? That's wonderful news." Chen Fan couldn't help but smile, feeling genuinely happy for her. "Of course. Do you have time today? I'd like to treat you to a meal," Wang Ruoshi proposed, her enthusiasm palpable. "Sure, no problem." Chen Fan readily agreed, having nowhere else to go. "All right. I'll wait for you downstairs after work," Wang Ruoshi said, unaware that Chen Fan had resigned. Chen Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose and admitted, "I'm not working at Shun S Group anymore. I resigned today." "What? Why did you quit?" Wang Ruoshi felt a sense of confusion, as she had not received any personnel notifications. It was difficult for her to articulate her thoughts, but she confirmed that she had indeed resigned. Perhaps Shun Siyu had not yet had the opportunity to inform her. "Oh, very well," Wang Ruoshi replied with a hint of dejection. "Please send me your location, and I shall pick you up after work." Chen Fan agreed and promptly ended the call. Inside a Michelin-starred restaurant, Chen Fan and Wang Ruoshi sat facing each other. In truth, Chen Fan had little desire to dine at such an establishment. The prices were exorbitant, the portions meager, and he would have preferred a hearty plate of fried noodles from a street vendor. However, he could not resist Wang Ruoshi's insistence, and thus they found themselves here. As they awaited their meal, Wang Ruoshi suddenly inquired, "By the way, Chen Fan, why did you resign? Is there something troubling your family?" Upon hearing her words, a fleeting sadness flickered in Chen Fan's eyes, but he quickly masked it with composure. "It's nothing. Perhaps it's best left unspoken," he replied. Noticing Chen Fan's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Ruoshi decided to change the subject. The meal passed amidst laughter and conversation. Upon exiting the restaurant, the night sky shimmered with twinkling stars, a gentle breeze wafting through the air, bringing a refreshing coolness. "Where do you live? I shall drive you home," Wang Ruoshi offered, taking the driver's seat since they had both abstained from alcohol that evening. While Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his head, hesitating to respond. "If it's inconvenient, I won't press the matter," Wang Ruoshi said softly, assuming he was reluctant to disclose his address. "It's not that it's inconvenient. I used to be Shun Siyu's personal bodyguard, so I lived at his place. Now that I've resigned, I haven't yet secured a new residence." Chen Fan explained. "I see," Wang Ruoshi said, her understanding dawning. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Why not stay at my place for the time being? You can move out once you find a new apartment." Chen Fan shook his head. "No, that's all right. I can find a friend to stay with." "Is a male friend or a female one?" Wang Ruoshi casually inquired as she adjusted her hair. "A male," Chen Fan replied. A smile involuntarily crept onto Wang Ruoshi's face. "Then you mustn't cook. 2 men living together is hardly hygienic. Stay at my house instead, and you can share with my younger brother. I can cook for you both after work." Chen Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. For him, it mattered little where he stayed. Even sleeping on the street would be inconsequential. However, considering that Wang Ruoshi would need to care for her mother, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing Chen Fan acquiesce, Wang Ruoshi appeared more delighted than he, urging him to take the passenger seat. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Audi A3 shot forward like an arrow, quickly disappearing down the street. On his second visit to Wang Ruoshi's home, Chen Fan felt quite at ease, easily slipping into his slippers. Noticing Wang Yihua engrossed in his homework in his room, he chose not to disturb him and settled onto the sofa to play with his phone. Wang Ruoshi tiptoed over to the sofa, poured a glass of water for Chen Fan, and asked, "What would you like to eat tomorrow afternoon? Are you coming back to cook?" Wang Ruoshi softly acknowledged, expressing her concern for the meals prepared outside, which prompted her to return home each noon to cook for her mother. "Can't your brother manage?" Chen Fan inquired. Slightly perplexed, Wang Ruoshi let out a bitter smile. "My brother can handle other tasks, but when it comes to cooking, it is indeed unpalatable." "Very well," Chen Fan nodded, then added, "There's no need to worry about it. I will take care of the cooking for the time being." "Absolutely not." Wang Ruoshi quickly waved her hands in refusal. "As a guest, how can I allow you to cook?" Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, your mother will enjoy my cooking, though I will need you to deliver it. Considering my current situation." Wang Ruoshi bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Then I shall trouble you." "Ah, it's merely a small matter." Chen Fan instinctively reached for a cigarette case, but paused, reconsidering his action. Wang Ruoshi appeared to understand him. She rose to open the window, smiling as she kindly remarked, "It's fine, go ahead and smoke. Just try to limit it." Chen Fan responded with a faint smile, finally casting aside his reservations. He extracted a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag. "Sister, who are you talking to?" Wang Yihua, who had been reviewing his studies, emerged from his room, rubbing his sleepy head. "Chingu." Before Wang Ruoshi could respond, Wang Yihua, noticing Chen Fan in the living room enveloped in smoke, greeted him in surprise. Chen Fan exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled. Nodding, "Yihua, your Chingu is about to become homeless. Could you possibly provide me shelter for a while?" "Of course." Wang Yihua boldly patted his chest, displaying none of his usual shyness. Chen Fan clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. "Then I thank the valiant Wang." Wang Yihua feigned maturity, waved his hand dismissively, and hurriedly sat on the sofa to engage in conversation with Chen Fan. Witnessing this warm scene, Wang Ruoshi's face lit up with a smile. The two most important people in her life. Since Chen Fan's arrival, her mother's health had improved, and her brother's demeanor had gradually brightened. Wang Ruoshi suddenly felt that Chen Fan's presence in her life was perhaps the finest gift bestowed upon her by fate. Lost in thought, she shook her head, lightly tapping her flushed cheek, and retrieved a paper cup from the drawer, filling it with water to serve as a makeshift ashtray for Chen Fan. Chen Fan paused, looked up at Wang Ruoshi, and offered her a smile. After extinguishing his cigarette and placing it in the paper cup, the three of them settled on the sofa to chat. In the dead of night, within Wang Yihua's room, he quietly asked, "Chengu, may I pose a question?" "Of course. Ask away." Chen Fan replied with a gentle smile. "Are you and my sister in a romantic relationship?" Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Wang Yihua, without a second thought, responded, "Since childhood, my sister has always been the object of pursuit for countless boys. Yet I have never witnessed her treat anyone with such kindness, nor have I seen her bring someone home." Chen Fan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to reply. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "My relationship with your sister is merely that of friends." "All right," Wang Yihua replied, disappointment lacing his words. Chen Fan gently patted the blanket beside him and murmured, "Regardless of what our relationship is at present, she holds great significance in my life. Now let us sleep." Without waiting for a response, he closed his eyes, plunging the room into a profound stillness, with only the faint sound of their breathing reverberating in the air. Chen Fan had been residing at Wang Ruoshi's home for nearly a week. During this time, he spent his days cooking, playing games, and occasionally visiting the training base to check on his comrades, feeling quite at ease. However, Randy had informed him that Shen Siwei had been frantically searching for him every day since his departure, driving around without pause. Yet upon hearing this, Chen Fan remained remarkably calm, merely advising Randy to ensure her safety. This day marked Chen Fan's last at Wang Ruoshi's home. As Wang Yihua was set to begin school the following day, he felt it would be inappropriate to continue staying there, given the implications of a single man and woman cohabiting. After all, he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, and Wang Ruoshi was undeniably an exceptionally beautiful woman. Sister Shi, After you drop off Iwa tomorrow, I will find a suitable time to move out, Chen Fan said, lighting a cigarette as he spoke to Wang Ruoxi, who was busy packing her brother's belongings. Why the sudden decision to move? Wang Ruoxi paused, her movements faltering as she looked at him quizzically. Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his nose. I found a job that provides accommodation and meals, so I decided to relocate there. Commuting back and forth would be inconvenient otherwise. You're lying again. Wang Ruoxi fixed her gaze on him, her eyes piercing. Every time you feel guilty, you scratch your nose. Chen Fan shukel de quality. Taken aback by her perceptiveness. He had not anticipated that Wang Ruoxi would understand him so well. Chapter 75, The Fiery Urge. With a resigned gesture, Chen Fan admitted, "All right. I confess I was not truthful." Wang Ruoxi scrutinized him intently, seemingly eager for a concrete explanation. The main reason is that now that your brother has left, it's not particularly proper for us, a man and a woman, to be alone together. It doesn't matter to me, but for you, a young lady, it could lead to unwelcome rumors. Chen Fan articulated his concerns in one breath. That's of no consequence. Wang Ruoxi shook her head dismissively. As long as we conduct ourselves appropriately, what does it matter what others say? Chen Fan felt somewhat at a loss, realizing that his lengthy explanation had fallen on deaf ears. Well, since you seem unconcerned, I won't press the issue further, he shrugged, recognizing that he was not the type to dwell on such matters. If he found himself overwhelmed by desire, he would simply seek out Qian Yuyin, he mused internally. In the heart of Chang'an City, at the Dragon Group's headquarters, in the office of the general manager, Long Fei sat languidly on the sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke. On the coffee table before him rested a bottle of exquisite red wine that had already been decanted. A female secretary cautiously poured the wine into a goblet and slowly presented it to Long Fei, softly addressing him as young master. Long Fei's expression was profoundly contemplative. After receiving the glass of red wine, he refrained from drinking it immediately. Instead, he swirled the wine within the glass and inquired softly, "What news do we have regarding the Shun Group?" The female secretary nodded gently, her voice imbued with a magnetic allure as she replied, "According to reports from our informants, there has been no sighting of Chen Fan at the Shun Group in recent days. It is rumored that he has been personally dismissed by Shen Siyu." "Oh, what is the reason behind this?" A flicker of surprise crossed Long Fei's eyes. "The specific details have yet to be clarified," the female secretary responded promptly, bowing slightly as she spoke. Long Fei, however, felt no anger towards her perceived oversight, for this secretary had been by his side for several years, and he harbored an indescribable affection for her. Nevertheless, as the eldest son of the Long family, his future spouse must be someone of notable repute in the entirety of Chang'an City. Thus, despite his feelings for the secretary, his father would undoubtedly oppose a union with a mere secretary. Consequently, the secretary would have to endure the role of his lover. Gently, Long Fei assisted her to her feet and said softly, "There is no need for such tension, after all these years. Do you not comprehend the depth of my feelings for you?" The secretary trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Although Long Fei was known to the world as ruthless and merciless, he had always treated her with gentleness, never once unleashing his temper upon her throughout the years. The secretary's expression was complex, and for the first time, she leaned in to kiss Long Fei. Long Fei was taken aback, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he asked, "Have you truly accepted me from the depths of your heart?" He understood that while their encounters over the years were not infrequent, they stemmed from his status rather than her voluntary desire. Yet today, she had initiated the kiss, signifying her acceptance. The secretary shyly nodded, fully embracing him at this moment. "Very well," Long Fei replied, a heartfelt smile illuminating his face as he guided the secretary to his side and retrieved his phone to make a call. "Please check the marital registration status of Shen Siyu." He resumed his usual haughty demeanor, issuing the command with an air of indifference. "Moments latte." The voice on the other end reported, "Young master, our investigation reveals that Shen Siyu has never registered a marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Understood," Long Fei responded, pondering deeply. After a considerable pause, a knowing smile crept across his face. He had pieced together the entirety of the situation. and it was time to set his next plan in motion. Nonetheless, he owed a debt of gratitude to his secretary. Without her, he might not have recalled the matter of Chen Siyu's marital status. Long Fei drew the female secretary into his embrace, kissing her tenderly from head to toe, his hands roaming audaciously across her delicate form, enveloping the entire office in an atmosphere of intimacy. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Fan awoke abruptly from his slumber. He chose not to rouse the still-sleeping Wang Yihua, quietly dressing before exiting the room. Upon entering the living room, Chen Fan beheld Wang Ruoshi clad in an apron, diligently preparing breakfast. Perhaps driven by the fear of tardiness, she had not even taken the time to tie her hair up, resulting in rebellious strands dancing before her eyes. With a sigh of resignation, she used her free right hand to tuck them behind her ear. Observing this, Chen Fan could not help but smile. He approached her from behind, took the cooking spoon, and gently suggested, "You should go wash up and tie your hair. Allow me to take over." Wang Ruoshi, slightly embarrassed, smiled in response and did not refuse, promptly turning to freshen up. Chen Fan swiftly cooked a few eggs for breakfast, while Wang Ruoshi prepared sandwiches, layering lettuce meat and eggs between slices of bread, accompanied by the freshly made soy milk she had prepared. It was truly a delightful feast. After finishing a sandwich, Chen Fan rose to awaken Wang Yihua, realizing that they were running out of time. They drove with their luggage to the entrance of a high school in the city, where the area was bustling with vehicles and a continuous flow of people, leaving hardly any space to step. Faced with this chaos, Chen Fan turned to Wang Ruoshi in the passenger seat and said, "Ruoshi, you should take your brother out. I need to find a place to park." Wang Ruoshi nodded in agreement, and Chen Fan, along with Wang Yihua, unloaded the luggage before heading off to find a parking spot. After about 15 minutes of searching, Chen Fan finally managed to squeeze the car into a vacant space and hurried towards the school. In just a few hundred meters, he returned to Wang Ruoshi's side. But Wang Yihua was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Yihua?" Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. "He said he didn't need us to escort him and went in first." Wang Ruoshi replied with a hint of exasperation. Though he could be a bit introverted, he has an exceptionally stubborn temperament. "Oh well, shall we head back then?" Chen Fan remarked as he lit a cigarette. Wang Ruoshi nodded, walking alongside him back to the parking area. Since Wang Ruoshi had to work that day, Chen Fan returned home alone. Feeling a touch of loneliness, Chen Fan spent the day idly at home, only cooking lunch while the rest of the time was consumed by his phone. After playing a round of games, he abandoned the idea of continuing, reflecting that he ought to find something to occupy his time. Idleness was not a sustainable state. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since he had nothing to do, why not visit Chen Yan at the bar? It would be a splendid opportunity to unwind from the pressures he had been experiencing. With determination, he tidied his hair and stepped outside with his keys in hand, his destination set for the Sia bar. Chapter 76, Conditions Met. Arriving at the entrance of Sia bar by taxi, Chen Fan handed the driver a 100 yuan note, signaling that no change was needed, and lit a cigarette as he walked towards the bar. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of the entrance, which had been battered and rendered unrecognizable. With several intimidating men standing guard, a wave of apprehension washed over him. It appeared that trouble had come to the establishment. For heaven's sake, I hope Chen Yan is safe, he thought anxiously. Why should today be in vain for me? Halt! One of the men extended his hand to block Chen Fan's path. His expression twisted in a menacing snarl. Chen Fan, lacking the inclination for idle chatter, swiftly advanced, effortlessly dispatching them in mere moments. As he stepped into the bar, a gruesome sight met his eyes. The floor was stained with blood, and the bar's bouncers lay in agony, sprawled upon the ground. The once pristine glass, sculpted by the sun and moon, was now shattered and precarious, threatening to collapse at any moment. Observing the scene, it was evident that this was no mere bar brawl. It was a gang conflict. Chen Fan smiled with intrigue, pondering whether Chen Yan was indeed a formidable figure. This revelation deepened his interest. Ascending the staircase at a measured pace, he found the second floor in an even more dire state than the first, with countless bodies strewn about, limbs severed, and the corridors choked with corpses, resembling a horrifying murder scene from a film. Just as Chen Fan prepared to continue his ascent, he faintly heard a series of muffled cries, which seemed to belong to Qian Yuyan. He quickened his pace. Upon reaching the third floor, he observed a dense crowd encircling Qian Yuyan, with her remaining few subordinates bound and trapped within the throng. Perhaps caught off guard by the unexpected intruder, none of them noticed Chen Fan's presence. Qian Yuyan, at this juncture, do you truly believe resistance holds any merit? Do you wish to condemn your comrades to their doom? A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, with prominent brows and a square jaw, took a deliberate puff from his cigar and spoke with feigned righteousness. Huh! Qian Yuyan spat defiantly, her expression frigid. Had it not been for your deceit in scattering my people, do you believe you would even be worthy to stand here and converse with me? Xiao Feng scoffed dismissively. This world has long since transcended the days of mere brute force. Now, he said, tapping his temple, it is about wit. Enough of your drivel. I would rather die than acquiesce to your demands. Qian Yuyan declared, drawing a handgun from her waist, her exquisite face set with determination. This last bullet was reserved for herself. She could only imagine the horrific retribution that awaited her should she fall into the hands of these fiends. Xiao Feng, witnessing her intent to end her life, became alarmed and menacingly threatened. If you dare to take that route, I will have your comrades dismembered one by one. Yin Ye, you don't have to worry about us. One of Qian Yuyan's female confidants shouted. Indeed, Yin Jie, we are no cowards. The other two male bodyguards echoed in agreement. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted from the female confidant as Xiao Feng plunged a dagger deep in her thigh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Xiao Yun, Qian Yuyan screamed, her heart shattering as tears streamed down her face. In that moment, she felt an agonizing wrenching of her heart. Could one truly bear to witness the tragic demise of their siblings right before their eyes? Were it not for their own existence, perhaps they would be reveling in life, untouched by such vengeance, all of this misery stemming solely from oneself. A sorrowful smile crept across Qian Yuyan's face, as if she had resigned herself to her fate, casting the handgun to the ground. Precisely, Xiao Feng said, suppressing the fervor within him, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Just as he was about to reach out and caress Qian Yuyan's skin, a voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Ahem! Chen Fan coughed lightly, drawing the attention of the group. Who are you? We're my brothers from downstairs. Xiao Feng halted his actions, casting a menacing glare at this unexpected intruder. In stark contrast, Qian Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Chen Fan, as if she could scarcely believe that the man who had approached her some time ago had the audacity to come here alone. Did he not fear for his life? If they dare to obstruct me, I shall send them to meet the king of hell. Chen Fan replied with a shrug, his tone as casual as if he had just squashed an ant. Are you claiming you have killed my men? Xiao Feng advanced slowly towards Chen Fan, his expression wavering between anger and uncertainty. Chen Fan merely nodded, regarding the surrounding onlookers as if they were inconsequential. Then let your life serve as recompense. Xiao Feng commanded nonchalantly, dismissing the insignificant ant before him, for he had more pressing matters at hand. In the next instant, the crowd encircled them, the cold gleam of their weapons sending a chill down one's spine at just a single glance. Wait! Chen Fan raised his hand, addressing Xiao Feng. I wish to exchange a few words with that young lady before my demise, if you would permit. With a gesture towards Qian Yuyan, he added, Fear not. My esteemed brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. With so many here, our escape is surely impossible. Xiao Feng, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, furrowed his brow and waved his hand impatiently. Make it quick. You have 1 minute. Exceed that by a second, and I shall take a slice from you. Not a problem. Chen Fan replied with a grin, cheerfully approaching Qian Yuyan. Uncertain of Chen Fan's intentions, Qian Yuyan's icy demeanor remained unyielding as she asked, Are you truly unafraid of death? Chen Fan shook his head, opting not to answer her directly, instead inquiring, Do you recall what I said to you that day? The next time we meet, you shall belong to me. Qian Yuyan shot him a fierce glare, thinking, what use are such words when facing death? Chen Fan merely shrugged, nonchalantly stating, If I can rescue you today, will you agree to my terms? Chen Yin dismissed his words as jest, scoffing. If you truly possess the ability to save me, I shall submit to your whims. Very well, it is settled, Chen Fan replied with a nod. Turning to Xiao Feng and declaring, Brother, I have spoken. We may commence. Even after years of navigating the underworld, Xiao Feng found himself perplexed by this man's audacity. Yet he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to act. With the terms agreed upon, Chen Fan felt liberated from restraint before anyone could move. He dashed forth like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 77. The Pioneer of the Blade Realm. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan's figure darted through the throngs of henchmen with astonishing speed. Each punch he delivered sent dozens of assailants flying, their bodies arcing through the air like projectiles before crashing to the ground. However, the seemingly endless sea of people engulfed the entire three-story bar, and in an instant, Chen Fan's silhouette was swallowed by the tide, as if devoured by a gaping abyss. How audacious! Xiao Feng exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, his expression impassive. To him, Chen Fan was merely an insignificant insect, utterly inconsequential against this vast multitude. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the crowd, revealing several henchmen attempting a stealthy ambush from behind Chen Fan, brandishing their machetes. Yet, it was as if Chen Fan possessed eyes in the back of his head. With effortless precision, he caught the glinting blade between his fingers. In the next moment, he exerted a slight pressure, and the machete disintegrated into fragments as if made of paper, the splintered pieces cascading like a tidal wave, piercing through the very bodies of the would-be attackers. Perhaps due to the sheer swiftness of his actions, the henchmen failed to comprehend their fate. As they took a step forward, their forms were obliterated, reduced to mere dust as if struck by a laser. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, the once confident henchmen now recoiling in fear, gasping in disbelief. Could a mere pair of fingers truly intercept their blades? Was he even human? At that moment, Xiao Feng could no longer remain seated. He approached Chen Fan with measured steps, his eyes glinting with intrigue. This is rather interesting. How about you join me? Together, we could dominate the underworld of Chang'an City. Xiao Feng was resolute in his desire to recruit Chen Fan. Such a powerful ally would significantly hasten his ascent to supremacy in the underworld, perhaps even rivaling the four great families of Chang'an. Though Chen Fan had dispatched a few of his subordinates, he had more than enough to spare. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. You wish to recruit me? Indeed, Xiao Feng acknowledged, his tone nonchalant. Chen Fan nodded decisively, prompting a shiver to run through Qian Yuyan, who was watching intently. Chen Fan's remarkable display had ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Should he accept the offer, her own fate would surely be intertwined with his. However, Chen Fan's demeanor shifted as he regarded Xiao Feng with a playful glint. What are your conditions? Just a bit of money. Xiao Feng waved dismissively. As the king of the underworld, he had wealth in abundance. Then let me be frank, Chen Fan replied innocently. After you take your own life, I shall join you. Xiao Feng was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly caught the implication, his tone turning icy and menacing. Are you mocking me? Indeed. Chen Fan grinned, unabashed. With a swift motion, Xiao Feng seized a machete from one of his henchmen and approached Chen Fan, his voice cold as ice. Very well, prepare to be fed to the fish. In the next instant, Xiao Feng swung the long blade downward with ferocious force, slicing through the air, as a brilliant arc of light emanated from a knife, a manifestation of a skill honed to perfection. As the renowned sovereign of the underground world, Xiao Feng established his formidable reputation years ago with nothing more than a butcher's knife, carving out his name single-handedly in the shadows, which ultimately led him to his current esteemed position. Upon witnessing the terrifying glint of Xiao Feng's blade, Qian Yuyan's complexion turned ghostly pale. It was this very knife that had just bested her. Chen Fan, observing the scene, revealed a hint of disdain on his countenance. When it came to blades, he was the progenitor of the entire sword realm. How audacious of Xiao Feng to flaunt his skills before him. Throughout his life, Chen Fan seldom drew his sword, and among the vast expanse of the world, there were scarcely any capable of compelling him to do so. Should his blade be unsheathed, the thugs before him would likely be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. with an air of nonchalance. Chen Fan even found the time to light a cigarette. As the long knife was poised to strike his face, he gently extended a finger to make contact with the blade's surface. In the next moment, Xiao Feng's long knife was sent flying by an overwhelming force, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before plunging straight into the ground, emitting a resonant hum. The spectators, whether thugs or Qian Yuyan, were collectively engulfed in astonishment and disbelief. They were acutely aware of the sheer might behind Xiao Feng's strike, even from a distance. The chilling radiance emanating from the blade had sent shivers down their spines. Yet, Chen Fan had effortlessly neutralized this peril with a mere fingertip. "I offer you a chance. Leave or perish here," Chen Fan declared coldly, gazing at the dazed Xiao Feng. At that moment, Xiao Feng, staring at his empty right hand, felt a tumultuous storm within. Chen Fan's simple gesture had utterly shattered his psychological defenses. Having traversed Chang'an for decades, he had taken countless lives with that very knife. Yet, he pondered whether even the most formidable warriors among the four prominent families could withstand such a blow. Xiao Feng let out a bitter laugh, recognizing that his era had irrevocably passed. Bowing his head in resignation, he confessed, "Since my youth, I have regarded life and death with indifference. Though I may not rival you today, I still command an endless sea of followers." Chen Fan scoffed, "A mere rabble, just a slight delay. Since you're so eager for death, then let it be so." Chen Fan uttered indifferently, regarding a life as inconsequential in his eyes. He extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, flicking it with a finger, causing it to pierce Xiao Feng's chest like a bullet. Bang! Xiao Feng's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the gaping wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, marking the complete demise of a once great ruler of the underground realm. The thugs, witnessing this miraculous scene, were gripped by terror, fearing that they might be next. A cigarette, but could kill? Such a method of murder was beyond their comprehension. In an instant, hundreds of thugs huddled together in a corner, none daring to entertain thoughts of resistance. Qian Yuyan. Chen Fan disregarded the thugs and approached the nearly petrified Qian Yuyan, smiling. "Well, have I not saved you?" Qian Yuyan's delicate face was blank, her expression a whirlwind of complexity, her psyche profoundly shaken by Chen Fan's display of power. One man, standing against 1,000? Did he actually slay the opposing leader? Is this the legendary feat of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Speak up. Chen Fan impatiently nudged Qian Yuyan's shoulder. Qian Yuyan found herself at a loss for words, stumbling as she spoke. Enough, enough. Chen Fan waved his hand, surveying the trembling henchmen around him. He addressed them, saying, "Your leader has perished today. In a struggle for power, the victors and the vanquished must be determined. Henceforth, you shall follow Qian Yuyan. What say you?" With a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking, he settled himself onto a lavish sofa, lightly tapping the opulent marble coffee table before him. "Rest assured, I am a proponent of democracy and shall not impose my will upon anyone." One of the henchmen timidly stepped forward, appearing to be a small leader among them. Although Chen Fan was undeniably powerful, they remained confident that their numbers could overpower him through sheer force. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the marble coffee table before Chen Fan suddenly cracked open, splintering into pieces. The henchmen gasped collectively, retreating a step, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they were gazing upon a monster. Only the small leader remained awkwardly frozen, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, nervously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He stammered, "What I meant to say was that we are willing to follow Leader Yan's lead. If Leader Yan directs us east, we would never dare to go west." The others quickly nodded in agreement, fearing that any delay might provoke Chen Fan's ire. Chapter 78. You are my woman. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, calmly stating, "Since you all willingly choose to join Qian Yuyan, I expect you to develop well under her leadership. I promise that your future treatment here will surely surpass what you previously received." The henchman inwardly cursed, feeling incredulous that he could claim their submission was voluntary. Qian Yuyan observed in astonishment as the situation transformed so drastically within mere moments. Just seconds before, these men had been clamoring for her demise. And now they had become her allies. She bit her lip, softly asserting to Chen Fan, "I do not require these individuals." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding her concerns. He addressed the henchman, "Should I discover any treachery among you in the future, your fate will mirror that of your former leader. Have you understood?" "We have," the henchman exclaimed, shivering with fear. "Good. Now disperse and take the injured to the hospital for treatment." Chen Fan waved them off, dismissing them. Once the crowd had departed, only Chen Fan and Chen Yin remained. He stroked his chin, appraising her. "Now that I have successfully rescued you, it seems you owe me a promise." Recalling her earlier words to him, Chen Yin blushed and denied. "What did I ever promise you?" Chen Fan frowned. "Are you attempting to renege?" With a stoic expression, Chen Yin coldly replied, "I never agreed to anything." Chen Fan laughed, a bold and unrestrained sound. "In my presence, no one can evade their commitments." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully lifted Chen Yin and sought out a nearby room. Chen Yin was carelessly thrown onto the bed, and Chen Fan swiftly closed and locked the door behind him, shedding his clothes with an efficiency that suggested countless rehearsals. Chen Yin retreated nervously to the head of the bed, her hands protectively covering her chest, tears inadvertently streaming down her cheeks, presenting a picture of pitiful vulnerability. Yet Chen Fan remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Having agreed to his terms, he was resolute in fulfilling them, regardless of the consequences. Why feign such innocence now, after having consented earlier? He shook his head in confusion. "Please." Chen Yin's exquisite oval face was streaked with tears as her lips trembled. Chen Fan glanced at her indifferently before moving to the bed and gently enveloping her in his arms. Instinctively, she shrank back, attempting to escape his embrace. "Do not move," he commanded coldly, before pressing his lips against hers. Despite her vigorous resistance, it was ultimately futile against Chen Fan, whose desires had overtaken him. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension, and a drop of humiliating tears silently traced down Chen Yin's cheek, staining the sheets. The following day, as the sun rose and its rays filtered through the curtains, illuminating the floor, Chen Fan sat on the bed, smoking a cigarette, his brow furrowed as he gazed thoughtfully at the vivid crimson on the sheets. He had never anticipated that last night would mark his first time with Chen Yin. If he had known, he would have acted differently. With a resigned sigh, he turned to observe Chen Yin's beautiful profile as she slept, his heart a tumult of emotions. Since arriving in Chang'an, he had resolved to remain uninvolved with any woman, limiting himself to fleeting encounters. Yet now, not only did he find himself emotionally entangled, but he had also inadvertently taken Chen Yin's innocence. Had she not been a virgin, his conscience would have felt lighter, and he might have even entertained further intimacy in the morning. But alas, such was not the case. Chen Fan sighed deeply, contemplating that perhaps having a woman in his life was not such a burden after all. Just then, as he wallowed in regret, Chen Yin slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with fury as she beheld the man's silhouette before her. It was he who had forcibly taken her first experience. Perhaps her movement had been too pronounced, for Chen Fan turned to see her awake and greeted her with a smile. "You're awake?" However, Chen Yin's expression was icy. She regarded him with disdain, coldly dressing herself in preparation to leave. "Wait." Chen Fan grasped her wrist, apologizing. "I didn't know you were a virgin." Chen Yin shot him a glare, tears beginning to well in her enchanting eyes. "Had I known you were a virgin, I would have acted differently," Chen Fan explained, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "Disgusting," Chen Yin retorted, her face a mask of frost as she condemned him. Acknowledging his fault, Chen Fan refrained from arguing, instead pulling her down to sit beside him, gently stating, "Since I have taken your first time, I am willing to take responsibility. What are your thoughts? Get lost. Who needs your responsibility?" Chen Yin gritted her teeth, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed fiercely on Chen Fan. Chen Fan shrugged helplessly and said, "Do not look at me with such a gaze. You agreed to my terms previously. I am merely fulfilling my part of the bargain. After all, had it not been for me, you would have already fallen victim to that group." Chen Fan hesitated, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. Chen Yuyan was acutely aware that Chen Fan spoke the truth, yet she found it impossible to confront the man who had taken her innocence with calmness. Chen Fan lit a cigarette, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Let's do this. I understand that your heart is tumultuous right now, so I shall give you some time to ponder. I will return tonight. However, I reiterate, I am willing to take responsibility for you. Henceforth, you shall be my woman. Chen Fan, if any man dares to lay a finger on you, I shall eliminate him." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Chen Fan declared with authority. He entered his phone number into Chen Yuyan's device before rising to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, advising, "Rest well in bed today and contemplate carefully. I will prepare a meal for you and ensure that yesterday's matters are settled, so you have no worries." With that, Chen Fan pushed the door open and strode out, leaving Chen Yuyan lost in thought upon the bed, perhaps due to her lack of culinary skills. The third floor of the bar was not equipped with a kitchen. Thus, Chen Fan had to seek a restaurant outside. Descending the stairs, he found the bar impeccably clean, every surface polished to a reflective sheen. Of course, the bar remained closed for business, as the previous day's havoc had left most decorations in ruin, necessitating a complete renovation. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted by a daunting group of men, standing in disciplined formation, their expressions grave and devoid of impatience. None other than the henchmen from the previous day, led by Xiaofeng. Chapter 79, A Triumvirate. Have you all come to a definitive conclusion? Chen Fan inquired with a calm smile. The leader of the group stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Boss, we have all made our decision. We shall follow you wholeheartedly." No, you are not to follow me, but rather Chen Yuyan. "I do not require your allegiance," Chen Fan corrected, shaking his head. Yes, the leader quickly acquiesced. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall officially become part of Chen Yuyan's entourage. I will arrange your accommodations shortly," Chen Fan said, handing a cigarette to this subordinate. Lu Yong, taken aback, accepted the cigarette, nodding with a hint of respect. Since returning home yesterday, Lu Yong's emotions had fluctuated like a roller coaster, even contemplating a collective revenge against Xiaofeng. Yet, upon reflecting on Chen Fan's formidable prowess, he hesitated, realizing that such tactics would be futile against a man of Chen Fan's caliber. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Lu Yong chose to align himself with Chen Fan. Sensing that Chen Fan did not belong to this realm, his strength was such that even the vast expanse of Chang'an could scarcely accommodate such a formidable presence. He hoped fervently that his gamble was a wise one. Lu Yong gazed at the receding figure of Chen Fan, letting out a deep sigh as he exited the bar. Chen Fan first returned a call to Wang Ruoxi, who had been concerned about him since he had returned home the previous night. Chen Fan fabricated a casual excuse to placate her. He then made his way to a nearby market to purchase some ingredients. But when he sought to borrow a kitchen from a restaurant, he was met with repeated refusals. Ultimately, it was only through the use of his financial means that he resolved this troublesome predicament. After packaging the meal, he ascended to the third floor, where he found Chen Yuyan staring vacantly out of the window. Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that it would be quite challenging to win over such a proud woman in a short span of time. His movements failed to capture her attention. She appeared almost like a statue, her gaze blank and her body motionless. Even when Chen Fan sat beside her, she did not flinch, embodying a profound silence that spoke volumes of her desolation. With a gentle smile and undeterred spirit, Chen Fan laid the freshly prepared dishes before Chen Yuyan, softly suggesting, "Let us eat something. I made it all myself." Yet, she remained oblivious, her eyes still fixed on the outside world. However, upon hearing that it was Chen Fan's handiwork, her eyelashes involuntarily quivered. As Chen Fan regarded Chen Yuyan as his own, he resolved to exercise extraordinary patience beyond his usual demeanor. He donned a disposable glove and leisurely began to peel the oil-braised prawns he had just cooked. In no time, the once empty plate was transformed into a mountain of succulent shrimp. Chen Fan gently held a piece of shrimp near her mouth, coaxing her like a child, open wide. Chen Yuyan merely cast a blank glance in his direction, treating the peeled shrimp as if it were invisible. Despite this, Chen Fan displayed no signs of displeasure. He continued to hold the shrimp for a full half-hour until his arm began to ache, at which point Qian Yuyin could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Are you sick? If I don't want to eat, then I want tea. Why are you holding it up? I will feed you if you want to eat it yourself," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. "You," Qian Yuyin huffed, unimpressed. "Listen, you've gone too long without food. You must be hungry. It's better to eat now and continue your sulking afterward," he gently persuaded, his tone imbued with warmth. Finally, Qian Yuyin relented, grabbing a pair of chopsticks and beginning to devour the food voraciously, though she still ignored the shrimp that Chen Fan had painstakingly peeled. Chen Fan was unbothered. As long as she consumed something, that was sufficient. Perhaps due to Chen Fan's culinary skills, she polished off all 4 dishes, save for the oil-braised shrimp. Noticing a smudge of grease on her lips, Chen Fan took a tissue and gently wiped it away. Qian Yuyin seemed taken aback by his sudden gesture, her face flushing a deep crimson. Chen Fan, not wishing to tease her, quietly inquired, "Have you considered what I said to you this morning?" Qian Yuyin fell silent, retreating once more into her previous state of aloofness. With a helpless shake of his head, Chen Fan remarked, "Since that is the case, take your time to reflect. I shall grant you the opportunity to consider. Should you truly find that I need not bear responsibility, do remember to provide me with a response. However, I hope that in the end, regardless of the outcome, it is a decision you arrive at after thorough contemplation." After tidying up the refuse, Chen Fan poured a cup of hot water for Qian Yuyin before departing the room. Upon reaching the first floor, Chen Fan gradually settled himself before Lu Yong and inquired, "I heard from Qian Yuyin yesterday that you devised a plan to disperse her associates. What precisely transpired? Why have those individuals not yet appeared today? Additionally, what is the true identity of Qian Yuyin?" Chen Fan unleashed all his queries at once, feeling that given the intricate nature of his relationship with Qian Yuyin, it would be futile to ask her directly. Lu Yong cast a puzzled glance at Chen Fan, realizing that this elder brother had previously been unfamiliar with Qian Yuyin. What on earth had they done to jeopardize their own interests? Was it merely an infatuation with Qian Yuyin? Nevertheless, Lu Yong possessed the wisdom to withhold these musings, and after organizing his thoughts, he replied, "Boss, let me address your questions one at a time." Chen Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Qian Yuyin is the spokesperson for the CS Society, and this bar serves as the de facto headquarters of the organization. Furthermore, the CS Society stands as one of the most formidable factions within the underground world of Chang'an. The CS Society? Chen Fan mused, chuckling at the somewhat feminine name. Lu Yong quickly interjected, "Boss, I understand you might find the name of the CS Society somewhat delicate, but it was actually founded by Qian Yuyin's mother, Mu Xie. Qian Yuyin took over after her mother's passing." "Ah, I see." Chen Fan nodded, realizing it was indeed a mafia family. "That is precisely correct," Lu Yong affirmed, responding to Chen Fan's next inquiry. "Xiao Feng, the individual you eliminated yesterday, was part of our former faction known as the Black Dragon Gang." Puffed. Chen Fan raised a hand, gesturing for Lu Yong to pause, as he clutched his stomach in laughter. "Why does every one of your names sound so abstract? The Black Dragon Gang. It's as if we are in a movie. Does this imply there is also a Green Dragon Society? Are you all vying for dominance in the underground world of Chang'an?" Chen Fan laughed so heartily that tears threatened to spill, jesting. To his surprise, Lu Yong nodded seriously. "Boss, that is indeed the case." Chen Fan found himself momentarily speechless, realizing this group was filled with rogues. Could they not muster a more imposing name for their organization? He mused about the formidable reputation of his own Inferno Island. Chapter 8. The Virtuous Wang Ruoxi. After reflecting on his own naming prowess, Chen Fan gradually calmed his demeanor and gestured for Lu Yong to proceed. Lu Yong loosened his collar slightly and continued. Xiao Feng had long harbored ambitions to absorb the CS Society and establish himself as the undisputed emperor of Chang'an's underground realm. However, he found himself thwarted by Qian Yuyin's formidable tactics, which prevented him from seizing any opportunity. Lu Yong appeared slightly parched, taking a sip to moisten his throat before continuing. The turning point occurred yesterday, when Xiao Feng inadvertently learned that the Qinglong Society had dispatched individuals to launch a surprise attack on the various outposts of the CS Society. Upon calculating the situation, he decided to lead us in a direct assault on the headquarters of the CS Society. Xiao Feng was convinced that Qian Yuyan would send the majority of her forces to support the various outposts, leaving the headquarters significantly vulnerable at this moment. He understood that Qian Yuyan was the type who valued brotherhood deeply, and even knowing it was a trap, she would likely charge and head first. Understanding this, Chen Fan nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. So, the individuals under Qian Yuyan's command might still be struggling at the outposts? He queried. That seems plausible. Lu Yong replied uncertainly. Send me the locations of Qian Yuyan's outpost to my phone immediately. Chen Fan instructed, his expression betraying no emotion. Understood. Lu Yong promptly acknowledged. After sending the addresses to himself, Chen Fan retrieved his phone and made a call. Have you received the addresses I sent? Chen Fan exhaled a plume of smoke. Speaking in a calm tone, I have, Randy replied solemnly. Send a few people to neutralize the disturbances at these locations, but remember, do not engage the CS Society members. Chen Fan cautioned, to avoid any unintended consequences. Understood. Randy responded with gravity. Once the call ended, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that everything had been settled. He couldn't help but feel that returning to Huaxia had somehow become more exhausting than being abroad. While overseas, it was merely about fighting, viewing life and death with indifference, and confronting challenges head-on. In Huaxia, he found himself needing to hold back a bit, still restrained in certain aspects. Noticing Lu Yong staring at him wide-eyed, Chen Fan inquired, "What is the matter? Do I have something on my face?" Lu Yong hastily shook his head. No. I just think you look very impressive, boss. You certainly have good taste, Chen Fan chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Oh, you flatter me, boss. I just prefer to speak the truth, Lu Yong replied, his bravado seemingly as thick as a city wall. You certainly know how to navigate your path. Chen Fan laughed heartily, enjoying the banter with his companions, which lightened his mood considerably. Rising from his seat and brushing off his trousers, Chen Fan handed Lu Yong a card, saying, All right, I'll take my leave now. Remember to buy some fine dishes for Qian Yuyan tonight, if she is pleased. I guarantee you all will enjoy good food and drink in the future. Yes, boss. Lu Yong quickly stood up, giving a clumsy salute. As Chen Fan exited the bar, he gazed up at the azure sky adorned with white clouds, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. In an effort to avoid further entanglements with women, he had rejected Shen Siyu, resulting in his expulsion. Ironically, he now found himself inadvertently involved with a woman, albeit without any emotional ties at present. However, as a good man of Huaxia and a worthy successor of socialism, he knew well that he must shoulder his responsibilities. No feelings? Then he would simply cultivate them. What was the big deal? Chen Fan chose to forego any form of transportation, finding solace in the idleness of his current state. Returning home alone seemed less appealing than meandering on foot to pass the time. By the time he arrived, Wang Ruoxi would likely be finishing her workday. In a moment of self-appreciation, Chen Fan felt quite ingenious. As he ambled along, he plucked branches from trees, soon accumulating an assortment in his hands. As dusk descended, he gazed upward to behold the neon lights flaring skyward, illuminating the entire city with a captivating brilliance. Chen Fan squinted, igniting a cigarette and exhaling wisps of smoke. Despite having traversed hundreds of countries, he still found the nightscape of Chang'an to possess a uniqueness unmatched by any other city. Reaching the familiar building, he ascended to the third floor, guided by the faint light, and gently knocked on the door, which Wang Ruoxi promptly opened. You're back, she greeted, a smile gracing her face as she placed a pair of slippers at his feet, embodying the warmth of a gentle wife awaiting her husband's return. Chen Fan paused momentarily. Then, after a brief hesitation, slipped into the slippers she had offered. Upon entering the home, he made his way to the sofa, feeling the fatigue of his walk settle in. Let me get you a glass of water, Wang Ruoxi said softly, as she filled a cup with warm water. Chen Fan nodded appreciatively, gulping it down without uttering a word of thanks. What would you like to eat tonight? She inquired, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, How about some oil-splashed noodles? Simple yet delicious. Wang Ruoxi agreed and began preparing the dough herself. as he observed her back. A tender warmth enveloped Chen Fan's heart. This woman seemed to embody every man's fantasy. Beautiful, highly capable, an exceptional cook, and above all, incredibly nurturing. While preparing the dough, Wang Ruoxi reminded him to change out his clothes so she could wash them. Without protest, he complied, shedding his garments and handing them to her. Their familiarity akin to that of a couple who had cohabited for many years. Unbeknownst to them, they continued their usual banter about mundane matters, blissfully unaware of the deeper significance of their shared intimacy. After dinner, Wang Ruoxi suggested a stroll outside, but Chen Fan, feeling lethargic, was reluctant to leave. Ultimately, he could not resist her enthusiasm and begrudgingly stepped out. The night came alive with dazzling lights and flickering neon as they walked side by side. Clad in a tank top and shorts, Chen Fan restlessly kicked at his flip-flops, the gentle breeze sweeping away the clamor and solitude alike. Wang Ruoxi, though her attire was modest, radiated youthful exuberance. A simple white tee paired with sky blue jeans and perfectly fitting white shoes that accentuated her figure. "Chen Fan," she called, her hands fidgeting nervously. He replied, turning to look at her, puzzled by her sudden address. Wang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears tinged with warmth, and she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Upon witnessing Wang Ruoxi's demeanor, Chen Fan could not help but jest, recalling their first encounter when she exuded such decisiveness. The memory lingered in his mind, and he wondered how she could now blush so profoundly at the mere exchange of words. Wang Ruoxi's face flushed even more, resembling a ripe peach, seemingly on the verge of dripping with juice. Chapter 81. The Mask of Ghostly Visage. Chen Fan, not merely an oblivious university student, discerned Wang Ruoxi's expression, and even if he were dull-witted, he could grasp the implications. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance, casually inquiring, "What's wrong? Do you wish to treat me to a meal?" Wang Ruoxi paused momentarily, then, as if in a frenzy, nodded vigorously, her cheeks aflame as she replied, "Yes." Chen Fan then adopted an expression of faux difficulty, stating, "But we have just dined. How about this? I shall treat you next time we have the opportunity." "All right," Wang Ruoxi replied eagerly, hastily moving past the topic. In truth, she had been somewhat impulsive, momentarily contemplating confessing her feelings to Chen Fan. With her head bowed, she silently walked behind him, gently patting her flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself, "Wang Ruoxi, what are you thinking? After such a brief acquaintance, you wish to confess. What if he perceives you as a frivolous woman?" Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, who remained blissfully unaware of her inner turmoil, he breathed a sigh of relief as the subject was deftly sidestepped. Both harbored unspoken thoughts, their enthusiasm waning as they meandered aimlessly before deciding to return home. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Cia bar, within Qian Yun's chamber, she held her phone, lightly resting by the window, attending to several calls. In a mere moment, her exquisite, oval face displayed a look of shock. The recent call from their base announced that the Qinglong Society would intermittently attack their stronghold over the next few days. Yet tonight, during another assault, a man wearing a ghostly mask appeared simultaneously at all strongholds. Without uttering a word, he charged towards the Qinglong Society members. And within mere minutes, those masked men had decimated the Qinglong Society's ranks. It was as if the Grim Reaper had descended from the inferno. As the Qinglong members fell, the masked figures exhibited no intention of communication. They vanished into the night as swiftly as they had arrived, seemingly sent to assist them. Consequently, the personnel at the stronghold inquired of Qian Yuyan about the origins of such formidable allies. Yet only Qian Yuyan understood that she knew not where to find such powerful individuals. With her brows furrowed, her exquisitely sculpted face bore an expression of profound perplexity. "Today, you shall rest well in bed, contemplate thoroughly, while I prepare a meal and arrange matters regarding yesterday's individuals, ensuring you experience no concerns." Suddenly, Chen Fan's words from that morning echoed in Qian Yuyan's mind, causing her thoughts to spiral. Could it be that these individuals were summoned by that scoundrel? She shook her head, dismissing the notion. Regardless of who had summoned them, This night would mark the establishment of the CS Society's dominance in the underground world of Chang'an. Although the leader of the Qinglong Society has not fallen, the entire faction suffered significant losses tonight due to the involvement of men in ghostly masks, resulting in the decimation of their ranks. Meanwhile, the CS Society, despite suffering heavy casualties yesterday, has become even more formidable with the reinforcement of remnants from the Highland gang. As Chen Yin was lost in thought, she was startled by a knock on the door. Draping a light sky-blue veil over herself, she called softly for the visitor to enter. Lu Yong appeared, carrying several packed meals, and respectfully bowed to Chen Yin, saying, "Boss Chen, I have brought you dinner on the orders of Boss Chen." Chen Yin raised an eyebrow, her frosty visage betraying no emotion as she declined. "No need. You may take it away." Lu Yong's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he hesitated. "Boss Chen, please eat. If Boss Chen finds out I didn't deliver it, I'll be in trouble." Though Chen Yin often appeared frigid, reminiscent of an untouchable ice queen, she possessed a gentle nature. Noticing Lu Yong's discomfort, she unconsciously bit her lip and said in a soothing tone, "Then just leave it here." "Thank you, Boss Chen," Lu Yong exclaimed joyfully, bowing again before preparing to exit. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Chen Yin called out to him as he turned to leave, inquiring, "Do you know the identity of the ghostly masked individuals who supported the CS Society tonight?" "Ghostly masks?" Lu Yong asked, perplexed, as he was unaware of the matter. "It's nothing." Seeing Lu Yong's genuine confusion, Chen Yin waved him off. After a moment's thought, Lu Yong replied, "Although I don't know who they are, I suspect it might be related to Boss Chen." This afternoon, he inquired about the CS Society and learned that our stronghold might be under attack by the Qinglong Society, prompting him to request the addresses of our bases before making a phone call. Lu Yong recounted everything he knew to Chen Yin, sensing that Chen Fan and Chen Yin shared a significant connection. Chen Yin furrowed her brow in contemplation, then suddenly smiled, saying, "I understand now. You may go." Though Chen Yin appeared exceptionally beautiful at that moment, Lu Yong dared not harbor any impure thoughts and quickly lowered his head to exit. After Lu Yong departed, Chen Yin gently moved to the window, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed outside, softly murmuring, "Chen Fan, who exactly are you?" The next morning, Chen Fan awoke early, guided by his robust biological clock. Stretching casually, an expression of disinterest crossed his face. Having spent nearly 2 months in Chang'an without encountering a worthy opponent, each encounter ended in a single strike, leaving him with a growing sense of solitude in his quest for challenge. Stepping out of the living room, he noticed Wang Ruoxi still asleep. After freshening up, he took it upon himself to prepare breakfast. Once the meal was ready and placed on the table, Wang Ruoxi emerged from her bedroom, her hair tousled. Chen Fan could not help but jest, "Shiji, it seems you are becoming increasingly lazy." Wang Ruoxi's charming face flushed crimson as she denied, "Nonsense. I've actually been awake for quite some time." "Is that so?" Chen Fan replied with a playful smile, choosing not to expose her. "Well, hurry and freshen up, or your breakfast will grow cold." After finishing breakfast, Wang Ruoxi stepped out, and Chen Fan carefully packed an extra portion he had prepared before heading to Sia Bar. As Wang Ruoxi's home was situated near the outskirts, it took Chen Fan a bit of time to reach the bar. He arrived 40 minutes later. Chapter 82. Exceedingly Sweet. Upon entering the bar, a strong scent of paint assaulted his senses. He spotted Lu Yong, who was overseeing the renovations with one hand on his hip. As soon as he saw Chen Fan, Lu Yong approached with a smile. "Boss Chen, you've arrived." Chen Fan nodded, offering Lu Yong a cigarette, and inquired, "How did the matter I entrusted you with go last night?" "Well, the food was delivered to Boss Chen, but I'm not sure if he ate it." Lu Yong responded candidly. "That's fine, as long as it was delivered." Chen Fan reassured him. "Have you had breakfast? If not, I can share some I made myself." He lifted the thermal container in his hand. Lu Yong shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, thank you, Boss Chen. I've already eaten." Having navigated the world for many years, Lu Yong was astute enough to understand that the meal was intended for the young lady upstairs. If he were to indulge, it would undoubtedly complicate his future relations. "Very well, I shall go find Chen Yin," Chen Fan said, not pushing the matter further. and ascended the stairs with the thermal box in hand. As he passed the second floor, Chen Fan noticed several familiar figures seated on the sofa. If his instincts were correct, these were the remaining individuals who had been beside Chen Yuyin that day. At the same moment, Xiaoyun and her companions recognized him, their expressions a mix of complexity as they gazed at Chen Fan. "What is the matter? Have I grown more handsome?" Chen Fan quipped, stroking his chin in a self-admiring manner. The group collectively rolled their eyes, having initially perceived this formidable individual as someone particularly aloof. In the midst of their astonishment, Xiaoyun was the first to speak. "Thank you for saving us that day." "It's nothing. I was merely acting on behalf of that young lady, Chen Yuyin." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Nonetheless, we must express our gratitude. Would you join us for dinner tonight, so we can thank you properly?" Xiaoyun asked, her cheeks flushed with shyness. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Fan agreed. "All right, unless there is anything else, I shall go find Chen Yuyin now." Xiaoyun was about to nod in agreement, but immediately shook her head, rushing in front of Chen Fan. "No, Sister Yin is still not awake. You cannot go see her. The sun is nearly at its zenith, and she is still asleep?" Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. "Such hours are quite normal in a bar." Xiaoyun replied with a knowing gesture. "I see. Rest assured, you might not know, but I am indeed Sister Yan's man." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow mischievously, disregarding the nearly petrified expressions of those around him as he ascended the stairs. "What did he just say? That he is Sister Yan's man? Did I hear incorrectly?" A muscular man with a slicked-back hairstyle widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired. "I do not know," Xiaoyun sighed, adding, "I hope Sister Yin does not blame us for failing to stop her." Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Fan did not knock, but gently pushed the door open. As Xiaoyun had mentioned, Chen Yuyin was still asleep, and Chen Fan placed the thermos box down before quietly approaching the bedside. Unlike Shen Si Shui, who tossed and turned in her sleep, Chen Yuyin lay still, her hands delicately resting on her abdomen, her stunning oval face adorned with a serene smile. Resembling a sleeping beauty, Chen Fan could not help but smile softly, choosing not to wake her, and instead took a seat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. After about an hour, Chen Yuyin's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, reluctant to rise. In that moment, she seemed not like the leader of the Evening Moon Society, but merely a girl who enjoyed lingering in bed. Gathering her resolve, Chen Yuyin reluctantly extricated herself from the comfort of her blankets. As she rose, she noticed Chen Fan wearing a faint smile, observing her with a knowing look, as if he had witnessed her earlier actions. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, yet she maintained an icy demeanor and asked, "What brings you to my room so early? Do you not know the boundaries between men and women?" Chen Fan shrugged and explained, "I merely intended to bring you breakfast. But seeing you sleeping so soundly, I refrained from waking you." With that, he gestured towards the thermos box on the table, indicating his honesty. Following his gaze, Chen Yuyin indeed spotted an orange thermos box. However, her pride compelled her to shoot him a fierce glare, declaring, "I need to change my clothes." "Why are you still here?" Chen Fan opened the thermos box and presented the breakfast items before her, softly urging, "Please do not change just yet. Eat these before they grow cold. They are still warm." Chen Yuyin surveyed the array of breakfast delicacies, stating, "At the very least, I need to freshen up first." Chen Fan chuckled. "It's fine. You can wash up after eating." "Get lost. I can't eat without brushing my teeth." Chen Yuyin glared at him fiercely before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Her temper was quite obstinate. Once Chen Yuyin had completed her routine, Chen Fan handed her a bun and then placed the thermos box before her, which contained some freshly squeezed soy milk. Chen Yuyin hesitated momentarily before accepting the bun and taking small bites. Chen Fan smiled and peeled a boiled egg. Once it was ready, he noticed she had not finished eating, so he continued to hold it out to her. "How's it taste?" he asked. After she finished the last bite, she seemed somewhat unsatisfied, but replied nonchalantly, "It's just okay." Chen Fan, unfazed, offered her the peeled egg, suggesting she take a sip of the soy milk first. "Is it sweetened?" Chen Yuyin inquired, her brows knitting slightly. "No." Chen Fan shook his head. "I only drink sweet soy milk," Chen Yuyin remarked coolly, seemingly intent on testing Chen Fan. No problem. Chen Fan sketched a small gesture, retrieving a tiny bag from his pocket, which contained the sweets he had deliberately brought along. A fleeting ripple stirred in Qian Yuyan's gaze, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared, as if everything was merely a figment of her imagination. Concerned, Chen Fan inquired once more, "Are you certain you wish to have it sweetened?" With a tranquil demeanor, Qian Yuyan responded with a soft affirmation. Receiving her confirmation, Chen Fan added the sugar to the soy milk and stirred it gently with a chopstick, softly asking, "Could you taste this and let me know if the sweetness is to your liking?" Cradling the thermos, Qian Yuyan took a sip, wrinkling her brow as she remarked, "It's too sweet." Chen Fan instinctively raised an eyebrow, sensing that Qian Yuyan was playfully teasing him. He had merely added a modest amount of sugar, which likely imparted only a trivial sweetness to the soy milk. Yet, she insisted it was too sweet, clearly relishing in making things difficult for him. Undeterred, Chen Fan thought to himself that it was merely a playful whim. He could withstand it. Chapter 83. Waiting for your return. What do you think we should do then? Chen Fan patiently asked. Qian Yuyan scoffed, remaining silent and staring intently ahead. In that moment, she reminded Chen Fan of a child seeking affection, prompting him to absent-mindedly stroke her hair. Qian Yuyan swiftly brushed his hand away, frowning as she queried, "What are you doing?" Chuckling, Chen Fan offered the soy milk towards her, gently stating, "This time it's my fault, but if you don't drink it, it will go to waste. Next time, I'll be more mindful of the sugar." Listening to Chen Fan's patient explanation, Qian Yuyan's icy demeanor softened slightly as she accepted the thermos and began to drink. Their breakfast extended over 20 minutes, leaving Chen Fan somewhat speechless. He found it perplexing how exhausting it could be to appease a girl. After clearing away the dishes, he ventured, "Have you given any thought to what I said earlier?" Qian Yuyan paused momentarily while combing her hair, offering no reply. "Could you share with me what you're thinking?" Chen Fan hesitated briefly before asking gently. Qian Yuyan cast a glance at him, responding coolly, "I don't know. Do you have reservations about me?" Chen Fan rephrased his inquiry. Qian Yuyan remained silent, merely pressing her lips together slightly. Feeling a throbbing headache, Chen Fan rubbed his temples, bewildered by the situation he found himself in. Just as he was at a loss, Qian Yuyan finally spoke. "I'm truly conflicted. Ever since childhood, my mother instilled in me the belief that my first time should be reserved for my future husband after marriage. Yet you..." Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and she stifled a sob, choking out, "But it was taken from me by force. Since I had promised you before, I can only bear the consequences myself. I cannot blame anyone else, yet I genuinely cannot face you right now." Chen Fan's heart was a tumult of emotions. He longed to articulate something, yet he was at a loss for words. Observing her distress, he slowly moved beside Qian Yuyan, gently attempting to envelop her in his embrace. Her body trembled instinctively, yet after a moment's hesitation, she did not push him away, instead leaning her closed eyes against him. With both arms around Qian Yuyan, Chen Fan spoke in a soft and solemn tone. "Will you be with me? I promise to treat you well from now on, all right?" Qian Yuyan turned to gaze at Chen Fan, their faces merely centimeters apart, their eyes meeting with a tranquil intensity. After a prolonged silence, Qian Yuyan gently parted her crimson lips and inquired, "Do you truly harbor feelings for me?" Chen Fan hesitated, remaining silent. It seemed her response was anticipated. A faint smile graced Qian Yuyan's lips as she continued, "I understand that your current sentiments are rooted in a sense of obligation rather than any romantic inclination, especially since we have only known each other for a few days." Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement of her words. Given this reality, if we were to pursue a relationship without any emotional foundation, wouldn't it be rather burdensome? Qian Yuyan laughed lightly. "So please, do not feel encumbered. I do not require you to take responsibility for me. From this point onward, we can part ways amicably." Chen Fan lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, uncertain of how to respond. Qian Yuyan rose from Chen Fan's embrace, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "You should leave now. I need to change. There is no need for you to seek me out in the future." Chen Fan cast a heavy glance at her, sighed in resignation, and exited the room. Once outside, he let out a bitter laugh, exhaling a plume of smoke. Somehow, in just a few days, he found himself once again dismissed by a woman. Was his romantic fortune truly faltering? Chen Fan pondered this, even doubting his own allure. Resigned, he sought a mirror, gazing at his still remarkably handsome reflection, and felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he remained strikingly attractive. Quietly, Chen Fan slipped away unnoticed. As for the meal he had promised to share with Xiao Yun, there was no way he could face her after being so unceremoniously cast out. Wandering aimlessly along the streets of Chang'an, Chen Fan felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Logically, being alone should bring him joy, yet he found himself shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on it as he made his way westward toward the suburbs. As he approached a traffic light, several police cars suddenly blocked his path, and armed officers swiftly disembarked, their eyes fixed on him with unwavering intensity. Chen Fan squinted, unsure of their intentions. At that moment, a sharply dressed, middle-aged man emerged from one of the vehicles. The officers parted to allow him passage. The man's stern visage and commanding presence conveyed authority as he inquired, "Are you Chen Fan?" "Indeed," Chen Fan replied with a subtle nod. "Then I must ask you to accompany us. Here is your arrest warrant," the impeccably dressed man stated, producing a document from his pocket and presenting it to Chen Fan. "What is the reason?" Chen Fan asked nonchalantly, not even glancing at the warrant. "You are aware of the recent massacre involving the Yi family, are you not?" The middle-aged man inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan. Without a flicker of emotion, Chen Fan replied calmly, "I have heard of it. Upon our investigation, it has come to light that Yi Wuqian, the son of Yi Zhengrong, was brutally slain in broad daylight, and merely days later, Yi Zhengrong himself, along with hundreds of his bodyguards, met a tragic end. The only conflict during this period was with you. Thus, our relevant authorities harbor grave suspicions regarding your intricate involvement in this massacre." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the undeniable truth that he had indeed killed Yi Wuqian in public. With a sense of resignation, he decided to forego any denial, as he currently had little to lose. He nodded and inquired, "So, you intend to apprehend me, correct?" "That is acceptable. But may I make a brief call to inform my family of my well-being first?" The middle-aged man shook his head, firmly denying the request. "According to regulations, you're not entitled to make any phone calls at this moment." A playful smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he disregarded the man's refusal and proceeded to dial Wang Ruoshi. The patrolman attempted to intervene, but the middle-aged man gestured for them to relent. This man was a notorious criminal, and their ability to apprehend him so easily was already beyond their expectations. Although making a call contravened regulations, escalating the situation could lead to unnecessary losses on their part. The call connected within mere seconds, and Wang Ruoshi's melodious voice resonated through the receiver. "What is it, Chen Fan?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that I need to travel out of town for a few days due to a friend's urgent matter. I thought I should let you know in advance." Chen Fan replied with a smile. "Oh, I see. Well, take care and return swiftly. Stay safe on your journey," Wang Ruoshi advised, her concern evident. "Absolutely," Chen Fan affirmed. "I'll hang up now. I'll be waiting for your return at home." Chapter 84. A collaboration with the leader. After ending the call, Wang Ruoshi's words lingered in Chen Fan's mind, refusing to fade away. He couldn't help but chuckle. The phrase "I'll be waiting for you at home" had already been uttered to him by two different women since his arrival in Chang'an. Even though his heart had turned cold, the emotional impact of those words remained potent, wielding a significant power over any man, Chen Fan included, as a proud and steadfast individual. "All right," Chen Fan addressed the middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man, having overheard Chen Fan's conversation, remained silent, standing stoically to the side. Then, "Let us proceed," he signaled to the patrolman to bring forth a pair of handcuffs. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, casually lighting a cigarette. "No need for such measures. I have no intention of fleeing." With nonchalance, Chen Fan strode past the group and entered the vehicle, prompting the patrolman to exchange uncertain glances with the middle-aged man. Unsure of how to act. "Forget it. Let us return. But each of you should keep a firm grip on your weapons. If he exhibits any aggressive behavior, eliminate him on the spot." The middle-aged man had received orders prior to the apprehension that if the suspect demonstrated any extreme actions, he was permitted to take lethal measures immediately. Thus, he felt emboldened, confident that the elite officers he had selected from the police force would easily subdue Chen Fan, regardless of his strength. Chen Fan, I now require you to cover your eyes. A middle-aged man produced a black satin ribbon, his expression grave. Chen Fan did not refuse. He willingly covered his eyes with the ribbon and sat in meditation. Although his vision was obscured, his auditory senses were heightened, allowing him to perceive the surroundings with remarkable clarity. As the convoy made several turns and traveled an estimated distance, Chen Fan had a rough idea of their journey. After approximately 2 hours, as they seemed poised to reach their destination, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke, "I must place handcuffs on you, otherwise it would be deemed irregular by the higher-ups." Chen Fan did not resist. He extended his hands and was soon secured by a pair of iron cuffs. Moments later, he was gently pushed out of the vehicle and escorted into what appeared to be a military prison. After traversing a long corridor, Chen Fan was brought to an interrogation chair, where his limbs were bound by heavy chains. Despite the predicament, his demeanor remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of distress. Meanwhile, in an office within the prison, a handsome and cultured man reclined on a sofa, listening to the report from the middle-aged man. "Sir Li, the suspect has been apprehended. What further instructions do you have?" The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Li Changjia, the chief of Chang'an, slightly raised his eyelids, surprised by the ease of the capture, and inquired, "Did the target offer no resistance?" "None at all." "Strange. Could he have a hidden agenda?" Li Changjia furrowed his brow, perplexed. Given the nature of such a ruthless murderer, one would expect him to take measures to preserve his life, especially when facing the death penalty. Li Changjia had prepared for the worst. After all, if Chen Fan indeed exterminated the entire Yi family single-handedly, those apprehended were likely no match for him. Unable to comprehend the situation, he chose to dismiss further speculation and instructed, "Send more personnel for strict surveillance. This matter concerns the former chief and carries significant repercussions. Should anything unforeseen occur, we would bear the brunt of the consequences." "Understood." The middle-aged man stood at attention, saluted crisply, and departed. In the interrogation room, Chen Fan sat upright in the chair, eyes closed, gathering his thoughts. Bound by chains, he was rendered immobile. While these restraints seemed trivial to him, he was fully aware that he had committed murder in a public setting, even if there were no conclusive evidence linking him to the annihilation of the Yi family. The charge of killing Yi Wutian alone would warrant the death penalty under Chinese law. Chen Fan had no intention of provoking the legal system. However, passively awaiting his fate was not an option. Given his status in the underworld, the higher echelons of Chinese authority would hesitate to act against him. After all, if that faction learned that their leader had been slain in China, one could only imagine the chaotic repercussions that would ensue, even without a large-scale invasion. The mere targeting of compatriots leaving China would yield intolerable consequences. Thus, at this juncture, negotiations with the Chinese authorities could be considered. Yet this contradicted Chen Fan's intent to conceal his identity. Overwhelmed by the situation, he found himself at a loss. The fading glow of the sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson, as if the entire region were draped in golden silk. Chen Fan had been here for nearly 8 hours. Apart from a meal and some water delivered to him, no one had approached. Calm and composed, he sat in the chair, unhurried, knowing that the one behind him would eventually succumb to impatience and seek him out, sooner or later. His speculation proved accurate, for as the clock neared 10 in the evening, a handsome man with gold-rimmed glasses sauntered through the door. "Is it you?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback to discover that the person was none other than the newly appointed leader of Chang'an. Li Changjia gestured for those behind him to leave, then approached Chen Fan, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Are you surprised?" "Somewhat, but upon reflection, it makes sense," Chen Fan replied with a slight nod. "I have disabled all the surveillance and listening devices in this interrogation room," Li Changjia stated, though Chen Fan remained silent, uncertain of his intent. "You were the one who eliminated the entire Yi family, weren't you?" Li Changjia inquired, his handsome face bearing a depth of seriousness. Chen Fan nodded. surprisingly acknowledging the act. They were merely a bunch of useless individuals. Their deaths are inconsequential, Li Qingji scoffed. Chen Fan scrutinized the new leader with intrigue, unable to decipher his motives. Let us collaborate. I assure you safety, Li Qingji proposed, his tone laced with unwavering confidence. Oh, pray, elaborate on this collaboration, Chen Fan replied, exerting force to shatter the iron chains binding him. Li Qingji's calm demeanor shifted momentarily to one of astonishment before he smiled. As I expected, these restraints cannot hold you. Spare me the pleasantries, Chen Fan waved dismissively. What sort of collaboration? A flicker of intensity crossed Li Qingji's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Join forces with me and assist in obtaining something from Shun Siyu. What? A leader like you cannot even handle the president of a small company? Chen Fan retorted, not inquiring about the item in question. The outcome was evident. What Shun Siyu possessed was undoubtedly akin to the coveted Emperor's edict of modern-day Aladdin. Dealing with Shun Siyu might be straightforward. Yet the intricacies of Chang'an's power dynamics were profound, with the Long family lurking in the shadows. Li Qingji, though not overtly stating it, implied that his influence was still nascent. Chapter 85. Serving the People. Ah, I see. Chen Fan smiled knowingly. So, what do you require of me? Utilize your might to clear all obstacles for me, and afterward, whether you remain domestically or venture abroad, the choice is yours. That sounds quite enticing. Chen Fan stroked his chin, smiling. But how do you guarantee my safety? After all, many witnessed me personally slaying Yi Wuqian that day. Li Qingji's gaze deepened significantly. Yi Zhengrong is merely a pawn for those behind me. There are always others who can take his place. As for those individuals, a simple hush money will suffice. If worse comes to worst, Li Qingji's words trailed off, and Chen Fan understood his implication. Essentially, silencing witnesses through extreme measures. In the end, the gravity of this matter hinges upon your willingness. Li Qingji smiled, confident that Chen Fan would acquiesce to his terms. It seems that you have indeed established an iron grip over this land, Chen Fan remarked with an enigmatic smile. Li Qingji adjusted his glasses and offered a modest smile, remarking that throughout history, every nation has merely been the abode of a select few, while the rest are left to ponder. Perhaps this is indeed the case. Chen Fan nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation, asserting that within Huaxia, I still believe that officials sincerely devoted to serving the people constitute the vast majority. Otherwise, this nation would not have flourished as it has today. Perhaps. Li Qingji responded dismissively, asking if he could count on Chen Fan as cooperation. I'm afraid you are unworthy. Chen Fan shook his head, disdainfully uttering that a mere ant like him is hardly fit to discuss collaboration. How amusing. It seems you're not ready to give up until you see the Yellow River. Li Qingji replied with a profound smile. Leave. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and coldly spat out a single word. In that case, I hope you do not come to regret it regarding your women. Upon hearing Li Qingji's threat, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he instantaneously appeared before him, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. His demonic gaze fixed intently on Li Qingji's eyes, stating indifferently, "Are you seeking death?" Struggling, Li Qingji flailed his legs in midair, his face paling from asphyxiation. Chen Fan casually discarded him like refuse onto the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Revived, Li Qingji gasped for fresh air, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Should there be a next time, you will surely perish, Chen Fan coldly uttered, his demonic eyes devoid of any emotion. Li Qingji, no longer seeking to engage in verbal sparring, glared fiercely at Chen Fan before retreating slowly. As the surroundings grew quiet, Chen Fan gradually closed his eyes, as if sinking into slumber. The night deepened, rendering the landscape invisible. In the distance, a colossal structure loomed in the darkness. Even though the interrogation room's lights flickered painfully, Chen Fan seemed impervious, sleeping soundly, even letting out a few soft snores. Suddenly, a slender tube extended through the crack of the door, releasing a colorless, odorless mist that enveloped the interrogation room. While Chen Fan appeared to sense something amiss, He remained undisturbed, keeping his eyes tightly shut, as if already in a deep unconsciousness. Nonetheless, the intruder proceeded with caution, and after half an hour of waiting patiently, a faint sound of a lock being disengaged shattered the stillness. With his eyes still closed, Chen Fan deduced the visitor's basic characteristics solely from the sound of footsteps, approximately 7 meters tall, weighing around 120 jin, and wearing size 40 shoes. The assassin, donned in a gas mask, stealthily entered, making not a sound. He believed Chen Fan must surely be incapacitated by his drug. After all, at this dosage, even an elephant would have been foaming at the mouth by now. With a swift motion, a broken blade materialized in the assassin's hand, its sharp glint illuminating the already bright interrogation room even further. The next moment, seizing the opportunity, the assassin leapt into the air, his military dagger slicing towards Chen Fan's neck like a bolt of lightning. As he gazed at the still, slumbering Chen Fan, the killer's fierce visage, concealed beneath a gas mask, unexpectedly broke into a grin, marveling at how effortlessly this mission would conclude. He envisioned the splendorous escapades he would indulge in upon receiving his commission. Yet, just as the blade was a mere inch from Chen Fan's throat, his eyes abruptly flared open, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixated on the swiftly approaching assassin, as if observing a mere monkey at play. The assassin, taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden awakening, allowed only a fleeting moment of surprise before dismissing it. At such close proximity, his dagger could effortlessly sever the young man's neck in an instant. Even a celestial being could not evade his lethal strike. Yet, the beauty of imagination starkly contrasted with the bitterness of reality. The blade sliced through the air, its extreme velocity generating friction that transformed it into a crescent of light, momentarily gliding past Chen Fan's neck. Success! The killer roared with delight, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration. However, in the next heartbeat, Chen Fan's figure inexplicably vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind only an empty interrogation chair. The assassin's pupils constricted in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. As he scanned for Chen Fan's presence, coughing lightly, Chen Fan gently tapped the assassin on the shoulder from behind. The killer, startled, instinctively spun around, thrusting his dagger towards the figure behind him. Yet, he merely pierced the void. Chen Fan reappeared in the interrogation chair, casually crossing his legs and smiling disdainfully. With your level of skill, do you truly believe you can emulate the assassins from the movies? The assassin's mind was in turmoil, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. I am certain I struck your neck. No one can escape my assassination at such a distance. But why are you? Chen Fan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it nonchalantly, and replied, what you struck was merely a residual shadow I left behind. A mere frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. With that feeble attempt, I know of no fewer than 1,000 who could evade your attack. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone laced with contempt. What? The killer's eyes bulged in disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly implausible. Ignoring the assassin's astonishment, Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on a specific spot on the ceiling. With a flick of his fingers, the cigarette but shot forth like a bullet, shattering the concealed surveillance camera above. If my assumptions are correct, the monitoring and listening devices in this interrogation room are likely one and the same, Chen Fan mused, as he found no other listening devices within the chamber. Thus, either this room lacked any listening devices, or the equipment he had just destroyed was a hybrid of surveillance and audio monitoring. No other possibilities existed, for in this world, no electronic device could evade his discerning gaze. Chapter 86. The Black Card. Speak, Chen Fan inquired, reclining in the interrogation chair with an air of indifference. Was it the one in charge who sent you? The assassin stood trembling in place, his expression wavering. He could have executed me openly, so why resort to such subterfuge? Chen Fan was indeed perplexed. He found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of the leader. The assassin hesitated momentarily before articulating his disbelief. He could not fathom that a person capable of slaughtering the entire Yi family would simply resign himself to fate at the brink of death. Had he considered that this place could never truly confine me? A faint smile graced Chen Fan's lips. I am uncertain about that. Yet this Li Chengjie possesses considerable depth. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It seems you harbor quite a few reservations regarding this newly appointed leader." The assassin firmly sealed his lips, choosing silence. "Do you believe that once you step outside, your demise is inevitable?" Chen Fan said with a gentle smile, his tone as casual as discussing mundane matters. The assassin furrowed his brow, puzzled by Chen Fan's insinuation. "It's quite simple. Just now, I destroyed the surveillance and listening devices. And this period is what one might call a window of opportunity. The leader remains oblivious to our interactions in this interrogation room. If he were aware that I survived, and you managed to exit alive, given his cunning." The assassin abruptly lifted his head and inquired, "So, from the very beginning, you were deceiving me?" Chen Fan feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders and responding nonchalantly, "I never claimed such." The assassin, now wielding a short blade, bore an exceptionally fierce expression, coldly asserting, "If I am to perish, I shall take someone with me." Chen Fan maintained his composure, responding with serene indifference, "Put it down, with your meager skills. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" At that moment, the assassin felt as though his head might explode. Neither escaping nor remaining seemed a viable option. Death was an inevitable fate. How had his life become so tragically wretched? "If I could offer you a way to survive, would you be willing?" Chen Fan asked, a light laugh escaping his lips. The assassin eagerly nodded, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on Chen Fan at this juncture. "Present me with a credible assurance that I can trust you." Chen Fan lit another cigarette, stating coolly. The assassin's face was etched with hesitation as he declared, "My home address is." He swiftly recited a string of information. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Although what you have stated may very well be fabricated, I am unconcerned. Should you dare breach our agreement afterward, I will send someone to pursue you to the ends of the earth." Chen Fan's words, though calm, resonated in the assassin's ears like a demonic whisper. Perhaps sensing the assassin's skepticism, Chen Fan calmly retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to him. The card, entirely obsidian, resembled a barrier cloaked in the darkness of night, its surface adorned with two blood-red characters crafted from pure gold. Purgatory. Upon seeing the card, the assassin's hand trembled violently, his legs quaking. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the man before him had remained so unfazed, holding Li Chengjie, the leader of Chang'an City, in such low regard, and even considered himself inferior. The terrifying organization that wielded power in the shadows of the world. Merely being a member of the Purgatory Demon Army was not something to be trifled with. Chen Fan's earlier words now resonated with undeniable truth, as rumors spoke of the Purgatory Demon Army numbering in the hundreds of thousands scattered across the globe, with their true identities remaining a mystery. Perhaps the individual passing by you in a suit was one of them, or the janitor sweeping the streets, or even a high-ranking official from some nation. In simple terms, anyone you encounter in this world may very well be a member of the Infernal Demon Army. The assassin removed his gas mask, as the potion had nearly evaporated in the air. Bowing respectfully, he inquired, "Master of the Infernal Demon Army, what shall I do next?" Upon realizing that Chen Fan was a member of the Infernal Demon Army, the assassin's demeanor changed abruptly. Of course, this shift was entirely anticipated by Chen Fan, for the reputation of his infernal island was indeed formidable in this world. However, the assassin was mistaken. Chen Fan's true identity was not merely a member of the Infernal Demon Army, but the sovereign of Infernal Island. Yet, Chen Fan had no intention of revealing this, and he calmly instructed, "I will send you out shortly. Just follow my lead." As the sun ascended from the east, illuminating the entire horizon, Chen Fan awoke from his slumber. He gently stretched his body and commenced doing push-ups. 1, 2. Within just an hour, he had completed thousands of push-ups. Yet there was not a single bead of sweat on his brow. His strength had reached the pinnacle of human capability, leaving no room for further advancement. He could only rely on training to maintain his prowess. Last night, Chen Fan had sent the assassin away, but chose to remain himself. Firstly, if he ventured out on his own, Li Chengjie would undoubtedly seize another opportunity to capture him. Although he was not afraid, Such occurrences were always troublesome. Better to resolve everything at once. Secondly, he found himself with nothing to do, so why not engage with them? As for the environment, it bore no distinction for Chen Fan compared to his villa. He opened his phone, finding a single message from Wang Ruashi. Have you reached your destination? If so, please let me know you're safe. Chen Fan smiled at the message and replied, explaining that he had missed it the previous day. After a day of standby, his phone was nearly out of battery, and he set it aside, patiently awaiting news from the assassin. In truth, he had not assigned the assassin an overly challenging task. He merely instructed him to quietly infiltrate Li Chengjia's residence to see if he could unearth any incriminating evidence as leverage. Naturally, Chen Fan did not harbor high hopes, given that Li Chengjia had only recently ascended to a position of power, making the likelihood of finding any dirt minimal. Lost in thought, Li Chengjia, impeccably dressed in a suit, slowly entered from the interrogation room. Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, he remarked, "You've dealt with that assassin from yesterday, haven't you?" Chen Fan non-committally nodded. And the body? Li Chengjia surveyed the surroundings, inquiring. "I dispose of it outside," Chen Fan replied, his tone as light as air. Li Chengjia slightly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his deep-set eyes fixed on Chen Fan. He stated, "Since you cannot be confined here, why do you not escape?" "Why would I? So that you could find an excuse to recapture me? I find it rather bothersome." Chen Fan answered with a slight upward tilt of his head and a smile. "Ah, the youth of today are truly intriguing," Li Chengjia remarked with a faint smile. "Perhaps you are unaware, but when you were captured here yesterday, the Long family had already dispatched individuals to assassinate several women connected to you. Is that so?" Chen Fan replied, his eyelids not fluttering, utterly unconcerned. "Are you not the least bit worried?" "Worried about what?" "They are merely women," Chen Fan said dismissively. Jokes aside, he is specifically tasked with covertly guarding Shun Siyu and their companions, and it is evident that the Dragon family's capabilities are woefully inadequate. However, a flash of crimson flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. The audacity of the Dragon family to strike at those close to him rendered their existence unnecessary. Chapter 87. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Yet I have heard that all assassination attempts by the Dragon family have been invariably unsuccessful, as if someone is shielding them from the shadows. Li Chengjie's gaze was piercing, fixated on Chen Fan's eyes, as if trying to see through him. "Is that so?" "I cannot say for certain," Chen Fan shrugged, feigning ignorance. "There is no need for you to beat around the bush with me. Who exactly are you?" "The successor of socialism." Chen Fan yawned languidly. Even Li Chengjia, with his remarkable composure, found it challenging to suppress his expression, a flicker of indignation brewing within. Chen Fan slowly rose from his seat, approaching Li Chengjia, towering over him as he said, "If I am not mistaken, you have already allied with the Dragon family, tasked with detaining me, while they seize the opportunity to attack the Shun family conglomerate in my absence. Am I correct?" Indeed. To Chen Fan's astonishment, Li Chengjia readily admitted it. However, true collaboration between the two of them seemed impossible, as both harbored ulterior motives. After all, that coveted item was singular, and only the one who ultimately possessed it could claim it as their own. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Fan offered one to Li Chengjia, inquiring, "I am quite curious. Is it you who seeks that item, or is it the individuals behind you?" Li Chengjie's face bore an inscrutable depth, and he replied coolly, "The people behind me belong to the elite families of Huaxia. Ascending further is not a trivial matter. It requires the passage of time to achieve such heights. As an ordinary person, I find myself in greater need of that item." Hearing Li Chengjia refer to himself as an ordinary person made Chen Fan's lips twitch slightly. "I see, but you need not exhaust yourself in pursuit of that item. It may be wiser to focus on your current role in Chang'an. Although the capital is a realm of indulgence, it is not one that just anyone can navigate. Moreover, even if you acquire that item, do you possess the capital to withstand the risks? Will those behind you truly support you?" Chen Fan bombarded him with a flurry of inquiries. Li Chengjia fell into a rare silence. Chen Fan's words held merit. Even if he were to obtain that item, should his benefactors discover it, its value would diminish considerably, and it was evident he would not be granted the status of a mere lackey. "So what do you think I should do next?" Li Chengjie removed his glasses, revealing a handsome yet slightly fatigued visage. After contemplating, Chen Fan suggested, since you are now a key figure in Chang'an, focus on managing your affairs here. Once I am free, I shall eradicate the dragon family. At that point, the entirety of Chang'an will surely be at your command. Are you jesting? Chen Fan smiled and said, believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you choose to be a puppet in that land of hidden dragons and tigers or a local emperor here in Chang'an, the choice is yours. Li Qingjie fell into a moment of silence, contemplating whether to place his bet on Chen Fan. Noticing Li Qingjie's hesitation, Chen Fan added, of course, while in power. You must sincerely work for the people. That is my condition. Li Qingjie's eyes flickered as he calculated the myriad possibilities that might unfold in the future. After a long pause, he finally appeared enlightened, extending his right hand and declaring, then I shall trust you this once. Chen Fan chuckled, grasping his hand in return, and remarked, congratulations on making a wise choice. Unbeknownst to the outside world, within a small interrogation room, the two had forged a partnership capable of altering the future landscape of Chang'an. Years later, as Li Chengjie reflected on the past, he could not help but marvel at how this decision would be regarded as the most astute choice of his lifetime. With the partnership established, Chen Fan was naturally released from custody. As for the deaths of Yi Zhengrong and Yi Wutian, they merely served as a pretext for the higher-ups to send Li Chengjie to conduct an investigation. With his prowess, he could easily find a nefarious scapegoat to take the fall. Basking in the sunlight, Chen Fan strolled leisurely to the outskirts, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke as he gazed at the massive steel structure before him, a smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated this unexpected gain. He had inadvertently strengthened his ties with the top brass. Henceforth, should he encounter trouble in Chang'an, there would be no need to rely solely on Qin Wudi and his associates. After walking for an hour, he finally arrived at a sparsely populated street, where he waited a considerable time before hailing a taxi that would take him to the Long family group. During the ride, to ensure that Li Chengjie had not been dishonest, he decided to call Randy for confirmation. To his relief, Li Chengjie had spoken the truth. The sisters Shun Siyu, Zhao Shui, Wang Ruoxi, and Qian Yin had all been targeted by assassins. However, due to the protection of the Inferno Demon Army lurking in the shadows, they had been safeguarded before any attack could be carried out. After hanging up, a dark cloud descended over Chen Fan's face. He recalled how Long Fei had once let him off the hook, but now it seemed that he had audaciously set his sights on his female acquaintances. No, not just acquaintances, his female friends. This was intolerable. Half an hour later, a taxi sped toward him, gradually coming to a halt at the entrance of the Long family group. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Fan strode confidently toward the building, oblivious to the surroundings. Stop! Smoking is prohibited inside the company. Before he could step inside, 2 security guards successfully intercepted him. Chen Fan cast a dismissive glance at them, sensing the latent hostility emanating from their forms, and coldly commanded, "Get lost." The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback, unable to process the fact that someone would dare to insult them, members of the Long family group security. Once they regained their composure, their expressions twisted into fierce scowls, and they drew nightsticks from their waists, swinging them forcefully toward Chen Fan's forehead, intent on making a statement. Chen Fan never anticipated that their attack would be so vicious, launching straight into lethal moves. Consequently, he felt no obligation to hold back. The police baton stirred a whirlwind, tousling the loose strands of hair on his forehead, yet he did not so much as blink. With a swift kick, he sent both assailants flying through the air, their bodies tracing a graceful parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, bloodied and unconscious, resembling lifeless dogs sprawled on the floor. In an instant, the attention of everyone in the company lobby was drawn to the commotion. Armed with shields, dozens of security personnel emerged from the elevator, blocking Chen Fan's path. "Who are you? Why did you attack our security?" The captain of the security team demanded, his face etched with cold severity. "They were preparing to take my life. Why should I refrain from defending myself?" Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of defiance akin to a rogue. What is your purpose at the Long Family Corporation? The captain inquired, brandishing his baton with an intense gaze. I seek Long Fei, Chen Fan answered simply. The general manager has been out of the province for research and is not present in the company. Were you not aware of this? The captain's eyes bore into Chen Fan's, unwavering. Is that so? Chen Fan sighed in resignation, contemplating that he would have to wait for Long Fei's return to claim his life, regretting the fare he had spent to arrive here. I shall visit again in the future, he remarked, exhaling a wisp of smoke as he turned to leave. Chapter 88. The cycle continues, unceasing. You think you can just walk away after assaulting my men? The captain swiftly positioned himself before Chen Fan, obstructing his exit. Chen Fan regarded him with a bemused expression. What do you propose I do then? Quite simply, you will pay with a leg, the captain replied coolly. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, dismissive of the threat. You wouldn't dare utter such words to your general manager. Who do you think you are? You. The captain roared, his face contorted with rage, exuding a fierce malevolence. You seek death. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and fired in one fluid motion. It was difficult to fathom that a mere company security captain had been equipped with such lethal weaponry. It was a blatant display of overwhelming power. The bullet shot forth from the chamber, slicing through the air like an arrow aimed straight at Chen Fan's heart. Yet, Chen Fan remained composed, his eyes unblinking. At the moment the bullet was about to pierce his chest, he clamped it between his fingers with the strength of a vice. The onlookers gasped, their pupils dilating in disbelief. A mortal body confronting a firearm? Was this truly a human being? The captain instinctively recoiled, his face drained of color, his wrist trembling in panic as he gripped the gun. Are you afraid? Chen Fan's gaze fixated on the bullet wedged between his fingers, his voice echoing with a demonic undertone. You have a gun, don't you? Come, shoot me. In my life, with that weapon. He advanced towards the captain, embodying the very essence of death itself. The heart of the captain of the security team raced as if driven mad, his eyes wide with frenzy as he relentlessly pulled the trigger. A torrent of fiery tongues erupted, forming a barrage of bullets aimed directly at Chen Fan, seemingly poised to turn him into mere shards. However, in the blink of an eye, Chen Fan's figure inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving behind only an ephemeral shadow. The bullets pierced through the space where he once stood, lacking their target, and struck the ground, leaving the pristine white floor of the hall riddled with holes. A visage utterly transformed. At that moment, Chen Fan had already positioned himself outside the grand hall, his expression darkening. Since they dared to fire upon him, their fate was sealed. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a plume of smoke into the air. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the bullets he had been holding were propelled upward with tremendous force. As the bullets soared from his fingers, Chen Fan turned his back, not even glancing at the scene behind him. Thud! The bullet pierced through the captain's forehead, a spray of crimson blossoming in the air. With a resounding crash, the captain's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. A grotesque hole in his forehead, the stark red of blood and bone barely visible within. Chen Fan descended the steps leisurely, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. A true man never looks back at an explosion. For the captain's fate had been sealed the moment Chen Fan took action. The remaining security personnel and employees of the company stood frozen, aghast at the unfolding scene. Rooted to the spot, as Chen Fan vanished from their sight, a scream of terror erupted, followed by chaos as the entire company scrambled to escape, fleeing in every direction. The turmoil within the Long group was clearly of no concern to Chen Fan. His sole contemplation was where to go next. To Wang Ruoxi's home? She was still at work, and returning would mean solitude. As for Shen Siyu, that was not an option either. After all, he had been cast out. What of Qin Yuyan? That too seemed unfeasible, given the words exchanged. Visiting her now would only serve to diminish his pride. Sighing in resignation, Chen Fan found himself in a vast Chang'an with nowhere to turn. Ever since his arrival in this city, he had grown accustomed to the company of others. Now, suddenly alone, he felt an unfamiliar twinge of loneliness, a sensation he had never experienced before. With no desire to return to his phone, he casually sought out a noodle shop for lunch, wandering the streets like a drifter. That afternoon, Chen Fan drove along the road as usual, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Since Chen Fan's departure, Chen Fan had revealed the truth to her sister. Only then did Chen Fan realize that Chen Fan was merely her sister's counterfeit brother-in-law. Yet despite this, Chen Fan had treated her with the affection of a true sibling, always indulging her, and she could feel the sincerity of his heart. Until his departure, Chen Fan remained preoccupied with his thoughts, leaving a bank card beside her pillow. Although she was unaware of its balance, she had yet to touch it even once. Chen Fan was not as reserved as her sister with her character. Once she acknowledged Chen Fan, she would traverse to the ends of the earth, searching tirelessly. If not found in a day, then in a week. If not in a week, then in a month. If not in a month, then in a year, relentlessly without pause. Thus, since the day Chen Fan left, Chen Fan had been searching for several dozen days, yet she had not despaired. As she passed through a traffic light, Chen Fan routinely scanned the streets, her gaze shifting to a convenience store not far away. There, she spotted a man with his hands on his hips, chatting boisterously with the owner, a cigarette dangling from his lips, resembling a rogue. Upon recognizing this familiar figure, her eyes brimmed with tears. After so many days of perseverance, she had finally found him. She was confident in her recognition, for Chen Fan's devil-may-care demeanor was etched in her mind, unmatched by any other. Chen Fan pressed the accelerator. The few hundred meters felt like mere moments, and she gradually brought her car to a stop at the roadside. Gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and adjusting her attire, she alighted from the vehicle. At that moment, Chen Fan was engrossed in his animated conversation with the store owner, utterly oblivious to Chen Fan's presence. Boredom had taken hold of him, and with the summer heat keeping customers away, the two had struck up a conversation as if they were old friends. "I tell you, old man, America is no longer our match," Chen Fan declared, cigarette in hand, squinting slightly. "Hey, you young lad, while our nation has indeed grown stronger, there remains a gap between us and America." The store owner, an elderly man in his 60s, responded earnestly. "Old man, after living for so long, how can you still idolize the West?" Chen Fan retorted, extinguishing his cigarette and preparing for a serious discussion. As the old man rolled up his sleeves to speak, a university student approached, prompting him to ask, "Young lady, what are you looking to buy?" Chen Fan instinctively turned to look, and to his astonishment, standing behind him was none other than the long-missed Chen Fan. She wore a simple pinkish-white t-shirt and a black and white pleated skirt, her feet adorned with sky-blue canvas shoes. The scorching sun filtered through the lush leaves, illuminating her already stunning face, enhancing her beauty. With her appearance, she could easily be considered the belle of any school. Chen Fan remained silent, standing there with a dazed expression, biting her lip to suppress the urge to cry. It was Chen Fan who broke the silence, smiling. "Sishu, it's been a while." Upon hearing that familiar voice, tears instantly welled up in Chen Fan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a breached dam. Her delicate frame trembled as she choked out, "Why? Why didn't you even say goodbye when you left? Was all the kindness you showed me mere pretense?" Chen Fan offered a bitter smile and lit another cigarette, remaining silent. "Speak. Why? Why?" Chen Fan demanded loudly, tears falling drop by drop onto the ground, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing her distress, Chen Fan felt a pang in his heart, uncertain of what to say. After all, what was done, and words would serve no purpose. The elderly man from the convenience store, sensing the gravity of the situation, quietly retreated, leaving space for the two. Frustrated by Chen Fan's silence, Chen Fan stepped closer, her delicate fists repeatedly pounding against his chest, seeking to vent the emotions that had built up over time. Chen Fan gently pulled her into his embrace and softly murmured, There, don't cry. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a little raccoon." His attempt at comfort only intensified her sobs, and she collapsed against his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably until Chen Fan felt his shoulder thoroughly soaked. He chose to refrain from further words, allowing Chen Fan to release the pent-up emotions that had been weighing her down. As time passed, Her cries gradually subsided, recognizing that she had released most of her anguish. Chen Fan gently pushed her away, wiping the tear streaks from her face and teasing, "Aren't you a bit too old to be crying like this? It's rather embarrassing." "Oof." Shen Sishue scoffed, stubbornly ignoring him. "How did you find me?" Chen Fan asked, curiously brushing back her hair from her forehead. Shen Sishue, unfazed by his touch, replied nonchalantly, "I just kept looking until I found you." Chen Fan fell silent for a moment, pondering. Although her demeanor was casual, Chang'an was hardly a small city. And given that both her home and school were in the city center, what had prompted her to venture out to the suburbs? "Have you eaten?" he asked gently. "Just had a bread," she replied with a slight nod, confirming her truthfulness. She had indeed bought a quick snack right after class to save time before driving out. "Then let us go. I'll take you for a meal." Chen Fan affectionately ruffled Shun Sishue's hair, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they walked toward the roadside vehicles. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan brought Shun Sishue to a Sichuan restaurant, casually ordering a few signature dishes before handing the menu to the waiter. Since it was merely a homey eatery, smoking was permitted, and Chen Fan lit a cigarette. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sishue, you shouldn't have come looking for me." Shin Sishue looked up slightly, her pretty face puzzled. "Why not? You must be aware of my situation with your sister by now, right?" Shun Sishue nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. As Chen Fan had anticipated, after his departure, Shun Sishue would naturally have learned the truth from Shun Sishue. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for his sudden absence. Was he to claim that he had divorced Chen Fan? That would only complicate matters further. Initially, my relationship with your sister was devoid of any genuine sentiment. It was merely a charade born from contract. Now that the contract has concluded, it is only natural for us to part ways. Therefore, you must sever all ties with anyone associated with my sister. Is that correct? Shin Sishue's emotions appeared to be surging once more as she spoke indignantly. Chen Fan remained non-committal, acknowledging that their acquaintance arose from your sister, and thus their separation was inevitable. What a remarkable connection forged through my sister, only to be undone by her. Shin Sishue scoffed dismissively, her demeanor icy as she queried, "Then why, before taking your leave, do you insist on leaving me a bank card? Why bring me out for a meal?" She rose and seated herself beside Chen Fan, her eyes radiant as the stars, fixated intently on him. "Look into my eyes and dare to claim that you do not care for me, that you feel no sorrow for me." Faced with Shun Sishue's relentless probing, Chen Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, diverting his gaze from her penetrating stare, and replied, "I do not care. I feel no sorrow." Shin Sishue grasped Chen Fan's face with both hands, compelling him to meet her gaze, her tone solemn and earnest. "Look into my eyes and say it again. Good heavens, you are truly insufferable." Chen Fan let out a laugh, realizing he was utterly at her mercy. Despite his nature, which could allow him to utter those words without a hint of emotion, he genuinely cared for Shun Sishue. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her with his exclusive black card. Unbeknownst to Shun Sishue, this card was linked to the central account of Purgatory Island, exclusively belonging to the Sovereign of Purgatory, a card that Chen Fan seldom utilized. Should one attempt to verify its validity through external banks, they would find no useful information, merely a display of an empty card. However, when it came to expenditures, the limits of this card were beyond imagination. Moreover, the card served a purpose far greater. In the event of any mishap, the distinctive design within the card would allow Purgatory Island to detect the holder's physical condition and dispatch the elite forces of the Purgatory Army from around the globe, even mobilizing the entirety of Purgatory Island if necessary. For this card represented the Sovereign of Purgatory. "You see, you do care for me. You feel for me." Shin Sishue raised her elegant, fair neck, speaking with pride. Chen Fan, resigned, shrugged, and conceded, "All right, I admit, I am indeed at a loss when it comes to you." As they conversed, the waiter brought forth the dishes, meticulously arranging them on the table before respectfully withdrawing. Although Chen Fan had already consumed a bowl of noodles, it was but a mere drop in the bucket compared to his physical expenditure, prompting him to pick up his chopsticks and indulge once more. Shen Sishue chose not to return to her seat across the table, opting instead to dine beside Chen Fan, as she too had grown somewhat hungry after their long midday conversation. Chapter 90. The Only Woman Who Washes His Clothes. Perhaps it was due to their shared hunger that the meal did not linger long. Once they exited the restaurant, facing the blazing sun, Chen Sishue pursed her lips and inquired, "Shall we return home together?" Chen Fan lit a cigarette after the meal, remaining silent, though he did not respond verbally. The answer was clearly etched upon his face. "Are you concerned about something?" Chen Sishue pressed once more, unwilling to relent. Chen Fan let out a long sigh and said, "The contract between your sister and me has been dissolved. How can I possibly return? So, it has been dissolved, but you are still friends. Moreover, I can tell that my sister has feelings for you. She has never treated a man so well. Since your departure, she often seems lost in thought." Chen Fan felt as though he had heard similar words before. After pondering for a moment, but failing to recall, he dismissed the thought, waving his hand and saying, "Let us discuss this matter another time. You should return to school. Are you really so unconcerned about me going back to school alone?" Shen Sishue's gaze was penetrating, and she no longer pressed Chen Fan, but countered with a question. "Have no worries." Chen Fan nodded, with a hint of amusement. After all, if one can travel such a distance alone, what is there to be concerned about? Umph. Shen Sishue snorted coldly, not wishing to quarrel with Chen Fan, and extended her delicate hand, saying, "Phone." Chen Fan, unsure of her intent, retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Shen Sishue casually fiddled with the device for a moment before returning it to him, saying, "I just removed you from my blacklist. You may not stay, but do not let us lose contact with you again. Otherwise." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, amused at the audacity of a young girl daring to threaten him, the ruler of the shadowy realm. "Otherwise what?" he asked with a playful smile. "Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again." Shen Sishue finally managed to articulate after a moment of contemplation. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling her hair as he watched Shen Sishue drive off in her red Audi. The sight of her, a beacon of joy, brightened his spirits significantly. After a leisurely stroll, he returned to Wang Ruoshi's home as dusk approached. Though autumn had commenced, Chang'an had historically been referred to as a furnace city by outsiders. Thus the air remained stifling even after summer's end. After a refreshing cold shower, Chen Fan settled comfortably on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette with great satisfaction. Approximately 15 minutes later, the sound of the door opening heralded Wang Ruoshi's arrival. Seeing Chen Fan lounging on the sofa, she exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't you say you would be away for a few days? How come you're back so soon?" Chen Fan smiled and replied, "What? Am I not welcome?" "Not at all." Wang Ruoshi quickly waved her hand in denial. "I know that's not what you meant. I was just teasing you." Noticing her ears turning slightly red, Chen Fan decided to cease his playful banter. "What would you like to eat tonight?" he inquired. "I'll leave it to you." Wang Ruoshi responded after a moment of thought. Chen Fan rose and said, "In that case, I shall prepare a few dishes." "Okay." Wang Ruoshi instinctively agreed, but then reconsidered, adding, "You could just rest in the living room. I'll handle the cooking." "No, today you shall rest while I showcase my exclusive recipe." Chen Fan smiled back at Wang Ruoshi, tying an apron around his waist. Wang Ruoshi felt a warmth in her heart and ceased to insist, turning to take Chen Fan's recently washed clothes to the bathroom for cleaning. Chen Fan smiled helplessly. Ever since he had moved in, Wang Ruoshi had been personally washing his clothes, likely due to the absence of a washing machine in the house. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, realizing that Wang Ruoshi seemed to be the only woman in his life, aside from his late mother, who had personally washed his clothes. After enjoying dinner, Chen Fan and Wang Ruoshi set off together to the hospital to deliver a meal to Wang Ruoshi's mother. Since this was not Chen Fan's first visit, Wang Qin, her mother, greeted him without surprise. She had long regarded Chen Fan as her daughter's boyfriend. After all, why else would he occasionally bring her meals in place of her daughter? "Annie," Chen Fan politely greeted the middle-aged woman with thinning hair before him. "Xiao Chen, you're here." Wang Qin nodded slowly. Although she felt some improvement in her health after receiving treatment from the specialist, speaking still required effort. Wang Ruoshi unfolded a small table on the hospital bed and arranged the dishes, smiling as she said, "Mom, This is the meal that Chen Fan prepared today. You should try it and see if it suits your taste. Wang Qin chuckled and replied, I have tasted Xiao Chen's cooking before. How could it not suit my palate? At that moment, Chen Fan interjected, Annie, Ruashi, I need to step out to the restroom. Both women nodded in agreement, as Wang Qin had some questions for her daughter. Stepping out of the ward, Chen Fan navigated to the 8th floor, following the address sent to him by Qin Wudi. He politely knocked on the office door, refraining from his usual carefree manner, recognizing that the person inside was a benevolent figure deserving of respect. Come, a resounding voice called from within. As Chen Fan entered, his gaze fell upon an elderly man with white hair, wearing reading glasses perched on his nose, deeply engrossed in reviewing a document. Despite his advanced age, he radiated vitality and vigor. The old man seemed to sense the disturbance, removed his glasses, and looked at the young man before him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? He inquired. With a gentle smile, Chen Fan replied simply, Purgatory. Upon hearing this, the elder's frail body sprang from the chair, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that you are the legendary figure? Although the elder did not articulate his thoughts, Chen Fan understood and nodded with a smile. Thus, the most esteemed hematologist in China, stooping slightly, approached Chen Fan and began to kneel in reverence. Chen Fan quickly supported his arm, saying, Old Kong, there is no need for such formality. Although you are merely an external member of Purgatory Island, you are simultaneously the most authoritative hematologist in China. I cannot accept such honor. In truth, it was not that Old Kong lacked the qualifications to join Purgatory Island. Rather, the island recognized his significant standing in China and understood that he could not yet leave the country. Therefore, he remained an external member. Once Old Kong officially retired, he would transition to an internal member, enjoying a well-deserved retirement on Purgatory Island. Kong Linghui's eyes were filled with astonishment as he grasped Chen Fan's right hand tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. I truly never expected to meet the King of Purgatory, a figure of global prominence, at such a young age. Listening to the unabashed praise from Master Kong, Chen Fan showed no sign of modesty as he beamed with delight. After all, who does not relish being complimented? Chapter 91. Powerless. It was not until Master Kong held Chen Fan's hand for a good 10 minutes that he reluctantly released it, his gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a magnificent piece. A flicker of unease washed over Chen Fan, causing him to tense up, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Goodness, could Master Kong Linghui have an unusual orientation? Your Excellency, the Lord of the Inferno, might I inquire why you have sought me today? Master Kong asked, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he slightly bowed. Although Chen Fan had explicitly stated that he need not perform the act of kneeling, certain formalities could not be overlooked. After all, the Lord of the Inferno commanded a status in the shadowy realm comparable to that of an emperor in Huaxia, and it was only fitting to pay homage. Chen Fan waved his hand, saying, Just call me Chen Fan. Master Kong hesitated momentarily, sensing something awry. No matter, for I do not wish to reveal my identity just yet. Chen Fan observed his concern and spoke gently. He withdrew a cigarette, offering one to Master Kong, and after lighting it, inquired about the condition of the woman he had entrusted him to treat, his friend's mother. How is she faring? Is there hope for recovery? Master Kong's eyes were filled with hesitation as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, shaking his head. The situation is quite dire. Zhou Qin is afflicted with acute myeloid leukemia, one of the most challenging forms of leukemia to treat, and it was diagnosed rather late. Even I can only strive to prolong her life a little. A complex expression crossed Chen Fan's face. Given Master Kong's standing as the most authoritative hematologist in Huaxia, his words signified that Zhou Qin's condition was exceedingly bleak. How much time does she have left? Chen Fan asked, his voice thick with emotion. If the next round of chemotherapy yields favorable results, perhaps 1 to 3 months. However, Master Kong's unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Yet Chen Fan understood all too well. If the results were unfavorable, the end could come at any moment. I apologize, Your Excellency, the Lord of the Inferno. My medical skills are limited, and I find myself powerless, Master Kong said, lowering his head slightly in regret. Chen Fan shook his head, replying, "Do not blame yourself. You have done all you could." Stepping out of the office, Chen Fan wore a grave expression. He smoked 3 cigarettes in succession in the restroom to calm his turbulent emotions before feigning nonchalance as he pushed open the door to Zhou Qin's hospital room. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, Wang Ruoxi and her mother instinctively ceased their conversation. Chen Fan forced a smile and teased, "Were you two whispering about me? Why did you stop talking as soon as I walked in?" Wang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, shyly responding, "Not at all. We were just reminiscing about some childhood stories." Zhou Qin observed their exchange and could not help but smile. Earlier, during Chen Fan's absence, she had specifically asked her daughter if she and Chen Fan were romantically involved, to which her daughter hesitated before replying that they were not at present. Zhou Qin was somewhat taken aback, but she chose not to pry further, merely asking, "Do you like him?" Although her daughter did not provide a verbal answer, the blush on her face spoke volumes. After spending 2 hours in Zhou Qin's hospital room, Chen Fan and Wang Ruoxi finally departed together. Beneath the cloak of night and the shimmering stars, 2 figures strolled along a path gently illuminated by the moonlight. Wang Ruoxi clasped her hands behind her back, taking deliberate steps forward, while Chen Fan, with his left hand in his pocket and a flicker of fire dancing between his fingers, walked alongside her. Upon returning home, it was already past midnight. Aware that Wang Ruoxi had work the next day, they merely freshened up before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. In Wang Yihua's room, Chen Fan lay on the bed with his hand as a pillow, gazing up at the ceiling. The words spoken to him by Kong Linghui that night weighed heavily on his mind, despite being revered as the king of the abyss. Basking in the adoration of countless souls from the dark underworld, what did it matter? He still had not found his sister and could only watch helplessly as Zhou Qin's life slowly faded before his eyes, leaving him powerless. This night was destined to be one of insomnia for Chen Fan. Before dawn, he rose early from his bed, casually washed up, and set out for a run. Despite having gone without sleep, his spirits remained high as he embraced the darkness, striding down the streets. In just a matter of minutes, he had traversed from the outskirts to the city center, his speed rivaling that of an automobile. After approximately the same amount of time, he returned from the city center, having purchased 2 breakfasts along the way. Gently pushing open the door, he found the living room still shrouded in silence. Even after nearly 2 hours of running, it was barely past 6 o'clock. According to Wang Ruoxi's usual routine, she typically rose around 7, tidied herself up, and left by approximately 7:30, arriving at the company shortly after 8. Excluding potential traffic delays, it would take about an hour to reach the Shen group. Placing the breakfast on the table, Chen Fan first took a cold shower. As he was drying his hair, Wang Ruoxi emerged from her room. "Why are you showering so early?" she inquired curiously, dressed in a black uniform. "I just returned from a run. Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is ready," Chen Fan replied, gesturing toward the meal he had bought. Wang Ruoxi nodded lightly and proceeded to freshen up. Once she had completed her routine and seated herself at the dining table, she noticed that Chen Fan had already peeled the eggs for her. She looked up and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, taking a deep sip of soy milk. After their breakfast, Wang Ruoxi left for work on schedule, leaving Chen Fan alone in the quiet house. Loneliness seeped into him like air through pores, yet he merely sat on the sofa, smoking contemplatively. Suddenly, an urgent ring of the phone pierced the silence. Chen Fan frowned upon realizing it was Liu Yong and answered the call. "Hey boss, what's going on?" Chen Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone indifferent. "Some unsavory characters have shown up at Sieb Bar early this morning. It seems like they intend to cause trouble," Liu Yong whispered from behind a booth. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's the situation? Isn't TCS society already dominant? Who dares to provoke us?" "It sounds like it might be the Li family from the 4 great clans," Liu Yong responded. "The Li family?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment, recalling that Li Wei from the Shun group and Li Ran, whom he encountered at a recent banquet, were both members of the Li family. Could they possibly be siblings? Yet, something about it felt off. While Li Ran might not be a celestial beauty, she was undeniably attractive, whereas Li Wei could only be described as physically unremarkable. "Fine. Stall for a while and avoid any confrontation," Ensure that Qian Yuyan is well protected, Chen Fan instructed before hanging up the phone. Chapter 92. Empress Qian Yuyan. Chen Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. He found a relationship between the Li family and the Long family perplexing. It appeared that Li Wei took his mother's surname. But what was his father's status? Could it be that the Li family was ruled by women? Although Chen Fan had gathered some information about the 4 prominent families upon his arrival in Chang'an City, he had merely skimmed the surface, not delving into the details, as their strength posed no real threat to him. Shaking his head, he decided against further contemplation and grabbed his keys, stepping out the door. Chen Fan did not use any form of transportation. Instead, he sprinted down the road, his legs carrying him swiftly. Passers-by merely felt a gust of wind as he rushed by, catching a glimpse of his fleeting silhouette disappearing into the distance. In just 10 minutes, Chen Fan's figure appeared at the entrance of the bar, as if he had teleported, his expression calm, his demeanor composed, and without a trace of perspiration on his brow. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, this was a trivial task for him. Such exertion barely qualified as a warm-up. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and confidently strode into the bar. Upon entering, he noticed Qian Yuyan and Li Wei engaged in a heated negotiation. Brother Qian, even though your CS society currently reigns supreme in the underground world, to our 4 prominent families, you are merely an insignificant insect. Lacking a powerful backing is unacceptable. Li Wei's eyes gleamed with fervor as he scrutinized Qian Yuyan, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Mr. Li, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary, Qian Yuyan replied, her face cold as frost, her tone icy and distant, embodying a resolute rejection. Brother Qian, consider this. Even the most formidable leader of the underground world in Qin province relies on a powerful force behind them. Without such support, they would struggle immensely. Li Wei implored earnestly. The night before, amidst revelry, Li Wei had abruptly received a directive from his family to subdue the CS society in Chang'an's underground world, attempting to incorporate it as an external force. Initially, he had vehemently declined, unwilling to confront a group of ruthless individuals. However, upon hearing that the leader of the CS society, Qian Yuyan, was a stunning beauty, his attitude shifted dramatically. He thumped his chest, vowing to accomplish the task, much to the disdain of his mother, Li Hongying, who wished he had never been born. Thus, he had risen early that morning to fulfill the mission assigned by his family. Frustration flickered in Li Wei's eyes. After an entire morning of persuasion, Qian Yuyan remained steadfast in her refusal. Qian Yuyan furrowed her brow, her impatience growing. He is he, and I am I. Our CS society requires no backing. Please, Mr. Li, do as you see fit. Upon concluding her words, Qian Yuyan rose and gestured for her subordinates to escort the guests out. Wait, is it true that you, Qian, intend to oppose the Li family? Li Wei's expression twisted into a menacing scowl as he threatened. As the leader of the CS society, Qian Yuyan was no pushover. She replied coldly, anytime. The CS society is always ready. Li Wei attempted to advance the conversation, but at that moment, Lu Yong obstructed his path, his expression impassive. Young Master Li, I kindly request that you leave. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to throw you out. Li Wei, incensed by the audacity of one so lowly as to hinder him, suddenly struck Lu Yong across the face with a resounding slap. What are you even worth? How dare you stand in my way? Lu Yong, taken aback by the suddenness of the blow, felt momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, positioned outside the bar, observed the scene unfold, but had no intention of intervening, believing it essential for Qian Yuyan to manage this situation to win the loyalty of her followers. Just as she was about to depart, Qian Yuyan heard the sound of the slap. Her expression shifted, revealing her discontent upon witnessing Li Wei strike Lu Yong. The chill in her demeanor intensified, and she extended her delicate hand, instructing her nearby subordinates, bind them all, and let each receive 100 slaps. Understood. Her subordinates answered in unison. Moments later, they approached with thick ropes, slowly but surely ensnaring Li Wei and his companions, who, in their surprise, had forgotten they were within the headquarters of the CS Society. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves bound and cast to the ground. Chen Yuyin stepped up to Lu Yong, her voice devoid of warmth. Return the favor as he struck you. Lu Yong, cradling the reddened side of his face, hesitated. It's fine, Boss Qian, I'm okay. If I retaliate, we shall incur the wrath of the Li family. Do not worry, I will bear any consequences for you, Chen Yuyin declared with the poise of an empress. Lu Yong felt a surge of gratitude. He had heard tales of Chen Yuyin's loyalty and was now witnessing it firsthand. In the past, if Li Wei had struck him, Xiao Feng would have remained silent, leaving him to endure alone. After much contemplation, Lu Yong clenched his teeth. Resolutely striding towards Li Wei, he raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap, channeling all his strength. Li Wei's face contorted under the impact. How dare you? You insignificant wretch! Do you not know I am the young master of the Li family? When I return, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Li Wei's face was a mask of fury, veins bulging as he glared at Lu Yong with murderous intent, perhaps emboldened by Chen Yuyin's assurance. Lu Yong struck again with a fierce slap. You dare to speak again? I shall not cease until you are no longer standing. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the bar, and Chen Yuyin could scarcely bear to witness the scene, for Li Wei's visage was smeared with blood and mucus, several teeth knocked out, leaving him in a near-unconscious state. At this rate, it seemed he might return home unrecognizable even to his own mother. Chen Fan, watching from a distance, was taken aback, realizing Lu Yong had quite the ferocity. Indeed, a refreshing sight. Yet he knew he must intervene swiftly. Otherwise, Li Wei might truly face a fatal end. Stop! Stop! Chen Fan had not yet arrived, yet his voice was already present. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Chen Yin instinctively turned to look, only to find Chen Fan with a cigarette in his mouth, a nonchalant smile adorning his face, as irritating as ever. Humph. Chen Yin snorted coldly, feigning ignorance. Lu Yong, who had been thoroughly enjoying himself slapping someone, ceased his actions upon seeing his boss arrive and tentatively asked, Boss Chen, shall I give a couple more slaps for good measure? Chen Fan, somewhat speechless, waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. With this affirmative response, a smile crept onto Lu Yong's face as he turned and delivered 2 more resounding slaps. That settles it. Lu Yong slightly gasped for breath. After so many slaps, he too felt a bit fatigued. Chen Fan glanced at the several individuals on the ground who had fainted and patted Lu Yong on the shoulder, instructing, Get someone to throw these people out. They are quite an eyesore. Lu Yong nodded and, along with Xiao Yun and others, disposed of Li Wei and the others outside. The task accomplished, they wisely left the space for Chen Fan and Chen Yuyin. Chapter 93. The landscape is picturesque, right in the world. Well done, Chen Yuyin. Just now, the way you supported Lu Yong was truly imperial, exuding a commanding presence. Chen Fan remarked, giving a thumbs up. Chen Yuyin shot him a sideways glance, choosing not to respond. Yet she did not leave. What? Have you missed me after my absence of several days? Can't you even muster a smile? Chen Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Miss you? Oomph. Chen Yuyin scoffed, her face full of disdain, which made Chen Fan feel a pang of emotional injury. I have been thinking of you constantly, worried that you might neglect your meals, only to find that I have miscalculated, Chen Fan lamented, rubbing his eyes and forcing out a few tears, his expression one of feigned sorrow. Despite sensing some theatricality in Chen Fan's performance, Chen Yuyin, being a young woman in her 20s, still had a soft heart, and her tone softened. What brings you here today? As if performing magic, Chen Fan produced a thermos from behind him and handed it to Chen Yuyin with a smile, saying, I brought you breakfast. Chen Yuyin was taken aback, replying, Didn't you say you wouldn't come anymore? That was merely your assertion. I never agreed. Chen Fan shrugged. Chen Yuyin rolled her eyes at him, breaking into a smile, and remarked, Aren't you being a bit unreasonable? My goodness, that smile of yours has left Chen Fan utterly mesmerized. Even his heart quivered at the sight. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as smooth as cream, and her features akin to a painting, Chen Yin embodied every term of exquisite beauty, deserving of the title peerless elegance. Since you smile so beautifully, you should do so more often. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the face Nuwa crafted for you, Chen Fan declared, somewhat indignantly, regarding her enchanting visage. "Are you implying that I look unappealing when I don't smile?" Chen Yuyan, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned cold and queried. "You look good even when you don't smile, but when you do, you look even better," Chen Fan replied soothingly, as if comforting a child. Having spent a considerable time in Chang'an, he had become adept at this. Although, given his previous temperament, it would have been utterly unimaginable for him to engage in such comforting before. After all, among the hundreds of thousands on Hell Island, only the 7 holy generals would occasionally jest with him, and the only one who dared to act coy was Eliza. However, during his time in Chang'an, Chen Fan found himself soothing Shun Siju one moment, then comforting her sister the next, and now he had to placate Chen Yuyan. Yet, he realized that he had never had to comfort Wang Ruoxi. She never seemed to burden him with any worries. "What are you thinking?" Chen Yuyan inquired, noticing Chen Fan's dazed expression. "Nothing," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head absent-mindedly. In truth, he had come with a purpose, having come to a realization the previous night. He had previously refrained from entangling himself with any woman, fearing that they might become his vulnerabilities at some point in the future. However, after a night of contemplation, he discovered that even if they were not his women, they had already become an unshakable concern in his heart. If that were the case, why should he endure the pain of letting go? Why wallow in solitude and melancholy? Although his affections for women had increased, as the king of hell, having multiple wives did not seem excessive, did it? Moreover, with Chen Fan's strength, he had ways to persuade the higher echelons of Huaxia to allow him to be the only man in the nation to practice polygamy. As Chen Fan envisioned a future filled with happiness, he could not help but break into a silly grin. "Have you lost your mind?" Chen Yuyan furrowed her brow, perplexed by his sudden merriment. Chen Fan felt a dark line form on his forehead and retorted, "I was just thinking of something good until you interrupted me." "What good thing? Do tell." Chen Yuyan leaned in slowly, her expression brimming with curiosity. Gazing at Chen Yuyan's luscious red lips, Chen Fan swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and without a second thought, leaned in to kiss her. In that moment, Chen Yuyan was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief, clearly unprepared for such audacity in her own territory. Her cheeks flushed crimson, filled with indignation, and she instinctively attempted to push Chen Fan away. However, Chen Fan was not about to let her have her way. He wrapped his arms around her waist and firmly grasped the back of her head, ensuring she could not escape. Yet Chen Yuyan, refusing to be passive, bit down hard on his tongue in retaliation. It must be said that this tactic proved effective, as Chen Fan, taken aback by the pain, released his hold. "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Yuyan exclaimed, her face burning with anger and embarrassment. Chen Fan, unabashedly licking his lips, chuckled, "So sweet." "Pervert!" Chen Yuyan exclaimed angrily, preparing to turn away. Chen Fan, seizing her wrist, gently but firmly said, "Wait, don't go. Sit down. I want to talk to you." Feeling overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger, Chen Yuyan ignored him and ascended the stairs. Recognizing that a softer approach had failed, Chen Fan decided to take a firmer stance. He scooped her up in a princess carry and, disregarding her struggles, seated himself in a nearby booth. "Stay still. If you move again, I'll let everyone see you in my arms." Chen Fan threatened helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuyan ceased her struggles, though she turned her face away, refusing to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Chen Fan gently caressed Chen Yuyan's delicate hand and softly declared, "I hereby solemnly inform you that from this moment forth, you are to be considered my woman, Chen Fan. Whether you agree or not, the notification has been delivered." Hearing Chen Fan's domineering words, which were rooted in his very essence, Chen Yuyan coldly cast his hand aside and retorted, "Did I not mention that you need not feel responsible?" Chen Fan, possessing an audacious demeanor, took her hand once more and replied nonchalantly, "Initially, I indeed approached this with a sense of responsibility, but upon hearing Lu Yong mention the arrival of the Li family this morning, I instinctively feared for your safety. Moreover, with your beauty, there is no one in this world, aside from myself, who can ensure your well-being. Is this your way of confessing?" Chen Yuyan paused momentarily, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and inquired with a melodic tone. "It is." Chen Fan affirmed with a nod, exhibiting not a trace of trepidation. How many have you confessed to? Qian Yin refrained from responding to his statement and posed another question instead. So far, you are the first, Chen Fan replied candidly, not uttering a falsehood. Although he had had many women in the dark underworld, those encounters were merely fleeting pleasures. Since arriving in Chang'an, he had never uttered such sentiments to the likes of Shun Siyu or Wang Ruoxi. Qian Yin turned to face Chen Fan, their stunning gazes locking in a moment of shared intensity. After a prolonged silence, she cradled his face in her hands and softly urged, "Look into my eyes and repeat what you just said." Chen Fan, gazing into her enchanting visage, spoke with grave sincerity. From this moment onward, I, Chen Fan, pledge to you, Qian Yin, that amidst a world painted with poetic landscapes, I shall accompany you in galloping across the realms. If I fail to do so, may thunder strike me. Before he could finish, Qian Yuyan's delicate hand covered his mouth as she gently interjected, "All right, I understand your intentions. No need to elaborate further." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Does this mean you are acquiescing to my proposal?" Qian Yin turned away with a haughty huff, declaring, "It depends on my mood." Chapter 94. The Rise of Affection. Though their relationship had been established, Chen Fan recognized that Qian Yin still harbored reservations. He added, "I understand that our time together has been short, and expecting you to accept me in such a brief period is rather unrealistic. Therefore, let's engage in a courtship for a while." Qian Yin scoffed, "Are you implying that if, after spending time together, I still do not love you, we can simply part ways?" Chen Fan shook his head, stating, "Not at all. If you cannot accept it, then you shall be compelled to, for you already belong to me in this lifetime." Upon hearing his audacious declaration, a smile graced Qian Yuyan's face as she shifted into a more comfortable position in Chen Fan's embrace, her cheek gently resting against his chest, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Noticing her prolonged silence, Chen Fan assumed she was sulking and prepared to speak. However, when he glanced down, he found Qian Yin sleeping soundly in his arms, her face adorned with a serene smile, resembling a sleeping beauty. Chen Fan was well aware that Qian Yin typically stayed awake until dawn, and this morning, with Li Wei and several others causing a disturbance, it had surely disrupted her rest. Deciding to remain still, Chen Fan allowed Qian Yin to rest in his embrace. Even when the urge to smoke struck him, he refrained from lighting another cigarette, resembling a statue in serenity. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Lu Yong, sensing that it was nearly noon, descended the stairs to inquire about Qian Yin's lunch preferences. To their astonishment, they found the usually frosty Qian Yin nestled against Chen Fan like a delicate woman. Just as they were about to speak, Chen Fan gestured for silence and pointed towards Qian Yin, prompting them to realize that she had fallen asleep. They tiptoed closer to Chen Fan. Lu Yong appeared unfazed, as if everything was as he expected, while Xiao Yun's expression was one of sheer astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Yet, upon reflection, she understood that despite Qian Yuyan's usual coldness and strength, she was ultimately just a woman in need of a man's care and support. Xiao Yun suppressed her astonishment and quietly asked Chen Gu what he wished to eat for lunch. Chen Fan pondered briefly and silently formed the word casual with his lips. Comprehending his meaning, Xiao Yun took Lu Yong's hand and discreetly retreated, choosing not to disturb the couple's intimate moment. 6 hours had elapsed since Qian Yin had fallen asleep, during which Chen Fan remained seated in the booth, neglecting even to eat lunch. Fortunately, his constitution was robust. Otherwise, sitting motionless for such an extended period might have led to a herniated disc. A soft sound escaped Qian Yuyan's lips as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon Chen Fan's profile. "You're awake?" Chen Fan lowered his head, noticing her slight movements, and gently inquired. Qian Yin nodded softly, stretching her body before sitting up and asking, "How long have I slept?" "About 6 hours," Chen Fan replied casually. "Really?" Her eyes widened in surprise as she quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "You sat still for 6 hours?" "Indeed," Chen Fan chuckled, adding, "Are you moved?" Qian Yin pursed her lips, remaining silent. Chen Fan tenderly brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and asked, "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." Obediently, Chen Yin nodded, and Chen Fan took her delicate hand, leading her slowly upstairs. During their ascent, Chen Yin noticed the bar's patrons smiling knowingly at her, which ignited a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. They must have witnessed her sleeping in Chen Fan's arms. Sighing, she lamented to herself about how her image had been seen. How could she maintain her authority in management now? What's wrong? Chen Fan asked, noticing her sigh. Nothing. Chen Yin shook her head, naturally withholding her thoughts. Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Fan spotted Xiao Yun, Lu Yong, and several others engaged in a card game. "Yinjia, you're awake," Xiao Yun exclaimed, hastily rising, only to stumble slightly due to her injured leg. Chen Yin quickly approached her, frowning as she said, "Your leg isn't fully healed. Why aren't you resting properly in your room?" Xiao Yun confidently patted her thigh, declaring, "Don't worry, Yinjia. Although Xiao Feng stabbed me, it didn't go deep. With my constitution, this is merely a trifle." Chen Fan had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Xiao Yun possessed such remarkable recovery abilities. After all, a typical person would likely need to spend several months in a hospital after such an incident. He lit a cigarette and said, "Xiao Yun, could you please heat up our lunch? Both Yinjia and I are feeling quite hungry." Xiao Yun obediently nodded. She was well aware that the man before her was Yinjia's partner, and he possessed formidable strength. Having gone several hours without a smoke, which was sheer torment for Chen Fan, a deep inhale instantly elevated his spirits. After their meal, the time approached evening. As the bar was set to officially open that night, Lu Yong and the others had gone downstairs to attend to matters, leaving only Chen Yin and Chen Fan on the third floor. Reclining on Chen Yin's bed, Chen Fan suddenly remembered something and remarked, "It seems we haven't added each other on WeChat yet." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yin handed her phone to him. Chen Fan swiftly saved his WeChat contact on her phone and inquired, "What will you do if the Leaf family comes looking for trouble?" Chen Yin, regaining her icy demeanor, coldly replied, "Then we shall fight." Truly, she was a woman after Chen Fan's heart. He admired her fiery spirit and gave a thumbs up in praise. Chen Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. "Look at you. We are in a relationship now. Can you be a bit more tender with your man?" Chen Fan protested indignantly. After a rare moment of silence, Chen Yin asked, "What does it mean to be tender?" Chen Fan rubbed his chin, contemplating for a long while before sighing, "Forget it. Just be yourself." "That is quite good too." Chen Yin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by his response. "Shall I stay here tonight?" Chen Fan casually fiddled with a plush toy on the bed, pretending to inquire nonchalantly. "Dream on." Chen Yin promptly rejected without a second thought. "We are in a relationship. It's perfectly normal to stay together. Besides, it's just sleeping together. Nothing more," Chen Fan said with a shrug. With a half-smile, Chen Yin glanced at him and asked, "Is it really just for sleeping?" Chen Fan, without a flicker of hesitation, firmly asserted, "Absolutely." Chen Yin shook her head, saying, "That won't do either." At a loss for words, Chen Fan realized that all his arguments had been in vain. However, he remained undeterred, sensing that in time, she would eventually open her heart to him completely. Clearly, that moment had not yet arrived. Chapter 95, Screensaver. Chen Yin found amusement in Chen Fan's plight and waved her phone in front of him, saying, "Let's take a couple's photo, shall we?" "Huh? What did you say?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, not hearing her clearly. Chen Yin raised her voice. "I said, let us take a couple's photo." Without hesitation, Chen Fan nodded and asked, "What made you think of taking a photo all of a sudden?" "For screensaver, of course. Isn't that what couples do?" Chen Yin replied without missing a beat. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile as he embraced Chen Yin. As the moment was captured, the first photograph of him with a woman appeared on Chen Yin's phone. She fiddled with her device, and soon the screen displayed the newly taken picture. "All right," Chen Yin exclaimed, shaking her phone. Chen Fan took the phone, gazing at the image for a while before returning it to her, self-indulgently stroking his chin. "I look quite handsome. Even a casual shot turns out so appealing." Chen Yin rolled her eyes at him, completely ignoring the suggestion for him to change his screensaver. "Now it's my turn." Chen Fan declared, retrieving his own phone and adjusting his posture so that Qian Yuyin could rest her head on his shoulder. What are you doing? I want to set a screensaver too, Chen Fan said, as if it were a matter of course. Qian Yuyin smiled softly in response, obediently leaning against him. After they both set their screensavers, Chen Fan patted his backside, preparing to leave. Are you going back? Qian Yuyin asked softly as she sat up from the bed. Yes, unless you want me to stay here tonight. Chen Fan nodded. Then you should go back, Qian Yuyin replied, turning her gaze towards the window, showing no intention of negotiation. TCH, Chen Fan pouted, pulling Qian Yuyin up from the bed and wrapping his arm around her shoulder, casually stating, let's go. I'll see you off. Qian Yuyin nodded, not resisting his playful manner, and they descended the stairs together. Although it was still early evening and not yet the peak time for bargoers, the Siya Bar, being the largest and safest in Chang'an City, was already bustling with patrons. The first floor was nearly filled, the air thick with the scent of youthful exuberance. Heavy metal music blared, and well-dressed young men and women flaunted their figures on stage, inciting cheers and shouts from the audience below. This bar must rake in quite a fortune, huh? Chen Fan remarked, holding Qian Yuyin close. She replied, with an unruffled expression, it earns hundreds of thousands a day. Chen Fan gasped in surprise. Goodness, are bars in Chang'an this lucrative now? Noticing Chen Fan's astonishment, Qian Yuyin raised her eyebrows with pride. So, you need to flatter me. I could support you. Chen Fan chuckled and unconsciously pinched her cheek, saying, do you realize how adorable you looked just now? You should do that more often. I really like it. Ouch. Qian Yuyin pouted slightly, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Chen Fan, upon seeing her reaction, released her and resumed his embrace as they walked out of the bar, also taking a moment to greet Xiao Yun and Lu Yong. Perhaps due to the dim lighting of the bar, few noticed the two of them, otherwise it would have caused quite a stir. Once outside, under the twilight sky, the man and woman shared a reluctant farewell. All right, head back. If I have time tomorrow, I'll come to see you, Chen Fan said, holding Qian Yuyin's delicate hand. She nodded gently, but did not make any move to leave. Are you waiting for me to walk away before you go? Chen Fan asked tentatively, noticing her hesitation. Qian Yuyin replied softly. Chen Fan leaned his face towards Qian Yuyin, playfully insisting, kiss me, and I shall return. Qian Yuyin crossed her arms in front of her, her expression fraught with hesitation, and she remained motionless for a long while. Chen Fan pointed to his own cheek, undeterred, positioning himself right before her. At last, it appeared Qian Yuyin had made up her mind. She closed her eyes and lightly pecked his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water-esque surface. Before Chen Fan could react, she turned and dashed into the bar, not once glancing back at him. Chen Fan stood there momentarily stunned, his hand reaching up to touch the spot where Qian Yuyin had kissed him, his gaze softening as he admired her graceful figure retreating into the distance, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Upon arriving at Wang Ruoxi's home, he took a moment to text Qian Yuyin, assuring her of his safety. To his surprise, she replied almost instantly with a simple good, clearly having been waiting for his message. It seemed this girl was similar to Shan Siyu. Both being women of contradictory words and sentiments, Chen Fan mused. Upon entering, he found Wang Ruoxi seated on the sofa, her expression tinged with worry. You're back? She exclaimed, her furrowed brow relaxing into a smile. Yes, Chen Fan nodded, offering no explanation for his whereabouts. Wang Ruoxi, however, did not pry further. Her joy at his return was evident as she hurried to bring out the freshly prepared meal from the kitchen, setting it on the dining table. Since you made it, why not eat first? I could just heat it up when I return, Chen Fan inquired while sipping water. Wang Ruoxi pondered for a moment, then softly replied, I'm not hungry. I just delivered food to my mother. Chen Fan sighed deeply, pondering why modern women seemed so skilled at masking their true feelings. It was clear from Wang Ruoxi's eyes that she had been waiting for him, yet she insisted she wasn't hungry. In the future, if I'm not home, feel free to call me. What if I have something important to attend to and you're left waiting here? Chen Fan remarked, lighting a cigarette slowly. Wang Ruoxi was taken aback by his perception of her thoughts, fidgeting with her fingers. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I was afraid of disturbing you if you were busy. Chen Fan fell into a profound silence. Unable to fathom how many good deeds he must have performed in his previous life to deserve such a wonderful woman in this one. It's fine. Feel free to call me anytime you wish, he assured her solemnly. Wang Ruoxi nodded earnestly, returning his gaze with a smile, and deftly placed a piece of chicken into his bowl, saying, "Let us eat." At 2 o'clock in the morning, as the entire city was on the brink of slumber, an international flight gradually descended upon Chang'an City Airport. With a thunderous roar, crowds of passengers emerged from the aircraft. Just as the staff was about to inspect the cabin, dozens of individuals of various ethnicities exchanged glances before disembarking. Upon exiting the airport, they gazed up at the crescent moon above. One of the darker-skinned foreigners scoffed disdainfully. This so-called forbidden land, renowned worldwide as a haven for mercenaries, appears to be nothing extraordinary. Chapter 96. The Fiery Mercenaries. One must never be careless. Upon our first arrival in Huaxia, everything felt foreign and unfamiliar. It is imperative to exercise caution. The leading man, with fair skin, furrowed his brow and issued a cold warning. Captain, it is merely a trivial nation. There is no need for undue concern. We have merely employed a minor tactic to gain entry, have we not? The black-skinned man, who had just spoken, waved his hand dismissively, his eyes brimming with disdain. They were renowned overseas as the Blazing Mercenaries, ranked 50 on the global mercenary leaderboard. A mere speck of land was hardly worthy of their attention. Captain Wilson, listening to his team's remarks, secretly harbored the belief that Huaxia was merely a country of hollow reputation. Yet he commanded, "Regardless, we must proceed with caution in this operation. Is everything prepared?" Upon hearing this, the group retrieved their ominous black firearms from their bags, glinting with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. It was hard to fathom how their weapons had evaded such stringent searches by Huaxia's air defenses. Yet the undeniable truth lay before them. They had indeed brought firearms on a Huaxia soil. Action! Wilson waved his hand, and the group promptly vanished into the night, leaving nothing but a scattering of cigarette butts behind. As dawn began to break, a gentle drizzle fell outside, filling the streets with the refreshing scent of vegetation. Chen Fan stirred from his slumber. Today he did not go for a run, but instead casually performed an hour of push-ups on the floor. Exiting his room, he found the living room shrouded in silence, clearly indicating that Wang Ruoxi had yet to awaken. After completing his morning routine, Chen Fan took it upon himself to prepare breakfast, ensuring to make a portion for Qian Yuyan as well. After Chen Fan finished his meal, he noticed that Wang Ruoxi still had not risen. His brow furrowed in concern. He assumed she had overslept and gently knocked on her door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from within. Knock, knock, knock. Unconvinced, he knocked again, only to be met with silence. Resigned, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed open the door. He found Wang Ruoxi lying in bed, sound asleep, completely oblivious to his presence. Chen Fan sighed in relief, initially fearing something was amiss. He approached the bedside and gently nudged Wang Ruoxi's shoulder, urging her to wake up. They would be late for work. A soft murmur escaped her lips as she opened her pale eyes, seeing Chen Fan standing at her bedside. She weakly inquired what was the matter. It was then that Chen Fan noticed her pallor. He reached out to touch her forehead, discovering it was as hot as a furnace. "You have a fever. Your temperature seems quite high. You should take a leave of absence from work. I'll take you to the hospital." Wang Ruoxi stubbornly shook her head and softly replied, "It's nothing. I can manage." "Manage what?" "Quickly call Shen Siyu to request a day off. I shall do it for you." Chen Fan's tone grew firmer, filled with concern. Finally relenting, Wang Ruoxi took out her phone and called Shen Siyu. Given Wang Ruoxi's usual diligence and commitment at work, Shen Siyu simply advised her to rest well and approved her leave request without hesitation. All was well. Wang Ruoxi waved her phone, indicating that she had successfully taken leave. "That's more like it." Chen Fan smiled faintly, gently assisting Wang Ruoxi to sit up from the bed. He placed a pillow behind her back for support and then inquired, "Where have you placed the thermometer?" Wang Ruoxi shyly bit her lip and replied, "I accidentally broke the thermometer last time. I haven't bought a new one yet." "All right, I'll fetch you a cup of hot water first." and then I'll go buy a thermometer. If your temperature is quite high, we may need to head to the hospital." Wang Ruoxi obediently nodded, watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, a ripple of emotions stirring within her. In the living room, Chen Fan poured a cup of hot water for Wang Ruoxi before heading downstairs in search of a pharmacy. He did not carry an umbrella. Raindrops cascaded from his hair onto his neck, dampening his clothes. Yet, he seemed indifferent, confident that with his constitution, he would not catch a fever. While on the way to the pharmacy, he remembered to call Qian Yuyan, informing her that he would not be able to visit her today due to other commitments, urging her to take care of herself and eat well. Qian Yuyan did not ask further questions. She simply acknowledged his message and hung up, still feeling a bit shy about the events of the previous night. After searching for a full 10 minutes, Chen Fan finally found a pharmacy tucked away in a corner and purchased a thermometer along with some fever-reducing medication before returning to Wang Ruoxi's home. Upon entering the living room, he did not linger and directly pushed open Wang Ruoxi's bedroom door, apologizing. "Ruoxi, I hope you haven't been waiting too long." Seeing Chen Fan's wet hair and clothes, Wang Ruoxi asked, "Didn't you take an umbrella?" Chen Fan shook his head. "I don't have the habit of using an umbrella. Besides, with my constitution, I wouldn't catch a fever anyway." Wang Ruoxi remained silent for a moment before apologizing. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Chen Fan patted his forehead. "That is not what I meant." Let us take your temperature." He shook the thermometer and handed it to Wang Ruoxi. She took it, placing it under her armpit while gazing quietly out the window, and the room fell into an eerie silence. "Chen Fan," Wang Ruoxi suddenly called out. "Yes. What do you think of me?" she asked softly. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "You are quite strict in your work, but in private, you resemble a little girl. Look, not only are you beautiful, but you also cook well, show filial piety, and embody all the virtues." Seemingly concerned that Wang Ruoxi might not grasp his words, Chen Fan added, "You could say that you fulfill the fantasies of most men in Huaxiao regarding an ideal wife." After reflecting on his words, Wang Ruoxi smiled and asked, "Am I really that wonderful?" "Absolutely," Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a blush appeared on Wang Ruoxi's pale face as she softly inquired, "What do you feel for me?" By the end of her question, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible, but Chen Fan's keen hearing caught it. Chen Fan scratched his head, hesitating before saying, "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. But I can assure you that you hold great significance for me." Wang Ruoxi beamed with a smile. Although this answer was somewhat different from what she had hoped to hear, knowing that she had a place in Chen Fan's heart was more than enough. Taking out the thermometer, Wang Ruoxi glanced at it and handed it to Chen Fan, stating the temperature was 38.5 degrees. Chen Fan examined the thermometer closely and nodded, confirming the reading. "Should we go to the hospital?" he inquired. Wang Ruoxi shook her head, indicating that she did not wish to go. Chen Fan did not insist. After all, a fever like this could be managed with some antipyretics, warm water, and a good night's sleep, so the situation was not dire. Chapter 97. In the Name of Family. After handing Wang Ruoxi the purchased fever-reducing medicine, Chen Fan watched as she consumed it in one gulp. He then assisted her in lying down slowly, tucking the blanket around her snugly. "Get some good rest," he advised. "By the time you wake up, the fever should have subsided." Wang Ruoxi obediently nodded and offered Chen Fan a smile. Stepping out of the room, Chen Fan settled onto the sofa in the living room, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding as he gazed out at the overcast sky. It felt as though something significant was destined to occur that day. At his current level of awareness, such feelings rarely manifested without cause. He took out his phone and called Randy to confirm whether the personnel under the secret protection of the Abyssal Demon Army had been adequately assigned to everyone in his vicinity. After receiving Randy's affirmative response, Chen Fan finally felt relieved. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. As midday approached, after preparing a meal, Chen Fan noticed that Wang Ruoxi had not yet awakened. He left a note on the table and took the insulated container to the hospital in her stead. Hailing a taxi, he arrived at the hospital and, following his memory, made his way to Zhou Qin's ward. Gently knocking on the door and receiving permission, he entered. Thanks to Kong Linghui's care, Zhou Qin was now in a private room, complete with a bathroom, television, and refrigerator. A veritable miniature hotel. "Auntie," Chen Fan greeted her with a smile. "You're here, Xiao Chun," Zhou Qin replied cheerfully, scanning Chen Fan and then asking, "Why hasn't T Xiao Shi come today?" To alleviate her concern, Chen Fan explained, "Oh, Ruashi is rather busy at work today, and with the heavy rain outside, I decided to come in her place." "I see." Zhou Qin nodded, not dwelling on it. She gestured for him to sit on her bed and said, "Do you mind keeping me company for a while?" "Not at all," Chen Fan quickly replied, setting up a folding table on the bed and placing the food from the insulated container onto it. He then pulled up a chair beside Zhou Qin and asked, "Annie, what would you like to talk about?" Zhou Qin picked up a piece of shredded potato with her chopsticks and, while eating, asked Xiao Chun, "Tell me the truth, is my illness beyond cure?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and reassured her, "Annie, that is not true. Your illness is treatable. It's just that the treatment process is somewhat complicated." Zhou Qin smiled faintly, the wrinkles on her face deepening slightly. "I am well aware of my condition, so there is no need for you to comfort me," she said. Chen Fan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Qin turned her gaze towards the window. Her aged and profound eyes filled with complexity. In a subdued tone, she remarked, "Since the onset of my illness, I have prepared myself for the worst outcome. Ultimately, death is nothing to fear. Yet, at this juncture, what weighs most heavily on my heart are my 2 children." At this moment, Zhou Qin had set down her chopsticks, her voice low and filled with concern for her children. Chen Fan remained silent, quietly listening, aware that Zhou Qin needed to express her innermost thoughts, yet felt unable to share them with her own flesh and blood. How tragic this was. After a brief pause, Zhou Qin murmured to herself about Xiao Shi, recalling how perceptive she had been since childhood, often assisting with household chores within her capabilities. Zhou Qin never had to urge her to study. One could say that Xiao Shi had always been a child who required no maternal oversight. Yet, as she spoke, the weight of her emotions became unbearable, and tears streamed down her face.